This is a dilapidated and rotten wooden bow, yet you spent all your savings to buy it. Other scavengers laughed at you, thinking you were truly insane, but only you knew this would be the key to your strength. Because you awakened a 3-second weapon ability, as long as you consume food, you can upgrade your weapon and gain 100% accuracy. At this moment, you're draped in a tattered waterproof cloth, crouching alone by the water's edge, clutching a wooden bow with an arrow tied to a string at its end. Suppressing the gnawing hunger in your stomach, you carefully observe the water's surface. Heavy raindrops continuously strike the water, creating ripples that collide and spread. Strangely, no fish dare to surface. The icy rain trickles down the waterproof cloth, stealing away what little warmth remains in your body. Shivering, you instinctively curl into yourself. Despite your weakness, you persist for a while longer until the cold seeps deep into your bones. Finally, with great effort, you stand up and exhale. It seems there will be no harvest from these waters today. Just then, the sound of an argument reaches you from afar, coming from the direction of your team's temporary camp, where the other members are gathered. Your heart tightens, sensing trouble, but you first carefully wrap your bow and arrows in the waterproof cloth. Fighting off the dizziness brought on by exhaustion, you hurry toward the camp. But when you arrive, you find your teammates standing in an uneasy standoff. Among them, a frail girl glares fiercely at the 3 people opposite her. Her clothes are slightly torn, likely from the earlier scuffle. You approach them and ask expressionlessly, "What happened?" In the post-apocalyptic world, disputes among team members can quickly breed estrangement and erode trust. At best, the group dissolves and everyone goes their separate ways. At worst, they turn against each other in deadly conflict. Though you're only the temporary leader, this is an outcome you desperately want to avoid. Right now, the girl named Fu Xiao clutches a small fruit knife tightly in her hand, her wary eyes fixed on the group across from her. Chronic hunger and malnutrition have left her petite and frail, yet her gaze burns with unyielding determination. Her face flushes crimson with anger as she glares at the 3 opposite her. The words catch in her throat. Instinctively, she grips her clothes tighter, pulling them to cover her fair skin. She had planned to search for food in the designated area, but never expected her own teammates to suddenly turn on her with sinister intentions. If not for the knife she'd hidden for self-defense, she might not have escaped unharmed today. Fu Xiao's expression and body language tell you everything. Your face darkens instantly as you turn an icy stare toward the 3 across from you. Realizing things have gone too far to salvage, they drop all pretense. The lanky man at the front, their ringleader, steps forward, leering at Fu Xiao with undisguised mockery. Just trying to have a friendly chat, he sneers. Didn't expect her to overreact like this. The flippant excuse makes your glare sharpen. You point at Gao He, your voice razor-edged. The team hasn't had a successful haul in days. How do you even have the energy for this? Have you been hoarding supplies instead of sharing with your teammates? Hearing this, Gao He's expression changed instantly. He hadn't expected you to guess so accurately. He had indeed found some food yesterday but didn't share it with the team. Now that he was being confronted directly, he couldn't help but feel guilty. In this post-apocalyptic world, it was an unspoken rule that resources obtained by team members should be distributed equally and shared among everyone. After all, anyone could fall ill or get injured, and helping teammates today meant helping oneself in the future. Today, Gao He, having eaten his fill alone and with nothing to do, noticed Fu Xiao's delicate and fair appearance, and dark thoughts arose in his mind. However, he didn't expect Fu Xiao to be carrying a small knife, which led to the earlier conflict. Facing your questioning, Gao He quickly realized that since things had already escalated, he might as well lay his cards on the table. Following you, none of us can even get a full meal. It's better to follow me. The 2 behind him nodded in agreement. You looked at the 3 of them and asked solemnly, "You want to disband the team?" Gao He nodded. "That's right. Let's disband now. There's no future in following you anyway." With a cold smirk, he added, "Since we're disbanding, I want to take my fair share." Thinking of the tree roots in the camp, Gao He licked his lips greedily, and the 2 behind him stepped forward in support. Hearing their shameless words, Fu Xiao's face turned red with anger as she pointed at the 2 behind Gao He. "Song Deng, Kong Lu, if it weren't for Li Yu's kindness in saving you 2 earlier, you'd have starved to death long ago." The 2 of them paled slightly at her words, recalling Li Yu's past help, and a hint of guilt surfaced in their hearts. But after glancing at Gao He beside them and remembering his promises, they quickly suppressed their emotions, staring coldly at you and Fu Xiao without a trace of remorse. Fu Xiao was so furious she couldn't speak for a moment. At that moment, a sudden dizziness struck your mind, and you sensed something was wrong. Since you've decided to disband, let's follow the team's rules. You can take your share of the supplies. Hearing that they would have to share resources with the others, Fu Xiao's face showed reluctance, but she still turned to look at you. After all, you were the leader. You had no time to explain as the world seemed to spin around you, barely managing to stay on your feet. Seeing your agreement to disband, Gao He and the other two immediately began rummaging through the camp. Gao He was the first to stuff a large handful of tree roots into his bag, while Song Dang and Conlu also packed their belongings. When Gao He attempted to take the distillation apparatus you had assembled, you already had your bow in hand. The arrowhead pointed directly at him. Don't take more than your share. Gao He paused, instinctively touching the blade at his waist, though he had a rusty knife. It wasn't worth risking his life over these items. After a tense standoff, Gao He finally gave up on the distillation apparatus but still snatched a bottle of clean water that had collected beneath it. Once the three had finished packing, before leaving, Gao He couldn't take his eyes off Fu Xiao, scanning her from head to toe. He licked his lips regretfully and said, "I'll let you go this time, but next time we meet, I'll show you what I'm capable of." With that, he flashed a sinister grin and disappeared into the heavy rain. Summoning the last of your strength, you said to Fu Xiao, "Go, now." As soon as the words left your mouth, an overwhelming dizziness struck again. Your body went limp, and you collapsed to the ground. When you woke from unconsciousness, you immediately grabbed the wooden bow from your back and warily scanned your surroundings. Then, a line of data appeared before your eyes. Equipment, wooden bow LV1, proficiency 10, handmade, average materials, damp condition, reduced elasticity, effective attack range, 30 meters, durability, 30, aiming time, 5 seconds, hit rate, 100%. Looking at the data, your heart swelled with joy. Your supernatural ability was finally usable. Noticing that Fu Xiao beside you showed no reaction, it seemed only you could see these stats. Seeing you awake, Fu Xiao couldn't hide her delight. Only then did you feel your stomach churning, a faint fishy taste lingering in your mouth. You realized this girl must have given you everything edible. Prolonged starvation had left your weakened body unable to sustain the energy consumption of your ability. Now, with your mental and physical strength restored, you had finally succeeded in activating it. Sensing the swirling energy in your abdomen, you knew this was the source of your power. Seeing that Fu Xiao hadn't left while you were unconscious but instead cared for you meticulously, and meeting her concerned gaze, warmth filled your heart. "Are you okay?" Fu Xiao asked cautiously. You patted her head, stood up, and gripped the wooden bow tightly. "Don't worry, our good days are coming." Fu Xiao looked utterly bewildered. As darkness fell across the sky, you knew you had to replenish food supplies quickly to restore your strength and energy. Otherwise, if you encountered a large scavenger team, both you and Fu Xiao might end up becoming their meal. You might even go down in history as the first awakened one ever eaten by ordinary wastelanders. The temperature plummeted at night, and the heavy rain continued to pour. Despite curling up tightly, Fu Xiao struggled to retain body heat due to hunger and thin clothing. Gazing into the hazy distance, you suddenly turned to her and said, "Stay hidden here, I'll be back soon." "Okay," Fu Xiao replied in a trembling voice. Liu disappeared into the rain with his bow and arrow. Right at this moment when Liu bent his bow and arrow, a magical scene happened. A face-sized aiming circle appeared in Liu's eyes. Liu was surprised, but then realized that this was the special ability that his powers possessed. As Liu aimed the arrow at the rain rabbit, the aiming circle began to gradually narrow. After 5 seconds had passed, the aiming circle had shrunk to its smallest size, locking the rain bunny firmly in place. Without hesitation, Liu loosened his fingers and shot an arrow. Swish! Because 100% hits are real. Liu lifted the rain bunny and left the waters. When Fu Xiao, who was hiding in the shadows, saw Liu return, her hanging heart finally dropped. She was really afraid of being abandoned by Liu. It wasn't until Liu came closer that she then saw the rain rabbit Liu was carrying in his hands. Fu Xiao was extremely shocked in her eyes. "It's Rain Bunny." Fu Xiao was filled with joy, but soon she reacted and looked at Liu in surprise. How did Liu do it? Knowing how to hunt and trap, she naturally knew that a rain rabbit's speed was not something that could be hit by ordinary weapons. Even a gun would not necessarily be able to hit a rain rabbit, let alone the wooden bow in Liu's hand. Liu didn't say anything more and didn't explain to Fu Xiao. At this moment, the cyclone in his abdomen was in dire need of energy replenishment, and the upgrading of his supernatural abilities seemed to be a great drain on the cyclone. After handing the rain rabbit in his hand to Fu Xiao, Liu directly sat on his butt and spoke softly. "Deal with it." Without asking more questions, Fu Xiao took out a small knife and skillfully dissected the rain rabbit. She carefully collected the blood first in an old plastic bottle and then carefully stripped the rain rabbit of its complete fur. The fur of rain rabbits has good hydrophobic properties, allowing them to trade items with other scavengers even if they don't use them themselves. Finally, after Fu Xiao removed the inedible poisonous internal organs, only then did he hand over the processed rainbow rabbit meat to Liu first. Liu really needed to replenish, and without being polite, he directly took the rain rabbit and took a big bite. With the blood and raw meat consumed and replenished, a warmth soon flowed through the body. Li Yu's body, which seemed to be parched, was finally replenished once again, dispelling a lot of the cold in his body. Fu Shiryao looked at the rain rabbit in Li Yu's hand and unconsciously gulped. She couldn't wait for the rainbow rabbit meat either, but Li Yu was the captain and the food was brought back by Li Yu. She was satisfied as long as she could wait for Li Yu to finish and eat the remaining remains of Li Yu's rabbit meat. Li Yu's chi cyclone had recovered quite a bit, and it was only then that he noticed Fu Shiryao's pitiful little face on the opposite side of the room. Li Yu directly tore the rain rabbit into two halves with a forceful tug, handing one half to Fu Shiryao. Fu Shiryao happily received the rain rabbit and couldn't wait to eat it. Chewing on the rabbit meat in her mouth, an adorable satisfaction appeared on her little face. After eating a rabbit leg, Fu Shiryao resisted the urge to continue eating, instead handing the half-raw rain rabbit back to Li Yu. Although Fu Shiryao's small face was filled with an expression of fondness. But she knew that Li Yu was in need of replenishment right now. In contrast to himself, Li Yu's recovery requires more energy. After all, the rain rabbit also belonged to a type of mutated creature, and its meat also contained a surge of energy. She had only eaten a rabbit leg, but with that energy, she would be able to last another day or two. In order to adapt to this food scarcity, even humans are accustomed to starvation from an early age. Moreover, Fu Shiryao saw that Li Yu could capture the rain rabbit, which gave her even more confidence to live. Right now Li Yu was her hope that she could continue to survive. Seeing that Fu Shiryao just ate a rabbit leg and handed the meat back, Li Yu gave Fu Shiryao a deep look. This was the first time Li Yu had looked at Fu Shiryao so seriously. Her petite face was full of youthfulness, and in her eyes there was an undisguised reluctance towards the rainbow rabbit meat. Seeing Fu Shiryao's little expression, Li Yu couldn't help but smile. However, he didn't be polite and directly took the rain rabbit that Fu Shiryao handed back. This was because he really needed to eat more food now to recover his chakra. As long as he could quickly upgrade his alien ability, not to mention the rain rabbits, even bigger alien beasts could definitely be hunted successfully. After eating the rain hare, my body gradually recovered a bit. Li Yu closed his eyes and felt the chi cyclone in his abdomen begin to rotate slightly. Another look at the increasing experience value in his eyes. It was just as Li Yu had predicted. The special energy in the rain rabbit meat was what was needed for the alien energy upgrade. As the rain rabbit meat was digested, this energy was gradually absorbed by the body. Not only does it restore the chakra in the abdomen, but even the experience value slowly increases. The two huddled together after eating the rain rabbit and took shelter under the shelter. Seeing Fu Shiryao, who was already squinting her eyes and holding on strongly, Li Yu knew that she was really tired. These past few days, Fu Shiryao had been starving and had to face the betrayal attacks of her teammates, and hadn't been able to get a good night's rest. "You go to sleep first," Li Yu whispered. After recovering some of his chi cyclone, Li Yu was not as weak as he was just now. Fu Shiryao didn't push back when she heard this, she only felt her eyes fighting, she couldn't open them at all. She gently leaned her body against Li Yu's back, warming each other, and fell asleep as soon as she closed her eyes. Feeling the slight breath of the girl on his back, Li Yu also slowly closed. Of course, to the ordinary ear, these sounds of rain make no difference, and can even be called a kind of noise. The light was slowly getting brighter and the frequency of raindrops was decreasing. If Li Yu guessed correctly, this rainstorm that had been going on for several days would soon turn smaller. And a little rain is the perfect weather for various scavenger hunts to travel. When Fu Shiryao woke up from her sleep, it was already dawn. Feeling the body heat on Li Yu's back, this was probably the most peaceful day she had slept all year. After digesting some of the rabbit meat, Fu Shiryao's spirit was also much better. Noticing the change in Fu Shiryao's breathing, Li Yu knew that she had woken up. After a night of running the cyclone, the experience value was already full again. Li Yu continued with the upgrade. Wooden bow LV3 proficiency 30, handmade, average materials, damp condition, weaken elasticity, effective attack distance 60 meters. Aiming time, 5 seconds. Hit rate, 100%. It also looks like proficiency increases based on upgrades. While 60 meters is quite a bit, it's not nearly enough. Let's not talk about whether or not you can shoot an enemy further away. The main reason was that Li Yu only had 6 arrows left now, and if there was no way to recycle them, then he would have one less arrow for every arrow he shot. An archer without his arrows is no threat at all. After the upgrade was completed, Li Yu seemed to feel a lot better. After becoming an awakened, the energy required became greater, even though they had psychic abilities. Liu reached out his hand and felt the raindrops that had gotten smaller today. The continuous rainstorms have definitely passed. Let's go back to the camp and take a look. Liu took the lead and stood up. Fu Shiryao nodded. The two packed up their belongings and went back to the camp where the infighting had occurred yesterday. When they finally arrived at the camp, they found everything is unchanged as they had left it. Apparently, no one has returned since yesterday's confrontation. The two of them took some more useful items from the campsite before Liu took Fu Shiryao and left the place completely. Fu Shiryao glanced back at the camp with a somewhat sad expression. Because it's not easy to form a team of scavengers in the wasteland. With trusted teammates, survival in the wasteland increases. And now, their team has fallen apart. And the reason the team fell apart was still because of himself. Looking at Liu's back, Fu Shiryao blamed herself a little. Sometimes, Fu Shiryao hated that she was a boy, then this wouldn't have happened. It seemed to notice Fu Shiryao's reaction behind him. Liu suddenly spoke, "It's not your fault." Fu Shiryao's heart warmed up after hearing this and silently followed behind Liu. Having just stepped out for a short while, Liu suddenly stopped. A hand was raised in warning. Fu Shiryao looked around with a tense face, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Just as she was curious in her mind, there was a movement not far away. A flock of sparrows suddenly flew quickly into the distance, seemingly startled by something. Chapter 4 followed. Looking at the sparrows that could still fly freely in the rain, even Liu had to sigh. True to its name, the sparrow is one of the 5 evils often talked about and fabled in the mouths of the ancients. Even in such a harsh and humid environment, the sparrow is still hardwired to survive the downpour by virtue of its extreme adaptability. Liu didn't know whether the sparrow had mutated or evolved. Anyway, after most of the birds were extinct due to typhoons and heavy rains, the sparrows still maintained a relatively large population, foraging for food and moving around in extreme environments. The tenacity of this creature can also be seen in the number of survivors. Looking at the sparrow that flew up, Liu turned his head and pointed to the other side. Change direction and go that way. Liu knew that the sparrow would not be startled for no reason, which meant that there must be a scavenger squad or a foreign beast nearby. It was better to take the initiative to avoid it. With the sudden takeoff of this flock of sparrows, the chittering sound soon drew the attention of nearby scavengers. At that moment, a party of scavengers in the distance suddenly changed direction and rushed towards where Sparrow had taken off. They didn't seem to be afraid of what beasts or humans might suddenly appear. Coincidentally, this scavenger squad happened to meet up with the two Liu who had changed direction. Liu instantly spotted the few people who appeared in the distance, and at the same time, the scavengers on the opposite side also immediately noticed Liu's presence. Liu also didn't expect to run into a team of scavengers in the direction he had temporarily decided to go. Looking at the opposite side of Liu's squad with only 2 people, the 6 people in the scavenger squad flashed a trace of unkindness in their eyes. Liu raised his palms up high, signaling that his squad was just passing through the area and had no malicious intent. This gesture has a special meaning among the scavengers, signifying that the two parties just happened to meet and there was no hostility. As long as the other party raised their palms similarly, then the two squads would keep a certain distance, stagger away from each other, and move on. However, he saw that no one from the other party's squad of 6 responded with their palms raised in accordance with the usual practice. Instead, they spread out in formation and slowly walked towards Liu and Fu Shiryao. Eyes on the other side about to take action. Liu quickly took out his bow and arrow and aimed at the one at the front. Fu Shiryao, who was on the side, also nervously tightened her grip on the knife. Liu hadn't wanted to create a conflict with the other scavenger squads because his body hadn't been sufficiently replenished after awakening his powers. But that didn't mean he was really afraid of the other party either. When the several people on the opposite side saw Liu's weapon, that was when they had to stop and resist the urge to immediately strike. "He has a bow," the scavenger henchman said to the captain. The captain saw it, of course, and he frowned. These days, even decaying wood is pitifully scarce. He actually has a wooden bow. Where on earth did he get it? Could those lords have given it to him? The henchman couldn't help but speculate. For him? The captain looked at Liu's malnourished and skinny body, and then looked at the equally skinny Fu Shiryao beside Liu, and couldn't help but snort in contempt. Give him what he can be worth. Although he said so on his lips, deep down inside he actually felt a hint of scorn for the bow and arrow in Liu's hands. After all, how is a bow and arrow a long-range weapon? Even if there were more of them, they still had to pay a price if they wanted to take down Liu who had a bow and arrow. The captain of this 6-man scavenging squad looked carefully at the opposite Liu duo. Obviously, with Liu and Fu Shiyao's wretched appearance, there was definitely no valuable item in their hands that was worth risking their lives for. While it is true that wooden bows are extremely rare, they are not particularly valuable in their own right. For this 6-member squad, it wasn't cost-effective to cause injuries or even deaths to the team members for the sake of an ordinary wooden bow. And the captain had seen a bow of better material in the hands of a lord. That bow was as light as a feather to hold and almost effortless to draw. In comparison, the wooden bow in Liu's hand looked ordinary. However, among the group of scavengers called savages, the wooden bow in Liu's hand was already considered a weapon with powerful killing power. The leader of the scavenger squad suddenly raised his palm at the thought, signaling to Liu that he was not hostile. And recalled his scattered teammates. Naturally, Liu would not easily trust the other party's actions, because in this world full of danger and deception, trust was the most luxurious thing. But after walking for some time, Fu Shiyao also realized that something was wrong and opened her mouth to Liu to remind him. Liu, those people behind us are following. Liu had also discovered it long ago, and only whispered to deal with Shiyao to settle down. Pretend you didn't notice and move on. Fu Shiyao nodded. She understood what Liu meant, so she followed Liu closely and continued walking towards the front. The silhouettes of the two gradually disappeared into the rain. And behind them, the figures were still following closely behind. They seemed to know that Liu and Fu Shiyao had already discovered them, but didn't care. What to do, Liu? Fu Shiyao was a bit flustered. Liu was naturally well aware of the thoughts of the scavenging squad behind him. These people are trying to boil us to death. This is a tactic commonly used by humans for hunting, the simmering hawk tactic. Through constant chasing, the prey is physically exhausted and eventually rendered defenseless. Today, this strategy is being used on humans themselves, and it works just as well. Obviously, this squad of scavengers behind them didn't want to let the two go. Nor do they want to give up this rare opportunity. After all, a scavenger squad with only 2 people like Liu Fu Shiyao was too rare. Moreover, looking at Liu's too thin and weak looks, they didn't look like awakened ones. This was as attractive to the scavenger squad with 6 people as the fat meat delivered to their mouths, and it was really hard to let go of the 2 people who had fallen alone. What's more, there was a woman among the 2, which certainly increased their desire. Thinking about the value of a woman, the captain didn't seem to have any intention of letting the 2 go. Right now, the biggest threat they faced was the wooden bow in Liu's hand, and if they went into a direct battle, they were sure that someone would be injured. So, they planned to follow Liu and see if there was a better chance. Liu hadn't wanted to ignore them. This was because the cyclone in his body was consuming his energy and converting it into experience value all the time. He had to get more food for energy as soon as possible. But if there are hyenas behind you when you hunt, that's naturally not reassuring. If he didn't obtain his prey in time, coupled with the constant consumption of the chi cyclone in his body, there was a possibility that he might actually be boiled to death by these people. Thinking of this, Liu suddenly stopped his steps and turned to look at the shadows following behind him, then said to Shiodo. This isn't going to work, it looks like we have to take care of them. Listening to Liu's words, Fu Shiyao froze. Shouldn't the choice in this situation be to run away or set a trap? I didn't expect Liu to directly open his mouth to settle the other party. Fu Shiyao suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up. Could it be? Fu Shiyao looked at Liu with anticipation in her eyes, as if she wanted to get a definite answer from him. Liu didn't hide it and directly told Fu Shiyao. As the cyclone in his abdomen continued to rotate, Liu once again felt that energy. Sure enough, the blood also contained this energy, just much less. It seems he needs to eat more of these evolved animals to boost his strength. Upgrade successful. Wooden bow LV4 proficiency 40, effective attack distance 70 meters. Hits 100%. 70 meters. Liu was a little surprised. After all, before this, he was only sure to hit the target of about 20 to 30 meters, and then farther away, there will be a slight element of luck. And with a range of 70 meters today, it's considered pretty impressive. It's deadly enough against scavengers who don't have powers. And as proficiency increased, the speed of narrowing the aiming circle in the eye increased significantly. Liu touched the only 6 arrows left on his body and cast his gaze towards the 6 figures slowly approaching in the distance. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself, it's quite a coincidence. 6 arrows, corresponding to exactly 6 enemies, everything seemed so just right. However, the coincidence struck him with an overwhelming sense of irony. And at this moment, the 6 scavengers in the distance were continuing to approach. They may not know what fate awaits them. Chapter 5, Bait, Behemoths, and Wild Dogs. 100 meters away behind Liu, the 6 scavengers who had been following behind suddenly realized that the Liu in their vision had disappeared. Boss, they seem to be speeding up. Want to run? Go after them. The leader of the scavenging squad couldn't care less if Liu was cheating or not, he could only speed up and move forward. He hadn't seen a woman in a long time, let alone one who had broken away from the group. Never let her get away. The captain urged again. Whoever catches that woman gets a drink and a quickie. Hearing the captain's words, several people's eyes revealed an excited light. It was even faster to walk ahead, wanting to be the first to catch the other side. Completely forgetting the threat of the bow and arrow in Liu's hand. Liu, who was crouching on the ground, probed slightly and watched the 6 people keep approaching, roughly measuring the distance with his naked eyes. After entering the range of 70 meters, Liu picked up his bow and arrow and strung it to aim at the person who was at the front. The aiming circle as big as a faceplate did reappear. Liu pulled back the bowstring and the aiming circle slowly became smaller. With 5 seconds of aiming time having passed, the aiming circle was firmly locked on the first man's chest. Swish! The arrow flew out in an instant, quickly slicing through the rain and slamming into the chest of the man at the front. The man only felt a coldness in his chest, and when he looked down, the arrow had already shot most of the way into his chest. Miserable cries then came from the distance. Seeing his team members being shot at, the scavenging captain instantly slumped to the ground, not caring that the rain would soak his clothes under the tarp. Damn, I can't believe it's so accurate. Look at the blood flowing in the rain in front of you and the screams of those who are gradually losing their strength. The captain knew for sure the man would not survive. At this moment, his expression was unusually serious, and he didn't expect Liu to really have 2 tricks up his sleeve. The bow was actually used so skillfully, killing 1 person with a single arrow. The tragic situation beside them caused the remaining few to stop instantly as their feet lurched. Fear was spreading, after all, no one wanted to be the second target. Just as several people hesitated, Liu had already aimed at another person. As Liu let go again, another arrow struck. This arrow was angled high, but it still hit the second man's chest with extreme precision at an extremely tricky angle. The man's face was horrified as a sharp pain came from his chest, and he held the arrow with both hands, trying to pull it out. The body, however, suddenly lost all its strength and fell down softly. Super! The scavenging captain cursed angrily. In just 10 seconds or so, 2 of his squad had already died. The scavenging captain, who originally suspected that Liu had shot him by chance, was finally afraid at this point. It's pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. There are still people who dress up as pigs now. Although the captain kept cursing under his breath, he still kept observing the situation around him with his afterimage. The surroundings are just so flat, there are almost no obstacles. Even with the rain interfering, the situation was completely unfavorable to them. They are literally a target for the other side. Although the remaining 4 still had the opportunity to swarm and take down Liu, the fear of death still prevailed. Retreat! The scavenging captain shouted to the rest of the living, and immediately turned and fled desperately to the rear. As soon as the remaining people heard this, they instantly scattered in all directions. They were scared out of their wits, and even if the captain didn't give the order, they were planning to run away. Watching the arrow that flew out hit the second man's chest with precision once again. At this time, Liu also finally understood the power of the 100% hit rate. That arrow just now, although Liu aimed at the opponent's chest. However, when the arrow was shot out, he intentionally raised the angle of the bow slightly. Normally an arrow shot like this wouldn't hit the opponent, but it ended up hitting the opponent's chest. Liu was ecstatic in his heart. This means that nowadays he no longer needs to observe the wind direction or calculate the arrow's parabola and landing point. Simply wait for the aiming circle to narrow, then shoot the arrow and you're sure to hit your target. They ran away. Watching the other party scatter and flee, Fu Shiyao happily ran over. You're awesome. At this moment, Fu Shiyao's eyes completely changed when she looked at Liu. Liu didn't immediately let his guard down, but instead, he waited until a few people had completely disappeared before he walked forward and added another arrow to the 2 people who were already motionless on the ground. It was only then that he slowly approached the bodies of the 2 men and went up to examine them. After a bit of fiddling around, apart from some tree roots and grass roots, it's the rain tarp on my body that's still somewhat useful. Though the tarp was old and had holes shot through it. But compared to the tattered rainproof cloth that Liu and Fu Shiyao were currently wearing, it was already considered complete. After a bit more fumbling, he only found 2 rusty daggers. Originally, Liu couldn't look at the rusty weapons, but he thought of meeting a team of scavengers that he could trade with in the future. When the time comes, he might even be able to exchange the dagger for some bottles. Liu then reluctantly picked up the rusty dagger. Other than that, there was nothing else good on the 2 bodies. The blood on the ground soon dispersed quickly along with the rain. Liu recovered the arrow, and only then did he notice that a number of rain crows had already flown in the distance. They stood in the pouring rain, just staring at Liu from afar, seemingly not wanting to come closer. Seeing the rain crow, Liu suddenly brightened up. So Liu took the dagger out again and made a few large cuts at the corpse. The body's wounds continued to expand, and the smell of blood immediately filled the air around them. Liu then brought Fu Shiryao to crouch nearby, and used a raincloth to cover the 2 of them completely and hide them. Liu picked up his bow and arrow, and his gaze was tightly focused there. The rain crow still stood in the distant downpour, still with no intention of approaching. As time passed by, Liu continued to wait patiently. Because he and Fu Shiryao leaned together to warm each other up, he didn't feel cold. I don't know how long it took for the rain to subside a little. The surroundings were shrouded in a hazy mist of water. Under the tarpaulin, Liu and Fu Shiryao curled up together and continued to wait for their prey. Not far away, there was a sudden splash in the current formed by the rain. Liu and Fu Shiryao looked over, and their complexion changed, both with a trace of panic in their eyes. Both men's breathing slowed, not daring to make any noise. A huge crocodile slowly crawled over. It seemed to taste blood in the rain. It was large, with strong limbs, covered in rough gray-brown scales, made even more hideous by the constant rain. Those cold and unfeeling eyes scanned the surroundings and finally settled on the corpse not far away. The body had been swollen by the rain and looked particularly forlorn. And the crocodile seemed unconcerned about it. It just slowly paddled its limbs closer to the innocent remains. As the crocodile approached, Liu could feel a chill from within the crocodile. The crocodile opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and lunged, burying its entire head into the corpse and beginning to tear greedily at it. Liu and Fu Shiryao witnessed all of this. Both of them did not dare to move even for fear that making a single sound would attract this terrifying beast. Although he was holding a bow and arrow in his hand, Liu didn't think that he could shoot such a huge crocodile with just his bow and arrow. The sound of rain, water, and the sickening sound of chewing intertwined in a symphony of rainy terror. I don't know how long it took, but the crocodile finally satisfied its gluttony and slowly continued to swim downstream, leaving only a mess behind. The 2 remained motionless. They waited for a while until they were sure that the crocodile was far away, and only then did the 2 dare to carefully move their fingers, then their arms, their shoulders, and eventually their entire bodies. They gently exchanged a look, no words needed. That tacit understanding was especially precious at this time. The rain washes away the smell of blood and carries it farther. The few rain jays still stood far out in the rain, watching everything in front of them with keen eyes. The rain continued to wash their black feathers, and they remained motionless, seemingly more patient than Liu and the 2 of them. Just then, a black wild dog quietly appeared in Liu's line of sight. There was not a trace of hair on the body of the wild dog, but a strange, almost naked state of skin. In this wilderness, which has been soaked by rain for a long time, the dense fur not only fails to provide effective warmth, but also becomes a heavy burden that prevents them from moving and hunting quickly on the slippery ground. As a result, over countless generations of evolution and adaptation, these wild dogs gradually developed an almost hairless physique, and their skin became tough and elastic, able to withstand direct rainfall and prolonged periods of humidity. Such physical traits allowed dingoes to move freely in the rain, a unique evolutionary strategy for them. At the moment, the wild dog was sniffing the air with its nose, obviously attracted by the strong smell of blood. With cautious steps, it approached the wretched place step by step, with a glint in its eyes that was both wary and greedy. The growing smell of blood had overwhelmed the hungry wild dogs. Liu, who was hidden in the distance, had the bow and arrow in his hand slowly aimed at the wild dog. Chapter 6: Shooting Wild Dogs, Eating and Drinking. Just as the dingo lowered his head and just started to eat. Boom! As Liu's fingers loosened, the bowstring trembled and made a slight ringing sound. At the same time as the sound of the bowstring, the wild dogs actually reacted at the same time with extreme acuity. Its originally relaxed body instantly tensed up, and its hind legs fiercely stomped, and under the powerful and violent explosive force, the body of the wild dog was like a bolt of lightning that instantly scurried forward several meters away. Put! Even though the wild dog pulled away instantly with his amazing speed and explosiveness. However, the arrow shot by Liu still followed like a shadow at an extremely fast speed, accurately hitting its butt. Although this arrow was not fatal, it was enough to make it feel intense pain. There seemed to be a flash of disbelief and anger in the wild dog's eyes. It had clearly dodged it. It turned around violently, and those crimson eyes deadlocked on Liu in the distance. Liu was also stunned. He also did not expect the wild dog to react so quickly. The sound of his bowstring was still heard over the disturbing sound of the heavy rain. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a 100% hit rate, I'm afraid that this arrow would have already been easily dodged by the wild dog. At this time, the wild dog looked viciously at Liu, who was sneaking up on it in the distance, and let out an angry low growl. Then its limbs lashed out and charged over. Seeing the situation, Fu Shiyao hurriedly picked up a dagger and stepped forward without hesitation. Her body leaned forward slightly in a defensive posture, trying to attract the attention of the wild dog and buy more time for Liu. Looking at the extra Fu Shiyao, even after realizing that there were two people on the other side, the wild dog was not afraid in the slightest. Woo! With a hiss, the dingo bared its fangs and continued its onslaught regardless. Its eyes were covered in blood and exuded a crazy killing intent. At this time, Liu had already finished aiming again, and with a loose finger, an arrow instantly shot out. Put! The arrow was so powerful that it shot straight through the wild dog's head. However, this wild dog was so tenacious that it did not die on the spot after receiving such a heavy blow. The wild dog ate the pain, but instead was completely enraged, opened its mouth wide and once again accelerated towards Fu Shiyao, fiercely rushing over. Seeing that Fu Shiyao was about to be bitten by the wild dog, Liu pounced Fu Shiyao to the ground, managing to avoid the wild dog's pounce. The moment he fell to the ground, Liu quickly turned back and without the slightest hesitation, shot an arrow again. This arrow was accurately shot into the belly of the wild dog from below. At such a close distance, he was able to hit accurately with his years of experience and keen intuition even without the aid of an aiming circle. Fu Shiyao's heart palpitated, and she broke out in a cold sweat. As a scavenger, she naturally knew that a person who had been bitten by a wild dog was basically a certain death. Liu quickly pulled out the arrow from the wild dog's abdomen, and after lying down on it and fiercely inhaling a few mouthfuls of the wild dog's warm blood, the dizziness was somewhat relieved. Seeing the blood flow out again, Fu Shiyao, who was afraid of wasting it, also hurriedly climbed up and took a few puffs. The strong smell of blood made Fu Shiyao not quite comfortable, but in order to survive, she could only endure the fishy smell and continue to drink a few large mouthfuls. After a day of tossing and turning, this entire area was in shambles, and the ground was slightly reddened from the rainwater that had gathered on it. Liu realized that the rain crows, which were originally far away, were approaching at this time, with those greedy eyes staring at the remnants of the human corpses on the ground. This place can't stay any longer. The two of them quickly disassembled the wild dog and packed it, and after Liu recovered all the arrows, he found that one arrow already had a very obvious bend, and even the plume behind the arrow's tail had been damaged beyond recognition. In the past, such a badly damaged arrow would only be completely wasted and could only be discarded. But today's Liu still put it away. After all, today's him, as long as he can shoot it out, he can hit the target 100%. It didn't matter to him if the arrow was bent, even if it was no longer perfect, it was still lethal. Putting the arrow away, Liu looked around vigilantly and immediately made a decision. Come on, let's head back. Then the two hurried off in the direction of their previous camp. Liu didn't want to go back to that previous camp, but to the waters near the camp. Rather, he had stayed near that piece of water for a long time before and was extremely familiar with the environment and terrain there. There are few potential dangers there, other than the relatively small amount of prey. And by now the two had food, just in time to return there for a brief respite. The two had just left, and the rain crows that had been waiting in the distance for a long time could no longer sense the danger nearby. At this time, the rain crows were as impatient as the black wind and rushed up, pecking continuously at the remaining remains of the corpses. Wah wah! The sharp, piercing cries of the rain crows soon attracted a figure with sunken eyes and a dark face. Rain crow, rain crow! The visitor's voice was weak, and his eyes were shriveled, as if he were a candle in the wind, seemingly about to fall at any moment. He shuffled his heavy steps, trudging toward the direction where the rain jay had made his cries. It wasn't until he saw the bodies surrounded by rain crows that a glimmer of life came into his otherwise bleak eyes. Following rain crow really does bring food. With that, he rushed over like a hungry tiger, recklessly fighting for it along with the rain crow on the side. The other side. Liu and Fu Shiyao had already returned to the vicinity of the waters. After determining that the neighborhood was safe, the two hurriedly took out the packed wild dog meat, and then couldn't wait to stuff it into their mouths and wolfed it down. As Liu quickly ate a whole dog leg, the energy in the wild dog meat was continuously absorbed and transformed by the chi cyclone in his body, and his originally exhausted body was once again replenished with a steady stream of energy. The feeling of lethargy brought on by the overdrafting of his psychic abilities also gradually disappeared without a trace. The meat is so delicious. Fu Shiryao gulped down the wild dog meat, and the strong sense of satisfaction made her unable to resist saying to Liu. Liu couldn't help but smile as he looked at Fu Shiryao's appearance. "Let go and eat. We'll eat meat every day from now on." "Aha!" Fu Shiryao nodded vigorously and continued to gorge herself. Hearing that she would be able to eat meat every day in the future, Fu Shiryao's little face finally had a hint of a smile on it, and she couldn't help but fantasize about the bright future of eating meat every day. The two had indeed had an incredibly difficult time before, and after forming a scavenger squad they thought things would be better, but instead they were once again subjected to the relentless backstabbing of their teammates. Fortunately, Liu had become an awakened, and the difficult days of picking up and eating tree roots and grass roots and starving himself had passed. Starting today, at least they'll never have to worry about starving to death again. The two kept gorging on the meat until both of their stomachs bulged and they were so completely full that they couldn't take a single bite, and only then did they stop. "Since I got my memories, this is the first time I've eaten so much." Fu Shiryao patted her bulging little belly and smiled at Liu. Liu also laughed along with him, reaching out his hand to pat Fu Shiryao's head. "There will be many more days like this in the future." After a moment's rest, the two were busy again. After packing the remaining wild dog meat again, Liu set up some simple warning devices around the area. When everything was arranged, it was getting dark. "Rest well today, there is relatively no danger near the waters." Liu walked back after completing the setup and said softly. Fu Shiryao answered obediently, and the two of them curled up together under the crude rainproof cloth that had been constructed to keep them warm. The rain tarp wasn't big enough for their bodies to cling to each other. In this moment, the well-fed and well-drunk pair relied on each other and were filled with inner warmth. Chapter 7: Fire in a Heavy Rain? When Liu woke up, it was already noon the next day. The rested Liu felt a wave of unprecedented comfort and ease. Liu closed his eyes and felt the changes within his body. He could clearly feel his chi cyclone expanding by a circle, as if his entire body had been infused with new vigor. The feeling made him feel as if his body was getting stronger and more powerful. Not only that, his digestive system seemed to have been strengthened, and now that he had only just woken up, he was already feeling a little hungry. He glanced at the data and realized that the experience value was also full. Upgrade successful. Wooden bow LV5 proficiency 50, effective attack distance 80 meters. Hit rate 100%. Aiming time 4 seconds. 80 meters? How is that possible? Liu muttered. Although the attack distance of the bow and arrow had been increasing, he was very aware of the actual situation of the wooden bow in his hand. The 70-meter attack distance was still reasonable with the supernatural powers. But 80 meters is different, such a distance is beyond the limit of this wooden bow. He couldn't shoot this far even if he pulled the bowstring, let alone maintain an effective kill at this distance. This literally breaks the upper limit of distance for wooden bows. LV5. New equipment column unlocked. Weapons replaceable. New equipment bar. I didn't realize that this upgrade had unlocked new abilities. Curious as to what this new equipment bar was for, Liu casually picked up a stone from the ground. Equipment success. Stone LV1 proficiency 0, a small body of rock shed by a large body of rock in response to an external force, oval in shape, with a rough exterior. 100% hit rate. Effective attack distance, 8 meters. Aiming time, 3 seconds. Then Liu aimed at the puddle in the distance. Sure enough, when Liu raised the stone, the aiming circle would also appear in front of his eyes. Liu threw the stone on the ground and it disappeared from his equipment bar. Just as Liu was pounding away, Fu Shiryao also finally woke up. She blinked and stretched. It was the first time she had slept so soundly since being abandoned by her parents, and she hadn't even had nightmares this night. After last night's grooming, Fu Shiryao's face was also a bit rosier, and her mental state was much better than before. Thinking about what happened yesterday, she immediately sat up and looked around for Liu. "You're awake." Liu was gulping down a piece of wild dog meat. When he saw Fu Shiryao waking up, Liu smoothly shoved another piece of meat directly into Fu Shiryao's mouth. Fu Shiryao had just woken up from a nap, her head was still a bit dazed, and she hadn't figured out what was going on at all, and her mouth was already stuffed to the brim. She subconsciously chewed, and a strong meaty flavor filled the air. Eat the meat early while it's still fresh, don't waste it. Liu continued to inspect the other wild dog meat in the package as he spoke. He carefully observed the color and smell of each piece of meat, his brows gradually furrowed, then he shook his head. In heavy rain and wet conditions, meat has an extremely limited storage time. Although the time was only one night old, it was obvious that the meat had begun to spoil. The pieces of meat that Liu and Fu Shiryao ate were also kept relatively fresh because they were stored in jars and bottles and sealed up yesterday, or else they would have spoiled quickly as well. Fresh meat was stored for a very short period of time in such harsh conditions, and even though it was kept in a jar, Liu could still feel the subtle changes. Liu helplessly looked at those spoiled wild dog meat in the parcel. If it was in the past, in order to survive, these corrupt meat would only be eaten by the two without hesitation. But nowadays, Liu wouldn't risk eating the spoiled meat until he had to. Fu Shiryao looked at such a large piece of wild dog meat that had already started to spoil, and a very pitying expression appeared on her face. Originally, Fu Shiryao had planned to bring these spoiled wild dog meat with her, but under Liu's strong request, she had to endure the pain and leave them behind. However, while packing up her things, Fu Shiryao still didn't forget to take a couple more glances at the corrupt wild dog meat. This scene made Liu laugh. This kid was really hungry and scared. If he hadn't become an awakened, I'm only afraid he wouldn't be able to part with these spoiled wild dog meat. Fu Shiryao, who was packing her things, seemed to have lost her mind, becoming clumsy and absent-minded. What's wrong? Liu noticed her abnormality. Fu Shiryao looked back and said hesitantly, I think these wild dog meat is still a little useful. Liu gave her a helpless look. It wasn't until Liu agreed for her to bring these mildly spoiled wild dog meat with her that Fu Shiryao recovered and happily continued to pack up. When Liu put on a tarp and went out to check the neighborhood, he was surprised to find that the waters had expanded quite a bit more than before. The waters were already more than several times larger than when Liu first came. I'm afraid it won't be long before this place turns into a huge lake. Faced with this situation, the two packed up their things and headed for the high ground to the west. The higher ground is significantly better compared to the swampy lakes all over the place below. As Liu's physical ability recovered, the conversion speed of the abdominal cyclone for experience value was a bit faster. This discovery made Liu very happy, as it represented an increase in the speed of the upgrading of his powers. After most of the day's trek, the experience value required for upgrading was once again full as it was about to get dark. Upgrade successful. Wooden bow LV6 proficiency 60, effective attack distance 90 meters. Hitting rate 100%. Aiming time 3.5 seconds. The distance of the attack has been increased again, and even the aiming time has been shortened. Liu was happy in his heart because the distance of 90 meters could already shoot some birds. Although the survival pressures on the surviving birds allowed their feathers to evolve the ability to repel water as well, even then they were ultimately unable to fly high in the air for long periods of time, as their ancestors had done. The birds that were used to flying low nowadays undoubtedly gave Liu the opportunity to shoot them. After upgrading and walking a bit more, the two finally crested the high ground to the west. After ascending to the high ground, the two men's view became wide open. When they looked at the situation on the high ground, they were filled with surprise. There was actually a large gathering of scavengers in the distance on the high ground. Even in the very center of that group of scavengers' ranks, there was actually a bright light. That's fire? Fu Shiryao rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She couldn't believe that she could still see flames in a world shrouded in heavy rain. Liu's eyes also lit up. That was indeed fire. He knew that finding materials to light a campfire in such heavy rain conditions was never easy. Amidst the continuous downpour, the materials available for burning had become extremely scarce. Dampness has become so ubiquitous that even when firewood and wood are found, they don't always seem to be lightable, which makes it incredibly difficult to start a fire. The method of starting the fire is an even bigger challenge. Looking at the fire in the distance, Liu couldn't help but fall into reminiscence. He couldn't remember the last time he ate roasted and cooked meat. Simply recalling the taste of cooked meat in his mind already made his taste buds tingle and he couldn't help but gulp. Liu cautiously looked at the crowd of scavengers in the distance and did not approach. After his careful observation, he realized that each team of scavengers kept a certain distance from each other, and it was obvious that the large group of them was not a group. Those teams of scavengers close to the fire seemed to be in good shape, while most of the teams of scavengers on the periphery of the fire were pudgy, and those in the outermost circle were even skin and bones with sunken eyes. Why are there so many people gathered here? Fu Shiryao was also surprised by so many people. After all, in the past, the scavenger teams were full of fierce competition with each other even if they weren't to the death. And at this moment these scavengers actually gathered together in a very amiable manner, which was inevitably unbelievable. What should we do? Should we go around? Fu Shiyao's face was worried, her hand tightly gripping the package on her body, as if she was worried that these wild dog meat would be snatched by the crowd of scavengers in front of her. Liu carefully surveyed the crowd in front of him, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. Not to mention, Liu's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate through the heavy curtain of rain and look straight at the enemy that was hidden in the dark. The two sides looked at each other, the man's face changed drastically, he turned around and was about to run away, the whoosh. There was another cracking sound, but this time it was Liu's retaliation. His arrow drew a brilliant arc in the rain and missed the man's back. The man only had time to let out a scream before he flopped forward and fell to the ground, splattering the rain. Fu Shiao instantly rushed up quickly with her dagger and took control of the man who had fallen to the ground. Liu also held a bow and arrow and quickly followed. The three people hiding on the sidelines were all scared out of their wits when they saw that the captain was already alive or dead, so how would they dare to resist? Please spare my life. The three immediately threw away all the weapons on their bodies. Don't kill me, I surrender, I'm willing to be your slave. The three trembled their legs and unanimously knelt down to Liu, their hands raised high in the air, begging Liu to spare their lives. They're the scavenging squad that followed us yesterday. Fu Shiao recognized the appearance of a few people. How could Liu not expect that yesterday's scavenger squad actually had the guts to come and sneak in for revenge? If it wasn't for the fact that his psychic ability had risen to level 5 for a short period of time, and his physical quality and reaction had been strengthened, I'm afraid that the arrow just now would have really killed him. Seeing Liu's unkind eyes, the one lying in front of him hurriedly added, we were all forced to do it. Liu didn't pay attention to a few people, instead, he groped the man on the ground for a while. First, he searched out the 4 black arrows and picked up the black bow that had fallen beside his opponent. The bow was pitch black, like an infinite night without any bright light. When Liu touched the bow with his hand, a cold sensation instantly hit him. The main body of the bow was made of 3 black bow pieces. As to what material this was, Liu could not tell for a moment. Just as Liu picked up the black bow for a closer look, a line of data appeared in front of his eyes. The same type of weapon is found, whether to change the equipment. Replacement of weapons of the same type retains rank and proficiency. Liu immediately chose to replace it. Equipment replacement successful. Glass bow, pressed from 3 pieces of high-strength fiberglass sheet, high hardness, perfect condition, easy to handle, high precision. Maximum range 120 meters. Durability, 90. Aiming time, 3 seconds. Hit rate, 100%. Liu's eyes lit up and he strongly suppressed his inner excitement. Then he pulled the bowstring hard, and the pull was really stronger than the previous wooden bow. And the bow comes with its own sighting device and scale on the front. What a good bow. Liu muttered, no wonder this man was able to almost shoot him to death just now. Thinking of that empty equipment bar, Liu suddenly had a flash of insight. Equipped the black arrow in his hand into it. Equipment success. Carbon fiber arrow special type, made of high-tech materials. High strength, lightweight, high durability. Fast flight speed and high accuracy. Effective attack distance plus 10 meters. Aiming time, 1 second. Upgradable. It can still be like this. Liu also didn't expect it to actually be feasible, arrows could also be equipped. Cough cough. Suddenly a violent cough came. Liu turned his head to look and realized that the captain who was stepped on by Fu Shiao was actually not dead. The captain gradually regained consciousness, barely lifting his head and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Just now, Liu's arrow only pierced his lungs and did not hit the vitals, which made him not die immediately. Seeing Liu beside him, the captain, instead of lowering his voice and begging for forgiveness, opened his mouth with an You're done. Oh. Liu was stunned upon hearing this, then he observed the surroundings very vigilantly for a while. After determining that there was no one else in the vicinity, Liu was a bit perplexed. Could it be that the other party had something else to rely on? What a bumpkin, is this good? Hearing this, Liu was somewhat half-hearted in his heart. Although it was true that this bow and arrow could not be compared to a firearm, it was definitely not something that an ordinary scavenger could easily own. Moreover, he had never heard of the materials used in the making of bows and arrows before, so how could they be as bad as the other party said? Seeing Liu's disbelieving expression, the scavenging captain laughed even louder. Ha ha ha. Cough. With that, the scavenging captain's head tilted, and he went completely still. The ones who could barely hold it together for a while without talking were still laughing out loud like that. Liu did not quite understand, went forward and put his hand at the other person's neck, and sure enough, there was no pulse. At this moment, Liu looked at the three people on the side, who immediately fell on the ground in fear, their bodies trembling unceasingly. His mouth was even begging for mercy. Spare me. We will tell absolutely no one about today. I swear, I'll never tell. Don't believe them. Fu Shiyao suddenly shouted at Liu. Even though Fu Shiyao was not very old, she knew. Promises are the most fake things in this world. Liu aimed his bow and arrow at the three, his eyes cold. Seeing that Liu was going to kill them, the three of them were instantly terrified and could no longer care about the secret they had tried to hide before. Don't kill me. I still know great things about the Black Mountain Safety Zone. Something big is definitely happening these days. The man next to him chimed in. I can tell you everything if you promise to release us. Liu didn't say anything, instead, he aimed the tip of the arrow at his head, and the atmosphere instantly froze. I said. The person being targeted instantly panicked and shouted. When we went to borrow the black bow from the Black Hills Safety Zone with the captain yesterday, we found them packing up and looking like they were moving. Moving? This unfamiliar word Liu hadn't heard anyone mention in a long time. Absolutely right, it's a move. They've packed up all sorts of items that they use for all sizes of life. The man on the side hurriedly added, that's right, and all the scavengers in this area are being evacuated. Hearing this, Liu continued to pursue. Are you saying that the group of scavengers in front of us are gathered together and are preparing to evacuate the area? Chapter 9, even savages are divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Seeing Liu's skepticism, the man directly fell down in fear and replied with trembling. Definitely not wrong, I saw with my own eyes people in the safe zone moving and getting ready to evacuate. Liu sniffed and associated it with the crowd of scavengers gathered in the distance, and felt that what he said did make some sense. Why did you evacuate? Liu suddenly asked rhetorically, his eyebrows revealing incomprehension. After all, after living for so long in the post-apocalyptic world, it was the first time I had heard that the safe zone also needed to be evacuated. The three of them looked at each other with blank faces and shook their heads, equally ignorant of the exact reason for the evacuation. It's just that all the people are talking about evacuating and they want to follow suit. Alright, you guys can leave. Seeing that he could not ask for any useful information, Liu waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. Seeing that Liu was about to let a few people go, Fu Shiyao, who was on the side, hurriedly stepped forward to stop them, but was interrupted by Liu reaching out his hand. Thanks for sparing my life, little brother. Thank you, my lord, for not killing me. The three were like amnesties when they saw that Liu really intended to spare them. He hurriedly stood up from the ground, and his mouth even thanked him repeatedly. The three of them then carefully turned around and quickly walked towards the distance, and just after taking 2 steps the three of them spread their legs and ran wildly. Although Fu Shiyao did not refute the decision made by Liu, she still stared at the trio's backs with fierce eyes. Get going. The captain's looks like we'll have to find a scavenger trader to trade some arrows. Thinking of the group of scavengers gathered in front of him, this kind of crowded place was often infested with scavenging merchants. Liu planned to go over and take a look. Fu Shiyao put away these worn-out weapons as well and carried them on her back. At this point the petite woman had a bag of wild dog meat to her left and a bag of rusty weapons to her right. Both packages are well weighted. If Fu Shiyao hadn't already eaten and drunk enough, she would have had problems walking. I'll take a pack. Liu held out his hand. No, I can hold it. Fu Shiyao's small face looked stubborn. She was already relying on Liu to survive, so how could she still let Liu take the package by herself? Seeing that Fu Shiyao must take it herself, Liu had no choice but to helplessly add, don't be brave, give it to me when you're tired. Fu Shiyao nodded in agreement. The two of them then proceeded in the direction of where the glint of light was. It was not long before they reached the vicinity of the emitting bright light, which from a distance indeed looked like the glow of a flame. The two continued to advance towards the bright light, and at a distance of roughly 200 meters, Liu noticed that there were many scavengers who did not continue to go deeper, but stayed on the periphery. These peripheral scavengers were ragged and haggard, as if they were about to collapse at any moment. They didn't even have a complete tarp on their bodies, and under the constant wash of the rain, their bodies were ghastly white, their skin was wrinkled, and they looked exceptionally creepy. When these bone-thin scavengers saw the two of them, Liu and Fu Shiyao, they immediately flashed a hint of greed, their sunken eyes constantly sizing up the two of them, their eyes full of desire. A few people had even begun to slowly gather around. Seeing this, Liu immediately took out his bow and arrow, and his eyes looked at the people who kept approaching with a threat. When the scavengers that surrounded them saw clearly the black bow in Liu's hand, they all stopped and silently made way. Apparently they knew the power of the bow and arrow and didn't dare to mess with it. Seeing these walking dead scavengers retreating to the sides, Liu and the two of them continued to walk forward. After walking another 100 meters or so, Liu noticed some changes in the surrounding scavenger squad. The lines of scavengers here were kept at a distance, and all were more or less clad in tarpaulins and much better dressed. Although they were still skin and bones and looked thin and weak, these people's mental state looked. The light not far away still existed, and Liu could only guess in his mind whether it was fire or not. Liu sat down cross-legged and silently urged the rotation of the abdominal chi cyclone. The upgrading of his supernatural ability was very important, it was his and Fu Shiyao's hope to survive. He knew deep down that the stronger he was, the higher the probability of them surviving. Fu Shiyao picked up her dagger and guarded Liu's side, vigilantly and constantly looking around. As the sky grew darker, some of the originally silent scavengers grew bolder. Not long after, Liu felt that the energy in his body had been digested, and his belly was once again hungry. It looks like the consumption will increase in the future, it would be nice to have a way to preserve food. While obtaining food wasn't too difficult with the current range of the bow and arrow, it was definitely better to have a backup. Thinking of this, Liu took out the last 2 cans of meat in the parcel and directly opened them and took a big bite. While eating, he also said to the nervous-looking Fu Shiyao, "You eat too, let's finish the meat today." Fu Shiyao took the meat handed over by Liu and ate it silently as well. She was also clear that the storage time of this can of meat had come to an end. Nearby scavengers soon smelled the faint odor of blood. The scavengers were extremely sensitive to the odor emanating from this fresh meat. It was this counterintuitive sense of smell, and habit of eating raw meat, that made the people in the safe zone refer to the scavengers as savages. "They have meat. I smell it too." Although it was dark, as savages who lived in dark environments all year round, such brightness was enough to see the surroundings, which was one of the reasons why the savages could survive. They seemed to have a big piece of meat left. A sharp-eyed scavenger suddenly exclaimed. Looking at the package next to Fu Shiyao that was slightly oozing blood, the surrounding scavengers were instantly able to guess what was contained inside. Even a successful hunt with only 2 people? Looks like there's a lot of meat left. And by the look on that man's face, he doesn't seem satisfied. The scavengers not far away were all staring at the package next to the 2 men with greed in their eyes. But not a single person dared to come forward to grab it. Chapter 10, Reasons for Evacuation, Extraordinary Storms Coming In. Watching Liu gulping down the raw meat, that chewing appearance made the people around him unable to suppress their inner agitation any longer. A scavenger drooled as he watched, then stuffed a handful of grass roots into his mouth and chewed hard, trying to forcefully divert his attention. The movement of Liu's side of the feast quickly attracted the attention of the many scavengers in the neighborhood. A squad of only 2 had everyone jumping at the chance. A larger, hairy man's eyes greedily swept over the packages beside Liu, then licked his dry, cracked lips and said viciously to the coy little brother beside him. "You go grab that package of meat." "Me?" When the little brother heard this, his face instantly turned white, and his entire body was on the verge of crying out. The hairy man didn't show the slightest bit of mercy and kicked a worn and battered knife straight to his feet. The little brother knew the man's tactics, and if he didn't go, the knife would be on his head. Trembling and picking up the rusty and broken knife on the ground, the little brother gritted his teeth, hardened his head, and walked towards Liu step by step. Seeing that someone was finally going to try, everyone kept a close eye on this side. It will be interesting to see if these 2 men's teams are really strong or if they are paper tigers. Liu quickly sensed the other party's approach, and judging from the other party's scrawny physique, it was just an ordinary scavenger, so he didn't rush to make a move. It wasn't until this little brother walked not far away from the 2 of them with a knife that Fu Shiyao realized that someone was approaching. She quickly picked up her dagger and looked at the other party with a wary face, but with Liu right beside her, she wasn't afraid. Just when there were still a few short meters left, Liu finally spoke. "Stand still." The little brother instantly stopped in his tracks. He did not expect Liu to make a sound to stop him at this distance. "Big brother, I'm really starving, you can't finish your pack of meat anyway, so give me a share." The little brother said, a pandering smile piling up on his face while taking another small, unconscious step forward. Liu couldn't help but smile. If begging could survive, then no one in this world would starve to death. You're looking at it wrong, I don't have any meat here. Liu refused without hesitation and aimed the bow and arrow in his hand at the. It was just that Liu hadn't expected that the other party would really dare to take a shot at them with just a knife. Whoosh! A sharp arrow flew out from Liu's hand and shot into the heart of the little brother with unerring precision. The little brother fell head over heels in front of Liu on the spot, killing him instantly. The crowd watching the battle from the side was shocked to see this. That accurate? He's not afraid of getting countered if he misses his shot? Didn't you see the direct shot through the heart position? Must have been sure before daring the other to come closer. I can't see any special abilities, but it's definitely a divine archer. The surrounding people were talking, although they didn't see whether Liu was an awakened or not, but just with this hand of archery, it was already enough to strike fear into the hearts of the scavengers. In the eyes of these vagabonds wandering around, the awakened were able to use their supernatural powers to easily kill them, the scavengers. And someone like Liu, who possessed a long-range lethal weapon, could just as easily take the lives of ordinary scavengers. Regardless of whether it was a powerful awakened or an expert like Liu, there was no essential difference for them. Neither of them could be easily messed with by these weak scavengers of theirs. The team of scavengers in plastic outer armor in the distance wasn't far away and naturally witnessed what was happening over here. A small guy clad in plastic outer armor also sat there munching on the meat in his hand, but looking at the color of the meat it was black and dark, not sure what caused it. When the boy saw this arrow shot by Liu, he also brightened up, then he turned his head and asked the woman beside him who was also holding a bow and arrow. Could this arrow have done the same if it had been you? The woman carefully looked at the bow in Liu's hand and simulated the distance at that time in her mind, and finally shook her head and replied, I'm only 70% sure. Since you said so, this person looks like he's really a rare and good fighter. There was an extra trace of an unspeakable look in the boy's eyes as he looked at Liu. Liu walked up and pulled out the blood-stained arrow from his little brother's chest, cleaned it in the cold rainwater and put it away, then he turned back to sit down as if nothing had happened, not even looking at the corpse one more time. There's no need to search people like this who keep their heads in the waistband of their pants. Waist. Seeing his little brother die just like that, the hairy man not only didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache, but instead roared angrily. When the other juniors saw this, they were even more terrified, lying on the ground, trembling, not daring to say a word, fearing that they would be the next to die. However, after realizing that Liu's bow and arrows were not a bluffing display, the man didn't come forward to look for trouble again, but instead, he took the other juniors and left this side of the area in a grayish manner, disregarding the one who died in the distance, as if there had never been any relationship between the two of them. Ha ha ha, good shot. A hearty laugh came out. Liu looked up, only to see a small guy wearing plastic outer armor striding towards him. The guy was followed by a similarly serious-looking woman. Sensing that the other party was not hostile, Liu just held the bow in his hand and did not aim at the young lad in front of him. As the boy approached, he looked at the body lying on the ground, frowned slightly, and shouted towards the back. Someone take care of it. Two men, also dressed in plastic outer armor, hurried over, moving quickly to remove the bodies from the ground and discard them directly to a more peripheral part of the gathering. No sooner had the body been dropped than the peripheral group of sunken-eyed, bony scavengers swarmed over it like hungry wolves, and when the scavengers were starved to the brink of death, they couldn't have cared less. Seeing that the obtrusive corpse was gone, the boy then smiled at Liu again. Introduce yourself, my name is Ma Yuanbai. Ma Yuanbai brought his ears over, as if waiting for Liu's response. My name is Liu. For this somewhat self-centered Ma Yuanbai, Liu is still not quite comfortable. Ma Yuanbai rubbed his nose and looked at the package beside Liu. These meats are about to go bad. I know. Liu only felt a burst of speechlessness. Does this ing need to be reminded? The meat would definitely go bad if it was left sitting around. Did this young man come here just to talk to him about this? He can't be out of his mind. Liu shot Ma Yuanbai a strange look. Can you open it and take a look? Ma Yuanbai inquired. Sending it to you. Liu directly threw the bag of wild dog meat, which had already slightly spoiled, with a hint of pity in his eyes. In today's chaotic times, cuties like this cannot be good, after all, little cute. Do not steal or rob, and how he is also considered an awakened person, can help a little is a little right. Looking at the package Liu threw over, this time it was Ma Yuanbai's turn to freeze. Are scavengers so generous these days? A bag of meat for just saying hello? Ma Yuanbai nodded his head and the woman on the side came forward and opened the package. Sure enough, it was a big chunk of meat, but it looked a little rotten. It's dog meat. Ma Yuanbai just lightly sniffed and accurately distinguished the category of the meat. Chapter 11, Late Night Sneak Attack. It's really dog meat. Upon distinguishing that the meat was dog meat, Ma Yuanbai instantly shook his head with some regret. After all, this kind of meat was still relatively rare, and he hadn't eaten it in a long time. Unfortunately, the meat wasn't too fresh anymore, but that was okay. These mildly spoiled wild dog meats were still of some use to him. Men, take the meat back and make it into grade 5 meat. Ma Yuanbai gave another order, and the people behind him rushed forward to pick up the meat on the ground and hurriedly returned to their camp location. It's not that Ma Yuanbai is bad to the people below him, it's just that he's a little used to commanding others in everything he does. So even though he often commanded everyone so much with his mouth, he was still extremely prestigious among the scavengers' ranks. Grade 5 meat? It was the first time Liu had heard this term. The freshness of the meat is just a different way of calling it. Ma Yuanbai looked indifferent and casually waved his hand, the look as if he was signaling that Liu didn't need to dwell too much on this term. Since I got such a piece of meat from you for nothing, I'll be honest with you, I have a unique method of preserving meat. In the future, if you have fresh meat that you can't finish, you can come over and sell it to me. Ma Yuanbai's eyes abruptly flashed with the kind of sharp gaze that was unique to businessmen, and he kept looking at Liu, as if he was looking at and Fu Shiyao behind Liu similarly revealed a blank face, as if she was listening to a heavenly book. Ma Yuanbai held his forehead with his hand, he was truly convinced. An awakened man known as a prophet recently said that a huge rainstorm will soon fall, and that the only way to survive is to head west. No one is experienced in traveling long distances, which is why the scavengers from this area of the Black Hills have gathered here to try to gather together to successfully reach the west. Liu came to a sudden realization, now he finally understood all the causes and consequences, no wonder even the people in the Black Mountain safety zone were preparing to move. You guys trust that prophet so much? Liu asked with some doubt. He didn't expect everyone to believe the prophecy. Could there really be people in the world who could foretell the future? Ma Yuanbai spread his hands helplessly, because this prophet is never wrong. Just then, Ma Yuanbai suddenly threw a black block in his hand violently towards Liu, and immediately after waving his hand, he turned around and walked back to his camp. Liu hurriedly reached out to catch the black block, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a piece of meat. Is this how he preserves his meat? Liu was filled with suspicion as he sniffed the blackened chunk of meat in his hand, and a strong sour flavor instantly rushed straight to his head. Liu skimmed his mouth and forced himself to carefully take a small taste of the strong flavor. In an instant, Liu's eyes closed tightly and couldn't open, and his cheeks kept turning as if his face was cramping up. Fu Shiyao on the side thought that Liu had been poisoned and hurriedly reached out to break his mouth, but was stopped by Liu reaching out. It took a while before Liu got over the smell. It's so damn sour. Is this human food? While it's true that Ma Yuanbai can keep meat for a long time in this way, the flavor of this is just ridiculously sour. But for the stragglers, that unpleasant side effect was nothing as long as it kept the meat stored longer. Looking at the worried Fu Shiyao on the side, Liu's heart moved and deliberately handed her the black meat in his hand. You taste it, it's the meat he made with his secret recipe. Fu Shiyao took the black meat block, first cautiously sniffed it, then also followed Liu Zhao's example and tasted a bite. Then Fu Shiyao chewed carefully in her mouth, her expression didn't seem to change much. Liu couldn't wait to ask, how was it? Fu Shiyao carefully tasted it and nodded, this piece of meat really hasn't spoiled. Looking at Fu Shiyao, whose face expression was unchanged, Liu was filled with disbelief and half-heartedly took the black meat block back and took another bite. In an instant, Liu's features were twisted together by the acid. Liu bared his teeth while handing the black meat to Fu Shiyao and said, you can do it, you eat it, I really can't take it anymore. Fu Shiyao smiled as she took the black meat and said, maybe this can become life-saving food in the future. Then it wrapped the dark meat and placed it in its own tarp. Don't worry, we'll have meat again tomorrow. Fu Shiyao gently nodded, then I'll keep an eye on it tonight. No need, I'll watch, you go to sleep first. Liu softly rejected her offer. There were a lot of people around, and it was close enough that visibility would be even worse by the time it was late at night, the night he came to watch. Aha! Knowing that now was not the time for bravado, and that there was really no way for her to keep an eye on so many people around her, Fu Shiyao obediently laid down on the waterproof behind her. Liu also closed his eyes and sat down, leaning against Fu Shiyao behind him to keep each other warm. This feeling of being between half asleep and half awake and still being able to feel the surroundings was wonderful, and although this state wasn't enough to fully restore the spirit, it did manage to minimize the body's exertion as much as possible. As the cyclone in his abdomen continued to rotate, Liyu's supernormal ability was once again upgraded. Glassbow LV6 Proficiency 60, Effective Attack Distance 130 meters. Hit Rate 100%. Aiming Time 3 seconds. 3 seconds, plus the equipment's black arrow subtracts 1 second, now it only takes 2 seconds to lock onto the target. Liu secretly calculated in his heart. This aiming speed is already quite fast, this is a bow and arrow that can hit the target 100%. Liu thought in his mind, 2 seconds of aiming time plus a range of 130 meters, with the speed of ordinary scavengers, how could it take 20 seconds to approach himself? Even if the scavengers were many, it would be enough for him to harvest them one by one with an arrow. At this rate of escalation, even if he encountered other awakened, Liu was certain that he would be able to shoot them at a distance. Late at night, there were constant sounds of commotion and screams from the outskirts of the gathering area. How could the starving stragglers sleep? They all came out late at night to continue to look for food. However, the neighborhood of Liu was very quiet. After all, this was already near the middle area, and the people here were armed. Each squad was large in number, and were not afraid of these crazy stragglers. Just as the surrounding area was silent, several sneaky figures crept closer in the dead of night. The men seemed to be more familiar with the area and carefully made their way around the various groups without alerting anyone. As the few people slowly approached Liu's side, Liu, who had his eyes closed, opened them instantly. He could clearly feel the hostility of these people towards him from his perception. It was directed at him. Liu directly stood up without the slightest hesitation and quickly bent his bow and arrow to aim at one of them. Whoosh! Before the opponent could see Liu's exact movements, he was shot in the heart with an arrow, killing him on the spot. Where is he? I can't see well. Discovered, retreat. The rest of the people panicked and fled backwards in a panic. Put. Liu shot another arrow, dryly and directly killing the person who spoke. There was a commotion in the neighborhood as people were awakened by the commotion and all stood up to see what was going on. Seeing this, Liu did not continue to strike. The people in charge of sentry duty in each of the surrounding squads all took in this scene clearly, and looked at the fleeing people with a mocking look on their faces. Chapter 12, Savages are not human beings. There really is no fear of death. They had already seen the accuracy of Liu's bow and arrow before, but there were actually people who didn't know how to die and chose to continue to go up and test the waters in the darkness of the night. Now that they had personally seen Liu casually kill 2 people with 2 arrows, they were even more impressed with Liu's godlike archery skills. In such a dark environment, he was still able to kill with an arrow. To say that Liu did not have supernormal abilities, they would not believe it no matter what. Fu Shiyao was woken up from her sleep by the commotion and instantly picked up her weapon and stood up, her face filled with vigilance. Liu happened to take advantage of Fu Shiyao's sobriety and walked up to recover the shot arrows. Pulling out the arrow with force, Liu returned to Fu Shiyao's side. Every time he would aim an arrow at his opponent's chest, and that was because it would be easier for the power to be controlled that way. If the shot went through the neck, he would likely need to spend more time looking for the arrow. A shot to the head will get stuck in the skull, making it inconvenient to pull the arrow out. The chest is very different, both the ability to shoot the heart to achieve a one-hit kill, but also will not be easy to shoot through the chest caused by the arrow cannot be found, but also relatively easy and convenient to retrieve the arrow. For the current Liu, aiming to shoot at the chest was simply a triple win. After all, arrows were still extremely valuable. As the sky gradually brightened up a bit, Fu Shiyao's sight became clear enough to see the surrounding conditions clearly. Thus, she took the initiative to stand up and said to Liu, who was sitting beside her with his eyes closed, "Liu, take a rest, let me take over for you for a while." Liu sniffed and didn't refuse, but only seriously instructed, "If anyone comes close, wake me up immediately." Aha! Fu Shiyao nodded. Liu then found a comfortable position to lie down. I don't know how long it took, but Liu was suddenly awakened by the noisy and loud sounds around him. Waking up and looking around, the teams of scavengers that had gathered nearby were all starting to pack up at that moment, looking like they were about to get ready to leave. Seeing this, Fu Shiyao also followed suit and packed up. There was a sudden commotion in the distance. Liu looked up and saw a large-scale team in the distance, slowly passing near the gathering place. All of the people in this group were wearing ponchos of the same style and were very recognizable. Ahead of the group, several men on horseback opened the way, weapons clutched in their hands. In the center is a few horses pulling an iron box. There are people beside the iron box to guard it at all times, and the person sitting inside seems to be a big person with honorable status. The procession was carefully escorted by men on both sides of the line. There were wagons behind them pulling a large load of goods. Regardless of whether it was the one in charge of leading the horses or the guards on the side, everyone in the group looked very healthy, many times better than this group of ragged stragglers. Looking again at these stragglers gathered over here, even the awakened ranks were wearing tattered clothes and shoes. Most people don't even have a decent tarp. That's horses? Liu was also surprised after seeing the situation. He thought for a while that creatures like horses had become extinct, but he didn't realize that there were still so many of them. Fu Shiyao beside her also widened her eyes. This is the first time I've seen someone riding a horse with my own eyes. She had once heard her mother tell a story when she was a child about someone riding a horse and galloping across the vast grasslands. She had never seen a grassland, nor had she seen anyone riding a horse, and this scene today really shocked her. Liu combined the information he had obtained earlier and immediately guessed that they were the people from the Black Mountain Safety Zone. Could it be that what that prophet said is true, that there really is a megastorm coming? Liu fell into deep thought. The huge procession marched on with great vigor, and the stragglers did not dare to approach, but only dared to watch from afar. The strong physique of the opponent, as well as the blackened, unknown type of gun weapons in the hands of the guards, created a powerful sense of oppression for the stragglers. Weapons like guns are rare, but many scavengers have seen them. Nearby, Ma Yuanbai saw this huge procession and instead of being the slightest bit afraid, he pulled his mouth and spat. Even people don't have food these days, but they can still afford to feed so many horses. Watching the huge procession heading towards the west fade away, many of the stragglers chose to follow and keep a distance. The scavengers had gathered for the purpose of being able to successfully migrate to the west, and following the huge group in front of them was clearly a better option. As time passed by, basically all the stragglers left the place with the large army. Everyone around them had already left, except for the Ma Yuanbai team that I had just met last night, who were still dilly-dallying around packing up some jars. Liu led Fu Shiyao towards the center of yesterday's gathering area. On the way, Liu and Ma Yuanbai exchanged glances, and both of them nodded politely in greeting. After coming to the center of last night's gathering area, Liu squatted down to take a closer look. There were no traces of flames burning here. I guess yesterday's light source was just a glowing object. Thinking about this, Liu was a little disappointed. Nothing was found, so Liu took Fu Shiyao and prepared to leave to look for food nearby. Boom! Suddenly, in the distance, in the direction where the large force had just left, there was a loud explosion. Liu and Ma Yuanbai both rushed after him to check. As the smoke from the explosion gradually dispersed, the ground was littered with scattered chunks of flesh, and dozens of scavengers were blown limb from limb. Damn it! Demons! The teams of scavengers that were originally following the large army were all furious to the extreme at this moment. Only a young man holding a bazooka and laughing loudly and recklessly could be seen at the back of the large group in front of them. Come on, keep up. Be a heel again and I'll blow you all up. Ha 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 ha. As the young man laughed arrogantly, the scavenger team at the back all looked towards him angrily. However, seeing the powerful weapon in the young man's hand, even though they were filled with anger, they dared not speak out in anger. The captain of the escort responsible for breaking the back looked at the stragglers with some pity and couldn't help but gently discourage them. Young master, don't let them dirty. In response to his somewhat rude behavior, not only did no one stop him, but even the several old men sitting on the sidelines all looked at him with a kind face. It seems perfectly normal for young men to blow up stragglers with bazookas. When the middle-aged man sitting in the very center heard this, he suddenly smiled and told everyone a story. In fact, these savages are sometimes similar to the anointed monkeys, and once they stick to you, they can't shake them off. Chowder did the right thing this time. For these anointed monkeys, they should be dealt a death blow, so that they will never dare to stick up again. The people next to them kept nodding their heads. Apparently it was the same as their point of view. Do we have to move? Could the news be a lie? The woman in fancy dress seemed to have never traveled long distances before, and her body was a bit uncomfortable. The middle-aged man patiently explained to her, it's true, even the Ma family in the eastern safety zone has been evacuated. The middle-aged man patted the hand of the woman in fancy dress and continued, don't worry, except for the distance, nothing will happen. The woman in Chinese clothes nodded after hearing this. It's just a pity that Chowder has to follow us and suffer. The hordes continued on, but this time, no scavengers dared to follow close behind. All of the stragglers were silent as they looked at the bloody debris on the ground, but eventually chose to continue following. Seeing the tragic situation on the ground, Ma Yuanbai couldn't help but curse, dogs, really treating us like savages. Looking at Liu who was silent on the side. Ma Yuanbai coldly asked, I see that you're so good with a bow and arrow, are you interested in getting something good from these safe zone people? How? Liu frowned, his gaze revealing a hint of caution. Chapter 13, Mantis catching cicada, yellow bird in the back. Although Liu didn't have any good feelings towards the people in the safe zone either, he really didn't want to end up like the debris in front of him. Ma Yuanbai cautiously looked around, then lowered his voice and said, "Of course it's a robbery." Liu shook his head directly after hearing this. There are so many people and weapons and guns. If we are discovered, it will be hard for us to fly. One must know that this was an entire safe zone of people, and just by virtue of just a few of them wanting to rob the other party's things, one could only hope for an extremely slim chance of success. Even if he added all the stragglers gathered this time, Liu didn't think he had a chance of winning. Of course it's not now, this road to the west is long, I don't believe there's no chance. Ma Yuanbai gazed at the large force in the distance, and he also knew that the gap between the two sides was too large. Alright then, if there's really a chance, we'll talk about it then. Liu didn't say the words to death either. Ma Yuanbai nodded, he also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. At that moment, behind them, Ma Yuanbai's squad members finished packing up and chased after him, and the two of them said their goodbyes. Where are we going? Should we follow them too? Watching Ma Yuanbai's squad also follow the large group away, Fu Shiryao asked in a small voice. At this moment, even she was completely convinced that an extremely violent downpour was sure to hit in a few days. There's no rush. Liu looked at the densely packed crowd in the distance, such a huge number of people migrating at the same time, the forward speed was definitely not fast enough. Let's go find food and then come back and follow them. Liu had already made plans in his mind that he would also follow the large army and migrate together. It was not only because of that prophecy about the storm, but he was also very curious inside to see what existed in the west. Let's go. Liu led Fu Shiryao towards the northwest direction. The general direction was the same as the migration direction in front of him, and he didn't want to be too far away from the migration team. Thinking of Ma Yuanbai's plan, Liu instantly recalled the guns in the hands of those people in the safe zone. In his mind, he secretly pondered, if his 100% hit ability was combined with that kind of gun, it would be like a tiger with wings. And the horses. But right now he didn't have anything for horses to consume, and even if he was given a horse right now, he simply wouldn't be able to afford to feed it. Hunger was once again coming from his abdomen, and after a night of transformation in the cyclone, his body was in desperate need of food. With this frequency of hunger, he really needed to learn Ma Yuanbai's method of storing fresh meat. There's movement in front. Liu's senses were sharp now and he instantly detected the abnormality. He brought Fu Shiryao to speed up his steps. It's a rain frog. As the two of them gradually drew closer to the source of the sound, Fu Shiryao also clearly heard the burst of croaking sounds coming from that not too far away. But for these scavengers struggling to survive in a tough environment, the rain frogs themselves don't really have any nutritional value to speak of, and the ones that have managed to stubbornly survive in today's harsh living conditions contain a high level of poison inside their bodies. If not handled cleanly, even with the incredibly strong digestive systems of today's stragglers, they would still be poisoned. That's why scavengers usually don't choose to eat rain frogs, even if they find them. In a short time, the two came to the shallow stretch of water in front of them, where the rain frogs' calls came from. Liu brought Fu Shiryao to the waterside, set up a tarp and squatted here. The two leaned in and stared intently at the water. Fu Shiryao also knew that rain frogs could not be eaten, and Liu definitely did not come here for rain frogs. But she had always been obedient and unquestioning, and could only keep her curiosity to herself. Liu looked at Fu Shiryao's forced curiosity and couldn't help but explain in a small voice. I can probably sense movement around me. Fu Shiryao nodded. Every time she leaned on Liu to rest before Liu sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, she could more or less guess that Liu had such a unique ability. There are more than just rain frogs here. Liu said as he held the bow firmly in his hand and took out the arrow from before that had a damaged tail. Then he looked toward the water, as if waiting for something in silence. Fu Shiryao also carefully observed the water surface, only to see a rain frog swimming leisurely up from the waters. The two of them squatted like this for a while. The rain frog seemed to have not realized that the danger was approaching step by step, still croaking like no one else. Suddenly, Fu Shiryao's body trembled violently, her eyes widened in shock, and she immediately covered her mouth tightly with her hand for fear that she would make the slightest sound. The surface of the water rippled for a moment, only to see a thick snake twisting and turning as it slowly approached the rain frog, its massive body and mottled patterns sending shivers down one's spine. Only to see a visible ripple in the surface of the water, a chillingly thick snake wriggled its massive body and slowly approached the rain frog, its massive body and mottled patterns sending shivers down one's spine. Fu Shiryao's small face was white with fear. The snake looked to be a full 4 or 5 meters long. She was truly terrified. Li Yu's eyes stared, and without hesitation, he picked up his bow and arrow and aimed it at the snake swimming in the water. He slowly drew his bow and aimed at the head of the great serpent, his aiming circle slowly narrowing. If he didn't have a 100% hit rate, he would never dare to mess with snakes. At that moment the serpent suddenly launched a swift attack from the water, opening its bloody mouth and biting into the rain frog. Whoosh! At the same time, a sharp arrow flew out like lightning, accurately hitting the head of the great snake. The serpent ate the pain and twisted its body violently at the water's edge, splashing a large amount of water, but it soon stopped moving. Fu Shiryao held back the extreme fear in her heart and wanted to go forward to help, but she was stopped by Li Yu reaching out his hand. Don't move! Li Yu took out another arrow and slowly shrunk the circle to aim. Then there was another arrow that shot straight at the snake 7 inches, hitting the snake's heart with precision. The snake that was supposed to be dead actually wriggled violently again, stirring up layers of waves, and soon became motionless once again. However, Li Yu still did not let his guard down. He first chose a machete from Fu Shiryao's package, and then he fully energized the chi cyclone in his body as a way to temporarily increase his body's reaction speed, and only after he had made all preparations did he dare to slowly approach the big snake. Approaching a short distance away, Li Yu suddenly leapt up from behind the big snake, and with his hand, he cut off the snake's head dryly with a knife, then quickly withdrew a few meters away. Seeing that the big snake's body didn't struggle anymore, Li Yu's eyes remained tightly fixed on the snake's head, not daring to relax in the slightest. Watching the snake's blood flow into the water, Li Yu forcefully yanked the huge snake's body up from the water with one hand. Then Li Yu's gaze remained fixed on the snake's head, picked up the snake's body, and cautiously retreated backward step by step, his eyes never leaving the snake's head that already had an arrow sticking out of it since the beginning. It wasn't until Li Yu tugged the snake's body to withdraw a dozen meters that he was slightly relieved. Fu Shiryao came up to help remove the arrow from the snake's 7 inches, and looked at that snake head in the distance again. That arrow. Don't! Li Yu said decisively. When he aimed the arrow at the snake's head and shot it, he already knew that the arrow would have no return, which was why he chose the already damaged arrow. Seeing Li Yu's careful appearance, Fu Shiryao looked at the snake carcass in Li Yu's hand again and asked with some doubt. Is the snake still alive? Dead, but not quite. Never go near there. Li Yu said to Shiryao with a very serious. Li Yu looked at such a large snake body in front of him and couldn't help but think again. I never thought I'd have a day when I had more food than I could eat. It seems like a way to store meat is still needed. If I can get my yuan bai to help make it, I'm only afraid that I'll be able to eat for a long time on the road. Seeing this, Fu Shiryao wanted to walk forward to help, but Li Yu hurriedly waved his hand. You're too weak to carry it, it's better if I do it. Li Yu took a deep breath, then directly carried the 90-pound python on his back with force. Then he had Fu Shiryao put the tarp tightly over his body. After doing this, the two of them then took quick steps to chase towards the direction where the large force was before. Just after the two had been out of the shallows for some time. A drifter with deeply sunken eyes and an incredibly haggard face followed the scent all the way to these waters. The scent of blood, there's no. However, Li Yu also determined the direction of where the large troop was because of the sound of the explosion, and thus corrected his route of advance. The two of them buried their heads and continued to catch up. What just happened? Fu Shiryao saw that the danger was lifted, and only then did she cautiously inquire. It's probably some kind of flying exotic beast. Li Yu calmly analyzed. Ever since he became an awakened, it was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and the feeling was as if his entire being was locked. Evolved animals basically only produce changes that are used to adapt to their environment, such as evolving waterproof feathers and gills that allow them to breathe in water. And the Fae that produced mutations became a new species altogether. Luckily, though, the beast didn't seem interested in him. The two men resumed their pursuit forward. At this time, Li Yu saw a scavenger squad stopping there from afar. The eyes of several people were filled with anger, and there were still wreckage that had been blown to pieces beside several people. Guess that's what just exploded. Bypassing this small group in front of him, Li Yu knew that the large force of the migration was just ahead. There were more and more stragglers around, and everyone could see that Li Yu was carrying a huge prey on his back. Even with the tarp covering it, it still couldn't hide the massive silhouette. A few starving scavengers, who had the guts to shout towards Li Yu, "My lord, let me help you get it, I still have the strength, just give me a bite to eat." "I'll get it for you, my lord, I just need some entrails." Another scavenger leaned over. Fu Shiryao hurriedly grabbed her weapon and tried to threaten those who approached, yet no one paid any attention to her or even. It's just the luck of the draw to have an awakened. What a stroke of luck. They could tell that with Fu Shiryao's soft little body, she wouldn't be able to help at all during the hunt. The same women had to eat tree roots and grass roots to barely feed themselves, while the woman in front of them had done nothing, but was able to enjoy better food. The surrounding women all looked at Fu Shiryao with envy. A woman looked down at her own large breasts and then at Fu Shiryao's. How did the awakened one Sama look at her, with a figure that wants nothing? Yeah, how come I wasn't looked at by the awakened lord? I'm not so bad. The surrounding women looked at Li Yu with affection, hoping to gain the other party's favor. Li Yu. Seeing that the number of people surrounding them was increasing, Fu Shiryao's heart was getting a little scared. It's okay, we're here. Li Yu had already seen the squad in front of him, and they looked very conspicuous in their plastic outer armor. Hearing a noisy commotion from behind him, Ma Yuanbai looked back. He only saw Li Yu carrying something unknown and walking over in his direction, surrounded by a large group of scavengers. With just one look, he had already guessed the reason why Li Yu was looking for him. With a wave of Ma Yuanbai's hand, the entire squad came to a halt, and he turned his head to look at his teammates to the side. Go help clear the field. The teammate next to him picked up the whip and gave it a firm swing as he went. Pop, pop. Several sharp cracking sounds were struck in succession. Make way, all of you, this is our honored guest. The teammates yelled a few times, and when the people who were originally clustered near Li Yu heard that, they all obediently dispersed and stood aside to watch with bated breath. Watching Li Yu walking with his prey on his back, Ma Yuanbai revealed a smile. He had gambled correctly. Although his psychic ability was not a combat type, he could feel the energy from Li Yu. Judging from the faint energy, Li Yu should have just become an awakened. Moreover, seeing that Li Yu easily shot one person with an arrow, the high probability that the awakening was an attack type ability. That's why he took the initiative to go up and talk to Li Yu so much yesterday, in order to come to him when Li Yu obtained prey that he couldn't finish eating. After all, his own squad also has more than a dozen people to feed. Food is definitely the better. Ma Yuanbai waited patiently in place for a few moments, and Li Yu had already walked up with his prey on his back. Ma Yuanbai smiled and spoke, hello again, as I said, it's only right to come to me, meet. Ma Yuanbai skillfully and carefully peeled the skin from the severed head, all the way to the tail, and was especially careful to keep the tail intact and peeled off. The whole process was smooth and flowing, and it looked skillful, obviously not like it was the first time he had ever done such a thing. Then, Ma Yuanbai skillfully cut open the snake's abdomen and took out the internal organs inside one by one. In this process, he took out the snake's bile with extra care because he knew in his heart that if he accidentally broke the bile, it would contaminate the whole piece of snake meat, and that would be a waste. Soon it came to the crucial time of making jerky, and Ma Yuanbai stopped and cleared out all the people who were peeking from the side. Li Yu was naturally no exception. After all, this was a secret recipe. Since he couldn't see the production method, Li Yu planned to take Fu Shiryao and leave this place first, and come back to Ma Yuanbai tomorrow. Such transactions and engagements relying solely on verbal promises are in fact very risky and turn out to be entirely based on the conscience and character of each. It's not uncommon for someone to run away or disown someone when they do, so it's extremely rare that they do. However, Li Yu did not feel any hostility from Ma Yuanbai from the beginning to the end, which was why he chose to believe the other party. Another important reason was that even if the snake meat was placed with him, it would rot quickly because it could not be properly preserved, so it was better to boldly trust Ma Yuanbai this time. Even if the other party didn't admit it in the end, Li Yu still had the ability to continue hunting, completely unaffected. Of course, his bow and arrows were capable of killing if the worst came to the worst. In the end, it was still strength that was honored. If Li Yu hadn't awakened his psychic abilities, he was only afraid that he wouldn't even have the qualifications to make a Glassbow LVA Proficiency 80, Effective Attack Distance 150 meters. Hit rate 100%. Aiming time 2.7 seconds. The boost in aiming time is getting smaller and smaller. Looking at the changes in front of him, Li Yu only felt that the future was still quite distant. Li Yu had delayed quite a bit of time in order to upgrade, and this had caused them to pull away from the large group for another period of time. Right at this moment, behind them, a few scavenging squads suddenly looked frantic as they darted past Li Yu, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief and uncertainty, looking as if they were fleeing for their lives. Li Yu was just about to turn around and go to the back to see what was going on, when a man with a face full of panic hurriedly ran over, shouting loudly at the top of his voice as he ran. "There's a ghost!" As soon as he heard this, Li Yu's leg that had stepped out was retracted. A ghost? While he didn't believe in that kind of talk, he didn't want to get involved in it either. Once again, a scream came from the rain and fog in the rear. Cannibalism. A silence ensued. All the scavengers around were running for their lives, and those who ran slowly would suddenly disappear into the rain. Go! Liu made an instant decision and turned his head to run with Fu Shiryao. However, a mysterious aura behind him instantly locked him firmly in place. No good! Liu immediately turned back. The bow in his hand was quickly drawn to full strength, and the black arrow was aimed forward. However, there was nothing in front of Liu. Fu Shiryao also stared wide-eyed and tried to observe, but there seemed to be nothing in front of him. Could there really be ghosts? Fu Shiryao's body trembled as she recalled what the person who had just fled had said. There was no unusual change in the surroundings except for the drifting rain mist and the ripples of the dripping rainwater. However, Liu did not dare to have the slightest relaxation. That feeling of being locked in was absolutely not wrong. There must be something unknown existing here, just that his eyes could not see it. Stand behind me! Fu Shiryao hurriedly stood closely behind Liu, the two of them back to guard against the sneak attacks around them. Liu pulled the bow and arrow in his hand and slowly adjusted its direction. When the tip of the arrow crossed right in front of him, suddenly an aiming circle appeared. Liu's body shook and immediately stopped, keeping his aim motionless. The aiming circle in his eyes also slowly shrunk to a minimum. Raising his head to look ahead, he still couldn't see anything. Even the falling raindrops were extremely normal and unchanged. Whoosh! Liu decisively let go of his hand, and the black arrow quickly flew out and shot towards the surface of the rainwater on the ground in front of him. A slender black creature was silently hiding in the water, its silhouette like a shadow blending into the rain. The moment the black arrow struck, the hidden black creature had then keenly sensed the danger, and it acted extremely quickly, instantly dashing out of the water to dodge. As it rushed out, it saw Liu with a bow and arrow nearby. A flash of humanized shock flashed through the creature's eyes. It was a human. I didn't think any human could actually spot it in hiding. It's as outrageous as an apple you've been eating for years suddenly biting. Though the black creature was very surprised in its eyes, it wasn't frightened by it though. Because with its speed, even when faced with a human's gun, it could easily dodge it the moment they fired. Coupled with its hiding talent that rivaled stealth, walking in the rain was like being a ghost. In the rainy wasteland world, it is able to silently lurk in the rain and shadows, making it undetectable to its enemies. That's why it dared to wantonly eat people so close to the large army. Looking at the incoming arrow, the creature leapt up high and easily dodged it. As far as it was concerned, no attack from any weapon could hit it on the move. Put! The black arrow suddenly deviated from its original path in the air and shot an arrow into the creature's body. The black creature froze, disbelief in its eyes. Whoosh! Liu in the distance didn't pause and fired another arrow. He couldn't see anything now, so he didn't dare to stop at all. The black creature's feet fiercely exerted force and was about to launch an attack on Liu. Even though it was as fast as lightning, it was still hit by another head-on arrow, and the two fatal penetrating wounds seemed like black holes, instantly sucking away its strength. The aiming circle in Liu's eyes narrowed once again, and he immediately shot a third arrow towards the empty space in front of him. The black creature tried to escape, but it was too late. Whoosh! The third arrow hit again with precision, ending the black creature's life once and for all. It was only then that the black creature, which had fallen dead on the ground, gradually revealed its full appearance. It was only then that Liu paid Shiryao to see that an unknown biological creature had suddenly appeared in front of him with 3 arrows sticking out of his body. But this was also the first time the two had seen this creature and did not recognize it. The black creature had water-like fur and a dark blue color, like a shadow reflected from rain. Shot! How did you do it? It's awesome! Fu Shiryao on the side had admiration in her eyes. Although she knew that awakened people were powerful, she didn't expect Liu to be powerful to this extent. Liu didn't answer. He couldn't say that he hadn't actually seen anything. One could only put on a cloudy face and go up to see how the creature was doing. Liu and Fu Shiryao cautiously approached before double-checking that the creature was indeed dead through and through. At that moment, light blue blood oozed from the creature's body, giving off a tantalizing scent. Chapter 16, Upgrading Again, Qualitative Change in Abnormal Ability. This is blood? How come it's this color? Liu dabbed some on his hand for a closer look. He could sense that the creature's blood had the same kind of energy needed for psychic powers. Fu Shiryao, who was on the side, licked her lips. I don't know, but I want to drink it so badly. She just felt an urge in her body that drove her to make sure she drank the blue blood in front of her. Liu could also feel this strong feeling, but his body's restraint was relatively strong after the awakening of his supernatural ability, which forced the desire down. Can I drink? Fu Shiryao eyed Liu. After all, she couldn't do anything to help in the hunt every time, but she had to eat the prey killed by Liu to survive, as if she was a pet being kept by Liu. What's more, this time the prey was so unusual that even she, who was an ordinary person, could detect it. Looking at Fu Shiyao's expectant little eyes, Liu nodded his head in agreement. Drink it, drink less first to see if it's poisonous. He did treat Fu Shiyao as one of his own. Fu Shiyao was so excited after hearing this that she directly pulled out an arrow, lay on the ground and aimed it at the wound and sucked it in a big gulp. The blue blood instantly melted in the mouth, as if it was like cotton candy filling the mouth. That wonderful feeling made Fu Shiyao instantly intoxicated. Fu Shiyao sucked in a large mouthful of blue blood and was extremely moved inwardly. Liu was really good to her. Before, when the squad was still broken up, Liu took good care of her. Liu, who later became an awakened, treated her even better than before. After swallowing the blue blood into his stomach, it instantly turned into energy and was continuously absorbed by his body, a warm current traveling down Fu Shiyao's body and spreading to his limbs. Fu Shiyao's eyes were glowing and she immediately raised her head. Liu, it's good stuff, you drink it too. Liu also immediately pulled out his arrow and drank from the other side. The blue blood quickly turned into energy, and even skipping the step of digestion, it had been rapidly absorbed by the body. Under the rotation of the cyclone, it was quickly converted into experience value again. Glassbow LV9 proficiency 90, effective attack distance 160 meters. Hit rate 100%. Aiming time 2.6 seconds. Upgrading is so fast, even the blood contains so much energy. This is by no means an ordinary creature. Liu thought of this and inhaled a few more hard puffs. While Fu Shiyao sucked, she also took out a bottle and followed the blue blood dripping down next to her, seemingly not wanting to waste it at all. The two men stopped, until they had enough energy in their bodies to drink no more. Fu Shiyao continued to collect all the blue blood from the creature's corpse into the bottle. Liu, on the other hand, sat down on the ground and digested it, fully energizing his chi cyclone and continuously transforming the energy. As the blue blood was digested, Liu suddenly felt a slight tingling in his back as a warm current hit his acupoints, and it was as if the cold air that was left in his body before had been forcibly expelled from his back. Liu stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. He could clearly feel the rapid recovery of his physical strength. This recovery was not just as simple as having a good night's rest, but rather, it was like recovering to the peak state of his body when it was at its strongest. The perception of strength and spiritual power within the body was also rising. The body, which was originally malnourished due to prolonged starvation, was now as well nourished and replenished as the earth in a long drought. Liu's originally skinny body had actually started to grow strong muscles at this time. Some of the gray hairs on his head also turned all black. The scars on his arms fell off quickly, and the pain in his legs that had accompanied them because of the dampness disappeared completely. The energy in the blue blood continued to repair the body. Soon, the warmth in Liu's body returned to his abdomen, and the repair of energy stopped as the cyclone continued to transform the excess energy. Liu opened his eyes. It's almost like eating an elixir. Liu was shocked beyond words at the huge changes that had occurred in his body. He then looked at Fu Shiyao to the side, only to see Fu Shiyao's eyes tightly closed. Her thin and petite body trembled slightly, and Liu could clearly see the changes that had occurred in Fu Shiyao's body. Fu Shiyao's body was also being repaired by the energy. The original flat chest gradually surged up, and the skin on her body became white and smooth. The spots on the face also completely disappeared, and the whole person became beautiful and attractive, as if transformed. Fu Shiyao had also finally completed her metamorphosis. Just after opening his eyes, he realized that Liu had been staring at himself. How? Fu Shiyao didn't stop it. Instead, she lowered her head a little shyly, her white face flushed with a scarlet red. You've gotten prettier. Liu marveled at Fu Shiyao's change in awe, and the truth came out of his mouth. Yes. Yes? Fu Shiyao was happy in her heart. This was the first time Liu had looked at her so seriously. Both of them had changed and Liu slowly. Where are we going? Fu Shiyao carried the package and turned her head to inquire. Just as Liu was about to dispose of the creature's internal organs, his hand touched a few more hard pieces on the creature's abdomen. Liu cut open the creature's abdomen and took the pieces of hard, stone-like material in his hands, examining them carefully. The stones were crystal clear and emitted a light blue glow, like a legendary gemstone. Feeling it carefully, the gem contained a familiar energy fluctuation. Liu held the gem in his hand and tried to catalyze the chi cyclone in his body to absorb the energy in the gem. With Liu's urging, a trace of energy from the gem was sucked into the cyclone. In an instant, the cyclone that should have been spinning faster and faster suddenly turned very slowly. Even though Liu was frantically urging it, it was still like a gear without lubricant, slowly turning as if it couldn't turn no matter how hard he pushed. What's going on? Seeing this, Liu immediately checked his experience value. Fortunately, the transformation speed of experience was still fast. Chapter 17, Upgrading Again, Qualitative Change in Abnormal Ability Next. Watch the experience value increase rapidly. Liu instantly understood that it must be because the energy consistency in the gemstone was too high and his conversion efficiency at the moment was too slow. Clutching a jewel in his hand, Liu clearly felt it. The energy contained in this tiny gem was surprisingly more than all the meat he had eaten before combined. Looking at the mysterious creature in front of him again, Liu knew in his heart that he must have picked up a big leak. But still curious as to what it is. Liu again kept groping and searching in the abdomen of the creature, not sparing any corner, and finally double-checked that he hadn't missed any, and found a total of 5 jewels of different sizes. The largest one was the size of a quail's egg, round and smooth, while the smallest one was a fraction smaller than a diamond. Liu handed one of them to Fu Shiyao. Fu Shiyao took the gemstone and was immediately attracted by the light blue light, and her eyes lit up. Then he raised his eyes to look at Liu again and lowered his head somewhat shyly. "That's a beautiful stone, is it for me?" Liu interrupted Fu Shiyao's rambling thoughts with a tap on her head. "It's for you to hold and feel. Can you feel the energy inside?" Fu Shiyao held the gemstone, closed her eyes, and carefully felt it with full concentration. Suddenly, an energy within the gem seemed to connect with her. "Yes!" Fu Shiyao shouted excitedly. "Can you absorb it?" Liu hurriedly asked after him. Fu Shiyao tried, and finally shook her head helplessly. "I seem to have a feeling like my body is full." Fu Shiyao looked at the gemstone in her hand, filled with joy and love. At the same time her body was telling her clearly that the stone contained the energy needed. But the feeling she had at this moment was as hard as a hungry straggler who had just frantically finished a large basket of roots, only to end up taking out one of her favorite wild boars. After peeling off the skin and fur and putting all the meat away properly, Liu and Fu Shiyao sat side by side. Liu held a gemstone in his hand after sitting down cross-legged. At this moment, he exerted all his strength, mobilizing his entire body to frantically push the chi cyclone. Only then did the chi cyclone in his abdomen turn slightly with extreme difficulty, and began to continuously transform and absorb energy. Fu Shiyao gently tilted her head and leaned on Liu's shoulder. Seeing that Liu didn't say anything, Fu Shiyao couldn't help but feel a little happy in her heart. Due to the saturated supply of energy, the cyclone was frantically performing transformations, and Liu's upgrade speed increased dramatically. It wasn't long ago that he had just upgraded, and now his experience value was actually full again. Successful upgrade, +1 equipment column. Glassbow LV10 proficiency 100, 200 meters effective attack distance. Hit rate 100%. Aiming time 2 seconds. Flush fire. Continuous shooting. Flurry, multiple arrows can be fired at the same time. Continuous shooting, after aiming to shoot an arrow, you can quickly shoot the next arrow without aiming again. The second arrow, eat, keep eating, you can't leave until all this meat is gone. Fu Shiyao had to stuff another piece of meat into her mouth, her cheeks bulging, unable to say a word. Liu ate and then closed his eyes to fully energize his cyclone to transform the energy, and opened his eyes to eat again after the transformation. So on and so forth. Glassbow LV11, effective attack distance 400 meters. Hit rate 100%. Aiming time 1.5 seconds. Flush fire. Continuous shooting. It can still be upgraded? For a moment, Liu thought that level 10 was the limit of the supernatural ability. 400 meters, not bad, boosted the distance a bit, and the aiming speed. Liu casually swept a glance. Wait, how many? Liu suddenly froze in disbelief and rubbed his eyes in disbelief, taking another closer look. 400 meters? He looked closely with wide eyes, and it really was 400 meters. He clearly remembered that his previous range was 200 meters, and that each boost was only 1 or 2 dozen meters. But with this upgrade, the range has actually doubled. This is 400 meters, Liu looked at the black bow in his hand. Even if he admitted that it was a good bow, the range could never reach 400 meters with just this ordinary construction. So did the other wooden bow, and they both seemed to push the limits. At this point, Liu finally realized the horror of his powers. After a full day of non-stop eating, it wasn't until early the next morning that the two were finally able to finish all of the creature's meat in front of them. However, because Fu Shiyao's consumption was so low, most of the meat was eaten by Liu. Fu Shiryao had already eaten up to her throat, feeling like she never wanted to eat meat in her life. Fortunately, after Liu upgraded this time, the transformation speed of the cyclone was twice as fast, so the digestion speed was much faster, otherwise they would never be able to finish it. After packing everything up, Liu carefully packed the fur and gems of the mysterious creature before the two of them resumed their journey in the direction the large group had left. After the metamorphosis of Fu Shiryao, at this moment, not only her strength, but even her speed was much faster, and coupled with the abundant energy in her body, she felt like there was an inexhaustible amount of energy in her body. Chapter 18 Fey Crystals. In order to be able to catch up with the large group in front of us, the two gradually ran, moving quickly through the rain. Along the way, the nearby stragglers just saw the two from afar and avoided them in fear. With this kind of running speed, except for those who were running for their lives, they must be powerful awakened, and no one was willing to go up and mess with them easily. On their way to catch up, Liu and Fu Shiryao suddenly smelled a strong odor of blood. The two of them subconsciously slowed down and looked in the direction where the smell of blood came from. Only a small team stood silently in the distance, and at their feet were large, shocking bloodstains. A lizard of enormous stature lay sprawled across the ground, with a highly toxic substance emitting a pungent odor still oozing out of its mouth. Surprisingly, it was a whole squad of awakened ones. Liyu's eyebrows slightly raised, he could clearly feel the strong energy fluctuation emanating from the other party's body. Without a doubt, this was the power of supernatural energy. The other party was also keenly aware of the movement over here, but fortunately, they only swept Liu and Fu Shiryao from afar, and then turned back to continue dealing with the lizard, not taking the two of them seriously at all. Liu looked over from afar. Even though it was a squad whose entire staff was awakened, the people in this team were still dressed in old clothes. It was a scavenger squad without a doubt. Liu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since he was also a scavenger, he would normally abide by the unwritten default rules among the stragglers. Even if there were scavengers who had awakened their psychic abilities, they were still only seen as slightly more powerful savages in the eyes of the people in the safe zone. The very different living environment since childhood, coupled with the accumulated and deep-rooted hatred, makes the two sides incompatible. Even after becoming awakened, they were all naturally divided into their respective camps. On the one hand, there are the awakened people in the safe zone, who still choose to serve the people in the safe zone after their awakening. On the other side were the stray scavengers, who continued their free hunting habits after their awakening, and would not choose to join the safe zone. Awakened or not, there was always a deep animosity between these two groups. This hostile mindset has been ingrained for a long time and can never be easily changed. Liu suddenly recalled the glow like a bonfire that he had seen earlier. It seemed that when the scavengers had converged earlier, it was these awakened teams that were in the most central area, and it was they who had created the bright light at that time. This kind of scavenger squad with all awakened individuals was very rare, and their strength was naturally terrifyingly strong, and was not at all comparable to the two Liu and Fu Shiryao. The two carefully bypassed the awakened squad before continuing their pursuit forward. Originally, they thought that with a day's difference, they would be left far behind by the large force ahead. I didn't expect that soon. Many stragglers who had fallen behind due to physical exhaustion appeared in front of them. That means the big army is not far ahead. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, the two deliberately slowed down their speed and continued to catch up unhurriedly. Even so, their speed far exceeded that of most ordinary scavengers. Seeing that they were about to catch up with the stragglers, Fu Shiryao took out a small piece of tarpaulin at this time and asked with a red face. "Liu, do I need to drape myself in this?" It wasn't that she was self-absorbed, she just hoped that her suddenly changed appearance wouldn't cause trouble for Liu. "There's no need to hide." Liu directly refused. Instead of avoiding trouble, this kind of here and now approach would make the stragglers feel that they had no power. And a woman who hides her appearance will make people even more curious, further arousing the desire to snoop. There are even some people with bad intentions who might deliberately walk up to test the waters, which would be counterproductive. Instead, it is undisguised and appears to have more substance and strength. There were more and more stragglers in front of them, and Liu saw Ma Yuanbai and their squad from afar. After all, their unique plastic outer armor was just too conspicuous. At this time, Liu realized that although the group of stragglers was still following the safe zone team in front of them, the distance was as if they had intentionally pulled back a great deal and were no longer following closely. And every straggler looked at the safe zone team with hatred in their eyes. Liu and Fu Shiryao continued to approach in the direction of Ma Yuanbai's squad. Noticing that someone was rushing towards them, the woman beside Ma Yuanbai stood up with a guarded face. "Captain, someone's coming." Ma Yuanbai turned around and saw that the person walking over was Liu. He then smiled and said from afar, I thought you didn't want this snake meat. After Li Yu and the two of them approached, Ma Yuanbai was about to continue speaking, but suddenly his eyes widened with disbelief. You're Li Yu? Looking at Li Yu, who had become taller and stronger with a new temperament in front of him, Ma Yuanbai was a bit stunned. He then turned his gaze to Fu Shiyao, who was beside Li Yu. It was obvious that even this woman who had been following Li Yu around, the changes were extremely obvious. That fair and delicate skin and delicate face were like a completely different person. Looking at the two people in front of him who seemed to be transformed, Ma Yuanbai couldn't help but blurt out. You are. Instantly realizing that it seemed like he shouldn't ask more questions, Ma Yuanbai immediately shut his mouth in a sensible manner. Everyone in this rainy wasteland had secrets, and he was no exception, so he was very self-conscious about not pursuing the matter further. Although Ma Yuanbai didn't ask any more questions on his lips, his eyes still kept staring at the two. After all, the change was just too big for him to ignore. Thinking of the two Li Yu's intentions, Ma Yuanbai turned back to the men behind him. Give him that package of secondary snake meat. He always did what he said in business, so naturally he would give Li Yu half of the promised snake meat. He was always true to his word in business, and since he had promised that he would only need half of the snake meat, he would naturally do it. As his hands worked to get something, Ma Yuanbai continued to survey the two of them. It's incredible. Ma Yuanbai muttered in his mind. The change in Li Yu's two men really surprised him, and he couldn't help but step forward again, intending to get a little closer and take a closer look. Although the other party's appearance had changed greatly, but as a fellow awakened, Ma Yuanbai was naturally able to detect the familiar aura of Li Yu's body, an aura that hadn't changed in any way compared to before. And from the energy fluctuations, he realized that Li Yu had already become a first-order awakened. It's really like a day without seeing you. The two of them then spent a day apart, and not only had Li Yu's strength increased greatly, even his appearance had changed. Ma Yuanbai's men took out a package from the luggage at the back and handed it to Li Yu. Li Yu took the package and opened it. Inside was indeed jerky made of snake meat that looked black. I don't know what means Ma Yuanbai used to make it, making the meat so dark. Although it doesn't look like much, it's really made from half of the snake meat. After all, there's also wear and tear. Ma Yuanbai was afraid that Li Yu would misunderstand and took the initiative to explain. Li Yu also knew that the weight of the meat that had been made and processed would definitely weigh much less, so he nodded to Ma Yuanbai in understanding. Casually handing the packet of snake meat to Fu Shiyao behind him, Li Yu then turned his head to Ma Yuanbai. I have something I'd like you to help me look at. Ma Yuanbai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was waiting for these words. He had already guessed that Li Yu must have obtained something good from the change in the two of them. But he couldn't take the lead in asking, so he planned to wait patiently for a while, and if he couldn't, he would find a chance to ask a side question in the evening. I didn't expect that Li Yu would take the initiative to speak first nowadays. Of course, there's no problem. Ma Yuanbai balked without hesitation. He was also a veteran in business, so he naturally understood Li Yu's concerns and worries. You guys wait here. After telling his men to stay in place and wait, Ma Yuanbai walked out a few dozen meters away with Li Yu alone, and Fu Shiyao also stayed in place and waited in a well-behaved manner. Ma Yuanbai cautiously looked around and nodded at Li Yu after making sure there was no one else around. Li Yu didn't talk nonsense. After all, among this group of stragglers, Ma Yuanbai was considered a person with integrity, and the two had just reached a cooperation yesterday. Li Yu directly took out the smallest gemstone and placed it in his palm to show Ma Yuanbai. Curious, Ma Yuanbai moved closer for a closer look, and a light blue glow was reflected in his eyes. After seeing what was in Li Yu's hands, Ma Yuanbai's face instantly changed drastically. Fey crystals. This is a Fey beast crystal core? Li Yu was also a bit surprised. Wouldn't this mean that the creature he had eaten before was a Fey beast? You don't recognize the exotic beast crystals? Ma Yuanbai looked at Li Yu's face and seemed somewhat skeptical. Don't recognize. Li Yu shook his head with a blank expression. Ma Yuanbai was considered completely convinced. You can become a first-order awakened without even knowing about the exotic beast crystals. You seem to have a lot of talent. Ma Yuanbai stretched out his hand, and Li Yu actually did hand him the Fey beast crystal core in his hand. Ma Yuanbai didn't expect Li Yu to trust him so much, handing over the Fey beast crystal core to him without even asking. After giving Li Yu a deep look, Ma Yuanbai then put his full attention on the Fey beast crystal core in his hand. Human beings with psychic abilities are called awakened. And animals that produce mutations are called xenobiotics. Chapter 19. A kind warning. Ma Yuanbai held the Fey Beast crystal core in front of his eyes and examined it carefully. A light blue light reflected in his eyes as he continued. The Fey crystalline core is the product of the condensation of energy within the Fey. The energy contained within this is also a way for awakened people to rapidly increase their strength. The Fey crystalline core was seen to emit a light blue glow, which meant that there was still energy inside. Ma Yuanbai forced down the strong desire in his heart, took a deep breath, calmed his emotions and asked Li Yu. Fey are hard to spot except when actively attacking humans. I wonder how you came across them. This foreign beast was attacking the stragglers and I happened to meet it. Li Yu spoke lightly. Ma Yuanbai didn't pursue the question, but he knew it very well in his heart. The Fey also have special supernatural powers to add to that powerful strength of the Fey. Even if they really couldn't defeat the humans in battle, trying to escape would not be a problem at all. It could never be as simple and easy as Li Yu, but now is not the time to talk about it. After weighing the pros and cons, Ma Yuanbai decided to directly tell Li Yu what he knew, without reservation, about all the knowledge of the foreign beasts. As far as I know, the entire body of a foreign beast is a treasure, and the delicious meat can strengthen the body, especially the blood, which is said to be able to make a person shed their bones. Speaking of this, Ma Yuanbai suddenly looked at Li Yu. He also instantly understood why Li Yu and Fu Shiyao had changed so much. It must have been because they drank the blood of the foreign beasts. It seemed that Li Yu had really killed a foreign beast. Is there more? Li Yu asked impatiently. In addition to blood and flesh, the most important thing is the alien beast crystals in the body of the alien beasts, which not only accelerates the growth of the alien ability, but also has a certain probability of awakening one's alien ability. Awakening powers? Yes, it's a way to forcibly obtain psychic abilities, and many people in the safe zone have become awakened by this method. Ma Yuanbai's voice was low. He knew of several people who had acquired their powers in this way. Wouldn't that make it easy to create a team of awakened people? Li Yu couldn't help but sigh. How can it be so good to encounter a Fey beast? If you really want to encounter a Fey beast, it's too late to escape. Ma Yuanbai shook his head. He was telling the truth. For scavengers, when they encountered a foreign beast, their first reaction should be to desperately run for their lives. Some people are doomed to die the moment they encounter a foreign beast. If you wanted to obtain a Fey crystallized core, luck and strength, you couldn't have one without the other. Then do you want this Fey beast crystal core? Li Yu suddenly opened his mouth to inquire. Ma Yuanbai froze. He didn't expect Li Yu to really want to sell. But he eventually shook his head and handed the Fey crystal core back. It's true that the Fey crystals can quickly boost your psychic abilities, but they're not particularly useful to me. Ma Yuanbai was not an attack-type psychic ability, and even if he had boosted his psychic ability with a Fey beast crystal core, his combat power would not increase as a result. But most importantly, the value of the alien beast crystals was extremely high, and if Li Yu wanted to sell them, he probably wouldn't be able to afford them. To me, Fey crystal cores are not as real as Fey blood. Ma Yuanbai said frankly. Oh? What's so special about foreign beast blood? Li Yu asked curiously. Growing up hungry, stragglers are born with a pre-existing condition since birth. And the blood of the Fey beasts has a special kind of energy that can make up for this physical deficit. Ma Yuanbai's gaze was filled with longing. Li Yu nodded his head after hearing this. It was true that the stragglers were often hungry and full, and 3 days of starvation and 9 meals was the norm. The height of many stragglers has suffered as a result, which is one of the reasons why stragglers are generally low in stature. Fey blood can do more than just cure dark wounds from childhood. Some people can even have their lifespan greatly increased as a result. Ma Yuanbai was the one who carried some stomach ailments because of the cold he grew up with, an ailment that he still couldn't get rid of after he became an awakened. Looking at Ma Yuanbai's eyes, Li Yu considered in his mind. Fu Shiyao had received a bottle of blue blood from a foreign beast before, and he and Fu Shiyao had already drank the blood. Even if they drank another bottle, they were not going to have any changes. Thinking of this, Li Yu said, I have Fey blood that I can sell to you. After Ma Yuanbai heard Li Yu's words, he didn't pursue the matter of the Fey beast's blood. Instead, he raised his head and locked eyes with Li Yu with a stern gaze. There is one thing I need to remind you of. It was the first time that Ma Yuanbai had spoken to Li Yu in such a serious manner, and Li Yu actually felt an invisible pressure. With your powers, you've begun to become careless. Ma Yuanbai pointed again at the large swath of stragglers walking by in the distance. You're also underestimating the group of stragglers in front of you a bit too much. At this rate, you're going to be at a big disadvantage. Don't forget, you're not in a safe zone. Li Yu's head was a bit confused by his words and froze in place. Ma Yuanbai, however, continued. From the moment we met, You ate the food I gave you without defense. Even casually letting my guard down because of my enthusiasm. You didn't even take a close look at the snake meat after just obtaining it. All people have a purpose for their unsolicited approaches, and I'm no exception. Ma Yuanbai's face was grave. If I wanted to poison you, I would have killed you many times already. And now. Ma Yuanbai's voice suddenly raised a bit more and his tone became more serious. You actually dared to hand over the Fey Beast crystal core directly into my hands. And tell me you have the blood of the Fey. Are you afraid that I won't know that you slayed the Fey? It's a good thing we're the only two here, or else all the stragglers would know by now. Ma Yuanbai kept talking and Liu couldn't even interject. Don't think that just because you have powers, you're invincible. Ma Yuanbai narrowed his eyes, a warning in his gaze. Awakened people die too. Liu didn't know how to respond for a moment. The situation that Ma Yuanbai said, Liu did worry about it. However, he always had a feeling that Ma Yuanbai was not hostile to him. That was one of the major reasons why Liu was willing to trust Ma Yuanbai. I believe you. Liu suddenly spoke in reply. Ha ha ha. Ma Yuanbai laughed out loud after hearing this, even as tears came out of his eyes. Laughing and smiling, suddenly Ma Yuanbai jerked his head up as if he was a different person and leaned close to Liu and whispered. I want the Fey blood, make me an offer. This strong contrast instantly gave Liu a whole won't. After thinking about it, Liu directly stated what he wanted the most. I'd like to acquire your method of preserving meat. This. Ma Yuanbai hesitated a bit after hearing this, his expression difficult. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it, it was just that this method of preserving meat was actually considered his supernatural ability. It's not like the powers can be given away. Thinking about it, Ma Yuanbai could only find a compromise. I can give you a jar that has been specially treated by me and has a reinforced lining that will extend the freshness of the meat to some extent. Although the effect is not as good as if I were to preserve it directly with my powers, storing it for 7 or 8 days is still possible. After saying that, Ma Yuanbai also seemed to realize that the value of this jar of his was completely incomparable to the blood of a foreign beast. Without waiting for Liu to reply, he spoke again. I can also show you the way to absorb the crystal cores of foreign beasts. Method? Isn't the alien beast crystal core held in the hand to absorb energy? Liu casually said. Ma Yuanbai laughed again when he heard it. Listen to what you're saying. Ma Yuanbai deliberately repeated after Liu, I can absorb it when I hold it in my hand. With such a large amount of energy inside a Fey beast's crystal core, how could it be possible to absorb it just by holding it in your hand? As he spoke, Ma Yuanbai suddenly gave a start. He realized what was going on and asked with a little quiver in his voice. Could you just hold it in your hand and absorb it? No one had ever been able to directly absorb the energy inside the crystal cores of alien beasts, and all awakened people needed special extraction methods. Seeing Ma Yuanbai's eyes glaring at him like bronze bells, Liu hastily beat a hasty retreat. Nope, with such a large amount of energy inside the alien beast's crystal core, how could I possibly hold it in my hand and absorb it? I'm just casually asking. Liu waved his hand, wanting to turn the page. Ma Yuanbai looked at Liu with obvious disbelief in his eyes. Just now, he had heard Liu say that he could absorb it. Chapter 20 Gleaners and Traders. I really can't absorb the energy in the crystal core, don't worry. Liu looked up at Ma Yuanbai, go on. Ma Yuanbai felt like he was surprised by Liu every time, and now he was somewhat getting used to it. He realized that whenever something happened to Liu, it would always be unexpected. From Liu's words just now, he could also physically hear that although he didn't know what the reason was, Liu could definitely absorb the energy directly. The bargaining chip he used to exchange, this method of absorbing the crystal cores of foreign beasts. I'm only afraid that it really isn't worth much to Liu. But he really needed fresh Fey blood too much. After all, although Fey crystals were rare, they could still be circulated and traded. However, the cleansing effect in the blood of the foreign beasts could not be preserved for long. This also led to fresh Fey blood being hard to buy. Unless he actually paid a huge price to find and kill a Fey. Otherwise, the next time he encountered fresh Fey blood, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. I can add 2 more alien beast crystals. Knowing Liu's character, Ma Yuanbai simply directly quoted the limit conditions he could give. However, my Fey beast crystal and nuclei don't contain much energy and are of a low grade, there's no way to compare them to your kind of crystals. Ma Yuanbai explained beforehand. After saying that, he took out 2 fey crystal cores from his inner pockets that just looked particularly small and somewhat dull. Liu took it and felt this low-grade crystal core, and sure enough, just like what Ma Yuanbai said, the contained energy inside was indeed not much. After knowing the magical effects of the blood of foreign beasts, Liu also understood that the blood of foreign beasts could not be kept for a long period of time and could only produce effects on specific groups of people. He and Fu Shiyao had already drunk the blood of the fey beasts, so drinking it again wouldn't have any significant effect. And looking at Ma Yuanbai, this should also be the highest price he could give. A specially treated jar, a method of absorbing the energy from the crystal cores of alien beasts, and 2 low-grade crystal cores. Ma Yuanbai was actually willing to pay such a large price just in exchange for a bottle of foreign beast blood. It seems he needs fresh blood from the Fae very desperately. Liu thought for a moment and spoke. Deal. Seeing that the other party gave such generous trading conditions, Liu also agreed immediately. Good. Ma Yuanbai was also excited. The two shook hands, and among the stragglers, those who were willing to approach to this distance on both sides and still shake hands were considered friends who could be trusted. Seeing Ma Yuanbai and Liu actually walking back together, seemingly talking and laughing, Ma Yuanbai's men all looked surprised and looked straight at Liu. They had all followed Ma Yuanbai for many years, and it was the first time they had seen such a situation. Ma Yuanbai returned to the group and rummaged through it to find the jar. Liu also came to Fu Shiyao's side and got the bottle of blue blood. The two stood back together. Ma Yuanbai gently handed the jar to Liu. Liu carefully took it and also gave a bottle of light blue alien beast blood to Ma Yuanbai. After Ma Yuanbai received the bottle, he immediately couldn't wait to open it and then came forward to smell it. A peculiar smell instantly flooded into his nose, causing him to be instantly refreshed. Ma Yuanbai's entire body was strongly urging him to drink it. Yes, that's what it feels like. Ma Yuanbai knew that the night was long and could not wait a moment longer. He lifted the bottle straight up without hesitation, tilted his head back and took a huge gulp, the blue blood being quickly swallowed. Soon, a powerful energy transformed into a warm current and rushed through his body, even his bones made a crunching sound. With the end of the metamorphosis, Ma Yuanbai's height had also changed in some subtle ways, and his skin had taken on a healthy wheat color. He clenched his fists, clearly feeling some increase in power. Most importantly, that perennial pain and coldness in his stomach had finally dissipated completely under the miraculous repair of this energy. Worth it! Ma Yuanbai let out a long breath, his face filled with a look of satisfaction and delight. Just the mere fact that he had cured the stomach problem he had had for years since he was a child made the deal incredibly worthwhile in his opinion. If it wasn't for this opportunity, he would have even needed to personally risk joining a squad that shoots fey beasts in order to obtain fresh fey beast blood. Liu looked at the dark jar in his hand, although it wasn't big, but after all, it could store food, and he was quite satisfied. Ma Yuanbai moved his neck, only to feel that his whole body was soothed, as if he had regained his life. He came to Liu's side and whispered. The method of extracting energy from the crystal core of a foreign beast is very simple. All that is needed is to incorporate the user's blood into the core and then slowly absorb it. Just as we need the blood of the Fey crystals need our blood as well. That's it? Liu thought that he needed to create some complicated extraction device. This method of absorbing energy was so simple that he was a bit surprised. Ma Yuanbai's body has completely recovered and his mood is much better, he said with a smile. Simple? This is the safest method of extracting crystal core energy that has been found after the deaths of many awakened people and countless attempts. The two were just about to part. At this time, Liu suddenly remembered something important and hurriedly called out to Ma Yuanbai, who was about to turn around and leave. Wait. Ma Yuanbai turned around in confusion. I need some arrows, do you know where to get some? Liu asked. You want to find scavenging merchants? Ma Yuanbai asked rhetorically. It doesn't matter if it's a merchant or not, the main thing is that I need some arrows. Liu thought of his dozen or so arrows, which were simply not enough. You're asking the right person, I happen to know a merchant inside the stragglers. Ma Yuanbai, as an auxiliary psychic, really did know quite a few people with the same auxiliary psychic ability, including merchants. You're in luck, he's right in front today, follow me. Ma Yuanbai looked at the general direction and led the way in front. Liu beckoned towards Fu Shiyao, who hurriedly followed. Ma Yuanbai noticed Fu Shiyao's every move. Previously, he was curious as to why Liu had brought her along, but now it seemed that it should be because Fu Shiyao was more obedient. How could Liu know what Ma Yuanbai was thinking? He only wanted to quickly replenish some arrows. Everyone was advancing to the west, and Ma Yuanbai led Liu to quickly pass through the line of stragglers. Following Ma Yuanbai's guidance, the few people quickly found the merchant he was talking about. Liu looked from afar and saw that the businessman's entire body was wrapped in a black trench coat. The shirt looked a little old, but the texture was tough and seemed to have helped him weather the storm. Even though this businessman's appearance appeared to be very unremarkable and even a bit downtrodden, from the way the people around him treated him, it was obvious that they all knew that this person was not to be messed with. Seemingly sensing the approach of several people, under the shadow of the merchant's hood, a pair of eyes with a cunning glint looked towards them. What surprised Liu the most was that the scavenging merchant didn't have any luggage or parcels around him, and he didn't know how he. Take whatever price you offer. The scavenging merchant's face was covered by shadows, and his eyes stared shrewdly at Liu. Without waiting for Liu to speak, Fu Shiryao, who was on the side, immediately put a package down after hearing this and handed it to the scavenging merchant. A few people took a look at the package, which held 5 rusty weapons, knives and daggers. Liu was a bit speechless. Fu Shiryao actually held these rusty weapons along the way. A handful of these rags can be exchanged for an arrow. The scavenging merchant did not say no, nor did he refuse. So little? Fu Shiryao froze, clearly not too happy with the price. The scavenging merchant reached out and took out 5 arrows from his black trench coat and handed them to Fu Shiryao to see. Not bad, girl, it's made from the feathers of a rain jay, look at the workmanship. Fu Shiryao was still trying to speak, but Liu directly agreed in a single breath. Deal. That's right, I never do business at a loss. The merchant handed over the arrow. Liu took the arrow and let out a long breath. Finally, she sold the rags that Fu Shiryao had brought with her, and she couldn't throw them away until now. If he doesn't sell it, he's just afraid the kid will have to carry it all the time. Chapter 21, The Scourge of the Red Color. The scavenging merchant suddenly sniffed hard and said with a meaningful smile on his face. I smell meat. The merchant's gaze then turned to Liu and raised a finger. If you have meat made by ponies, a piece of meat for an arrow. Trying to trade arrows for meat? You're thinking beautifully. Fu Shiryao was very dissatisfied when she heard the merchant's price and immediately retorted. Others might not have noticed, but Liu was keenly aware of it. When the merchant took out the arrow from under his trench coat just now, he clearly felt a fluctuation of foreign energy. Liu was a bit incredulous. He had guessed at this moment why this scavenging merchant didn't have anything around him. This sparse and ordinary-looking businessman in front of him was actually the possessor of spatial ability. This ability was so good that even Liu was a bit envious. A piece of meat for an arrow, it's too little. Liu shook his head. Now but there are stragglers starving to death every day, the value of meat is not that low. The merchant glanced at Ma Yuanbai, and his mouth involuntarily moved when he thought that this must have been a piece of meat made by pony. It had indeed been days since he had tasted meat. If it's the kind made by ponies, I can give you 5 arrows for a piece of meat. The merchant looked at Liu with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Liu took out the parcel that Ma Yuanbai had given him earlier and opened it to take a look at the blackened snake meat in the parcel, the quantity of which was about a dozen pieces. The size of these pieces of meat were all made by Ma Yuanbai according to the same size, and the size of the pieces of meat did not differ much, which was the reason why the merchants measured them in pieces of meat. Liu's eyes quietly swept over Ma Yuanbai, and the other party slightly nodded, which also indicated that the merchant's price was reasonable. Thinking that the materials for making arrows were not easy to get now, Liu could only compromise. Let me buy 50 arrows first, that means 10 pieces of meat for you. Liu tentatively asked. After all, the amount he bought this time wasn't that much. Of course there's no problem, he. The scavenging merchant smiled after hearing this, his expression still as inscrutable as before. From the businessman's expression, Liu couldn't tell whether the other party was making or losing money on this business. But with these 50 arrows, it was almost enough to last him for a while. It's okay to come back later and trade for extra supplies when you have them. Fu Shiryao saw that the transaction was complete, and only then did she take out 10 pieces of meat from her parcel and hand it to the other party. She always felt that merchants were treacherous and cunning, and could not be trusted at all. The scavenging merchant hurriedly took out a bag and filled it with all the meat. Although the stragglers chased after them, no one dared to go first, so they all had to set up camp and wait to move together. At that moment, that Zhang Clan, that's why I called on you. Zhang Chao glanced at him and said with a reckless smile on his face. Let's go out with me and make a break for it. Zhang Chao rolled onto his horse and said to the escort leader. Rack. Zhang Chao took his pistol and rode out. Seeing this, the chief of the guards could only immediately mount his horse and rush out for protection. If anything happened to young Master Zhang Chao, he would not be the only one who would die at that time. Bang! Bang! Zhang Chao rode his horse and quickly rushed into the rear ranks of the stragglers, recklessly firing continuously at the scavengers. A few scavengers who tried to escape were able to catch up with the speed of the horse, were killed on the spot by Zhang Chao, blood splattered everywhere. And he dared to rush out and kill. Damn it! Not a thing! The stragglers behind them kept roaring and cursing, looking at Zhang Chao with anger and hatred in their eyes. Still, the powerful gap between the two sides allowed them to only keep running for their lives. Ah, how did Chao rush out? The charmingly gorgeous woman saw the situation outside and couldn't help but feel a little worried, her brows slightly furrowed. Chao is a wolf entering a flock of sheep and a hungry tiger pouncing on it. What's there to worry about? The middle-aged man beside him laughed, his face full of confidence and indifference. He didn't believe that these lowly savages would dare to strike at his son. The chief of the escort quickly caught up, and seeing the two men getting deeper and deeper into the stragglers, he opened his mouth again to persuade them. Young master, don't go too far. Zhang Chao also realized that the front was getting darker and darker, and he couldn't help but feel a little weak in his heart, so he had to do this today. Go, kill back with me. Zhang Chao reversed his direction and dashed to the side. Li Yu paid Shi Yao just in that direction. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chao suddenly rushed this way. Li Yu immediately took out his bow and arrow, and Zhang Chao had already rushed in front of him with the chief of the escort. Zhang Chao swept his afterimage and saw Li Yu and Fu Shiyao. He stopped with a sudden tug on the reins, his face full of shock. What did he just see? A woman, a beautiful, moving woman. It's amazing that there's such a beautiful woman in this group of savages. Young master, what's wrong? The head of the escort asked suspiciously and looked around with a guarded face, his hand gripping his weapon tightly. Zhang Chao had an evil smile on his face, and there was an impish glint in his eyes. What's wrong? I haven't ate a savage yet. Then Zhang Chao pointed at Fu Shiyao beside Li Yu and ordered the escort leader. Get that woman back. I'll show her what I'm made of tonight. Chapter 22, Wantonness, Public Enemy of the People. Zhang Chao saw Fu Shiyao's current appearance, and his thoughts immediately floated. That pale skin, the dimpled figure that a tarp couldn't even cover. Even in the Black Mountain safe zone, you couldn't find a few stunning women like this, let alone a savage, which was exciting to think about. Upon hearing Zhang Chao's words, Li Yu's eyes instantly turned ice cold, and the bow and arrow in his hand slowly picked up, aiming at Zhang Chao. He had purposely hidden himself at the back of the large army, but he was still able to run into this kind of bad thing. It seemed that the other party was purely and deliberately seeking death. Since it was Zhang Chao who gave the order, there was nothing that the chief of the escort could do. He was about to go forward and grab Fu Shiyao when he saw the bow and arrow in Li Yu's hand. How did you come to have the bow of our Black Hills escort? Who cares about the bow? Kill the male and bring back the female. Zhang Chao said impatiently. The eyes he looked at Fu Shiyao were filled with undisguised greed and naked desire. Fu Shiyao gave Zhang Chao a disgusted look and carefully hid behind Li Yu, avoiding the other party's disgusting eyes. The surrounding stragglers were already hostile to the two Zhang Chao. At this moment, seeing that Zhang Chao actually dared to stop arrogantly in the midst of the crowd, the surrounding angry stragglers all gathered around. Although no one took the lead, the sense of oppression brought about by the number of people still made the escort leader feel a little weak in his heart. Even though he was an awakened, there were just too many people here. Zhang Chao, however, did not have the slightest look of fear, but instead said with a face full of mockery. What? The savages are angry? Do you still want to rebel? The stragglers continued to approach. The chief of the escort hastily picked up his firearm and aimed it at the crowd that had gathered around him. Under the great threat of the guns, the stragglers only dared to glare at Zhang Chao angrily, but did not dare to act rashly. How dare you look at me? Oh! Zhang Chao was infuriated and laughed, directly aiming the pistol in his hand at the straggler who was looking at him. Bang! With a gunshot, Zhang Chao blew out his opponent's head with a single shot. Plasma splattered everywhere, and the bloody scene caused everyone around to suck in a breath of cold air, but it also completely inspired their anger. The escort leader's face was gloomy. There could be hundreds of people around. The young master's move was simply pouring oil on the fire, pushing the two into the fire. Zhang Chao acted so arrogantly that the onlookers couldn't tolerate it anymore. Kill him! Kill him! Looking at the stragglers that surrounded him, Zhang Chao instead calm, not forgetting to look at Fu Shiyao and give orders to the chief of the escort. Shoot them and take this woman away. Li Yu, who had already narrowed his aiming circle, was slow to make his move. At this moment, seeing that the other party was still being so pushy, he could no longer suppress the anger within him. Whoosh! Li Yu shot out an arrow, which shot straight towards Zhang Chao's face, as fast as lightning. The chief of the escort beside Zhang Chao was instantly startled, and with a quick eye, he grabbed Zhang Chao's arm. A powerful energy instantly covered Zhang Chao's body, forming a protective barrier visible to the naked eye. Trying to outflank the two Zhang Chao, Li Yu stood in place and thought quickly, and soon he figured it out. If the other party really had such powerful psychic abilities, I'm only afraid that they wouldn't need to be any kind of escort leader. It's entirely possible to be a dominant Earth Emperor on your own by virtue of your invincible stance. There must be some kind of limitation or fatal weakness to this powerful psychic ability. Go! Li Yu brought Fu Shiyao and chased after him as well. Bang! Bang! In the process of escaping, Zhang Chao did not forget to arrogantly shoot down the approaching stragglers. Seeing that the two shots all hit, Zhang Chao's eyes were filled with excitement. Chase, keep chasing. I'll kill as many of you as you catch up. When I get back, none of you will live. Zhang Chao's arrogant words completely enraged all the nearby stragglers. The awakened who originally did not want to get involved also chose to take AC. Tie-in against Zhang Chao at this moment after hearing his words. After all, the feud between the two sides has already been made, and when this Zhang Chao guy returns to the safe zone, he doesn't care if you are in the same gang. A chubby awakened suddenly stood in the path Zhang Chao and the guards had to take. Just as they were about to collide together. Drink! In the blink of an eye, the fat awakened one's entire body turned into a hard rock. Dang! The sound! The horse and the fat man collided hard. Even with the supernatural power of the chief of the escort, the man still fell to the ground in a tumble. The chief of the guards grabbed the young master tightly in one hand and adjusted his stance in the air, landing firmly on the ground. Only to see that the horse was curled up on its legs, no longer able to stand up at all because of that violent hard contact just now. The escort leader knew that the situation was critical and had to be quick or they would be accounted for. Without bothering about the horses anymore, he directly picked up Zhang Chao on his back and ran desperately in the direction of the safe zone. The safe zone guards in the distance also noticed the emergency over here and came in hot to support them. Li Yu followed behind, constantly scrutinizing. He didn't believe that a person's powers were invincible. Chug chug chug. The guards of the safe zone all took their firearms and engaged in indiscriminate and frantic strafing, quickly carving out a bloody path among the stragglers. Seeing the support coming, the escort leader's feet once again powered up, and finally managed to send Zhang Chao, who was behind him, into the guard. At this moment, the escort leader's face was as white as paper, looking extremely weak. Seeing that the guards were armed and aggressive, the stragglers had to stop. Chase! Why don't you chase? Zhang Chao was as if he had participated in a tense and exciting adventure. Not only did he not have the slightest bit of fear, but he was extremely excited. He ordered to his escort who rushed out to support him. Shoot and kill all these savages that are coming after us. Yes. The guards all picked up their firearms and aimed them at the surrounding stragglers. Ta-da! Another round of frantic strafing from the guards. The stragglers were instantly dispersed and fled in all directions, and many ordinary scavengers were killed by random gunfire, and the scene was chaotic. Good, good. Zhang Chao saw this bloody and cruel scene, which made him feel happy. But then he remembered the beautiful female savage from earlier, and felt some pity. It didn't matter though, he secretly vowed to call for more men next time and make sure he brought back that pretty savage woman. Young master, go now. The escort leader said as he held back his dizziness, a side effect of his energy overdraft. Zhang Chao crookedly glanced at the chief of the escort. That won't do, I really don't know what's the point of keeping you. Then we'll go home for the day, and I hope you'll do well tomorrow. Zhang Chao strutted towards the safe zone camp. That's when he remembered that his horse was gone. Zhang Chao turned to his guards and said, "Re-prepare a new horse for me tomorrow." Yes, young master. The guard nodded his head and took note. The horse, discarded by the chief of the escort, was killed on the spot by the angry stragglers. And the horse that couldn't stand up after the fall was soon cleaned up by the stragglers around them. Chapter 23 Kill all the savages. In order to see the reason why the other party could bounce off the arrows, Li Yu had been following far behind. Until the guards successfully returned to the safe zone camp with Zhang Chao, he also remained hidden in the distance, silently observing. Just after entering the campsite, the chief of the guards fainted due to excessive energy consumption and fainted before his eyes, and was then taken down to rest. The woman in Chinese clothes looked anxious and hurriedly greeted her. Chao, no injuries. It's just a bunch of savages, what injuries can I sustain? Zhang Chao casually waved his hand, his face full of disdain. Those stragglers were not worth mentioning at all. Swish! Right at this moment, an arrow suddenly flew down from the sky directly above, and like a bolt of lightning, it pierced straight into Zhang Chao's shoulder. Ah! Zhang Chao took the pain and screamed miserably, covering his shoulder as blood flowed out. The surrounding guards were all shocked and rushed forward in panic, surrounding Zhang Chao in protection. Since the arrow was coming from directly above, at such a tricky angle, no one noticed it. Li Yu, who was observing from afar, froze. He didn't even react himself because he didn't shoot an arrow. Could it be the arrow? At this moment, Li Yu suddenly remembered the arrow that was flicked away by the guard's supernatural ability earlier. Li Yu also didn't expect that the arrow happened to fall from the sky at that moment and landed impartially on Zhang Chao's shoulder. That's okay? Li Yu marveled. What a 100% hit rate. Seeing that Zhang Chao was suddenly injured, the woman in fancy dress was shocked. Chao Chan. The woman in Chinese clothes was anxious and hurriedly brought Zhang Chao inside the carriage. At this time, Zhang Biao, who was sitting and drinking tea, saw his son Zhang Biao walk in with an arrow sticking out of his shoulder, and hurriedly put down his teacup and quickly walked over to check. The arrow is not deep, the force is not too strong. After checking the condition of the wound, Zhang Biao wanted to help his son remove the arrow. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly shot in from outside, accurately aiming at Zhang Chao's head. Zhang Biao made a flash and suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Chao. Pop! Zhang Biao grabbed the arrow. Who? Zhang Biao's eyes widened angrily as he quickly looked outside, but he didn't find anything. To dare to kill Chaoer in front of me is simply audacious. Zhang Biao's face turned blue. This arrow-shooting assassin really didn't put their Black Mountain safe zone in his eyes. Zhang Biao roared at the guards, from now on, anyone who dares to come within range will all be killed without pardon. Yes. When the guards heard the order, they all hurried back to their positions, deeply afraid of being implicated by the angry Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao called for a strong man to stand guard at the side, and only then did he carefully handle the arrows on Zhang Chao's body. A few hundred meters outside the safe zone camp. In the darkness, Li Yu took Fu Shiryao and ran quickly. I can't believe it's so strong that it can grab an arrow in flight with one hand. Li Yu was a bit shocked. Today alone, the arrows he shot had missed twice. And Zhang Biao just now was actually able to grab an arrow with his empty hand. This was the first time he had met such a strong awakened person since he obtained his powers. Inside the carriage, after some simple bandage treatment, Zhang Chao finally woke up leisurely and came to his senses. After he opened his eyes and saw Zhang Biao, he immediately gasped. Dad, those savages, how dare they sneak up on me? Looking at the weak Zhang Chao, Zhang Biao was equally furious. Chao, don't worry. Dad will go to avenge you now, and kill all this group of people who don't know how to die. Zhang Biao never expected that a group of savages would dare to rebel and disobey him and hurt his precious son. In that case, there's no wonder I'm ruthless. Zhang Biao walked out of the carriage and said to his men with an expressionless face. Get all of the first team to gather. Not long after, a group of well-equipped people quickly assembled in front of Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao even equipped them with a machine gun. This is Zhang Biao's bottom-of-the-barrel weapon, which will not be used easily. Zhang Biao raised the weapon in his hand high and shouted. Follow me out and slay these rebellious stragglers. Yes. The crowd of the first team replied in unison. Zhang Biao led the crowd in a furious manner and charged out. Countless stragglers are camping out in the big back of the safe zone. The groups of stragglers who had calmed down were now about to rest. Suddenly, Zhang Biao in the distance killed in with a large number of men. Zhang Biao raised his hand and pulled the trigger at the sky. Throw bang! A violet light instantly illuminated all the stragglers in the darkness as if it were day. Kill! Zhang, just then. Whoosh! By now the battle had descended into close combat, and the people in the safe zone were beginning to suffer a large number of casualties. One by one, the savages came charging up desperately, leaving them little time to change bullets. Moreover, there was also Li Yu's constant release of hidden arrows, making the people in the safe zone a bit afraid of being sneak attacked, and for a while, people were. Bang! Boom! The melee between the safe zone and the stragglers was intense and the battle was extremely grueling. The arrival of the escorts for support led to an instant change in the situation. After a few rounds, the stragglers' side suffered heavy deaths and injuries. There is a huge gap between the two sides not only in terms of weaponry. Even the awakened inside the guards were too much stronger than those among the stragglers. Support is coming, kill them all. At Zhang Biao's command, the people in the safe zone launched a fierce counterattack. One of the guards who came in support saw that the machine gunner was dead, so he ran right up to the machine gun and prepared to operate it, and just got on with it. Whoosh! The guard was instantly pierced through the throat with an arrow and fell to the ground dead. Damn it! Zhang Biao let out a roar. Get out of the way, I'll do it. Zhang Biao took 2 steps forward, lifted his machine gun and began to frantically strafe it. Chug chug chug. In an instant, a line of stragglers fell. Whoosh! An arrow was shot at him. Pop! Zhang Biao, who was massacring the stragglers, grabbed the flying arrow with one hand. Zhang Biao looked into the distance, knowing that the archer was there at the moment. Liu, who was rapidly shifting in the distance, could finally ascertain that this Zhang Biao was quite strong and could completely pre-sense the arrows he shot. With the speed of today's arrows, they could not pose any threat to Zhang Biao at all. Liu also stopped launching attacks on Zhang Biao. Instead, he focused on shooting those ordinary guards who did not have supernatural abilities. Put! A guard was accurately killed by a cold arrow released by Liu. Seconds later, another guard attacking with a gun was killed by an arrow. Zhang Biao's face was ice cold at this moment. Although the ones who died were just ordinary guards, they were also loyal men who had followed him for years in the safe zone. At this moment, looking at the increasing number of casualties around him, Zhang Biao gritted his teeth in hatred. I can't wait to rush up and rip that bow and arrow assassin's head off hard. Damn it! Zhang Biao was also the leader of the Black Mountain Safety Zone after all. At this time he also saw that this group of stragglers was determined to fight him to the end. Although they still had the upper hand right now, as long as that arrow shooter didn't die, the number of people in the safe zone would continue to dwindle. Just because Zhang Biao wasn't afraid of Liu's sneak attack didn't mean his men weren't. At this point, all the guards were scared to death, fearing that they would be the next target of the stray archer. Seeing the stragglers retreating. Just then, the battlefield was suddenly joined by a squad of powerful scavengers. The one at the front of the squad was the first to rush forward and unleash his powers. Watch me! He shouted, and his entire body was like a raging brute, recklessly crashing straight into the ranks of the safe zone. Several people who tried to resist were instantly knocked out by his powerful force. The bullets hit him and seemed to be stopped by some mysterious force. Liu recognized the other party. This was the scavenger squad with all awakened ones that he had met on the road before. I didn't realize they were willing to step in and help. Another person stepped out of the ranks of the awakened and placed his hands on the ground in the rain. Congeal. A powerful energy spread quickly. The people in the safety zone only felt like they were deep in the mud. The rain on the ground seemed to have turned into glue, and they had to use all their strength with every step. Seeing that they also had a strong awakened teammate on their side, the stragglers once again mustered up the courage to charge. Charge up and kill them all. Kill them and there will be food. Hearing this and thinking of food, the stragglers charged even more ferociously. Seeing that the time had come, the fat man who had transformed into a stone once again rushed forward without hesitation. And the scavenger in the guise of a brute also charged back violently at the same time. Just as the safe zone defenses were about to be breached, a burly figure suddenly stopped in front of the barbarian scavenger. Seeing that the other party still dared to block the road, the brute scavenger directly used his entire body strength to ram through. Dang! A dull crash sounded, and the barbarian scavenger was like hitting an impenetrable wall. The whole thing was knocked off its feet. Bang! The burly man blew the brute scavenger away with a single punch. Bang! Then the burly man thunderously punched the charging stone fat man away with the same punch. The rushing stragglers were instantly alarmed. Family master, Tai Dong is late. The burly man Tai Dong said to Zhang Biao with an arch. Zhang Biao nodded at him. He originally wanted to have his personal guard Tai Dong stay behind to protect the camp in the safe zone. He didn't realize that these stragglers were so tricky that he hadn't taken them down for so long, and now he actually needed Tiedong's support. Just when Zhang Biao thought that the victory had been decided, a man clad in a black raincoat slowly walked up. From the attitudes of the few people around him, it was clear that he was the captain of the all-awakened squad. only to see him suddenly stretch out a hand and point it toward the sky, speaking softly. Extinguish. The raindrops falling from the sky were suddenly as sharp as knife blades. Ah! It hurts. Watch out for the rain. Many of the guards in the safety zone were scratched by the rain, and some even directly penetrated their bodies and were killed on the spot. Once again, there were a large number of casualties among the escorts in the security zone. Most of the guards who survived also had their clothes scratched and their bodies soaked with rainwater, making them look wretched. This is a straggler? Zhang Biao looked at this person with a face full of disbelief. He even felt that this person's strength was not too different from his. Zhang Biao's face was gloomy as he looked at the awakened who appeared one after another, his eyes filled with questions. Why are there so many awakened among the stragglers? See that captain in the black raincoat. Zhang Biao even didn't expect that there were actually such powerful awakened among the stragglers. He knew that if he continued like this, the entire safe zone team might all be accounted for here. Zhang Biao held back his anger and looked at the group of stragglers in front of him who were like savages. He could only order it through gritted teeth as well. Begin retreat. The guards finally heard the order to retreat at this moment, and they all quickly grabbed their equipment. Having lived in the safe zone of Montenegro all year round, they were really a bit scared at this point. This group of savages were like mad dogs, seemingly completely unafraid of death, and couldn't be killed enough. See the people in the safe zone trying to retreat to escape. Someone among the stragglers shouted excitedly. They're scared. Where to run? Grab their food. The stragglers saw the hope of victory at the moment, and thought of the other side's ample food. All of them, like chicken blood, chased after it behind the safe zone. Liu took Fu Shiyao and chased after him as well, to see if there was any chance. As long as Zhang Chao didn't die, Liu would have a steady stream of trouble in the future. At this point, the guards in the safe zone were fleeing quickly and recklessly, trying to get back to the camp and fight back. And the stragglers don't want to give them a chance to go back. Zhang Chao's previous random rush out to slaughter the stragglers had completely enraged the scavengers. The other side didn't treat them like human beings, and they were going to make the safe zone pay now. Boom! The pursuing stragglers suddenly burst into flames, and even the few nearby were not spared. It's a bomb! The stragglers cried out in terror. No, it's a mine! Someone recognized the terrible weapon. Just as he finished speaking, there was another loud bang in front of him. The speed of the stragglers' pursuit instantly slowed down, fearing that they too would step on this horrible thing. Looking at the triggered mines behind him, Zhang Biao snorted coldly. Really think you can win? The stragglers had to go around this area in front of them. But it also wasted the best time to catch up with the team in the safe zone. Chapter 25, Infighting among the rovers, Failed Pursuit. Waiting for the stragglers to go around and try to continue the pursuit. The team led by Zhang Biao had managed to return to the camp, joining the escorts defending the camp. Departed once. As soon as Zhang Biao returned to the camp, he immediately shouted out orders. An old man in charge of supplies spoke with some hesitation. Family master, it's so late in the day, I'm afraid it's just not easy to move around, and with limited vision at night, it's easy for accidents. Why did you stop? What's happening up ahead? The scavengers behind them caught up to check it out. Only packages suddenly appeared in the path of the stragglers' pursuit. It was left behind by the safe zone team in front of us. Because of the previous incident with the mines, the stragglers stopped very cautiously this time. One bold scavenger stepped forward and carefully and gently picked open the package. A rich meat aroma instantly emanated from the package, and the surrounding stragglers couldn't wait to gather around when they smelled the tantalizing meat flavor. What kind of meat is this? Never seen it before, it looks very delicate. Although the stragglers were salivating, they were worried that the people in the safe zone would poison them and were hesitant to move their mouths. There's more up ahead. Some of the stragglers had good eyes and realized that there were quite a few packages ahead. The others went up and opened them, also meat. Lots of meat, all of it. It was then that the stragglers realized that they were surrounded by packages discarded by the safe zone teams. It was full of all kinds of food and supplies. A small band of scavengers kept moving and saw a different package again. Going up and opening it, a white flake spilled out. It's salt. There's actually salt. Great. An ordinary scavenger was about to reach for the salt when he was suddenly kicked out. Several people looked up, only to see that it was an awakened among the stragglers who had attacked them. The awakened looked around at the people threateningly. Stay back, all of you. The salt is mine now. The other stragglers could see that he was an awakened, and knowing that he was no match, they didn't dare to come forward. A few people could only look at the white salt and snapped away. This kind of thing keeps happening all around. The stragglers, who had just been allies fighting side by side, had become enemies over a bit of supplies. Some people shouted in excitement as they watched the packages that were constantly being discarded in front of them. They've been thrown off their feet. The people in the safe zone don't want anything in order to escape. Although it is suspected that the meat was poisoned. But there are always stragglers on the verge of starvation who couldn't care less. He didn't care if it was poisoned or not, he rushed up and picked up a piece of meat and ate it. Oh, yummy! This straggler continued to take a few large bites and didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. I can't believe it's not poisoned. The people around them rushed up and grabbed it in a frenzy. As a straggler, who could refuse such delicious meat and precious supplies? A variety of unseen meats, moreover, made it impossible for the chronically hungry to walk. There were too many stragglers, while the contents of the packages were limited. Internal conflict among the stragglers erupted instantly. Everyone just scrambled, and no more stragglers went after the safe zone team in front of them. Soon the safe zone disappeared into the darkness ahead. Rear. Liu and Fu Shiryao also saw the chaotic scene of looting and stopped far away. Liu, they actually have salt. Fu Shiryao said in surprise. She also knew that salt was a very precious commodity in this world and could be traded for anything she wanted. Don't go over there yet. Liu always felt that things were not quite right. Even if something of such great value was discarded, it would only be at the end of the day when there was nothing else to do. It's impossible to choose to throw it away in the first place. There must be some ulterior motive. Does he want the stragglers to implode? Liu looked at the chaos in front of him, pushing and shoving and grabbing each other's stragglers. Obviously, this purpose of the safe zone is considered to be successfully accomplished. With only a few sacrifices of meat and supplies, they were able to evacuate safely. Pity. Liu looked at the faraway direction of the safe zone. He had thought that he would have a chance to finish off Zhang Chao. Let's go. Liu was about to make his move. Suddenly, a shell landed precisely where the most supplies were. And countless stragglers who had come to loot it had already gathered here. Boom! There was a loud bang. Dozens of people next to the supplies were instantly blown apart. The stragglers watching and looting around them were also blown out a long way. The stragglers who managed to survive were all dizzy and tinnitus at this point. The awakened who still wanted to take away salt sensed the danger and unleashed their powers with full force. Boom! Another loud bang exploded around the awakened one, and his entire body was instantly blown in half. Even if an awakened person tried to fight it with their supernatural abilities, it still wouldn't help. The shells are still too powerful. Boom! Shells were constantly bombarding the locations where supplies were being dropped off. While looking at the huge explosion that suddenly occurred in front of him, the sound of rain in Liu's ears suddenly disappeared. The rain stopped? Liu couldn't believe it and reached out his hand from under the tarp. No raindrops did fall. Liu felt bad at once. Immediately afterward a strong shockwave quickly came. Lie down. Liu just opened his mouth. Both of them were then washed to the ground by the powerful wave of air, even though they were very far away from each other. This is by no means an ordinary bomb. Liu sucked in a breath of cool air. If they had used this kind of weapon to bombard his and Fu Shiryao's position before. Even if Liu was an awakened, it was absolutely impossible for him to survive. In the front safety zone line. And slowly lowered the special binoculars in his hand and reported to Zhang Biao. How dare these savages defy us? Zhang Chao was also able to act now, after all, he was also an awakened. As long as the injury is not serious, the ability to recover is still fast. Thank you, Dad. Zhang Chao was moved and looked at Zhang Biao. He was a playboy, but he had great respect and admiration for his father. After all, Zhang Biao was a leader who had ruled the Black Mountain region for decades. Zhang Biao patted Zhang Chao's shoulder. Had it not been for this prophecy, they would have continued to rule the Black Hills safety zone, generation after generation. Quickly, take the opportunity to pull away. Zhang Biao immediately ordered again. The most important thing for the teams in the safe zone at this point is a successful migration. If he could get rid of these savage heels once and for all, he would have no more worries. Yes. Orders were quickly passed down, and the team in the safe zone picked up speed once again. Zhang Biao thought of something and called for another guard. Every roughly 1,000 meters, you go and lay a mine. Yes. The guards obeyed and were about to head to the back. Wait. Zhang Biao continued with a sneer on his face. Just lay the mines one at a time, and don't waste them. I don't believe I can't step on them with so many savages behind me. Copy that. Watching the guards leave to set up the mines, Zhang Biao was relieved. With this sudden fear that they would explode, these savages surely couldn't go any faster. However, Zhang Biao still had a gloomy face. He looked at the migrating safe zone team in front of him and fell into deep thought. If that prophecy hadn't been true, there was no way he could have left the Black Mountain safe zone. That was an absolute fortress that had taken generations of Zhang family ancestors to build. Easily defensible and well-stocked. Coupled with the loyal guards that had been cultivated since childhood, there wouldn't be any problems even up to his grandchildren's generation. He had wondered before if the prophecy might be false, if someone was deliberately tricking him out. That is, until he completely lost contact with the Ma family safe zone in the Garland Hills to the east. Chapter 26, How can you equip this? Zhang Biao was caught up in his memories. At that time, he couldn't believe in any way that a family as large and powerful as the Ma family. It was amazing that he would be completely annihilated by those district savages who were not worth mentioning in his eyes. It seemed to him to be a pipe dream. There must be something else. No, this matter must be investigated clearly. Zhang Biao clenched his teeth and sent out his most trusted confidant on the spur of the moment. Will you go to Lanshan now and find out what happened to the Ma family? Days in Zhang Biao's anxious waiting day by day slowly passed, every minute every second for him as a kind of suffering. Finally, on a day when it was pouring rain, the crony who had gone to spy on the Ma family had finally returned. The close friend's face was terrified and exhausted, and his voice trembled as he reported to Zhang Biao. Family master, the little one went to Lan Mountain, but there. What's going on? Speak quickly. Zhang Biao pursued anxiously. It's an ocean there already. The cronies couldn't believe it either. As far as the eye can see, it's all boundless water and swamps, and there's not the slightest trace of Orchid Mountain to be found at all. Hearing these words, Zhang Biao was struck by lightning. The Ma family is really gone. So powerful and safe, completely gone. It was only after a while that Zhang Biao slowly came back to his senses, his face filled with horror. Could that prophecy actually be true? Is there really such a great calamity about to befall? Zhang Biao muttered. At this point, he finally stopped being lucky. He knew full well that even if he had been hiding on the Black Mountain, he would not be able to survive this unknown havoc alone. I'm afraid I'll end up in the same place as the Ma family in the Lanshan safety zone. Think of the prophetic answer to the west. Zhang Biao already had a decision in his mind. It seems that the only way to find a glimmer of life is to lead everyone to migrate to the west. This is the only way to live. Zhang Biao opened his eyes from his memories. He looked to the back of the group, where explosions came from time to time in the distance. Zhang Biao watched with cold eyes. The migration would have been safer without these wildlings trailing behind. The aftermath of the explosion faded. The raindrops fell again. Li Yu, who was lying on the ground, hurriedly climbed up and looked towards the center area where the explosion occurred. An immense and incomparable crater had suddenly appeared on the ground in the distance, like a hideous maw. The rain was quickly swirling toward the crater. Countless remnants of the stragglers' bodies were scattered horizontally, floating above the rainwater. Blood continued to pool up with the rain, and the pit was a shocking shade of blood red. Li Yu had never seen so many people die at the same time, nor had he ever witnessed such a tragic sight. The ground near the center of the explosion was even more charred and black, and one could only judge from the blurred black shadows on the ground that there were indeed scavengers who had once stood here. The awakened who survived the explosion were also wailing and screaming in pain, and if no one treated them in time, they wouldn't last long. Ordinary stragglers, even those who were close, were blown half to death. When the stragglers coming behind saw this scene, they all stopped, their eyes full of deep fear. Even if an awakened person with psychic abilities saw such a tragic situation, at this moment, their backs were chilled and cold sweat was pouring out. At this point, no more stragglers dared to continue up to the chase. They were completely scared out of their wits by the horrific scene. Li Yu looked at everything in front of him with a grave expression. He knew that after this incident, it would only be difficult to have a chance to fight the safety zone head-on. The next time he had a chance to kill Zheng Chao, he didn't know that he would have to wait until the year of the monkey. Fu Shiryao also struggled to climb up, and seeing the tragic situation in front of her, her small face instantly turned white. But still, he stared intently, his eyes, with. She looked in the direction the safe zone team had left and gritted her teeth in a vicious manner. I want you to die. The little girl's eyes were red, and she was determined to make these people bury her brother. Covering the half of the body carefully with small rocks, the little girl had a plan in mind. She stood up and searched the neighborhood for the awakened who were still hanging on for dear life. Soon enough, she found someone a dozen meters away who was still alive, only also holding on for dear life. The man used his powers to defend himself before the explosion, which prevented him from being killed on the spot. However, now that his internal organs had been shattered to pieces, it was only the awakened's powerful physique that prevented him from dying immediately. The little girl came over and spoke softly to the man. Give up resisting and I will bring you back to life and avenge you. The man didn't want to ignore the little girl's words, but when he saw his teammates blown to pieces around him, he couldn't help but ignite the flame of revenge in his heart. He was no longer able to speak, but could only obey the little girl's words. With that, his body relaxed, giving up his last resistance, and his vitality was rapidly draining away. The little girl reached out her hand at this point and pressed it against the other, the red blood in her hand slowly flowing into the man's body. To the shock of the onlookers, the man actually staggered to his feet. Only those blood-red eyes also represented him as very different from before. The little girl moved on to her next target with the man with the blood-red eyes. Another awakened who was seriously injured and on the verge of death was soon found. I will avenge you. The little girl spoke. Hearing this, the man also gave up his last resistance. Soon, his body also reared up, his blood-red eyes representing the bizarre changes that had occurred within his body. So on and so forth, behind the little girl unknowingly already stood many people who were originally bound to die. Help! Save me! A severely injured awakened man sees the little girl's magical abilities and uses his last strength to desperately call for help. The little girl heard the sound and walked over quickly. Looking at the people who survived behind the little girl, he seemed to see the hope of living. Heal me, I'd give anything. As you wish. As the little girl regained her footing, there was another person behind her. Seemingly noticing the little girl's magical abilities, people kept asking the little girl for help. The little girl didn't go up to anyone to help, though, and she only saved some of the awakened who were on the verge of death. Seeing the little girl's ability to save lives, more fear was in the hearts of the nearby stragglers. It's a truism that people can't come back from the dead. Even powerful awakened people don't have the ability to do what it takes to resurrect someone. But the little girl had brought all these people back to life, which seemed unbelievable. With the mass deaths of the stragglers, all of the remaining stragglers chose to stop and rest. No one dared to follow the safe zone group closely anymore. Liu also chose to wait for dawn first and make plans then. Taking Fu Shiryao with him, he found a place where no one was around to set up the tarp. The two leaned in. Liu took out the alien beast crystal core and held it tightly in his hand as he began to absorb the energy in it. Although the conversion efficiency of the cyclone was already fast, the experience value required for level 12 was now a lot. Liu noticed the carbon fiber arrows that he had previously equipped. I don't know if this can be upgraded. Chapter 27, A Match Made in Heaven. Saying that, Liu quickly switched to the second equipment column. Carbon fiber arrow special type, effective attack range plus 10 meters, aiming time, 1 second. Looking at the mere 5 carbon fiber arrows in his hand, Liu could not help but frown. That's nowhere near enough even with a successful upgrade. Liu then took out the arrow he had bought from the merchant earlier, intending to try this. Equipment success. Raincrow Arrow LV1, the arrow is overall lightweight and made of raincrow feathers, making it easy to shoot quickly. Flight speed plus 10, stability plus 10. Looking at the raincrow arrow in his hand, Liu muttered. Let's just strengthen this one, at least there are more of them. After all, there were still 40 or so left, and even if they ran out, they could still go back to trading. Then Liu urged the Chi Cyclone to rotate madly, with the energy from the foreign beast crystal cores in his hand constantly replenishing. His transformation efficiency had reached an extremely amazing level. Upgrade successful. Raincrow Arrow LV2, flight speed plus 20, stability plus 20. Raincrow Arrow LV3, flight speed plus 30, stability plus 30. Due to the low experience value requirement and the fact that cyclone conversion is now lightning fast, The speed of the Rain Crow arrow upgrade was rapid. Rain Crow arrow LV5, flight speed plus 50, stability plus 50. Gain plus 1 to the secondary equipment bar. Liu raised Rain Crow arrow to level 5 in one breath, and only then did the rate of experience value increase slow down. Switching the experience transformation target back to the bow and arrow, Liu then took a closer look. A secondary equipment bar? Sure enough, levels 5 and 10 seemed to be two key points, and upgrading to that key point would result in new rewards. Liu tried to switch the Rain Crow arrow to the secondary equipment bar, but the result was no response. It seems that this sub-equipment column still has some special restrictions that he didn't know about. Liu looked around him and there really wasn't any weapon to equip. Liu casually held the jar that was used to hold the meat over. Suddenly, the jar in Liu's hand instantly disappeared into thin air. Fu Shiryao, who was on the side, was instantly shocked, her mouth wide open. Liu just disappeared the jar as if by magic. Immediately after, a prompt came before Liu's eyes. Equipment success. Freshness Preservation Jar LV1, made with enhanced alien energy, it can preserve food for about 7 days. Liu was overjoyed in his heart. Surprisingly, it could still be used like this. This secondary equipment bar is simply fantastic. Where's the jar? Fu Shiryao looked puzzled. Wasn't Liu hiding? Fu Shiryao probed behind Liu and there was nothing. Is this magic? Excitement bubbled up in Fu Shiryao's eyes, her face full of incredulity. She didn't expect Liu to actually have this kind of magical ability. Liu unequipped the jar and it reappeared in his hand. Fu Shiryao stared at this magical scene with her round little eyes, so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Liu directly put the remaining snake meat in the package into the jar and decisively equipped the jar again. The jar instantly disappeared into his hands again. It really works. Liu didn't expect his experiment to be successful. Even if the jar was filled with meat, it was still possible to equip it in the secondary equipment bar. This way, you don't have to worry about the meat rotting and spoiling, and you're able to save a lot of space. And it's just so much easier for both of them to move around without having to hold a jar. Fu Shiryao didn't say anything, she only saw Liu's supernatural ability getting more and more powerful. By now, Liu didn't even need her to help carry the jar. Thinking that she can't do anything to help now, Fu Shiryao was a bit lost and slowly lowered her head. She felt that the gap between herself and Liu was getting bigger and bigger. Liu didn't think about it so much. Just drumming up his powers. When Liu looked at Fu Shiryao, who leaned her head crookedly on his shoulder. Instead, he had a sudden flash of light in his head. Liu thought of that method of awakening his psychic abilities that Ma Yuanbai had taught him. If we let Fu Shiryao give it a try, maybe she would be able to awaken her psychic abilities as well. Say it and do it. Liu didn't hesitate to take out the largest piece of Fey crystal core. He thought in his heart that maybe the larger the crystal core awakened, the stronger the psychic ability would be. Fu Shiryao, take your hand out. Liu gently touched Fu Shiryao with his arm. Fu Shiryao obediently stretched out her small hand, and Liu directly placed the quail egg-sized Fey beast crystal core in her palm. The blood acted as a bridge, instantly connecting the body and the Fey crystalline core. Fu Shiryao's heartbeat was accelerating. It was like she had a living map with the location of every living person marked on it. This psychic ability is too amazing. I feel like I can sense everyone in the nearby heavy rain. Fu Shiryao said excitedly. Could it be a perception-based ability? Liu thought for a moment and then asked, pointing to the rain and fog in the far distance. Would you look there to see if there's anyone there? Fu Shiryao carefully sensed the changes in the water droplets in the rain mist and quickly noticed the difference. There were 5 of them. 3 tall ones and 2 short ones. Liu hurriedly used his own perception as a comparison, and found that the distance that Fu Shiryao perceived was indeed very far, and he could not perceive the situation there at all. Liu suddenly had a bold and exciting idea. Chapter 28: The Misty Leopard. He quickly took out his bow and arrow and aimed it into the rain and mist in the distance. According to his judgment, although his vision was blocked by that thick rain mist and he could not see the person in the rain mist at all. But with his current bow range, he was perfectly capable of shooting to that place. Sure enough, when Liu steadily aimed in that direction and didn't move for a second, the aiming circle in his eyes began to slowly shrink. It's really okay. Liu was overjoyed. This meant that with his and Fu Shiryao's supernatural abilities working together, he could even shoot people and animals outside of his field of vision. Just then, a cooing sound came clearly. Liu subconsciously looked back. Fu Shiryao looked at him pitifully. I'm hungry. Liu laughed and magically took the jar out as if by magic. Fu Shiryao's eyes lit up, even though she had already seen it a few times. Looking at it again at this time, she still felt magical. Fu Shiryao thought in her mind as she gorged on the meat. Now she has not only become beautiful, but has also awakened her psychic abilities. I can finally do Liu a favor. Thinking about it, Fu Shiryao couldn't help but cry with joy as tears slid down her cheeks. Previously, with low self-esteem, she didn't even dare to express her feelings with Liu. Why are you crying? Liu had a puzzled look on his face, not quite understanding the situation in front of him. It's a good thing to awaken. Their hearts were filled with deep hatred for the people in the safe zone. Looking at Liu, just two people also chased after him. They also intended to continue to pursue and look for a suitable opportunity to avenge their teammates. It has been pulled away from the safe zone teams though. But the stragglers also had to continue to migrate westward in order to survive. Still, the stragglers deliberately staggered the route taken by the advance of the safe zone in order to prevent mines in the safe zone. Liu kept absorbing the energy in the crystal cores of the alien beasts along the way. He realized that other awakened like Fu Shiryao didn't seem to be able to absorb the energy inside as easily as he did. It all seems to be related to the cyclone in the abdomen. The two gradually accelerated their pace, and at this speed, they would soon catch up. Suddenly, Fu Shiryao pulled Liu to a stop. What's wrong? Liu knew very well in his heart that Fu Shiryao's current supernatural ability saw much farther than he did. Fu Shiryao, however, suddenly changed her face drastically, her expression tense. So fast. All she could feel was an animal darting through the rain at incredible speeds. If it wasn't for the rain constantly dripping down on its body, Fu Shiryao wouldn't have been able to discover the other party's existence at all. At that moment a gust of wind blew, and the other seemed to smell human. Suddenly changing direction, it quickly attacked towards where Liu and Fu Shiryao were. Discovered! Fu Shiryao exclaimed. You point in the direction. Liu made an instant decision. Fu Shiryao quickly stretched out her finger, pointing it precisely at the location she sensed. Liu quickly pulled back his bow and arrow, aiming at the direction Fu Shiryao was pointing. Too soon. Fu Shiryao's fingers kept following the other party's fast-moving trajectory. Such staggeringly fast movement didn't even give Liu enough time to aim in a shrinking circle. It's getting closer. Fu Shiryao kept reminding that the animal had already darted towards the two like lightning. In desperation, Liu had to quickly change the arrow in his hand into a black arrow. Switching successful. Inherent level of weapons of the. It didn't run far. Fu Shiryao pointed in the direction where the leopard had fled. The two men chased quickly towards the leopard. The leopard was also keenly aware of the two men in hot pursuit behind him. It knew that its body was severely injured and it was no longer able to escape, and then a kind of ferocity appeared in its eyes. Just as Liu and Fu Shiryao approached, the leopard's skin suddenly began to secrete a large amount of mist. In just a few seconds, the area around where the leopard was already completely covered by a thick fog. The leopard seemed to move freely in the mist, nimbly walking through it without a sound, without being affected in the slightest. Its eyes constantly watched for movement in the fog, and as long as the two humans dared to walk in, it could kill them without a sound. Seeing the instantly rising mist, Liu immediately determined that the leopard was a foreign beast. If it wasn't for the fact that Fu Shiryao had informed him in advance, allowing him to make a timely defense and counterattack. I'm just afraid that by the time he finds the leopard himself, it will be too late. However, what the leopard did not expect was that Liu and Fu Shiryao did not need to enter the mist at all. Where's the location? Liu put the last remaining black arrow on his bow. Fu Shiryao pointed at the leopard lurking motionlessly down in the mist. Whoosh! The black arrow shot out quickly, the arrow like a meteor. By this time, all 5 black arrows from Liu's body had been shot out. If he still got away from the leopard fey like this, he would have lost a lot of money. Lurking in the mist, the panther never expected anyone to spot it. When it sensed the black arrow's attack, it leapt up violently and tried to dodge, but it was no longer helpful. The black arrow was as accurate as if it had eyes that could turn corners, hitting its abdomen with unerring precision. Under heavy injuries and suffering such severe penetrating wounds, even the powerful fey beasts finally couldn't carry it at this point. The alien energy in the leopard's body quickly dissipated, and its vitality continued to drain away. Without the support of the alien energy, the fog dispersed quickly. Only then did Liu and Fu Shiryao carefully lean over. Dead. Chapter 29, Fu Shiyao, Work Harder. Fu Shiyao had just loaded up the foreign beast crystal cores when Liu threw over another chunk of meat and continued at her. Grab this meat and finish it, got it? Fu Shiyao was at a loss. It seemed like she had just heard this once before. Hesitantly, he took the meat and took a big bite. She was finally fulfilling her heart's desire to live a life where she was no longer hungry. But at the moment, she was a little too hungry to eat. Liu first filled the jar with the extra fey meat and then equipped the jar again. Swish! The jar disappeared in an instant. Perfect! Liu was very satisfied with the magical ability of this secondary equipment bar. That way, no one else could see what was on them at all. Rushing and fighting are also not affected by the canister. After recalling Ma Yuanbai's words and realizing that the whole body of the beast was a treasure, Liu didn't even let go of the bones this time and packed them all away. Gathering everything together, the two of them then continued to speed up to catch up. All along the way, Liu's hand was holding a fey crystal core tightly, frantically absorbing the energy inside. After chasing it out for a while, the alien ability escalated again. Glassbow LV-13, effective attack distance 1,600 meters. Hit rate 100%. Aiming time 1.3 seconds. Flush fire. Continuous fire. It became 1,600 meters, and the range actually did double. Liu, who was still just guessing, was completely stunned by the doubled range at this point. 1,600 meters. With such a long distance, if he didn't have Fu Shiyao's help, he would only be unable to see anything. There's also this extremely outrageous range, which is only difficult to achieve with even normal firearms. However, seeing that the experience value required for upgrading was also doubling, Liu couldn't smile a bit at once. Oh, what's wrong? Fu Shiyao asked curiously when she saw Liu suddenly stop. She still had a piece of meat in her mouth, and it looked like she hadn't finished it for a long time. Liu stared at Fu Shiyao with a slight smile. It seemed that Fu Shiyao's rate of improvement of his powers had to be increased even more, or else he wouldn't even be able to utilize the full strength of his powers. Fu Shiyao suddenly shivered, having a bad premonition. It's okay, keep chasing. Liu looked forward again. West. The team from the safe zone, which had shaken off the stragglers by a large distance overnight, was slowly advancing in the distance at the moment. I'm so sleepy, I almost fell asleep just walking. Just hang in there for a bit, just shake off the savages completely. A few commoners in the group chatted idly. After advancing a little further, someone finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the group slowed down a great deal once again. Seeing this, Zhang Biao also had to order, all rest. Great, I'm weak in the knees. Yeah, get some sleep. The line at the safe zone finally came to a complete stop. Zhang Biao knew very well in his heart that this was due to the lack of exercise caused by their long and uneventful life. Their previous lives had been too comfortable and cozy, making it exceptionally difficult for them to even walk such a small distance. After all, there were still many people in the team who were not awakened, and their physical qualities were relatively poor. These ordinary people still need to rest, and can't keep going non-stop. Zhang Biao vigilantly patrolled the rear. Although he knew that the stragglers shouldn't have caught up so quickly, he was always a little unsure and assured in his heart. It's raining outside, come back. The woman in Chinese clothes waved gently at Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao had to turn around and walk in. Dad, those savages, unless they're completely insane, surely won't dare to catch up. Zhang Chao's arm had gotten much better and his face had recovered quite a bit, and he said with full concern. Zhang Biao didn't answer his son's words and his face was a bit gloomy. The group of savages had killed a number of his guards, and some had even chosen to die with them. And the divine archer who hides among the wildlings. Even the chief of the escort sighed and turned to inspect the surrounding area carefully. He now had a much improved opinion of the strength of the savages, especially that archery. If it wasn't for the protection of his defense-type powers last time, I'm afraid that he and the young master would have folded in the pile of savages that night. At that time, because of the young master's interruption, it also made him not ask at that time how that black bow came to the other party's hands. Little sister, don't use this supernatural ability of yours lightly, okay? The teenager admonished with a worried face. Why? The little girl asked, looking up with a puzzled face. Everyone else could use their powers, so why not her? The teenager had to patiently explain. If someone found out about special powers like yours, you'd be isolated from everyone and no one would want to hang out with you. Alright, then I'll use it when my brother lets me. The little girl promised obediently. Good. The older brother stroked the little girl's head with a smile on his face. However, the brother's smile instantly turned into a horrifying image of a half-broken body. Snapping her eyes open from the memories, the little girl's eyes were now bloodshot. Her eyes looked dead ahead, her feet kept walking, and she muttered under her breath. Brother! I don't want friends anymore, I want to use my powers to avenge you. She was followed by several figures, walking crookedly. Although revived, it looked as lifeless as the Walking Dead. Chapter 30, Pursuit, Revenge. Reporting to the captain, someone is catching up behind us. A guard ran to report with a nervous expression. The captain of the escort, not daring to delay, rushed to the rear to check the situation. From a distance, a procession of scavengers did follow behind. The group was small, only 5 people, and didn't seem like much of a threat. Prepare for battle. Although the number of opponents was small, the escort leader was still very cautious and did not dare to be careless. Finally caught up. The little girl looked at the safe zone team that was resting in front of her, and her eyes were filled with hatred that. Brother, just watch, I will definitely avenge you. There was a hint of determination in her voice. Kill. The little girl unleashed her powers. The eyes of the revived few appeared red, like frenzied beasts, and quickly rushed towards the front of the group. The distance of several hundred meters. Something's not right. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, Zhang Biao's face grew more and more grave. He knew that the words of Elder Zhao, the head of the escort, were correct. These few stragglers exuded a bizarre aura, their blood-red eyes were empty and lifeless, but their movements were unusually swift. Zhang Chao was in a hurry, give me the bazooka. A side guard hurriedly handed him the bazooka. Boom! Another deafening explosion rang out, and a resurrected straggler was blown apart by Zhang Chao, scattering pieces of limbs all over the place. But soon, a shocking sight appeared, and the stragglers then dragged their crippled bodies and continued to charge. What's going on? A look of horror finally appeared on Zhang Chao's face, he had never seen such a bizarre savage before. This is an alien ability, one we've never seen before. Zhang Biao said in a deep voice. Although he was the strongest in the safe zone team, he had obviously never seen this kind of supernatural ability and didn't want to go up and risk it easily. Organize a defensive line and stop them. Zhang Biao decisively ordered. The guards at the bottom acted immediately, quickly forming a line of defense. Zhang Biao, on the other hand, continued to scrutinize the few stragglers who were supposed to be dead, trying to discover their weaknesses. Since it's an alien power, there must be a way to break it. Seeing that the distance was getting closer, a few resurrected stragglers accelerated once again. One of them leapt up violently, reaching a height of even a dozen meters. This body must have been a body enhancement alien when it was born. Not only did the little girl resurrect several people, she actually retained these people's psychic abilities. Chugging. The stragglers in the air were knocked to the ground by the intense strafing of several guards. Plunged headlong into the midst of the security zone guards' defenses. One of the guards quickly rushes over for a filler shot. Bang! Savage, dead through and through. The guard lashed out with his foot, his face full of disdain. No! The head of the guards tried to block it, but it was too late. The already dead savage suddenly stormed up and took a bite out of his leg. Ah! The guard screamed in dismay and fired several more shots at the savage, who fell back to the ground. Quickly isolate the bandages! The head of the escort rushed over to command. A straggler with a busted head rushed forward, crawling on his hands and knees even so. The head of the escort's face changed. Family master, young master, you guys go back first, it's too dangerous here. I'm afraid of nothing with you. Zhang Chao was not worried in the slightest, instead, he focused all of his attention on this undefeatable savage. Zhang Biao didn't say anything, after all, with old Zhao here, there was naturally nothing wrong with security. Far away. Hearing the sound of gunshots continuously ringing out, Liu and Fu Shiyao quickly caught up. Liu first brought Fu Shiyao to hide and observe from a distance. Seeing a straggler with only half of his body left, he still rushed into the guards. Even Liu was surprised by this bizarre scene. This doesn't even die, what kind of psychic ability can do that? At this moment, Liu suddenly froze, he actually saw Zhang Chao in the group. Good boy, how dare you come out? Liu immediately drew his bow and aimed at Zhang Chao, who was in the safe zone team. He had 4 rain crow arrows in his hand and wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity. With a wave of 4 consecutive shots, Zhang Chao was completely shot to death in order to put an end to the problem. Otherwise, with the usual style of the safe zone people, they were bound to come after him one day in the future. Fu Shiyao, who possessed supernatural powers, could also see the situation in the distance at this time. After discovering Zhang Chao, Fu Shiyao was even more filled with anger that this was the man who had tried to snatch her away earlier. If it wasn't for Li Yu at that time, I'm afraid she would have fallen into slavery to the safe zone team. Right after the targeting circle in front of him had shrunk to a minimum, if he can't block it, the young master will surely die. Whoosh! A third arrow struck, hitting the second arrow precisely where it had been. Touch! The third arrow instantly shattered the protective energy shield that hadn't fully coalesced and bounced off. The escort chief's face changed drastically. Broken! Obviously, the last time they met, the other party's arrows weren't this powerful. That's when the sound of a fourth arrow came to his ears again. No good. The energy shield he had covered had been broken at this point, and it was too late to coalesce in front of Zhang Chao's brow again. This arrow will undoubtedly take the young master's life. In desperation, the chief of the escort used his strongest psychic powers, shouting at the top of his lungs that the fusion. Only to see the arm of the head guard and the young master's arm quickly fusing together at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the fourth arrow did not bypass the escort leader as it did before, but instead shot an arrow straight at the escort leader's face. The head of the escort guard instantly fell backward as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer. Old show. Zhang Biao was anxious to see this scene and rushed over at fire speed. Chapter 31 Death of the Captain of the Guards. Zhang Biao tries to resuscitate. But the captain of the guard, with an arrow in his face, had clearly come back to life. This powerful psychic ability had always been the escort leader's bottom card, but he only had this one chance to use it. Because his most powerful psychic ability is a life for a life. He returned Zhang Biao's favor. At that thought, the escort leader's hand went limp with powerlessness, and the breath of life dissipated in an instant. Zhang Chao was all stunned by the scene in front of him and directly sat on the ground. Zhang Biao protected Zhang Chao's side, knowing that this divine archer would definitely want to take the opportunity to kill his son. The captain's been shot. Don't be ridiculous, with the captain's defense how could he be hit by an arrow? The surrounding people were stunned into disbelief when they saw the chief of the escort fall lifelessly to the ground. It was not until they saw with their own eyes the arrow thrust deep into the face of the captain of the guards that the guards were horrified. The captain is dead. Just what kind of power could manage to break through the guard leader's impenetrable defense? Damn it! Zhang Biao, who was on the side, clenched his fists tightly, veins rippling on the backs of his hands. It must be that wildling archer again. First he shot and wounded his son, and now he's killing his trusted guards. One of the guards was shot through the neck and fell to the ground. A few people were so scared that their legs went soft and they directly fell to the ground, not daring to move. Can't stay here. Zhang Biao protected his son and shouted loudly, his voice filled with anxiety. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate all. Zhang Biao commanded the burly man beside him at that moment. You go and break the back. Don't ask for a kill, make sure you come back safely. Yes. Without hesitation, the burly man took a big step towards the back of the group. The safety zone team is moving again. Hurry. Hurry. Zhang Biao kept urging. At this moment, his face was grim, this archer was such a threat. Zhang Biao quickly came to the carriage and looked at an old man sitting cross-legged inside. He was none other than the awakened in charge of sensing the enemy in the safe zone team. The old man, however, slowly shook his head at him at that moment, his face filled with helplessness. He had previously been able to sense the approximate direction in which Li Yu was shooting arrows so that he could return fire with his cannon. But at this point he could no longer perceive it at all. This could only mean that the opponent was now shooting arrows from a location that was far beyond his range of perception. Zhang Biao looked at the rain crow arrows in his hand that shot the guards to death, his brows furrowed in confusion. An arrow with this kind of rough workmanship can shoot 1,000 meters away? What kind of bow would it take to do that? Zhang Biao now could not wait to immediately rush out and kill this divine archer, completely solving this heartbreaking problem. But he eventually resisted the urge and calmed down. Perhaps someone had deliberately lured him out of the safe zone team, which was likely an elaborate trap. With the burly man at the back to break the back, all the guards were relieved and ran with their legs drawn. It's finally time to stop fighting undead monsters. And they were afraid that if they ran slowly, they would be killed by arrows that came out of nowhere and flew suddenly. The safe zone team is moving quickly toward the west. The burly man at the back of the group was surprisingly powerful. Each of his punches swung out with a whistling wind sound, and one by one, he instantly blew up the few people the little girl was controlling. In just a few rounds, the few awakened that were resurrected were all crippled, some even had their legs knocked off and could only crawl on the ground. Easily solving these few revived awakened ones. The burly man shook the blood from his fist and looked around. He knew in his heart that there must be someone hiding to take control, but he decided to turn back and catch up with the group just to be on the safe side. The little girl stomped her foot angrily as she watched the strong man's departing back. She waited for the other to walk away before she cautiously approached to check on the situation. The few figures on the ground were crippled and worthless to control. The little girl could only think of ways to control some more awakened now, or find another way. At that moment, the little girl suddenly sensed that someone she could control had suddenly appeared in the group in the safe zone ahead. The little girl smiled evilly and once again, without hesitation, went after her. "We'll keep chasing too." Liu and Fu Shiyao were watching the little girl's every move from afar. At this moment, looking at the little girl chasing after her, Liu always felt that there might still be a chance. Liu did not want to continue wasting his precious arrows on the safe zone guards. After all, the safe zone team had a large number of guards, even more than his arrows. He just wanted to find a perfect opportunity to kill Zhang Chao and eliminate any future problems. If he ran out of arrows, then he was equivalent to losing his combat power. Therefore, Liu decided to use 20 more arrows, and if he really couldn't kill Zhang Chao, he would have to wait until later to find a better time. The safety zone team is moving quickly at this point. With the burly man breaking the back, the team's speed and safety were temporarily guaranteed. Both the little girl and Liu kept a distance and followed behind, patiently looking for an opportunity. The Great Rear. A few impromptu squads of scavengers in the ranks of the stragglers broke away from the main group to catch up. These makeshift teams added up to maybe 30 or 40 people. They've all lost teammates or family members and come after them with a lot of hate to seek revenge on the safe zone. There's a discovery here. The foremost scout raised his hand high. The people in the back were running fast. It's the safe zone guards, yes. The Pathfinder recognized it at once, his eyes filled with hatred. Over here too. Someone else shouted from the side as well. A big tall man at the head of the group squatted down to take a closer look. All of them were killed by a single arrow. It's that scavenger with the black bow. Someone instantly associated it with Liu, with a hint of admiration in his voice. After all, very few of the scavenger party owned bows and arrows. Moreover, Liu's non-stop cold arrows to help during the big melee impressed everyone. That guy is actually so powerful, it looks like he's chasing the safe zone team as well. Great, let's catch up too. A few teams had not gone far before making another discovery. It's the scavengers. There's a couple other scavengers over there, dying really bad. Yeah, these scavengers' bodies are all busted up, none of them are in one piece. The tall man in the lead was cold, his voice low, as if squeezed through his teeth. Go after them, it looks like the safe zone is not far away. Several teams quickly chased towards the west. Soon, they saw the huge group in the safe zone from afar. The people in the safe zone noticed their presence almost simultaneously. There are savages approaching, about 30 of them. The sentry in charge of the sentry in the back yelled out to alert the guards. On guard. Hearing that there was another enemy attack, Zhang Biao was furious. Here we go again, this group of savages really have no end. Zhang Biao roared angrily, his voice filled with annoyance. Men, heavy weapons at the ready. Zhang Biao was enraged. If they dare to come closer, hit them hard, don't spare any of them. Zhang Biao roared loudly. Yes. The guards immediately went forward to prepare their weapons. Inform everyone and accelerate. Yes. Everyone moved again. The safety zone team picked up the pace again, another knot faster. The few scavenger squads behind them also picked up speed. Like wolves in hot pursuit, they followed closely behind, with no intention of giving up. Chapter 32 Shu Zhang Chao to kill the future. Zhang Biao, on the other hand, quickly came to the front of the group. His gaze was focused on the direction in front of him, his mind pondering silently. If he remembered correctly, not far ahead was the boundary of the Wang family. The party has been constantly harassed by these savages, and there is simply no solution to the problem when such sustained casualties keep occurring. This group of savages kept following like stubborn cowhide. They couldn't be shaken off and couldn't be killed no matter how hard they tried. Diao's brows were locked together in a headache as he muttered to himself under. He had a feeling that a new and excellent opportunity was coming soon. The safe zone team in front of them began to accelerate, and the few scavenger squads chasing after them immediately took notice. They want to run. Beware of deception. The big tall man immediately raised his voice in warning. When the stragglers were chasing them before, the other side just pretended to run away first and then suddenly counterattacked. This is what caused the large number of casualties in the straggler hordes. In a moment, I'll unleash my seismic powers, and everyone will take the opportunity to attack with all their might. There's only one chance. Remember, use all of your strength, or you're dying for nothing. The surrounding scavengers all nodded solemnly, and since they dared to come for revenge, they naturally had the courage to rush up and fight to the death. Seeing that everyone understood, the tall man stopped talking nonsense and pointed to the location around the team in the safe zone. Teams 1-3 left position, teams 2-4 right. Spread out and stand by at a fixed distance. The big tall man commanded skillfully. Having seen the powerful firepower of the safe zone, he began to think of ways to do his best to avoid the team gathering together. Yes. Copy that. Several teams of scavengers quickly dispersed and surrounded the vicinity of the safe zone team. Watching the savages keep wrapping up. Naturally, the guards at the safe zone were not stupid and could see that these savages were going to attack. Prepare to meet the enemy. The guard yelled out, notifying everyone in the safe zone team to pay attention. Machine guns ready. RPG ready. The strong, burly man didn't come out to meet the battle, but instead guarded the side of the carriage. Rumble. A series of loud bangs suddenly came. Thunder? Someone in the safe zone team looked up curiously to watch. Suddenly, the ground shook violently and the entire earth trembled. Earthquake. The ordinary people in the safe zone ranks were in a state of panic and disarray. Even the awakened didn't manage to stand still and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Ka-ching! There was a loud bang. The ground instantly cracked open huge gaps, like a huge hungry mouth devouring everything. The surrounding rainwater found a vent in the cracks and flowed into them sharply. The burly man hadn't even hit the ground yet at this point. No. Zhang Chao tried to cover his chest, but his chest was already shot with blood. Cha-chan! The woman in fancy dress screamed loudly in agony and was about to rush up to her defiantly when she was desperately stopped by her guards. Hearing the woman's mournful cries, Zhang Biao quickly ran over, only to see Zhang Chao's chest was blood red and he fell too. What are you doing? You. Ta-da. The red-eyed guards took a wild swipe at the other guards. Wrong direction. Stupid. The other guards tried to stop him. Chut chut chut. A few more guards fell. It's a mole. A guard shouted in horror. What? There's a mole? This threw the escort, which was already struggling to form an effective resistance, into complete disarray. All of the guards were panicked and looked at the surrounding guards with some caution. Fear of a mole stabbing him in the back. The scene was a complete mess. Zhang Biao had just recovered from the pain of losing his son when he saw this mind-boggling scene. One of the guards went wild with his gun, shooting the other guards. Zhang Biao was enraged and kicked his foot towards the red-eyed guard fiercely. Die for me! Swish! An arrow almost hit his thigh, directly killing one of the guards behind Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao's face changed drastically, and he was forced to stop in his tracks. So fast. The speed of the arrow was completely different from before, if the arrow was aimed at him at this point. He couldn't catch it as easily as before either. Zhang Biao instantly changed his mind and shouted. Evacuate! Don't worry about anything, evacuate! Zhang Biao took a few steps to the side of the carriage and yanked out the woman in fancy dress inside the carriage. Carry it up and run towards the west. The burly men and cronies behind him quickly followed, not daring to hesitate. I didn't think they'd be pushed this far by a bunch of savages. Liu couldn't help but say as he looked at the safe zone team that was once again running and fleeing away. I can't believe I'm running again. Liu didn't seem to realize that a large part of the reason why the guards in the safe zone were running away with their faces full of fear was because of the cold arrows he was putting here. After all, no one wants to die an unexplained death. Chapter 33, Distributing the Spoils of War. I'll take this horse. As he watched the safe zone team quickly flee, Fu Shiryao was also filled with incredulity. Why don't they fight back and run away instead? They can obviously win. Fu Shiryao asked in disbelief. The people in the safe zone team added up to at least a few thousand, and at this moment, they were actually being chased by more than 40 scavengers who were fleeing in a sorry state. Just cherishing my life. Li Yu spoke the answer in one sentence. This group of safe zones are afraid of death and seem to be outnumbered though. Once a real fight breaks out, it's really just the guards fighting. As soon as the guards retreated, they had to follow. Because he had successfully resolved Zhang Chao, the corners of Li Yu's mouth rose slightly. A big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. After resolving Zhang Chao, the person who loved to find trouble the most, it was also considered removing the trouble in his heart. As he watched the scavenger team in front of him continue to attack constantly, Li Yu once again moved forward in position. The situation is getting more and more favorable for the scavengers. The team in the safe zone hurriedly evacuated under Zhang Biao's leadership, leaving a mess behind. Several large heavy boxes were even thrown away in order to run faster, and one horse was not ridden away in time. Look, they dropped the supplies. See, pursuit first. The tall man continued to command methodically. These teams of scavengers all seemed extraordinarily calm and did what they were told. They were here mainly for revenge, not just to grab supplies. And with the painful lesson of the earlier supply explosion, the scavenger squad was on guard against the supplies. Though on the surface they were continuing to attack. But they knew in their own hearts that it was impossible to exterminate a safety zone team of several thousand people with the strength of a few dozen. It wasn't until they were sure that the safe zone team had truly fled that they came back to clean up the battlefield and distribute the loot with peace of mind. After all, even if they didn't take this much loot material, it would be taken by the stragglers coming up behind them. The tall man crouched down next to the crate and examined it carefully before speaking. Safe. After his careful inspection, there were no dangerous items like bombs hidden in the supplies. All the scavengers breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a wasted trip. Li Yu hurried over with Fu Shiryao. He also wanted to see what was useful. After all, he also contributed in this battle. Just as he approached the place, Li Yu was attracted to the dropped steed that caught his full attention. It wasn't so much the handsome appearance of the horse, but the fact that the horse was munching on the severed limbs on the ground with gusto. It looked like it was still being eaten. The horse is eating meat. Li Yu looked at the horse incredulously. Its mouth was red with blood. Aren't horses grass eaters? Fu Shiryao's eyes widened in surprise as well. Horses had always been grazing animals in the knowledge she had gained as a child. No wonder. Li Yu came to a realization. He had wondered earlier how the horses in the safe zone were kept to survive now that there were oceanic waters everywhere and basically no more hay, or even much less grass. Now the doubts in Li Yu's heart were finally solved. It seems that all these horses have completely evolved into omnivores, even eating meat. Someone's coming. The scavenger in charge of the lookout turned back to the tall man. The scavengers gathered here also turned their heads curiously. Only Li Yu and Fu Shiryao were slowly approaching the place. It's him. It's the archer. Seeing the iconic black bow in Li Yu's hand, all the scavengers instantly guessed his identity. Without Li Yu's help in the dark, there was no way for them to achieve victory so smoothly. The tall man stood up, first raising his hand high to show that he was unarmed, and then raising a conversational gesture to Li Yu. Li Yu returned the same gesture, and only then did the tall man walk alone. The taller man walked to a stop about a dozen meters away, which was the default rule that scavengers used with each other. I'm their temporary team leader, my name is Chen Lai. Li Yu. Thanks to your help, we can let you choose these supplies first. Chen Lai gave his sincerity. After all, Li Yu's bow and arrows were a great threat, and he didn't want to clash with Li Yu over these things. If he hadn't been the interim captain, he would have had to consider the mood of 4 dozen people. Even if he gave all of these things to Li Yu, it wasn't impossible to come and make a friend. Thanks a lot. Li Yu did not refuse and directly walked up to pick it up. Let him take it first. Chen Lai ordered to the 40 or so people. The crowd didn't have any opinion on this, although none of them had ever seen Li Yu. Li Yu's bow and arrow had long had a high enough reputation among the stragglers. Li Yu looked around at the supplies in the box, and to be honest he didn't fancy any of them. Because it's full of flashy stuff. There was even a box filled with plates. This thing needs to be moved here with a lot of effort? When he saw the raincoat in the other box, Li Yu thought of the uniform raincoat that the people in the safe zone were wearing, which seemed to be waterproof. I want 2 raincoats. Li Yu directly took out 2 pieces from the box. I also want that horse. Li Yu pointed at the horse still eating meat over there again. Chen Lai was first stunned, then immediately agreed with alacrity. No problem. Chen Lai and the others really didn't want that horse, and Li Yu's choice of horse happened to not conflict with their interests at all. It was simply the best of both worlds. Just when he was happy, Li Yu spoke again. There's so much left, you split it up according to what it's worth. Sure enough, it wasn't that simple. Chen Lai took a general look at the supplies around him. How about a bag of fine salt? Mind you, there's no salt or sugar in these things, and they're not worth much. Deal. Li Yu took the package handed over by Chen Lai. Wrapped tightly in a tarp, it was indeed a bag of salt. Li Yu handed the raincoat to Fu Shiryao, turned his head and walked directly towards the horses. This horse was not afraid of people at all. Seeing Li Yu come over, it didn't run, it just ate the meat on the ground by itself. The scene was bloody. It was only after Li Yu got closer that he could see it clearly. The horse was covered in a smooth, silky black coat and was of magnificent size. It's so beautiful. Fu Shiryao couldn't help but be surprised as well. I can't believe such a nice horse was left behind. Li Yu grabbed the reins in front of the black horse and tried to yank hard. The black horse didn't move a muscle, munching away, and didn't seem to want to leave the area. Maybe that's why the dark horse was left behind. Li Yu increased his strength again and yanked hard, but the black horse still didn't move and continued to eat with its head buried in the ground. What a stubborn horse. Looking at the horse still drinking blood and eating meat, Li Yu suddenly realized something. Sneak out a small piece of Fei's meat. Unexpectedly, just as he took it out, the black horse instantly raised its head and its nose kept sniffing something. You're a dog, with such a good nose. Li Yu marveled. Passing the Fei meat in his hand just now, the black horse ate it in one bite. It also reveals a sense of humanized satisfaction. Li Yu once again tugged on the reins, and only then did the black horse tilt its head and obediently walk. The nearby scavengers were looking at Li Yu and kept discussing. I heard him. His name is Li Yu. He's the archer? Who else could it be if not him? Didn't you see that bow and arrow? I didn't even know where Li Yu was when he shot the arrow. Nonsense, you'll be dead by the time you see it. It was only until Li Yu and Fu Shiryao left with their horses that they proceeded to count up the supplies. Lead the horse to the far side. Fu Shiryao was very happy after wearing the raincoat in the safe zone. Li Yu, this raincoat fits so well. Li Yu also put on a raincoat and tried it, and it really worked much better than a tarp. And the raincoat seems to have a warming effect, it's very warm inside. Li Yu tried to move around for a bit, and realized that the raincoat actually didn't affect him at all in making drastic movements. It still looks like it was specifically designed and crafted. People in the safe zone really know how to enjoy themselves. He had a new appreciation in his mind for the resources and level of production in the safe zone. Li Yu turned to the black horse, which stood quietly and did not react to Li Yu's approach. Li Yu carefully stepped one foot on the stirrup and with a gentle leap, he sat firmly on the horse's back. The dark horse wiggled his ears just slightly, but showed no sign of displeasure. Great! Li Yu was riding a horse for the first time, and there was still some suppressed excitement inside. Li Yu gently touched the smooth satin-like black fur with his hand, and his mouth kept chanting. Good horse, good horse. The dark horse seemed to understand, and grunted. Li Yu adjusted his sitting position, then gently clamped the horse's belly, and the black horse began to walk slowly. At first, Li Yu was a little rusty. But soon, Li Yu became familiar with the feeling of riding a horse. They walked back and forth in the open space. Li Yu gradually increased his speed, and the black horse matched his movements, looking very obedient. Chapter 34, Out of the Black Mountain. Li Yu rolled over and dismounted, gently patting the black horse's neck. Then turning to Fu Shiryao. Fu Shiryao's eyes glittered with excitement as she cautiously approached the black horse. Don't be afraid, it's gentle. As Li Yu spoke, he seemed to have completely forgotten the bloody scene of the black horse eating the meat just now. Fu Shiryao gathered her courage and climbed up with her hands and feet, slightly clumsily. Then she reached out and gently stroked the black horse's smooth mane with a gentle motion. The black horse seemed to sense her kindness and neighed softly. Too much fun. Fu Shiryao stroked the mane again. A sense of euphoria like no other came over me. Li Yu stood next to the horse and patiently instructed, relax, your body swings naturally with the horse's pace. Li Yu held the reins in front, and the black horse began to walk slowly. Soon Fu Shiryao realized that she was able to keep up with the horse's pace. Liu could also see that this horse seemed to be very smart and knew how to cooperate with people. Soon, Fu Shiyao was almost done learning. Fu Shiyao reluctantly got down from the horse, her face overflowing with satisfaction and excitement. Thank you, Liu, this is the happiest day of my life. Fu Shiyao's eyes shone with gratitude and a touch of inexplicable affection. Liu's attention was still on the black horse, completely unaware of Fu Shiyao's gaze. Since it can eat me too, we can raise it. Otherwise there's really no way to raise it. If this black horse didn't eat meat, Liu wouldn't have picked this horse when choosing his supplies earlier. Liu checked the saddle made in the safety zone on the black horse and secretly marveled at its exquisite design. It's very convenient and practical to be able to seat people on a regular basis and to carry things on a pack. Someone is approaching, 5 people. Fu Shiyao suddenly opened her mouth to warn. The moment the 5 people approached, Fu Shiyao immediately noticed the change in the height of the raindrops, thus spotting the other party. Liu also couldn't help but sigh. Fu Shiyao's psychic ability was really good. Fu Shiyao pointed in the direction of the 5 people, and Liu carefully concealed himself. Not long afterward, a small party of scavengers did pass that way, exactly 5 of them. Looking at the 5 people's dress and weapons, Liu and Fu Shiyao froze. They had never before seen a party of scavengers all armed with spears. And looking at the state of these people, although they were also stragglers, they didn't seem to be from the same place as them. Exotic stragglers, it looks like we've already stepped out of the range of the Black Mountain region. Liu had also seen stragglers outside the Black Mountain region for the first time. These 5 people hurriedly rushed along, seeming to have something important to do, and did not notice the 2 Liu who were hidden. The black horse also seemed to understand what was going on and stood there motionless, not making a sound. Only when the 5 people walked away did Liu notice Dark Horse's reaction. What a smart horse! Liu couldn't help but sigh once again. I can't believe such a nice horse was left behind. What were the people in the safe zone thinking? Seeming to understand that he was being complimented, the dark horse tilted his head high again. Fu Shiyao also rushed forward and stroked the black horse's mane again. The black horse's mane was extremely hydrophobic, and she kinda liked the feel of it. Feeling the rotation of the abdominal cyclone slow down, Liu once again took out the Fey crystalline nuclei and urged his Chi cyclone to continue strengthening his alien ability. Just as he took it out, Dark Horse came running over with his ass in the air. It kept circling around Liu and was even willing to bend down, signaling for Liu to ride it. There was still a hint of humanized devotion in the Dark Horse's eyes. It wants Fey crystals. Fu Shiyao instantly guessed the meaning of Dark Horse's actions. Liu was also a bit curious. A normally evolved animal could still eat Fey crystal cores? He knew that Fey crystals were only found in mutated Fey. Nothing will happen if Dark Horse eats it. After thinking about it, Liu still took out the smallest one from the Fey crystals. Put it in the palm of your hand. Poof. Once the black horse saw that Liu actually really wanted to give it to him, his mouth grunted happily. He also kept rubbing his head against Liu with intimate and pleasing movements. With so many Fey crystalline cores, it was nothing to give a small one to the black horse. Liu spread out his palms, and the black horse swallowed the foreign beast crystal core in a flash, the speed of which made Liu marvel. Fu Shiyao and Liu hurriedly approached to check, staring wide-eyed as they continued to observe the changes in the black horse. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The black horse remained unchanged. Its body was exactly the same as it was just now when it hadn't eaten the Fey crystalline core. Although his body hadn't changed, Dark Horse looked very happy. It walked around Liu, its hooves all bouncing under its feet, full of vigor. It doesn't seem to have any effect? Fu Shiyao asked, fuming. Maybe it hasn't been digested yet. I remember that animals' stomachs all look different. Liu analyzed. Seeing that nothing happened to the black horse after eating the crystal core, Liu and Fu Shiyao were relieved. Although they hadn't spent much time together, the two kinda liked the dark horse. Both of them also quieted their minds, absorbing as much energy as they could from the crystals in their hands to enhance their abilities. Within a short while, Fu Shiyao had made a noticeable improvement. It seems like I'm seeing further. Fu Shiyao said in surprise. Liu nodded. After all, Fu Shiyao's alien ability level was relatively low. It was normal to improve so quickly. After the pursuing crowd managed to attack the safe zone team, they were all given supplies. The scavenger squads that were chasing the safe zone team all stopped to rest. Liu and Fu Shiyao did not continue to pursue either. Only the little girl was missing. Soon, The hordes of stragglers in the rear then followed the trail of the battle. All that was left on their faces was fear and exhaustion, as if they were experiencing a nightmare. Zhang Biao walked ahead, recognized the direction and led the group onward. As the terrain gradually became higher, Zhang Biao knew it was not far away. It wasn't long before a small, well-equipped safe zone team in raincoats appeared in front of them, blocking the road. Stop! The squad stopped Zhang Biao's group. Although the people behind Zhang Biao were all in a bit of a mess, the squad was still able to tell from their clothing that Zhang Biao and these people were from other safety zones. And the safe zone people are in a state that the savages can't pretend to be in. You have arrived at the Wang clan mound, and this is the boundary of the Wang clan. The safe zone squad was polite enough to stop and ask questions. Dare I ask which family you are from? What are you doing here? Black Mountain Zhang family. The guard in front replied. Upon hearing that it was the Black Mountain Zhang family, the safe zone squad that blocked the road instantly put away the indifference on their faces. It was replaced by a warm smile and a 180-degree turn in attitude. So it's the neighboring Zhang family, allow us to inform. After saying that, one of the squad quickly folded back and reported the situation. Chapter 35 Wangjiakia Safe Zone. Zhang family and Wang family, the safety zones of the two families were not that far apart. Moreover, on weekdays, there would occasionally be caravans passing back and forth between the two places, and the relationship between them was quite good. Just looking at the vast crowd in front of him, the small captain who blocked the road was filled with doubts and frowned. How come all the people from the Zhang clan's safety zone have come to their Wang Jiaqiu? Soon, an extremely fast person came over as quickly as a gust of wind. The visitor instantly recognized Zhang Biao from the migration team. It's really Zhang family master, I didn't expect you to actually come in person. Zhang Biao also recognized the other party. This extremely fast person was a relative of the head of the Wang family and had once done some business with him on behalf of the Wang family. Wang Liqiang, long time no see. Zhang Biao also walked up to greet him. Wang Liqiang looked at the large wave of people behind Zhang Biao, and a hint of realization seemed to flash through his gaze. He actually didn't ask a single question and just decisively ordered the release. Release! The squad that was blocking the road sniffed and quickly stepped aside, making way for the team from the Black Mountain safety zone. The Zhang family's team slowly passed by here. Follow me. After Wang Liqiang finished speaking, he directly took big strides to lead the way. Soon, Zhang Biao's team followed Wang Liqiang to the safe zone fortress in Wang Jiaqiu. The fortress of King's Mound was built on top of a hill. This mound is also considered to be one of the highest points in the surrounding terrain. However, with the height of these ordinary hills, it would only reduce the amount of standing water a little, and would not be as high as a safe zone on a high mountain. The perimeter of the fortress took full advantage of the natural slope of the hills, with layers of fortifications undulating along the terrain. The neighborhood was full of various defenses against straggler attacks. But the people in the Zhang family's team clearly didn't see such a facility. Because in the Montenegro safe zone, the defenses set up were much stronger and tighter than they were here. Following Wang Liqiang around the trap set by the Wang family, Zhang Biao's team followed and continued upwards. As Zhang Biao walked along, his eyes scrutinized the Wang family around him, and everyone in the Wang family seemed to be busy. After some time, Zhang Biao's group finally arrived at the top of the mound. This is the core area of King's Mound, with fortified houses and living quarters. Seeing the situation inside the safe zone, Zhang Biao and the Zhang clan members behind him revealed surprised expressions. For the people, at this time, a child ran out cheerfully and grabbed Wang Qingshu. Watch out for the savages, they're crazy. Savages? Wang Qingshu froze, you're talking about those stragglers? Zhang Biao nodded his head. Wang Qingshu was very surprised to hear that. Listening to Zhang Biao, it seemed that these stragglers had become very dangerous, and it was possible that Zhang Chao had died that way. Wang Qingshu still didn't quite understand. Let's not talk about safe zones and stragglers and how big the gear gap is between the two sides. With that scrawny and weak look of the stragglers, they can beat up the Zhang family like this? And usually when the stragglers saw their safe zone people, it wasn't like a rat seeing a cat. It was too late to run, so how could they take the initiative to attack and assault the safe zone team? And the most important point is that the group of stragglers is like scattered sand, and they have to kill and fight with each other. It was hard for Wang Qingshu to imagine how these stragglers, who were like scattered sand, managed to charge into the safe zone team and still managed to kill Zhang Chao. However, when Wang Qingshu remembered Zhang Chao's flighty and domineering character, he instantly guessed the general reason and pondered in his mind. I'm only afraid that this Zhang Chao has done something that has angered the entire group of displaced people. Wang Qinshui nodded in response, saying that he would be wary of the stragglers. Only then did he bid farewell to Zhang Biao, taking the Wang family with him as he reluctantly left the fortress that their ancestors had created to live in. But there was no choice. After Wang Qinshui's group left, it wasn't until they had gone out a long way that Wang Lijian came over and inquired. Family master, for such a long migration journey, why don't you go with the Zhang family team, so you can take care of each other as well? Wang Qinshui said in a deep voice, all people's relationships have one thing on the surface and one thing behind the scenes, and the same is true for the relationships between the safety zones. Though on the surface, we often have merchandise exchanges and seem to be on good terms. But now that the Great Tribulation is coming soon, everything changes. An ally one second may be an enemy the next. Wang Lijian carefully noted down Wang Qinshui's words and nodded thoughtfully. There is another reason. Wang Qinshui suddenly spoke again. The Zhang family seems to have offended those stragglers. Wang Qinshui said with a certainty in his tone. Outcasts? What's so terrible about offending stragglers? Wang Lijian didn't quite understand that in his eyes, those stragglers were just a bunch of rabble monkeys. If I'm not wrong, Zhang Biao's son, Zhang Chao, has been killed by the stragglers. Wang Qinshui's face was grave. What? Wang Lijian stared in disbelief. Wang Qinshui continued to analyze him. Can't you see? The strong man beside Zhang Biao is a fifth order awakened. Wang Lijian nodded his head. The other party's strong body was particularly conspicuous, and he naturally saw it. Moreover, that burly man's psychic strength was really strong, and he could also feel a sense of oppression. Wang Lijian was a bit puzzled as to what this burly man had to do with Zhang Chao's death. Chapter 36. To be able to kill Zhang Biao's son in front of a fifth order awakened. And I'm guessing that this person is also a savage who lacks the resources to be as powerful as he can be. Wang Lijian nodded. This savage awakened was definitely an attack type ability. Wang Qinshui continued. If we move with the Zhang family's group, we might even be thought by the straggler awakeners that our two safe zones are in cahoots. At that time, I'm only afraid that not only will it not be helpful, but I'll also have to help the Zhang family block the disaster. Wang Lijian understood this time. I didn't expect the family head to actually consider so far-reaching, and I couldn't help but sigh that this family head's position really wasn't something that ordinary people could sit in. At this time, the pioneer in charge of opening the road in front of us ran back and inquired, Family Master, so we'll just keep going west? No. Wang Qinshui pondered for a moment, his gaze revealing thought, and it's really worthy of being a meat-eating horse, it's simply strong. Li Yu marveled. This discovery also made Li Yu very happy. With Xiao He, their speed of movement was at least another notch higher. Fu Shiyao's special ability combined with his 100% hit special ability could casually hunt some ordinary animals. It's perfectly fine to have an extra meat-eating blackie. At this point, the hordes of stragglers behind them had resumed their pursuit. They continued to follow the traces left behind by Zhang Biao's team, all the way to the west. Disaster was imminent, and if they didn't want to die, the stragglers had no choice but to push on. Li Yu and Fu Shiyao rested for a few more moments and absorbed the crystal core energy for a while before they rushed out on Little Black. Li Yu did not choose to approach the group of stragglers to hurry alone. Because he and Fu Shiyao were riding on Xiao He, although they were fast, they were just a moving target. Let alone a powerful awakened, even some ordinary people with good marksmanship could surely hit it. Moreover, he was a long-range attacker type, and Fu Shiyao was only a perception type awakened person. The two amounted to no defense whatsoever. All the advantages were based on the distance between Li Yu and the enemy. Once the guarantee of distance was lost, even if Li Yu shot 100 times, it would be difficult for him to escape successfully with a large number of enemies. So the best option is to stay away from the crowd. The stragglers were all amazed as they watched Li Yu ride away on his horse. That was a horse that only the awakened adults in the safe zone were qualified to ride, and at this moment, it was actually ridden by Li Yu. It was also the first time they had seen scavengers riding horses. Ma Yuanbai, who was mingling among the stragglers, also saw the back of Li Yu and Fu Shiyao riding away with a shocked face. Ma Yuanbai's heartbeat accelerated a few points after seeing the black horse that Li Yu was riding. He knew the horse if no one else did. Because a horse with a dark body all over was so rare, that's why he remembered it so clearly. He had seen this horse once when he had gone to the Black Mountain safe zone to make a trade. This black horse was notoriously unruly in the Black Mountain safe zone, and even though Zhang Chao kept trying and exhausted all sorts of methods, he was ultimately unable to make it submit. Dark Horse seems to have his own unique pride and never gives in to. However, more stragglers didn't stop there. They knew that the only way to find true safety was to continue westward. These members of both teams appeared to be somewhat reserved in their body language as they talked. They were outwardly warm, but there was still a hint of imperceptible caution in their eyes, rather than complete trust and relaxation. But even so, it made Liu very surprised. Because in the Black Mountain region, two scavenger squads would clash even if they saw each other, not to mention getting close. The two watched curiously, and also from their laughing and talking, the two also vaguely heard the word sanctuary. Sanctuary? Chapter 37 Compulsory Compliance. Fu Shiyao and Liu looked at each other in disbelief. Sanctuary? This term was like a heavy bomb in their hearts, instantly setting off shockwaves. They actually heard the word sanctuary here. It was an ancient shelter building carefully constructed by ancient humans hundreds of years ago. Rumor has it that shelters are not only rock solid to protect humans from that never. However, when these scavengers saw Fu Shiyao behind Liu, they stared with some surprise again. You have a wife for being so miserable? It's unbelievable. This world is crazy. Sis, you can't be blind. Beggars have wives and I don't? Liu's head was filled with black lines, and Fu Shiyao lowered her head somewhat shyly. Although what they said didn't sound good, Liu really didn't feel the slightest bit of malice from their words. The man at the head of the group held out his hand, signaling them to be quiet, and then took the initiative to greet Lu Qiu. The two of you have come here on the run, haven't you? How do you know? Liu was a bit surprised. The leader of the group thought to himself, I'd been in such a bad situation that people can tell at a glance that I'm a refugee, so what's the point of asking? He glanced at Liu with pity, guessing in his heart that this person was afraid that he was not starving and wanted to beg for 2 bites of food with him. Thinking of this, he turned his head and said, Lao San, get them some dry food. All right. The person called Lao San responded cheerfully, then turned around to look for something. After the man in charge finished speaking, he greeted Liu and the two of them to come over. Liu and Fu Shiyao entered under the rain shelter. The oldest handed over a piece of green food. Liu and Fu Shiyao looked at this piece of green that was a little weird, and for a moment they didn't dare to take a bite. Seemingly seeing Liu's thoughts, the man at the head smiled and explained. These are green algae fiber strips, dry food made from algae, don't worry about eating them, they're not poisonous. Liu took the green algae fiber strips and didn't eat them right away, but inquired curiously. Aren't you afraid that we are the enemy and will sneak up on you? He still knows about sneak attacks. The two scavenger squads looked at each other and laughed, realizing that Liu was completely ignorant of the situation here. Someone opened his mouth to explain, this is your first time coming to Zhejiang Mountain, right? This is the ruled area of 7,207 refuge, whoever dares to break the law and commit a crime here will be beheaded. Illegal offense? Liu asked curiously, the term was quite new. It's the rules of the shelter, and whenever someone violates them, it's considered a criminal offense. There was actually such a thing. Liu and Fu Shiyao were both a bit incredulous. Where did you flee from? The leader of another scavenger squad inquired. Black Mountain. Liu answered truthfully. Black Mountain? Seems like I've heard of it. The captain was a little confused. I know, it seems like it's the westernmost territory of our Xian mountain region. The henchman replied. Oh, so it's a remote area. The captain came to a realization. Several people discussed amongst themselves and looked at Liu's outfit again. Are the people there in Montenegro living so miserably? Liu was a bit helpless and had little bottom to answer. Not bad. With your living conditions, you can even go for the subsidy. A scavenger laughed at the two men's dress. Subsidy? Fu Shiyao asked curiously. It's people who are dying of starvation who get free food. You can be given clothes even if you don't have any. The scavenger explained. The people in the refuge are so nice? Liu felt his survival knowledge take a hit. Not to mention sanctuaries, even ordinary safe zones have nothing but contempt and killing when they see stragglers. Liu couldn't believe that there were actually places in this world that gave free food to stragglers. Seeing Liu and Fu Shiyao not knowing anything, like two unseen bumpkins, the scavengers had some small sense of superiority. The scavenger then took the initiative to open up and introduce himself to Liu. You've come to the right place to escape. This is the Saigon Mountains, and everyone here is subject to the rules issued by Shelter 7207, so you're safe now. One of the rules is that all people are forbidden to harm others, even the awakened. Another scavenger picked up the conversation. The Saigon Hills Refuge wants to create a place where there is no discrimination, where there is no distinction between displaced people and safe zones, where there is equality for all. Li Yu and Fu Shiyao were taken aback. Equality for all? Li Yu had never even heard of such a great idea, and was in a bit of a trance. Seemingly anticipating Li Yu's reaction, the scavengers all laughed. Although the taste of the snake meat was also good, Xiao Hei's expression was a bit dissatisfied. Obviously, what it had been given earlier was still delicious and energy-filled fey meat. As a result, now that it had become ordinary snake meat, Blackie seemed to feel that its treatment was plummeting. Li Yu painstakingly held it several times before Little Black was reluctantly willing to go. Why is Little Black suddenly so stubborn? Li Yu wondered. It's probably because I ate too much. Fu Shiyao said from the side. Blackie hated to jump at that. After Li Yu and Fu Shiyao were pacified, they finally mounted Little Black. The two of them, one horse, quickly headed in the direction of the shelter that the scavengers had pointed out. With Little Black's amazing speed, the journey that originally took a day now took less than half a day. As we got closer to the location of the shelter, the changes around us increased. The number of scavengers on the road began to grow steadily. Li Yu realized that the way the scavengers got along was completely different from the scavengers in Montenegro. People here don't intentionally distance themselves from each other, and seem close and natural to each other. The stragglers are gathered. Some even made a concerted effort to build shelters together and live together, looking out for each other and helping each other. Seeing the scene of the stragglers being harmonious and friendly with each other, Li Yu and Fu Shiyao were somewhat convinced that the rumors of the refuge were true. Chapter 38, The Holy Son of the Shelter. Li Yu and Fu Shiyao rode Little Black and quickly approached the direction of the refuge like the wind. As the shelter drew closer, the number of scavengers around it increased. Li Yu's eyes scanned the surroundings, and he was surprised to find that there were actually no stragglers similar to the kind in Black Mountain that were like walking corpses here. Aside from seeing a couple of rather skinny stragglers, all of the other scavengers were still in good health and seemed to be in good spirits. And, even when these scavengers realized they were riding horses, no look of surprise passed over their faces. The two men continued to ride on. Hey, look at those two scavengers, they're actually riding horses. A scavenger pointed at Li Yu and said to his companion. What's that? What's a horse when you go inside a shelter? His companion just casually scanned the area and continued to concentrate on the task at hand, as if the sight of horseback riding had long been commonplace. The other man laughed at that. Ha, we've seen people riding bicycles, not to mention horses. These scavengers seem to have long since seen it all, and really didn't have much of a reaction to Li Yu's two riding horses. Li Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised. It seemed like there seemed to be quite a few people riding horses here. After advancing a short distance again, the number of people gathered increased dramatically once more. Even the feet were trodden out on a well-defined path. A variety of sheds and rudimentary houses have appeared on both sides of the road, with a sense that the stragglers are modeling themselves after the safe zone. There were a lot of people on the road, so Li Yu and Fu Shiyao had to dismount and lead Xiao Hei to continue on. Walking amongst the bustling crowd, Li Yu's hand tightly gripped his bow and arrow, not daring to relax for a moment. Fu Shiyao, on the other hand, was on full alert for the situation around her. In the event of danger, the two could at least make an immediate counterattack. Li Yu realized that among the crowd, there were indeed many people from the safety zone. Dressed in beautiful costumes and wearing a variety of weapons on their belts, they looked out of place in their surroundings. But it was true that, as the scavengers had said earlier, the people in the safe zone had not taken any action against the stragglers. You know that in the Black Mountain region, people in the safe zone kill stragglers indiscriminately. In contrast, the atmosphere here was really quite harmonious, and the people in the safe zone were even talking to the stragglers. That's before even arriving at the refuge, and you can already see the difference between this place and the Black Hills. Moving forward again. Stalls and vendors. Li Yu fixed his eyes and saw that the coin was indeed engraved with the word 7207. You can exchange your supplies for some coins in the center square, because here, you need coins to do everything. The big dog held out his fingers and rubbed them together with a smile. I'll be your guide and help you answer any questions you have about the sanctuary, and I'll only charge a coin. Yes, but you have to answer the question first. Li Yu agreed in one bite and then looked at Big Dog. Of course. The big dog didn't seem to be afraid of Liu cheating him, instead he replied with a warm smile. Is there really a so-called, must-be-followed rule here? Liu was the first to ask. The big dog immediately replied, yes. Everyone here must strictly abide by the rules of Shelter 7207. This includes not attacking others, not stealing, etc. Big Dog warned, if you are discovered, the end is extremely tragic. So yeah, you guys made a very good choice to come here because it's very safe. Liu and Fu Shiryao looked at each other, the rules were actually true. The big dog was a bit surprised and said, you guys actually know the rules, are you here to participate in the annual elite selection competition? Elite selection competition? Fu Shiryao heard this word for the first time. It's about selecting the best of the best from everyone in the sanctuary area. Big Dog spoke with a wistful look in his eyes. It doesn't matter if you're a straggler or from the safe zone, as long as you're super strong and smart, you can enter the selection contest and anyone has a chance to rise to the management of the sanctuary. What about the original people at the shelter when the stragglers get promoted to management? Liu was a bit unconvinced, how could someone leave such a high-class position for an outsider to sit in? Big Dog immediately said, in fact, the people from the refuge have long since moved to live on the top of Zaijiang Mountain, so all that's left here are some promoted management. Because more and more people are gathering around the shelter, that's why the selection contest is held every year. Thus absorbing some strong, capable people to manage the growing and increasingly large population for them. Big Dog explained in serious detail. Liu and Fu Shiryao were surprised beyond words after hearing this. I can't believe that they use outsiders to manage outsiders, even if they don't have to do it themselves. The people at this shelter are pretty smart. At that moment, a patrol riding several tall rain camels came slowly from the direction of the refuge. When the surrounding stragglers saw it, they were all excited and kept cheering, and some were even kneeling in excitement. Big Dog looked at the young man on the rain hump and was also excited. You guys are lucky to meet the Holy Sun Lord's patrol on your first visit. Liu followed the big dog's gaze. Only a 15 or 16-year-old teenager was seen riding a tall rain camel beast, and the teenager was happily waving his hand with the stragglers around him. This pro-people move caused the surrounding stragglers to cheer. Liu didn't feel any energy from the teenager, instead, it was the few people around the teenager who were emitting powerful energy fluctuations. In terms of energy intensity, Liu knew that he was definitely not a match for these people. Why did you call him Saint Sun? Fu Shiryao asked in disbelief. The Holy Sun is the next generation successor of the sanctuary, he is a natural-born awakened person. Big Dog said with a longing face. Awakened people still have innate? Liu's eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. He had never heard of such unthinkable things. A born awakened is a genius that only two awakened have a chance of being born. Big Dog explained. Liu looked again, only to see that wherever that Holy Sun went, all of them were enthusiastically cheering and worshipping. Whether it was the people in the safe zone or the stragglers, all of them held a deep respect for this Holy Sun. The teenager and the patrol slowly walked away as the crowd cheered. Liu also couldn't help but sigh, the Saint Sun was born and awakened. And it's also the successor of 7207 Shelter, which is just a winner in life. Liu thought to himself, it's true that acquired efforts are still not as good as a good caste. Seeing the Holy Sun walk away, the big dog then rejoined. Come on, I'll take you to exchange coins. Chapter 39 Sale of Materials. The two followed the big dog towards the center. Only then did Liu see a thick, high wall towering in front of him. The top of the wall was covered with sharp pieces that looked like they were preventing someone from going over it. Sentry towers were set up at intervals along the wall, and on them stood vigilant guards, constantly surveying every movement around them. Liu glanced at the guards standing on the wall and realized that these people were actually awakened. With the strength of these awakened, defending against these ordinary people outside was a complete piece of cake. The gate of the high wall consisted of two heavy steel gates. Liu had never seen such a large piece of steel before and could not imagine how it was made at all. The gates were closed and guards stood under the high walls. Only after strict identification and scrutiny will you be granted access to the gates. Several people soon arrived under the high wall. Is the shelter inside? Liu asked as he looked at the huge door. Sure. The big dog tilted his head towards the gate, he too would love to go inside and live there. Isn't it said that everyone is equal? Fu Shiryao asked curiously. Ha ha. The big dog couldn't help but laugh and instead looked at Liu to make fun of him. Your wife is quite innocent, You didn't trick her, did you? Fu Shiyao's face instantly reddened and lowered her head without saying anything. Big Dog continued as he walked. Despite what everyone says, this is a sanctuary for equals. But in reality, it's not like that at all. Big Dog pointed to the high wall. Inside the wall everyone may be equal, but unfortunately we are outside the wall. It's harder for outsiders to get inside the walls. There's really no hope of getting in except for the talent search. Speaking of which, Big Dog sighed. Hey! For stragglers, sanctuary is just a high wall out of reach. Liu froze, not expecting this Big Dog to have some understanding. Several people came to the square under the high wall, which was filled with cluttered houses. Although the square was not within the high walls of the refuge, it was already so well policed that no one dared to cause trouble here. The exchange square is also the liveliest place outside the walls. Big Dog pointed to the stalls in the square. It's also extremely convenient to trade with people inside the high walls here. Liu looked up at the high wall and nodded in his heart. In that case, the people in the refuge need to go out at all, just collect from the stragglers. There are even quests that can be issued to stragglers. Big Dog brought the two to a separately constructed awning and pointed to the window and said to Liu. You can take whatever goodies you have, including supplies and weapons. This place will exchange your supplies for coins, and then with the coins you can buy what you want at the shelter. Liu followed the Big Dog's guidance and looked inside. There was a man wearing glasses sitting at the window. His face was expressionless, as if he were a cold statue. Liu had just walked up to the window when the man said to Liu as if he was reciting without any emotion. Take out whatever supplies you have, and I'll rate you a reasonable price based on their value, and you can exchange them for coins as you see fit. It sounds like he's repeated this statement countless times, so skillfully that he's even bored with it himself. Liu took out a package containing the fur and bones of the Fey Beast leopard. Liu handed the package to the man. The man opened the package and gently ran his hand over the soft fur, muttering under his breath. Misty leopard. After confirming that the stuff was real, the man's face remained as normal and calmly said to Liu. Common Fey fur, worth 30 coins. Then the man casually glanced at the bones. Common Fey bones, worth 10 coins. The man looked up and inquired, do you want to redeem it? Liu decided to stay here for the day, and as such, they did need the coins. Change. Liu replied without hesitation. No refunds after exchange. The man finished, and with skillful movements, he rewrapped his things and put them in the back. Then he took out 4 neat piles of coins from the drawer and handed them to Liu. Liu took the coins and turned away from the window. On the way, he casually unwrapped a stack, removed a coin from it, and tossed it to the Big Dog that had been waiting in the wings for a long time. This Big Dog does know a lot, and being a guide is only a coin, which really isn't that expensive. The Big Dog, quick as a flash, caught the coin and pocketed it. That's when he saw the stacks of coins in Liu's hands again. Big Dog's expression was a bit surprised. He had been a guide for so many years, but it was the first time he had seen outsiders who could change so many coins. The Big Dog looked around vigilantly for a few moments, then whispered a reminder to Liu. The wealth is not exposed. Liu nodded his head and loaded the coins before asking rhetorically. I thought you said it was safe here? Big Dog heard this but shook his head. It is indeed very safe on the surface, but not necessarily in the dark. People also have to look at whether it's worth it before they break the rules. Big Dog deliberately looked at Liu's pockets. Someone like you who carries a lot of coin would be well worth the risk some people take. The Big Dog finished his reminder, and that was the end of his guide's mission. Just as Liu was saying goodbye to the Big Dog, his psychic ability was finally upgraded once again. Glassbow LV-14, effective attack distance 3,200 meters. Hit rate 100%. Aiming time 1.2 seconds. Flush fire. Continuous fire. 3,200 meters? Liu's eyes lit up, it had really doubled. With a range of 3,200 meters, it's as scary as hell. Although the upgrade rate is getting slower now, the attack distance keeps doubling up. Liu was basically already certain that after the alien ability was upgraded again, it should also double in size at such an amazing rate. Boom! The loud noise from the friction came from behind him, interrupting Liu's thoughts. Liu turned around and saw that the door of the shelter slowly opened with a heavy muffled sound. Everyone around them gathered like a tidal wave. Taking the opportunity of the gate opening, Liu poked his head out and took the chance to look inside the gate. Only a huge shadow wall made of stone blocked the view of the crowd outside. The scavengers who had gathered around also looked, and their eyes were all pawed by the wall of shadows. The gates opened and a procession came neatly out of them. They were dressed in black uniforms with black raincoats and weapons in their hands. The man who walked out at the front waved his hand, and the crowd of onlookers hastily dispersed. The stragglers standing on the road also immediately made way, seemingly fearful of these people. Who are they? Liu looked at the reactions of the people around him and asked the big dog beside him who hadn't left yet. Security executive. Big Dog looked at the black-clad group and introduced himself with a grim expression. According to the rules of the sanctuary, next to the walls, everyone must follow the directions of these security executives. Anyone who disobeys the command will be arrested and disciplined. Big Dog advised Liu, it's best to be at peace in front of them. The executive officer actually has so much power. Liu nodded as he listened. He also picked up on the hidden meaning in the big dog's words, the need to be obedient in front of the executive officer. Behind the line of executives, two sturdy rain camel beasts pulling a loaded crate slowly walked out of the gate. The crate was so tightly covered by a tarp that it was impossible to tell what it was pulling. Without waiting for the onlookers to ask, the executive officer captain took it upon himself to step forward and shouted out to the crowd. The supplies on sale at the shelter today are igniters and coal. I can't believe they're selling coal. Finally. Great, I want it too. Local scavengers have gathered around. What? Liu and Fu Shiyao were surprised to hear it out loud. Coal? A glimmer appeared in Liu's eyes. You know, fire is an extremely scarce resource in today's continuous downpour. Burnable resources are becoming increasingly scarce, and rotten and decaying wood is also moist and difficult. The stragglers all gradually dispersed after hearing the price, and only those awakened and those in the safe zone stayed. Big Dog was also filled with disappointment when he heard the price. After saying goodbye to Liu Fu Shiyao, the big dog also had no choice but to turn around and leave the place. He worked as a guide for only 1 coin at a time, and with such a meager income, he could not afford the pricey charcoal fires. Liu, on the other hand, was considering in his mind that if he compared it with the price of exchanging coins for exotic beast pelts, the price of this igniter and coal was indeed very expensive. But Liu finally made up his mind to buy it. After all, he still had one more fey pelt that he hadn't exchanged, and it wouldn't hurt to use these coins in his hand to buy some carbon fire first. Liu walked up to the line and pulled out 25 coins and handed them to the executive when it was his turn. An igniter and a sack of coal. The executive officer accepted the coins with an expressionless face, and the people behind him saw this and quickly handed Liu a bag of coal and a stick-shaped igniter. Liu came back with the igniter and coal, and Fu Shiyao happily received the bag of coal. She also thoughtfully and carefully wrapped it in a waterproof cloth before she carried the bag of coal. Although she wasn't a power type awakened, with her current, awakened body condition, she was still quite stronger than an. I just bought this ignition that is broken. Humph, it's you who can't use it. The executive officer had a displeased look on his face. These stragglers were simply stupid. He didn't even bother to say a word more to these savages. However, once he thought of the rules related to the refuge, the executive officer frowned and reluctantly snatched the igniter from Liu's hand. Then the exec hit the ignition switch. Click. The sound. The top didn't produce a flame, and this igniter had really gone bad. It did break. The executive officer replied coldly. Change it for me. Liu said as he kept his smile. The executive officer laughed at this instead, and his expression instantly became serious as he said nonchalantly to Liu. Once sold, there are no refunds. Even though he had a large pile of igniters placed behind him, he didn't have the slightest intention of replacing them for Liu. Instead, he threw the broken igniter back to Liu, then sneered. But you can buy another one again. Liu's face changed, and the smile on his face disappeared without a trace in an instant. In an instant, the little goodwill he had just built up towards the refuge instantly dropped to freezing point. What, not convinced? The executive officer looked at Liu's suddenly changing expression and instead spoke out in mockery. Go ahead and sue me if you don't. The executive said and pointed to a house at the front door. The executive officer pointed out the number on his raincoat to Liu again and said in an extremely disdainful tone. Read my number, 48702, and don't sue the wrong one. Although he told Liu to sue on his lips, he didn't have the slightest fear. Liu picked up the igniter and walked towards that house. Seeing that Liu really dared to sue, the executive officer's face sank. The ice-cold gaze was firmly fixed on Li Yu's back, and a trace of imperceptible killing intent flashed in his eyes. Li Yu came to the front of the house that the exec officer pointed to, and the woman inside saw someone coming and walked out to inquire. "This is the Sanctuary Trading Market Administration, how can I help you? The igniter I just bought from the executive officer is broken." Li Yu suppressed the anger in his heart and politely explained. "In that case, you can rest assured that if there are any problems with anything we sell at the shelter, we will definitely give you a refund or exchange, so please. We at the Sanctuary will strengthen our training, strictly manage the executives, and severely punish the executives for their mistakes, so please don't worry." Li Yu listened to these words with no substance and just stared at the woman and asked again. "Do you remember the exact number I just mentioned? I've made a note of it." The woman replied with a frown. "Can you repeat that?" Li Yu pursued. "I've made a note of it," the woman said angrily. She seemed to feel that her rights had been provoked and was very upset. How did she have time to memorize such a mess of numbers? With the shelter backing her up, she wasn't really afraid of the ones who came up looking for trouble. The woman looked to the patrol standing next to her and pointed at Li Yu with her chin. The patrol also nodded to the woman and immediately led their men over, surrounding Li Yu. "Drifter, please obey the rules of the sanctuary or you will be severely punished." The patrol leader gave a stern warning to Li Yu. "Very good, this shelter of yours is really good." Li Yu kept nodding his head, his words filled with sarcasm. He had completely seen through these people at the shelter, and at the moment he didn't want to argue anything too much, picking up the broken ignition and turning around, ready to leave. At that moment, that executive officer stopped Li Yu from behind. "What? You want to leave after slandering me?" The executive officer sneered. "Then what do you want?" Li Yu asked back with slightly narrowed eyes. He wanted to pull away, but if he really got into a fight, shooting a few people at close range wasn't out of the question. "Given that this man is a first offender and a first violation, I have decided to be lenient and treat you lightly. This time, though, he's clearly messed with the wrong person." Feeling Fu Shiyao's nervousness, Li Yu gently held her hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, we'll get our stuff back." Li Yu raised his head and swept his gaze over the sentry towers high above him and the patrols that appeared around him from time to time. The shelter was surrounded by their own people, and there were many of them. In addition to the executives and patrols below, the sanctuary also had a born awakened sacred son, and the ones beside the sacred son were also strong. Although he didn't know the exact strength of Saint Son, he thought that it wouldn't be worse than an "Want a sweater?" People were constantly reaching out to ask questions on the road. Li Yu turned around for half a day, not to mention selling bows and arrows, there wasn't even a weapon seller. After turning around for a while longer, Li Yu then realized that the weapons seemed to be under the strict control of the sanctuary. Li Yu recalled the previous Black Mountain Safe Zone team, and the situation was the same. Even though Zhang Biao's group had been attacked several times by the stragglers and so many of his guards had died, he still hadn't left a single firearm behind. No one seems to want stragglers to get weapons. But even though he didn't obtain a firearm, Li Yu didn't feel that his bow and arrow would be inferior to a firearm. Li Yu was a bit helpless and was planning to leave. A person with mysterious movements sneaked out of the shadows and walked quickly towards Li Yu. This person was carrying a large suitcase on his back, and his eyes looked around nervously from time to time, like a mouse that was a thief. The other party came directly to Li Yu and whispered, "I've got all the goods here, come with me if you want them." After saying that, he walked under a gray awning and turned around to signal Li Yu to follow. Li Yu looked towards Fu Shiao, who had a heartfelt feeling and immediately felt the surroundings. "Just him alone." Fu Shiao spoke up. As long as it wasn't an ambush, Li Yu asked Fu Shiao to hold Little Black and wait here, while he himself followed the other party into the rain shelter. Seeing Li Yu follow him in, the other party asked with a smile, Hey, what do you want? You really have everything here?" Li Yu asked with some skepticism. Heh, who in the refuge doesn't know my Black Rat's reputation as a boy and girl who gets whatever he wants?" Black Rat laughed twice eerily. "Got a gun?" When the Black Rat heard this, not only was he not afraid, but his eyes glowed. He scanned Li Yu up and down. "Of course I do, but I'm just afraid you can't afford it." "What price?" Li Yu asked with a try-and-see attitude. 40,000 coins, or equivalent. Spatial abilities? Li Yu didn't realize that Black Rat was also a possessor of spatial ability. Are there so many possessors of this spatial ability? Are spatial abilities common? Li Yu's heart was filled with doubts. Black Rat, however, waved his hand very low at this point. Not surprisingly, the last thing in this world is a merchant of spatial powers. Liu froze, remembering the spatial ability merchant among the stragglers. When you look at it that way, Black Rat was right. Looking at the arrow bag and the arrows inside, Liu did want it and asked, "What price?" The Black Rat, however, didn't say anything and asked rhetorically, "How many coins do you have?" Liu didn't hesitate and directly pulled out all the coins. "I only have 15 coins, so if I can buy it, I'll buy it, if I can't, forget it." "But..." The Black Mouse responded in a single bite without hesitation and handed the arrow pouch to Liu. He seemed to know exactly how many coins Liu had on him in total, and was only asking on purpose just now. The Black Rat took the coins and put them in the case. "I'll count the extra coins as a deposit from you, and next time I'll bring the good stuff and you bring the coins." "How many coins will I bring next time?" Liu inquired. The Black Rat wore a mysterious smile. "This good thing, I can give it to you cheaply, it's worth 12,000 coins. "What?" Liu was shocked and his eyes widened. Nothing good he's seen, and he wants so many coins. And where would he find so many coins? It wouldn't fit in a person without spatial ability. The Black Rat seemed to have read Liu's mind completely and said with a smile, "If there aren't enough coins, you can also use fake crystals instead." Liu's face changed slightly. This Black Rat merchant's vision was really poisonous. He now had a feeling as if this Black Rat's psychic ability was not of the spatial type, but more like a psychic ability that could see through things on a person's body. "Then this is too expensive, I probably don't need it." Liu was about to refuse. No. The Black Rat suddenly interjected and interrupted Liu. "How about you just read it before making a decision?" Black Rat persuaded. Chapter 42, Taking Care of It. "Okay." Liu thought about it and agreed. He was also very curious in his heart, wanting to see what exactly was the good thing the Black Rat was talking about. What could make a Black Rat so excited and so bent on having to sell it to him? Upon hearing Liu's promise, the Black Rat's expression became excited once again. Ha. The Black Rat shuddered and let out a series of strange, grotesque laughs. "I've seen it. I've seen what happens to execs miserably." Looking at the Black Rat's strange reaction, Liu was very certain in his heart. Not only is this man mentally ill, but he has a deep-seated grudge against the people At this time, the alien beast crystal core was more like an external energy device to Fu Shiyao. The efficiency of absorption was not high, or even pitifully low. Looking at the way the Fu Shiyao beside him was absorbing, and the speed that was slowed to an extreme, Liu also clearly noticed the difference in his body. He could indeed, as Ma Yuanbai had said, directly absorb the energy in the crystal core. Liu turned his head to curiously ask Fu Shiyao, "Can you feel the changes in your abdomen when you awaken?" "Abdomen?" Fu Shiyao touched her stomach in some bewilderment. "It seems to have gotten a little warmer." "No?" Fu Shiyao nodded. After awakening, her abdomen hadn't changed much except for some heat. Hearing this answer, Liu already knew it in his heart. The cyclone on his own abdomen wasn't standard for every awakened, but rather he was the only one who possessed it. Maybe that's his real card. When it was completely dark, Fu Shiyao suddenly felt a change in the rain. There are 3 men approaching. Earlier she had thought it was just ordinary stragglers, but it turned out that the 3 had been quietly following them. Fu Shiyao gently touched Liu. Liu nodded his head in response as the distance was already close enough for him to sense someone approaching. Not far away, 3 silhouettes advanced while double-checking the direction. "Wang Fan, after doing this, will this allow the executive officer to promote us?" A person in the back asked with apprehension and a weak heart. Wang Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes and reprimand the 2 people behind him. "A little work in the eyes, okay? Is it necessary for the executive officer Sama to do this kind of dirty-handed thing himself? We help the execs with the little problems so that the execs can solve the big problems for you. Doesn't that even make sense?" Wang Fan was the little brother who had suggested to the executive officer that he wanted to take care of Liu for a. I didn't realize that after the executive refused, he still chose to come and take care of Liu. The date of the shelter's elite selection was approaching, and Wang Fan's heart was anxious. He was already in his 30s, and the rate of improvement of his powers had become extremely slow, and his promotion was hopeless. There are a limited number of places available for managers of shelters. If there was no one above him to shelter him, with his current strength of powers, it was likely that a newcomer would take his place. That's why Wang Fan was desperate to get in front of the execs. If he could take out Liu, who had annoyed the executive, it would still be relatively easy for him to keep his current position. I feel it, those two are just ahead. The person behind him reported to Wang Fan. Wang Fan's heart rejoiced, it seemed that the heavens had really helped me. With that, his voice was low as he opened his mouth to command. Waste them and take the horses back. With that said, the three of them instantly moved out, quickly approaching towards Liu Fu Shiyao's position. Coming. Fu Shiyao hurriedly reminded. Liu's eyes narrowed slightly, this really wasn't over. It's just that Liu also didn't expect that executive officer to actually send people after him because of this. At this point he was far enough away from the shelter to not have to hold back at all. In that case, he wasn't polite. Liu took out 3 arrows and hitched them to his bow. Then he slowly drew the glass bow and aimed it in the direction the trio was rushing from. As the distance between the two sides continued to close, Wang Fan could already clearly see Liu and Fu Shiyao. I see them, make it quick. Wang Fan immediately reminded. Yes. The two behind them also rushed up together without hesitation. Fire in unison. Liu instantly let go. Swish. 3 arrows flew out at the same time. Put. The two people beside Wang Fan instantly fell head over heels without the slightest movement. What? Wang Fan was shocked, fear written all over his face. The other party killed the 2 people beside him in one shot. Wang Fan was about to turn around and run away when he only felt a coolness coming from his chest, as if a wind was blowing through his chest. Looking down, at some point his chest had long been pierced by an arrow, so much so that his body didn't have time to react. You. Wang Fan pointed at Liu, and before he could finish his words, his entire body instantly lost its vitality and collapsed straight down. Liu easily killed the 3 people in seconds and walked up to search carefully. Too bad none of them carry guns. Liu didn't touch anything on the 3 of them, after all, the shelter's things were clearly characterized and others could tell at a glance. Liu, who was about to get up, casually leant his hand on Wang Fan's body. A burst of energy suddenly followed the hand and was sucked into the cyclone in the abdomen. Liu's eyes were rounded and he kept this position, not daring to move. Looking at Liu as if she was frozen in place, Fu Shiyao ran over worriedly. Liu, what happened to you? I'm fine, don't come over. Liu opened her mouth. Fu Shiyao hurriedly stood in place, nervously not moving a muscle. This feeling of absorbing energy was not different from absorbing the energy from the crystal cores of foreign beasts. Liu catalyzed the cyclone and continuously absorbed the remaining energy in Wang Fan's body. But Wang Fan was already lifeless, and the energy in his body was rapidly dissipating on its own, so Liu was scrambling to grab the time to absorb it. As Wang Fan's body went completely cold, Liu also finally couldn't absorb any more energy. Closed his eyes and felt the energy in his abdominal cyclone. The energy that had just been drawn from Wang Fan here had already exceeded that drawn from the alien beast's crystal core. Moreover, the residual energy in this kind of person's body was very easy to absorb, and the speed of absorption was extremely fast. The cyclone conversion was particularly smooth, and it even directly converted Wang Fan's energy into experience value. It was as if the cyclone existed to absorb this energy. It was only until this moment that Liu stood up and walked over to the other two to try again, but unfortunately, the energy in their bodies had long since dissipated as well. It was only then that Liu saw Fu Shiyao, who was standing stupidly on the side. I'm fine, his powers are weird. Liu did not tell Fu Shiyao about this unknown ability of his, but buried it deep in his heart. He knew that this method of absorbing other people's energy by the cyclone was comparable to cannibalism among the stragglers. If someone else found out, then his presence would become very dangerous. All the awakened are likely to make enemies of him for this reason. Liu felt like hiding this ability of his. A series of prompts appeared. The experience value, which had originally taken several days to upgrade, quickly filled up after absorbing Wang Fan's energy. Glassbow LV-15, effective attack distance 6,400 meters. Hit rate 100%. Aiming time 1.1 seconds. Flush fire. Continuous fire. Upgrade successful, multifunctional equipment bar +1. Unlock multifunctional equipment column, allows switching between different equipment, improving adaptability and flexibility. Absorbing people's energy to upgrade is actually so fast. Liu couldn't help but sigh. In the future, what kind of alien beast crystal core will you find? Just find someone directly. Li Yu forcefully suppressed the crazy idea of killing awakened ones in his heart to upgrade. It was only then that I took another look at the experience value that had increased in length several times over. It's amazing how much experience value you need after level 15. That's going to go up to the monkey bars. Chapter 43, Feedback. Immediately afterward, a familiar warmth erupted from the cyclone within his body. The warmth quickly spread along his veins and meridians to every corner of his body. This warmth was clearly more powerful than the one experienced before, as if it had infinite energy. As the warmth flowed through his body, Li Yu clearly felt that his strength was gradually increasing. His muscles became stronger and his bones harder. Each breath seemed to draw in more oxygen, making his mind more focused and sharp. My body. Li Yu was surprised to feel the changes within his body. His body grew stronger as the warmth fed back, each cellular renewal like a metamorphosis. Soon, this warmth moisturized completely behind the body and returned to the chakra in the abdomen. With a gentle leap, Li Yu unexpectedly jumped up several meters high and landed as lightly as a cat. He swung out a punch and the air made a popping sound. Its power was simply different from before. Is this regurgitated power? An upgrade of the alien ability? A trace of excitement flashed in Li Yu's eyes. He knew deep down that his strength had already taken a qualitative leap, and according to Ma Yuanbai, perhaps he had already been promoted to a second-order awakened. Li Yu, your body? Fu Shiryao, who was on the side, stared at the shocking scene in front of her with wide eyes, not daring to believe it. In just a minute's time, she felt as if Li Yu had been transformed, his body becoming completely different from before. Li Yu's temperament, strength, and agility had all increased significantly. Fu Shiryao even felt that Li Yu's eyes were becoming sharper and deeper. It's fine, my psychic ability has just been upgraded. Li Yu turned to her and said with a smile on his face. Fu Shiryao approached Li Yu and carefully reached out to touch his arm. As the possessor of a perception-type ability, she could clearly feel the power contained under Li Yu's skin, as well as that special energy fluctuation that could only be felt in powerful awakened people. After his body was strengthened, Li Yu then turned his attention to the newly acquired equipment bar. Multi-purpose equipment bar? Li Yu couldn't understand what multifunctionality was. Was it something that could be equipped with anything? Pick up a random stone from the ground and equip it to the multifunctional equipment bar. Equipment success. It worked, doesn't seem to be any different than the previous equipment bar. Li Yu tried equipping the wooden bow again, and again did not encounter any problems. Sure is versatile enough. Anyway, there was no other suitable thing to equip now other than the arrow bag, so Li Yu left it alone for the time being. Looking at the dauntingly long experience value behind the glass bow LV-15, Li Yu couldn't help but feel a pang in his head. Even if he didn't do anything every day and pushed the cyclone with all his might, it was estimated that it would be difficult to level up the glass bow for a while, so Li Yu simply switched his experience transformation target to the jar. Freshness Preservation Jar LV-1, made with enhanced alien energy, it can preserve food for about 7 days. Continuing to transform the energy that had just been absorbed into his abdomen, the level 1 preservation tanks began to escalate. As the experience value continued to be injected, the level of the preservation jar increased as fast as a rocket. Level 2, 3, 4, up to 5. It's only after level 5 that the experience value required for the preservation jar finally becomes exceptionally long. Freshness Preservation Jar LV-5, made with enhanced alien energy, can preserve food for about 30 days. Enhance the preservation effect and maintain the freshness and nutrient content of food. Capacity increase. Successful upgrade, plus 1 small equipment column. There's also a preservation effect, it's really good. Li Yu was very satisfied with the effects of this jar upgrade. Looking again at the unlocked small equipment to come, at this point Li Yu can already be sure. As soon as the items in the equipment bar reach level 5, 10, or 15, you have the opportunity to unlock a new equipment bar. Just how this new equipment bar that I just unlocked is getting smaller and smaller the more I upgrade it. Small equipment bar. Li Yu wanted to try how small it really was. Picking up a palm-sized stone, it had no way to equip it. This is too small. Li Yu couldn't help but spit out. This little gear bar is a total chicken. Right at this moment, Li Yu suddenly had a heart palpitation, as if an invisible danger was about to descend. Come on. Without hesitation, Li Yu pulled Fu Shiryao and violently jumped onto Xiao Hei's back. He gently patted Blackie's head, and the black horse raised its head and ran, leaving the scene as quickly as a stray arrow. Not long after leaving this place, an incomparably powerful spiritual force came overwhelmingly from the direction of the refuge, quickly enveloping the place tightly. Far within the high walls of the sanctuary, an awakened who sat in a seated position with his eyes closed spoke slowly. 3 dead patrolmen and the killer has escaped. Position, 4182. The man on the sidelines hurriedly noted the location and handed the note out. Soon enough, a patrol on rain camels stormed out of the shelter in an aggressive manner, heading straight for the direction where the patrolman had died. At this time, Liu and Fu Shiryao riding Little Black had long disappeared without a trace. Fu Shiryao was carrying a large package behind her back. Inside was the tarpaulin, the material used to build the canopy, as well as some essentials. Although with Fu Shiryao's current physical strength, carrying this large package was effortless. But riding on a horse also required Fu Shiryao to grip hard and tight. Liu remembered multifunctionality and had an idea in his head. "Give me the package," Liu reached back. Fu Shiryao's small face was filled with doubt, but she still obediently handed the large package behind her to Liu. Liu took the package and tried to put it into the multifunctional. This was definitely not some kind of magical trick. Liu definitely still had spatial faculties, supernatural abilities. Without the large package, the two men were suddenly free of encumbrances. Xiaohei also didn't need to deliberately maintain the balance on his back, and with a burst of power from his limbs, his speed was once again a cut faster. Fu Shiryao hurriedly hugged Liu's waist tightly, her heart bursting with amazement that Liu was actually a dual-ability awakened person. Originally thought that after he awakened his psychic ability, he was completely worthy of Liu, but he didn't realize that Liu was actually hiding such a powerful strength. Liu is such an outstanding person, sooner or later he will be discovered by other women. It was also possible that he would form a new team in the future, and by then it would be too late, and now she had only one advantage. Thinking of this, Fu Shiryao clasped her hands even tighter as a brand new plan quietly surfaced in her mind. Chapter 44 Fu Shiryao's Mind Tricks. Soon, Liu riding Little Black had circled around to the high ground on the west side of the refuge. Standing here, you can get a full view of the entire shelter. If one's eyes were good enough, one could even see what was going on in the trading plaza. However, no one could observe what was going on inside the high wall due to its obstruction. Liu turned back to check the traces behind him, and under the rain, the tracks that Blackie had stepped on the ground were quickly dispersed without a trace. To be on the safe side, Liu shifted his position one more time to a higher place on the southeast side of the heights. Liu stopped to look around for a moment. This was an excellent location. Only then did he reach out and the large package magically appeared in his hand once again. Fu Shiryao's eyes lit up when she saw the package taken out of thin air, which reinforced the idea in her mind. Gently receiving the parcel, Fu Shiryao didn't say anything and silently opened the parcel to build the canopy. The two just sat in the awning. Blackie's huge head then poked in, and it seemed to want to come in out of the rain as well. Unfortunately, there wasn't much room under the awning for his bigger-than-average horse to get in. HHH. Xiaohei squeezed hard and still couldn't get in. It was a little disgruntled and pounded its head. "Good boy, Blackie." Fu Shiryao tenderly stroked the mane on Little Black's head and softly soothed. Liu couldn't help but laugh as well, walking out and patting Blackie's butt. "Next time I'll be sure to get you a canopy as well, just make do for now." With that he draped an extra tarp over Blackie. Although the water release was not as effective as it could have been, Blackie seemed to think it was fair and was quite satisfied. After the two men and the horse had finished the last few pieces of snake meat, Liu looked inside again, and there was only the meat of the fey leopard left in the jar. Looks like another opportunity to hunt. The area around the refuge, though, was largely free of the beasts. Even the powerful fey beasts didn't dare to come to a place where so many humans were gathered. To find your prey, you'll have to go farther away from the refuge to do so. However, Liu was not in a hurry. These alien beasts' meat in the jar contained a lot of energy. Eating a piece of fey meat not only boosted energy, it was also extremely hunger-topping. One piece of foreign beast meat was even stronger than 3 pieces of ordinary meat. These remaining fey meat was enough for them to eat for a few days. As the night deepened, Fu Shiryao seemed to have made up her mind and opened her mouth to Liu. "Liu, you rest first, I'll keep an eye out tonight." "Okay, I'll come in the second half of the night." Liu didn't doubt it, so he laid down to rest first. Midnight. Accompanied by the sound of raindrops, Fu Shiryao concentrated her mind and carefully felt the situation around her. After making sure that there wasn't any danger in the surroundings, Fu Shiryao lightly drilled into the awning. Her body trembled slightly, but soon, Liu's body heat was transferred to her, making her feel incredibly relieved. By the time Liu reacted, Fu Shiryao was already naked in his arms. His body couldn't help but burst into flames, and subconsciously reached out and embraced her tightly in his arms. Their bodies naturally pressed together, seeking each other's warmth. Their relationship deepened in silence. One night later, Fu Shiryao opened her eyes a little sluggishly and saw Liu standing alone not far away, drawing his bow and aiming in the direction of the shelter. Although the aiming circle in Liu's eyes had narrowed, he did not release the arrow. Although the bow and arrow nowadays had an extremely long range of attack and could easily cover the entire shelter in front of them. But there were so many people in the shelter that Liu wasn't sure who exactly he was aiming at. Even though his body had been strengthened by the cyclone's feedback, he still couldn't see the exact situation of the shelter 1,000 meters away at all. Fu Shiryao got dressed and came to Liu's side, poking her head over and leaning against Liu's head. Her eyes followed the direction Liu was aiming at, carefully feeling the rain dripping down on the body of the person in the direction she was aiming at. The guy who took aim was a skinny guy who was sitting on the ground begging. Fu Shiryao spoke slowly in Liu's ear, accurately stating the target's movements and state at this moment. Liu froze, not realizing that Fu Shiryao could perceive so clearly and even knew what the person described was doing. When you think about it like that, her powers and herself are a perfect match. Fu Shiryao had gone through a shedding process, plus the two of them had passed through their intimate relationship. The current Fu Shiryao's entire body looked much more mature than before. However, Liu still patted her head out of habit and urged under his breath. How many days has it been? The piece of fake crystal core given to you hasn't been absorbed yet. It's fast, at this rate of absorption, you won't even be able to afford to feed yourself. Fu Shiryao blushed and covered her head, immediately voicing out a retort. Ha! Liu let out a laugh. I can't afford to feed? You'd better finish absorbing that crystal core first. Liu deliberately glanced at Xiaohei again before opening his mouth to Shiryao. It's possible that you don't even absorb it as fast as Blackie. Fu Shiryao tightened her mouth and looked at Xiaohei, who was shaking her head and tail at the side, and held her tongue for half a day but didn't say a word because she had no way to retort. Xiaohei really absorbed it faster than her. If it wasn't for Liu controlling it, Hei would have wanted to keep eating Fei. It wasn't like Wang Qinchuei could leave all the ordinary people in the team behind. That's why the entire team advanced extremely slowly and didn't arrive here until now. Family Master, the refuge is just ahead. Wang Liqiang excitedly ran from the front of the group, his voice filled with excitement. Got it. Even Wang Qinchuei, who was an awakened, nodded with some fatigue at this time. Earlier, he was laughing at Zheng Biao's ability. But now it seems that he was the one who oversimplified this migration of the family. If we continue to migrate west in this state, we are only going to have a big problem. Chapter 45. The Wang family arrives at the shelter. It seems like it was a very good choice to go to shelter 7207 first. Wang Qinchuei couldn't help but sigh in his heart, followed by a solemn expression and decisive order. Pass the word down, speed up, everyone must arrive at the shelter before resting. Yes. Wang Qinchuei's order was quickly conveyed, and the entire group's marching speed was obviously sped up quite a bit. As the Wang family's team continued to advance, the outline of the refuge's towering high walls became clearer and clearer. The closer they got to the shelter, the more people were around, bustling with activity. When the stragglers on the road saw so many people from the safe zone, they consciously took the initiative to avoid the road. People around the shelter were speculating that it looked like something major was about to happen. Otherwise, people in safe zones don't move out of their original areas easily. Not to mention the mass removal of everyone together. The Wang family's team came under the high wall without any problems. The shelter naturally noticed their arrival early, and the patrol was waiting at the gate early. The Wang family team was stopped at the entrance to the shelter. Wang Qinchuei walked forward without being humble. After all, it was the territory under the rule of the refuge. He still deliberately lowered his posture and said, Please inform us that the head of the Wang family Mound Safety Zone, Wang Qinchuei, has requested to enter. There's no need to inform, you're the only one who can enter. The captain of the patrol stood out with a serious face. There are so many of us. Wang Liqiang was just about to step forward to speak, but was decisively stopped by Wang Qinchuei waving his hand. Then I'll go in alone. Wang Qinchuei stepped forward and said, and the patrol leader sniffed at this before sidestepping out of the way. Wang Qinchuei turned back to Wang Li before entering, solemnly and strongly instructing. You wait here with the men, and if I'm late, you can take command first. Yes. Wang Liqiang had no choice but to respectfully respond to the situation. please." The patrol leader extended his hand, and the gate was eased open a bit to accommodate a few people to pass through. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Qinxue directly stepped through the door in large strides. Boom! As Wang Qinxue entered, the heavy gate of the refuge slowly closed, leaving Wang Liqiang and the Wang family's team outside the high walls. Although Wang Liqiang was a little anxious in his heart, his face remained calm. He knew that any panic at this moment could cause unnecessary trouble. "Everyone, don't panic. The family head is just going in to discuss something. We'll wait here," Wang Liqiang said loudly, his voice revealing firmness and confidence. When the people in the group heard Wang Liqiang's words, the uneasiness in their hearts calmed down a little. They began to look for shelter from the rain under the high wall and prepared to rest here for the time being. Such a large number of people gathered under the high wall attracted the surrounding locals to look around in a curious succession. Some shrewd businessmen rushed forward and chatted warmly with the Wang family in an attempt to mix things up. Soon, the two sides opened the door to a deal. The marketplace beneath the high walls was buzzing with activity for a while. Some of the stragglers around the refuge saw the large amount of supplies carried by the Wang clan's team, and all of them came forward to exchange the items they needed with them. The Wang family was quite happy about this. Inside the high walls, Wang Qinxue followed the patrol leader and was brought all the way outside a majestic and sturdy tower. Wang Qinxue used his hand to shield himself from the continuous rain and looked up. Only complex antennas were seen arranged on the towering towers. "Here we are, go in." The patrol leader leading the way guarded the door. Wang Qinxue shook the rainwater on his body and scuffed the soles of his feet. Walking in, the tower was surprisingly spacious. The whole thing looked like a large-scale conference room, but at the moment, only a middle-aged man was sitting there peacefully. The head of the Wang family mound, Wang Qinxue. "Welcome to the 7207 refuge." That middle-aged man slowly stood up and took the initiative to extend his hand to Wang Qinxue. Although he didn't know what the other party's identity was, Wang Qinxue hurriedly took 2 quick steps and shook hands with the middle-aged man. "I'm the head of the High Walls of Refuge 7207, you can call me Zhao Gang." The middle-aged man's voice was calm and steady, giving off a sense of reliability. "Hello, Mr. Zhao Gang, thank you for your hospitality." Wang Qinxue replied politely, without the slightest hint of contempt because the other party was only the person in charge of the high wall. "It seems that you also know about the disaster that is prophesied to be coming, and have already begun to migrate today." The middle-aged man slightly reached out his hand, signaling Wang Qinxue to sit down and speak slowly. Wang Qinxue sat down as he turned to Zhao Gang and said seriously, "Mr. Zhao Gang, every one of us in the Wangjiaqiu safety zone is well aware of the severity of this disaster. We persevered and chose to come here because we believe that Shelter 7207 provides the safest shelter." Wang Qinxue paused and continued sincerely. "After all, we are also a safe zone under the rule of the sanctuary, and are willing to contribute our full strength to the defense and operation of the sanctuary, and we only hope that the people in our safe zone can be protected by the sanctuary. Family Master Wang, your idea is indeed reasonable." Zhao Gang nodded slightly in agreement. "But..." Zhao Gang suddenly changed his words. "Since you're one of the heads of the safe zone under Sanctuary's rule, then I think you should know, Sanctuary won't take in this many people." Wang Qinxue instantly fell silent, his face becoming grave. He knew Zhao Gang was right. Others have never been inside the high wall and don't know the specifics of the place. But he had been here before, and had even had the honor of going inside the actual sanctuary. Wang Qinxue was still well aware that the shelter was right under his feet. At that time, the young man had just prepared to inherit the position of the head of the Wang Jiaqiu family. Until then, when his father told the truth, he didn't realize that their Wang Jiaqiu was under the rule of 7207 sanctuary. Wang Qinxue's father once brought him to the shelter himself. It was only after the young man was recognized by the higher-ups of the sanctuary that he thus managed to take over as the new head of the Wang family mound. Wang Qinxue fell into deep memories. It was an underground fortress full of technology. It can withstand all kinds of natural disasters in the outside world, and also has a strong ability to defend against radiation and potential attacks. The shelter has its own complete life cycle system. This includes growing areas, air pressure stabilization systems, water purification systems, and even advanced medical equipment. Though as a young man, he only stayed briefly in the shelter for one night. But the cozy, soft beds and the delicate touch of cotton in the shelter, all of them make Wang Qinxue, who is now over 100 years old, yearn for them and often recall them in his mind. Chapter 46, The Only Chance. Since his father was highly trusted by the shelter at the time, as a young man Wang Qinshui even witnessed the shelter's core generator. The blue current and the radiant light still haunts him to this day. This comprehensive set of facilities adds up to ensure the survival of people in shelters in a closed environment. It was just that the young man was so fascinated by the game consoles in the shelter that he didn't visit it thoroughly. Wang Qinshui's gaze retracted from his memories. He was well aware of the great strength of the 7207 shelter and its importance in this impending disaster. Given the strength of the 7207 shelter, it was bound to survive this massive disaster. Even far more likely to survive than if they had migrated westward. It was just that Wang Qinshui also knew that the space and capacity of the shelter was limited, and it was absolutely impossible for all of their Wang family to enter. Can I meet the leaders of the refuge? Wang Qinshui was silent for a moment, still holding on to a glimmer of hope to try to fight for it. Zhao Gang laughed at this and spread his hands, looking around the room and said, "The leaders have been there." Wang Qinshui looked at the cameras around him, and then it dawned on him that he had been under the surveillance of the leaders of the refuge. What Zhao Gang had said would have fully represented the meaning of the shelter's leadership. I know. Wang Qinshui helplessly slumped in his chair, looking forlorn. At this time, however, Zhao Gang seemed to have received some news and suddenly changed his words. Seeing as the King's Mound delivers supplies on time every year and never misses a beat, the shelter is available for you to stay. Wang Qinshui's heart was first delighted after hearing this, but he quickly calmed down again. Alone? As the head of the Wang family, he definitely could not abandon everyone in the Wang family to live in alone. But he also knew that such an opportunity was again extremely rare, and the sanctuary never allowed it easily. Wang Qinshui pondered for a moment and finally made up his mind. I hope the leaders of the shelter will let my son take my place in the shelter. Wang Qinshui finished waiting for the result. Zhao Gang also looked at Wang Qinshui for a moment of hesitation before speaking. Granted. Thanks. Wang Qinshui stood up and sincerely thanked him. Getting his son into the shelter was the best outcome so far. Wang Qinshui was about to turn around and leave, but he was stopped again by Zhao Gang's voice. Wait a minute. Zhao Gang suddenly remembered something important and called out to Wang Qinshui to add. There's actually another way to stay at the shelter. Wang Qinshui stopped at the words and looked back at Zhao Gang. Go ahead. Zhao Gang cleared his throat and said slowly and unhurriedly. The sanctuary will soon be hosting a talent selection competition, so you can have the Wang family's capable people participate in the competition. If your people can stand out in the selection, they will have the chance to qualify to stay in the sanctuary. Zhao Gang finished his explanation patiently, then looked at Wang Qinshui. Wang Qinshui instantly understood, and he understood that he was afraid that this was the only chance for the Wang family to stay in the refuge if they wanted to. He nodded and thanked Zhao Gang. I see, it's a rare opportunity, I'll send someone. Seeing that Wang Qinshui agreed to participate, but there was some loss in her eyes, Zhao Justheart reminded. There is also a large open field to the south of the walls where you could well set up camp. Thanks. Then, Wang Qinshui was escorted out of the gate again by the patrol leader. It's the family head coming out. Family master, can we go in now? Family master, I just can't walk anymore. All the Wang family members, with eager anticipation in their eyes, quickly gathered around, impatiently inquiring. It could be seen that Wang Qinshui's prestige was extremely high in the Wang family ranks. Moreover, Wang Qinshui was able to mingle with the Wang family, and there was not the slightest barrier between master and servant. Listening to the inquiries of the people around him, Wang Qinshui gently shook his head before leading the Wang clan's team towards the south. Wang Qinshui also calculated in his heart that he would first set up camp here and quietly wait for the talent selection competition held by the refuge to end, and then he would make his next plan. In this way, he could more or less arrange for a few Wang family members to enter the refuge to take care of his son, so that he could continue the migration with his team in peace. The team followed the family head closely, all the way to the clearing to the south, and only then did Wang Qinshui look as if he had ordered arrest. Family master, what about the rest of us? An older member of the team suddenly asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Talent selection contest. As you can tell from the name, the sanctuary is definitely in need of top standout talent. I'm sure there weren't many people in their Wang family team who could stay through the competition. What about those like them who are too old to compete? The others? Wang Qinshui's voice became soft. We will set up a temporary camp here and wait for the results of the competition. After the game, I will lead the rest of the remaining people and continue the migration westward. Regardless of the outcome, I won't give up on any of the Wang family. Hearing Wang Qinshui's words, the older people in the team were very touched. They knew very well in their hearts that it shouldn't be difficult for the family head to stay if he wanted to. In the face of such a great disaster, the family head actually did not choose to abandon them, and had to take them with him to continue the migration. Family master, we believe in you. An older woman blurted out, her words resonating with the others. Chapter 47, Gathering at the Shelter. I didn't expect the people of Wang Jiaqiu to remain steadfast in their support after hearing this news from him. Wang Qinshui was very pleased and nodded to the crowd with a smile. He knew in his heart that only with this kind of unity could the migration be successfully completed. Wang Qinshui took a deep breath and opened his mouth loudly to order. Set up camp. Everyone moved quickly, and the Wang clan's team quickly stationed themselves in the clearing. Just after the Wang family's site had been set up, a safe zone team once again came from the west. This time it was the people from the Montenegrin security zone who came. Zhang Biao walked to the front of the line. Looking at the shelter in front of him, Zhang Biao's face was gloomy. He didn't want to go in. As soon as he chose to go over there now, it meant that he would be surrendering the power he held in his hands and coming back under the jurisdiction of the sanctuary. This was absolutely unacceptable to Zhang Biao. Even if all of them in the Zhang family died on the way to the migration, he must not be allowed to lose his right to be the head of the family in the Black Mountain safe zone. Stop. Rest in place. Zhang Biao ordered without hesitation. The people from the Black Hills safety zone stopped decisively when they were still a short distance away from the shelter. They just stayed on the outermost part of the shelter area. Zhang Biao planned to rest right here, and then sent his men to trade some supplies with the surrounding locals. Once the break was over, it was time to bypass the shelter area and continue west. He didn't want anything to do with the shelter. With Zhang Biao's order, the people from the Black Mountain safety zone began to set up their own temporary camps on the outskirts of the refuge, this remote open space. Family master, this distance is just too far, why don't we come closer before resting? No. Zhang Biao's attitude was resolute, clearly unwilling for the people in his team to have anything to do with the sanctuary. Although there was a distance from the shelter, those in the Black Mountain safety zone could still see the high walls of the shelter. As they rested after setting up their camp, they would look toward the high wall from time to time, wondering what was going through each person's mind. Zhang Biao waved his hand towards the strong man beside him. Zhang Taidong, take a few people over there and take a look, exchange some of the supplies that need to be exchanged if there are any, don't expose your identity. Understood, family master. The burly man Zhang Taidong nodded. Zhang Taidong understood in his heart that this was not going to exchange supplies, this was the family head wanting him to poke around. Then, with a couple of escorts, armed only with a couple of short rifles and a box of supplies, he headed toward the shelter. Behind Zhang Taidong, one of the guards was pale at this time, with some redness in his eyes. He lifted his shirt to take a veiled look, only to see a wound on his arm where the traitorous guard had tried to pass. He didn't dare tell anyone, and could only cover the wound with his shirt again, praying that it wouldn't get infected. In the meantime, Liu on the other side also approached the shelter carefully once again. When Liu paid Shiryao to hold Xiaohei and came under the high wall of the refuge again, there was nothing unusual. It seems the refuge is still unclear about who exactly killed the patrolman yesterday. With the slow speed of advancement, Liu then noticed that although only one day had passed, there were very obvious changes here. As you can see from the crowded road, the number of people under the high wall is suddenly several times larger compared to yesterday. The trading plaza was densely packed with traders, and even the various vendors selling food took the opportunity to come out and set up stalls. Liu took a closer look and realized that these extra people were wearing uniform yellow clothing. It's obvious that they're from the same safe zone. The previous Montenegro safe zone underwent a full migration due to fear of disaster striking. Now these people in yellow, from another safe zone, they actually all had to move in full force as well. Liu also had to believe at this point that perhaps the disaster that was circulating in everyone's mouth was real. Otherwise, he had a hard time understanding why even those living in the safe zone had to be relocated altogether. Hey! Here! Suddenly someone shouted at Liu. Liu looked back and found a sneaky-looking person, none other than Black Rat. The Black Rat kept waving at Liu under the awning. Liu also recalled what he had talked to Black Rat about earlier, and he was also eager to see what Black Rat was talking about, so he followed Black Rat inside. You fetched the good stuff? Liu was the first to ask just as he entered the dimly lit awning. Hey, that's natural. A confident expression appeared on Black Rat's face. Then what are you waiting for? Take it out and take a look. Li Yu said eagerly. The black rat's eyes flashed with a glint of energy-carrying light, and it seemed to have unleashed some kind of supernatural ability to look at Li Yu. After making sure, the black rat said with a smile. Take it easy. Then the black rat pulled out his empty suitcase. Upon opening the box, the black rat carefully removed what he said was good from it. It is. Li Yu's face was filled with surprise when he saw this thing. Surprisingly, it was a crossbow. Am I right? It's good stuff, isn't it? The black rat proudly showed off. Li Yu didn't reply. His eyes had been thoroughly attracted, scrutinizing over the bow. Although he was just a scavenger, Li Yu could still tell the fine craftsmanship of this bow. It was definitely not something that an ordinary person could make. This bow is indeed good, but looks alone are not enough. Li Yu's voice was unusually calm as he looked up at the black rat and said. In the face of catastrophe, the utility of the weapon is more important than anything else. That's right, practicality. Black Mouse also nodded very agreeably, then said slowly. In the middle of a downpour, staying hidden is the key to survival. After the black rat finished speaking, the corner of his mouth suddenly hooked up slightly, and he deliberately shoved the crossbow into Li Yu's hands as soon as he could. Li Yu was forced to receive the bow, and the slightly cold touch came instantly. It appeared to be made of some kind of alloy, with a smooth, natural bow line. The arrow slots are flexible and adjustable to accommodate a variety of different types of arrows. Feeling the weight and balance of the bow in his hand, as well as this perfect grip, Li Yu could not help but show a hint of recognition in his eyes. You know, the bow is one of the most lethal weapons under the gun. Li Yu hid his love for the bow in his heart and remained calm as water on the surface. The black rat didn't seem to notice Li Yu at all. Instead, he kept introducing himself. No sound, no light, no flame. Extremely stealthy, essentially making no noise in battles that require concealment and silence, thus being able to effectively avoid attracting the attention of the enemy. Black Mouse pointed to the sights on the bow again. Not only is it easy to aim, but it also has night vision thermal imaging. And it's a weapon that can be lethal or non-lethal. Non-lethal? Li Yu froze. Chapter 48. Not bad, only one crystal core cheaper. Li Yu thought about it carefully. It was really true. If he used his bow and arrow to just shoot the enemy's limb parts and avoid the vitals, it really wasn't fatal. The black rat pointed to the crossbow in Li Yu's hand and suddenly increased his tone, deliberately looking agitated, and said. This is just great for both hunting and survival. Li Yu re-looked at the crossbow in his hand. Black rat was right about all of this. Until you can't get a firearm, it's a rare find indeed. These advantages of the bow, combined with his psychic abilities. The utility can even surpass that of a normal firearm. Sensing the weapon in Li Yu's hand, the hint flashed past Li Yu's eyes. Same type of weapon found, switching or not. The bow was actually counted as a weapon of the same type. Li Yu secretly chose to switch equipment. Successful switching of weapons of the same type. Levels and proficiency may be retained. Alloy bow, made of high-strength alloy, non-slip and corrosion-resistant, long range, high precision and high penetration. Effective range 6,400 meters. Aiming speed, 3 seconds. Hits 100%. Flight speed plus 100, accuracy plus 100, penetration plus 50, unlocks, silent. Sniper. Silent, concealment plus 50, lower noise. Sniper, plus 50 accuracy and plus 50 penetration after holding breath. What a handful of goodies. Looking at the many attributes, Li Yu couldn't help but sigh. In front of Black Rat, Li Yu directly pulled out a rain crow arrow from behind him and placed it into the arrow slot of his bow. Then, after stringing the bow with force, Li Yu silently raised the bow and aimed it at the Black Rat. The Black Rat's eyes narrowed slightly, but his expression did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he spread his hands greatly, signaling Li Yu to aim a little. At this moment, the aiming circle did appear in Li Yu's eyes. And the aiming circle is no longer the size of the previous faceplate, but only a small dot. 3 seconds after aiming, the dot had become extremely tiny. Li Yu slowly moved his aiming circle, and he was even able to clearly perceive the exact position he was aiming at. This is the only way to truly hit wherever you point. The accuracy of this crossbow is truly unbelievable. After Li Yu tried the aiming effect, he slowly moved his bow down and looked up at the Black Rat. So, how much are you going to sell this bow for? Ha ha ha. The Black Rat laughed and said with 5 fingers extended. 5 fey crystals, that's the minimum price for you. Li Yu frowned. This price was not low for him. However, he also knew that the bow fit extremely well with his powers and was really worth the price. But after all, the cheaper you buy something, the better. Liu still decided to bargain. Although this bow is good, it's still inferior to firearms, Liu said deliberately. Poor. Instead, the black rat laughed. Better than a gun, I'd say. Good. Liu was a bit puzzled and immediately asked back, what's good about it? There always seemed to be something happy in the black rat's mind, and it was always hard to hide his smile. This bow can accurately shoot an enemy from 1,000 meters away. Is that considered good? This bow can shoot 1,000 meters? Liu's face was full of skepticism, obviously not believing it. It's true that others can't, but I think you can. Black Rat hooked the corner of his mouth and pointed at Liu. Liu was startled in his heart. He had this feeling from before. This black rat merchant seemed to know him extremely well. But his supernatural ability was only half understood even by Fu Shiryao, and it was basically impossible for anyone else to know about it. The black rat, however, continued to look at him with a smile on. Instead, he took the light blue-colored Fey Beast crystal core and placed it in front of his eyes and kept checking it out, loving it. Liu also didn't switch weapons. Instead, he put the glass bow behind his back and continued to equip the bow and crossbow inquiringly. Can I ask what the difference is between these Fey crystals? Sure. The black rat pulled out a piece of flannel and carefully wiped the light blue alien beast crystal core before picking it up and explaining. This blue crystal core is only found in the bodies of water exotic beasts, and it can also speed up the growth of water exotic abilities. Fey beast crystal cores also have attributes? Liu was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had heard of this theory. Of course. The black rat nodded and shook the crystal core in his hand again. Truly speaking, the difference in energy inside the crystal cores of foreign beasts of the same rank isn't really that big. Speaking of which, Black Rat pointed to the continuous rain outside. The main problem is that the outside of the world is full of water nowadays, and water-type alien beasts can't be easy to kill. I see, I've been taught. Liu nodded. I dare not, I dare not. Black Rat had a flattered expression. Liu, then can you send me some arrows? Black Rat? The black rat had never seen someone who changed the subject so quickly and tried to whore himself out of him. However, at this moment, the black rat saw something in Liu. Ha ha ha. The black rat suddenly laughed out loud, as if he had heard something hilarious, or as if he had seen something delightful. Send you some arrows? Ha ha ha. The black rat covered his mouth and his shoulders kept shrugging. This time it was Liu's turn to be a little scared. He thought the black rat was normal today, but he didn't expect a sudden offense. Could it be that his desire for free arrows had irritated the black rat, which had all but had a direct mental breakdown? If it doesn't work, forget it. Liu hurriedly advised. Fine, I'll send you a bundle of arrows. The black mouse, however, suddenly agreed in one gulp. Then he took out a bundle of the same arrows as before from the case and immediately gave it to Liu. Liu picked it up with a confused look on his face. Really? Chapter 49 The greatly increased number of displaced persons. Realize there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. He was just casually saying that, not expecting the black rat to actually give it to him. Other than deciding that there was something mentally wrong with the black rat, he was racking his brain and couldn't figure out why. Liu gripped his bow tightly in his right hand and held the bundle of arrows in his left hand, taking 3 steps back and forth, carefully walking outside. You said it was for nothing, so I'm really going. Sending you. The black rat behind him nodded repeatedly, constantly confirming it. Only then did Liu leave with complete peace of mind, taking 3 steps and hurriedly returning next to Fu Shiryao and Xiaohei, then swiftly walking off into the distance. He even looked back from time to time as he walked. He was really afraid that the black rats would have a sudden attack and rush up suddenly. Looking at Liu's back as he left, Black Rat still maintained that smile. But soon he seemed to recall some painful past. The smile on his face gradually became twisted. In reality, these blue Fey crystals of Liu were rare, yet they were far from enough to buy this crossbow. You know, the bow is something from inside the shelter. And also received the refuge's strict control. Ordinary people want to get it is as hard as heaven. The black rat naturally had his own agenda when he made such a move. When he looked at Liu's back as he left with his bow, he could no longer suppress the emotions within him. Tears came to his eyes, but his face was still laughing with abandon, his voice full of madness. Ha ha, finally waiting for this day. Oh disciple, after so many years, I'm finally going to avenge you. The black rat laughed wildly and strangely, the thrill of revenge flashing in his eyes. He had waited many years for revenge. He also laughed so freely for the first time in years. Liu guessed correctly. Black Rat's powers are more than just spatial, he also possesses psychic powers, a unique ability to briefly foresee future events. However, compared to the kind of seer powers that could actually foretell the future with clarity and completeness, Black Rat's powers were far worse. What he could see of the future was only an extremely brief fragmentary view. But after Black Rat's persistent and continuous self-training, he finally succeeded in tightly binding his psychic abilities to his belief in revenge. And because of that, he was able to see snippets of the future that were closely related to revenge. So, the moment he met with Liu, the Black Rat has already had some insight into the future. It was for this reason that he had willingly sold his valuable weapons cheaply and had surrendered his arrows. Although at this time, Liu had no intention of making a move. But Black Rat was by now convinced that the executive who had killed his apprentice was bound for a deadly end. Not far. Liu pulled Fu Shiryao and held Xiao He, and walked out for another long distance before he finally made sure that the Black Rats did not follow him. No one seems to be following. Fu Shiryao, who was at the side, said blankly that her supernatural ability did not detect any abnormality. That's great, that guy just now must be out of his mind. Liu pointed to his head and explained. Fu Shiryao's gaze landed on the crossbow in Liu's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Liu, you bought a new weapon from him? Hearing Fu Shiryao's reminder, Liu hurriedly covered himself with a tarpaulin. After all, there were many people here, so he had to be careful. Liu lowered his voice and whispered. Granted, he's not quite in his right mind, but he does have some good stuff on his hands. Fu Shiryao was about to speak, but suddenly turned around and looked towards the distance. She acutely sensed the appearance of a familiar scent in the distance. Black Mountain Safe Zone, it's the Zhang clan's people coming. Fu Shiryao immediately recognized the identity of the other party. They actually came to the refuge as well. Liu felt a little strange when he heard this news. The stragglers are coming too. Fu Shiryao again sensed a huge crowd gradually approaching in the distance. There's a good show this time. Liu couldn't help but smile. With such a large number of forces gathered in one place, Liu was eager to see how the sanctuary would react and handle it. The western skyline. Amidst the pouring rain, countless stragglers arrived closely following the traces left behind by the Black Mountain Safe Zone. Sure enough, the hordes of stragglers had arrived. The number of stragglers at this point was much larger than before, even taking in other stragglers from the road. Even the stragglers near Wangjiaqiu all joined the migration procession. Those stragglers also knew that all the people in the Wangjiacha safety zone had run away. If they had stayed on, they would have had to wait for death. All the stragglers migrated together, it was their only chance to leave. House Master. The stragglers are catching up. The Zhang family guards quickly noticed the large number of stragglers appearing behind them and ran over to report in panic. Zhang Biao's expression became unusually serious upon hearing this, but he had just dispatched Zhang Taidong on an errand. Rack the guns and load the last of the shells. Zhang Biao understood in his heart that in this critical situation, he had to take out all of his family's assets, or else their Zhang family might completely disappear today. Damn it! Zhang Biao looked at the multitude of stragglers that kept coming from the west. The number of them was just staggering. The guards looked at the crowd of stragglers, and all of them also looked tense and a little fearful. How these stragglers are killing more and more as if they are endless. Prepare for war. At Zhang Biao's command, all the guards picked up their weapons and prepared to shoot. The hordes of stragglers came over like a raging tide. Zhang Biao's face was also getting ugly, the number of stragglers was just beyond imagination. When the stragglers caught up with the Zhang family's group, they similarly saw the shelter in front of them. Zhang Biao is not willing to go to the refuge, but the stragglers seem to see hope for survival. The stragglers temporarily put aside their hatred with the Black Mountain Safe Zone team, bypassing Zhang Biao's team that was resting in place, and ran straight towards the shelter. As they circled around the Zhang family's group, amongst the stragglers, a squad of dozens of awakened, and a little girl with glowing red eyes, all stared at Zhang Biao's group in death. They all had a deep grudge against the Zhang family team. However, seeing that the Zhang family was as heavily armed as a hedgehog, they were ready for a Jedi counterattack, and there were cannons waiting in front of them. None of them acted rashly, but rushed along with the stragglers in the direction of the refuge. At this point, the displaced people were all intent on getting to the shelter, so they had no choice but to go with the flow. Family Master, they went around. The guard said excitedly. Hold your fire. Zhang Biao reminded loudly, he didn't want to provoke so many savages at once. Watching the procession of stragglers, like a long dragon, bypassing the place where he had set up camp and running towards the shelter, Zhang Biao then let out a long sigh of relief. If a fight broke out here, I'm only afraid that the Zheng family would lose their eligibility to continue migrating. Inside the shelter, the man sitting with his eyes closed noticed the approach of the stragglers early on. A large number of stragglers are approaching, quickly report it. The person sitting cross-legged snapped his eyes open. No need. A young voice snapped. Chapter 50, Plans for the Sanctuary. When the people present heard the voice, they all looked as the stragglers arrived at the square location. By now there were people everywhere under the high walls. An extremely amazing scene appeared under the high wall, where everyone seemed to have temporarily put aside their hatred and gathered. Stragglers, scavengers, awakened people, people from the safe zone, all shapes and sizes, all kinds of people. The stragglers stood and watched from under the high wall, and they realized that they were surrounded by all sorts of strange buildings, some of which were even piled up several stories high. The surrounding buildings are all like a ghetto. But for the stragglers, this is a pretty good environment. The stragglers looked around curiously, and the people around them looked them up and down. The people of Wangjiaqiu also had a guarded look on their faces, although they didn't have a conflict with these stragglers. After all, the people of the safe zone and the stragglers had always had a hostile relationship. The Wang family members in the open space to the south had even set up their weapons, always ready to deal with any unexpected situations that might arise. With such a large number of stragglers nearby, they didn't dare to be the least bit lax. Li Yu and Fu Shiyao hid not far away and watched the scene. Li Yu was curious to know just how the people of the refuge were able to drive away such a large number of stragglers. He also wanted to see if the shelter's weapons were really as horrifying and appalling as the rumors said. Not far. Zhang Taidong and his guards changed their costumes and quietly hid among the crowd. Looking at the chaotic scene in front of them, Zhang Taidong and his guards covered half of their faces as well. If this was recognized by this group of stragglers, even if it was a strong awakened like the burly Zhang Taidong, I was afraid that he would be eaten alive by the stragglers on the spot. For a moment, all sorts of cacophonous voices filled the city below the walls. The hungry stragglers looked at the food in the hands of the surrounding residents, and could hardly hide the longing in their eyes as they slowly approached step by step. Chaos looks like it's about to break out. Boom! A deafening thud attracted everyone's attention. The huge iron doors of the shelter opened slowly. The Holy Sun rode out from inside the shelter on a tall-sized rain camel. The Holy Sun's appearance instantly changed the atmosphere of the scene. It's Lord Saint Sun. Great, Lord Saint Sun is here. Local scavengers were overwhelmed with excitement. The stragglers, however, didn't really know what the Holy Sun did, but looking at the reactions of the people around them, they thought that they must be a big shot inside the sanctuary. The Holy Sun sat on a tall rain camel, his eyes revealing immense determination and compassion, his voice calm and strong. Gentlemen, welcome to Shelter 7207. We at the shelter will not let any life be left behind in this disaster. Now, let us first address the most pressing hunger issue at hand. The Holy Sun waved his hand. As the Holy Sun's words fell, the patrol behind him began to move. They pushed wheelbarrows full of green algae sticks out of the gate and moved slowly in the direction of the stragglers. When they came out, the patrolman distributed the green algae sticks from the car to the stragglers present. These green algae rods were processed by the high technology within the sanctuary and produced enough to support the most basic survival of all the stragglers present. Please receive the goodwill of the sanctuary. The Holy Sun spoke in a calm tone. Thank you, Lord Holy Sun. The local stragglers quickly came forward to receive them, and when they were finished, they all knelt down in reverence and heartfelt gratitude for the shelter's generous gift. The stragglers who had just arrived here looked at these green algae rods that they had never seen before with confusion in their eyes. By now, the local stragglers had begun to chow down. Seeing this scene, some hungry and bold stragglers tentatively took the green algae stick and carefully took a bite. I was pleasantly surprised to find that these green algae bars not only tasted okay, but also relieved hunger quickly and effectively. Thank you, Lord Holy Sun. More and more stragglers were coming forward to receive the green algae sticks. Don't all push, there's something for everyone, and the sanctuary will make sure that everyone is saved from starvation. The Holy Sun shouted. Thank you, Lord Holy Sun. A chorus of cries and kneeling thanks erupted from the stragglers as they wolfed down the sticks of green algae. It had been too long since they had felt such care and hope, and no one had ever been willing to offer to share their food with them. not even treating them as people. Such handouts made the stragglers' favorable opinion of the shelter skyrocket. The Holy Sun smiled, his gaze sweeping over each of the stragglers as if he was giving them strength with his eyes. Arise, friends. Here you will be sheltered in a sanctuary, and you will not go hungry. This is as utopian a statement as it is seductive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had once been targeted by the sanctuary executives, even Liu had almost believed it. The stragglers rose from their kneeling, and they ate the green algae sticks in their hands, constantly regaining their strength, the light of hope for survival rekindled in their eyes. Just then, several awakened among the stragglers suddenly stood out. Chapter 51 Assassinating the Holy Sun. It wasn't that these awakened ones suddenly stood up, not that they had any opinions. Instead, they began volunteering to help keep order in the shelters and assisting patrolmen in handing out chlorella sticks. The scene gradually became more orderly as a result. These stray awakened people were so proactive just so they could put on a good show and show their faces in front of the refuge. Soon, all the stragglers ate the freely distributed green algae bars, and the wariness and hostility in their hearts toward the shelter slowly diminished. They also gradually realized that the refuge was very different from those in the safe zone, and that the refuge was not as cold and unfeeling as they had imagined. Not only did the shelter not discriminate against them as stragglers, but it generously provided them with food free of charge. Liu, who was not far away, looked at this scene and was a bit puzzled. He really didn't understand why the refuge was doing this. Is there a use for stragglers? But immediately afterward, the Holy Sun gave his answer. The Holy Sun, surrounded by many people, rode his rain camel to the very center of the crowd. The bodyguard beside him looked serious and alert, watching every move around him. A faint white glow seemed to emanate from the Holy Sun on the rain hump. Liu rubbed his eyes vigorously, double-checking that he hadn't misread it. The body of this Holy Sun was indeed glowing. Liu was a bit surprised. Is this also an extraordinary ability? The Holy Sun slowly opened his mouth. His voice was extremely infectious and seemed to influence everyone around him without even realizing it. At Shelter 7207, we are all equal. This is the last harbor for mankind. The Saint's son had stood over the rain camel by now, and although he had a young face, his entire person seemed to have become even taller and more imposing. One day from now, Sanctuary 7207 will be hosting the Elite Talent Audition. We will provide opportunities for you to fully demonstrate your value and contribute to the building of the refuge. The Holy Sun did not forget to emphasize. You heard right, everyone can sign up for this, no matter what their status is. And the person who ultimately wins the contest will be awarded residency at the shelter. The voice of the Holy Sun echoed continuously over the square. Looking at the crowd's expectant eyes, the Holy Sun smiled and continued. Those who wish to sign up for the Elite Talent Audition should go to the registration center at the west gate of the sanctuary. After the Holy Sun finished speaking, whispers began to resound in the crowd, and the awakened among the stragglers couldn't wait to come forward to register for enrollment at this point. Because of the prophesied disaster that has befallen them, the stragglers are forced to migrate all the way west. If you continue west, not only do you have to continually fight each other with the people in the safe zone, but you also have to brave all the dangers on the road. It is even possible to starve to death alive due to lack of food. In comparison, staying in the shelter is clearly the best choice the displaced people can make at the moment. The stragglers all wanted to try to sign up and see what happened. No one wanted to pass up such a great opportunity. Even some stragglers who hadn't awakened their powers rushed to the enrollment point in droves. They expressed with anticipation that they would like to be able to do jobs such as handling feces and cleaning. Some of the female stragglers deliberately squirmed in front of the patrolmen. They'll do anything they want as long as they manage to stay in the shelter. Looking at the long queue that had formed in front of the registration center, the Holy Sun nodded with satisfaction. The bodyguard beside him also marveled. This year, this talent selection competition is probably the most successful one since the sanctuary held the competition. Whether it was the most successful or not I don't know, at least it was the most crowded session. Another person added, his eyes filled with the same deep shock. Even though they had lived here since they were children, it was still the first time they had seen such a big battle. At the back of the crowd, Fu Shiyao watched Liu with unblinking eyes. She knew in her heart that with Liu's ability, if he participated in the competition, it was highly likely that Liu would succeed in obtaining the right to live there. Fu Shiyao pondered for a moment. Although she didn't want Liu to leave, she also hoped that Liu would have a better choice. She still summoned up the courage to ask Liu in a small voice. Are you in? No such intention. Liu balked without hesitation. It wasn't that he hadn't considered the possibility. Liu even felt that with his and Fu Shiyao's supernatural abilities working together, it shouldn't be difficult to stay in the refuge. Even if the two of them couldn't be management, they would certainly have no problem being patrolmen. But he was always skeptical about the true intentions of the sanctuary. Looking at the heated scene at the registration desk, Liu frowned. Have you ever wondered why the sanctuary is organizing such a competition? Do they really just want to select talent? Fu Shiyao froze for a moment, then shook her head. She was also completely baffled as to the true intentions of the sanctuary in organizing this tournament. At this moment, the Saint's son located in the center of the crowd seemed to think of something and once again opened his mouth too. The little girl among the stragglers kept activating her powers, feeling the new connection. She was surprised to find this new golem hiding amongst the crowd. The little girl looked at the Saint's son who was surrounded by the crowd, and a plan instantly arose in her heart. Zhang family, I want all of you to be buried with me. The little girl violently unleashed her supernatural powers. With his eyes already red, the Zhang family guard tore off his disguise as soon as he could, took out his pistol from his clothes, and staggered towards the center of the crowd. What are you doing? Zhang Tiedong's face suddenly changed as he also noticed that something was wrong with this guard. The guards were completely deaf to Zhang Tiedong's shouts at this point and continued to advance. Zhang Taidong was about to step forward to stop it. The red-eyed guard raised the pistol directly in his hand and aimed a shot at the holy man on the rain hump. Bang! Chapter 52 Distribution of Holy Water. A crisp gunshot instantly pierced the sky. The crowd was instantly thrown into chaos, and the stragglers couldn't be bothered to enroll, scattering in all directions. The bodyguard captain's reaction was extremely fast, and almost the instant the gunshot rang out, he had jumped in front of Saint's son. The bullet grazed the bodyguard captain's shoulder, leaving a striking bloodstain. The Holy Sun, however, continued to look as normal, showing no fear. It didn't even come as the slightest surprise. The Holy Sun was attacked. Protect Lord Saint's son. The two bodyguards immediately protected the Saint's son tightly behind them, while quickly drawing their weapons in preparation for a counterattack. They didn't expect that someone would really dare to attack the Saint's son, they were simply tired of living. Zhang Taidong's face was so gloomy at this moment that it seemed as if it could drip water. He never expected this guard under his command to attack the sanctuary's holy son at such a critical moment. He quickly rushed at the red-eyed guard and tried to subdue him. However, the guards completely disregarded Zhang Tiedong's attack and continued to frantically shoot at the holy sun. Bang! Bang! The bullets were all caught by the bodyguard captain. A glint flashed in the eyes of the little girl among the stragglers. She could feel the energy fluctuation from the red-eyed guards. It was a power she was familiar with, an alien power. This guard actually possessed psychic abilities, and the little girl quickly controlled the guard to activate her psychic abilities. With a wave of the guard's hand, a huge rock on the ground flew up and smashed towards the holy sun. One of the bouncers leapt high off the rain hump and kicked the massive rock. Then he rushed over with a swift and deadly grip on the red-eyed guard's neck. No matter how desperately the red-eyed guards struggled, they could not break free. Seeing that the situation had gotten completely out of control, Zhang Taidong quickly turned around and was trying to take advantage of the chaos to escape from here. The moment Zhang Taidong turned around, he was pressed to the ground with a hand. The remaining two Zhang family guards were also instantly controlled by the bodyguards, as they were both wearing the same outfit as the murderer. So strong. Liu looked at the bodyguards in surprise. The burly man who was lying on the ground, already firmly under control, Liu recognized at a glance that it was that personal guard of Zhang Biao. Liu was extremely impressed with this person, because the strong man was the one who pressed a group of awakened among the stragglers to fight with just one person's strength. The strong man was so powerful, but at this moment, he was like a chicken, being controlled by the Saint Sun's bodyguard in one go, and he didn't even have time to resist. Moreover, Liu did not even feel the slightest fluctuation of energy, which meant that the bodyguard had completely crushed Zhang Taidong simply by virtue of his physical strength. In contrast, the awakened of the refuge looked far stronger than the ordinary awakened. Looking at the several Zhang family guards who were under control, Liu was in a bit of disbelief. Zhang Biao's guards actually dared to blend into the crowd to attack the sanctuary's holy sun. I really don't know who gave them the guts. Woo! It's a misunderstanding. Zhang Taidong, who was stomped to death on the ground, opened his mouth with difficulty to explain. Pop! The bouncer gave him a hard slap straight across the face. Zhang Tiedong's face instantly swelled up and he could no longer say a word. Take them away. The captain of the bodyguards gave an order, and the other bodyguards escorted a few people into the gate. The bodyguard captain's heart was filled with anger at this moment, and he touched his shoulder that was cut by the bullet, and there was a deep blood mark inside. It was close, just close. The bodyguard captain's heart burst with fear. It wasn't so much the safety of the Holy Sun that he was worried about, but himself. Luckily, he had reacted quickly just now and swiftly stepped in front of Saint Sun, stopping the bullet. Suppose the bullet had struck not his shoulder, but the custom-made suit on the saint's body. Then his career as a captain of bodyguards might end, and even his life might come to an end. Almost, he died. "Forgive me, Lord Saint Sun." The captain of the bodyguards looked terrified and hurriedly fell to his knees in front of the Holy Sun, his forehead pressed against the ground. "Get up." Instead, the Holy Sun smiled and gently waved his hand, speaking in a calm tone. "It's not your fault. What happened today was obviously deliberate." The bodyguard captain slowly stood up, a trace of undisguised gratitude flashing in his eyes. Since the Holy Sun said that, it meant that this matter was over, at least his position and life were saved. "Lord Saint Sun, I will definitely thoroughly investigate this matter and give you an explanation." The bodyguard captain's tone was firm. The Holy Sun nodded and said nonchalantly, "Be sure to follow the rules of the sanctuary." "Yes." The bodyguard captain saluted, then turned around and quickly left. After walking through the gate into the high wall, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Damned things, are they out of their minds? The sanctuary's Holy Sun you dare to attack. I really don't know how many eyes Yama has. The captain of the bodyguards took big steps and hurried quickly towards the place where the prisoners were being held. He wanted to see just who had the nerve to be so bold. With the scene under the high wall under control, the crowd regrouped once again. The Holy Sun, riding a rain camel, stood in front of the gates of the refuge and spoke gently and reassuringly to the crowd. "Don't be afraid, everyone, it's still safe around the shelter. As an apology, on behalf of the sanctuary, I will be distributing 300 milliliters of holy water to all, and everyone is welcome to come and collect it." Upon hearing this, the stragglers all looked puzzled and stared at each other. "What's a milliliter? Is that what 300 drops means?" The local resident, on the other hand, pulls out a cup and smiles as he explains it to the stragglers. "So a glass of water is 300 milliliters. That water was so good, I didn't think I'd be able to drink it again." Yes, it's said that it's holy water that only the holy children of the sanctuary are worthy of drinking. The locals took out their cups early and went up to wait with anticipation. They looked at the stragglers around them and made fun of them with a bit of mockery. "You are all blessed in your past lives to be able to drink holy water. Better thank the Holy Sun." Soon, the doors slowly opened again. At the Holy Sun's command, an immense water tanker was slowly pushed out. The few awakened behind the water tanks were by now panting and sweating from exhaustion. Liu probed and looked, only to see 2 neat rows of switches mounted next to the top of the water tank. The locals in the first row hurried to each faucet and waited with joy. The patrolman went up to supervise the tap, which automatically discharged 300 milliliters of holy water with each press of the switch above the tap. The locals rushed up to catch the water. After hitting the holy water, the natives can't wait to drink it straight away. Immediately after that, a look of intoxication to the extreme appeared on his face, as if he was immersed in an incomparably wonderful enjoyment. Seeing this scene, the onlookers' stragglers were even more curious as to what flavor this holy water was, that it could cause someone to show such an intoxicated expression. The stragglers have also come forward to line up. The people in the safe zone seemed to know about this water and stood back and waited. It looks like holy water is very rare. Chapter 53: The Executive's Obstruction. The curiosity in the hearts of the onlookers grew stronger when they saw this scene. What exactly was the flavor of this holy water that it could cause someone to show such an intoxicated expression? The stragglers also flocked to the front of the line, while those in the safe zone seemed to know about this water and stood back and waited. Since the Holy Sun had said that each person would have a share, he was bound to do it. That's why the people in the safe zone weren't eager to fight with the stragglers. After all, that would be detrimental to their own image. Soon there were stragglers from out of town at the front of the line. Trembling, he held out the battered plastic container in his hand and carefully took a small cup of holy water. The straggler tilted his head back and drank the water down as the onlookers looked on with curiosity. A sweetness instantly flowed freely down his throat. The drifter's eyes widened instantly, disbelief filling his gaze. He had never imagined that water could be so sweet and delicious. In this barren world of heavy rains, stragglers like him had long been accustomed to polluted water mixed with acidic flavors. Dirty water always leaves people with a dry throat after drinking it, and even sometimes brings illness and suffering. But this time, the stragglers felt a freshness and purity that they had never felt before. It was as if a magical spring of life was flowing through his body, awakening every thirsty cell in his body. With a look of surprise and disbelief on his face, he couldn't help but shout, This is real water." Then he was so excited that he could not contain himself, and shouted again at the top of his voice, "It's holy water." After receiving the approval of the stragglers, all the surrounding stragglers also couldn't wait to come forward, scrambling to be the first to try this legendary holy water. Every straggler's face was tinged with anticipation and curiosity. Until they also lined up in front and drank this miraculous holy water, the stragglers invariably showed expressions of satisfaction and surprise. What exactly is the flavor of this holy water? Fu Shiryao looked at the reaction of the stragglers. Her heart was also curious to the extreme, her eyes filled with longing. Li Yu likewise wanted to taste what the fascinating flavor of this holy water that was praised by everyone was. Just as the two men approached, also intending to line up in the back, Li Yu suddenly saw the person standing in front of the water tank, and suddenly his face turned cold. "It's the exec. All line up, don't cut in line." The executive officer kept opening his mouth loudly to remind. It was the same executive officer who had confiscated their coal, and who was at that moment standing pensively in front of the water tanks, keeping order among the stragglers. "No need to claim it." Li Yu suppressed his anger and spoke in a deep voice. "With this executive officer in place, even if he lined up to go up and claim it today, I'm just afraid the other side wouldn't give it to him." Moreover, Li Yu had killed those killers that the executive officer had sent before, and it was only feared that when he saw himself in a while, there was still a possibility that the executive officer would only recognize him on the spot. Fu Shiryao had been full of expectations and wanted to taste the flavor of the holy water, but now it seemed to be completely hopeless. She looked at the exec in front of the water tank with an exasperated look on her face, not realizing that there were such bad people at the shelter. Looking at the executive who stood in front of him towing the line, Li Yu frowned. "That's not good. It looks like this exec is responsible for the flow of various supplies at the gate. Then as long as this executive officer is here for a day, Li Yu will be restricted in every way. And that's just coal and water. In the event that the executive officer continues to intervene and identifies him as the murderer, I'm afraid that the portable house that Li Yu has been longing to get is also hopeless." He could not take another step near the refuge until this man was removed. Thinking of this, Li Yu's heart was hardened and he finally made up his mind. Even at the risk of being discovered by the sanctuary, he had to settle this executive officer and remove the aftermath once and for all. With a more powerful bow and crossbow, coupled with the supernatural abilities ultra-long range, Li Yu was completely confident that he could finish him off at this point. Moreover, Li Yu didn't believe that the sanctuary could easily find out about him. Even if they do find out about him, the big deal is that he'll just keep moving when he's found out. Li Yu never wanted to stay in the refuge forever anyway. Thinking of this, Li Yu began to look around carefully, and then looked at the many stragglers lined up in front of the water tanks. There were also people from the safe zone standing in line behind them, and it would take at least a while longer for all of these people to receive their holy water. It also means that this executive officer must remain outside the high walls until the stragglers and those in the safe zone have all received their water. This is a wonderful opportunity. Otherwise, when the execs get back inside the high walls, he'll never get another chance to get his hands on them. Go! Li Yu implicitly pulled Fu Shiryao. The two of them held Little Black and quietly left the crowd without attracting anyone's attention. After walking away, Li Yu brought Fu Shiryao to ride Little Black. Just then, an idea popped into Li Yu's head and he turned back to ask, "Which direction is Zhang Biao's team in?" Fu Shiryao immediately closed her eyes and carefully perceived that a large number of people from the Black Mountain safety zone were staying in the western direction at this time. "Over there." Fu Shiryao pointed to where Zhang Biao's team was resting. Li Yu slapped Xiaohei, and Xiaohei quickly ran towards the direction of Fu Shiryao's finger. Soon, they saw the Black Mountain safe zone team in front of them that was resting in place. After getting closer, Li Yu carefully observed. "I was right. This is Zhang Biao's team." Li Yu sneaked around to right behind Zhang Biao's team, then found a position on higher ground and climbed down. Taking a deep breath, Li Yu set up his bow steadily and aimed it roughly in the direction of the shelter. Then he took out a black arrow from his body. Switching sidearms. Switching successful. Carbon fiber arrow LV5, effective attack distance plus 50 meters, aiming time, 1 second. That said, it's still an arrow in the Black Hills safety zone. Due to the rarity of the material and its small quantity, Liu had never bothered to use it, but he didn't expect to use it this time. Looking at the experience value that was a little short, Liu urged his cyclone with all his might and quickly gathered enough experience. Carbon fiber arrow LV6, effective attack distance plus 60 meters, aiming time, 1 second. Not much of a boost, but a little bit counts. Liu put the black arrow into the arrow slot of the bow. After courting the bow with force, Liu gently held it at the end and asked in a low voice. "You're here to help me calibrate, ready?" "I'm ready," Fu Shiryao said softly. There was a hint of nervousness in her voice. After all, this was the first time she had actually helped Liu with his aiming. Fu Shiryao was also lying beside Liu, following the direction of the bow's aim, and was fully concentrating on sensing the subtle changes in the downpour. Liu actually didn't use the sights on his bow at all. For there in his eyes was the already minimized aiming circle. However, because the distance was so far away, Liu couldn't see the situation beyond 1,000 meters at all. So Liu couldn't be sure who exactly he was aiming at, so he had to wait for Fu Shiryao's confirmation. Fu Shiryao stayed close to Liu's side, following the direction of his aim and carefully sensing the executive's every move. Chapter 54, A Perfect Misunderstanding. Fu Shiryao looked through the scope on the bow and followed the extended direction, carefully sensing who exactly the person aiming at was. Sensing the rainwater continuously dripping down on the water tanker, Fu Shiryao gently moved the crossbow slightly, and the direction of aiming gently changed along with it. After Fu Shiryao's continuous adjustments, the bow was finally precisely aimed at the executive officer who kept waving his hand gestures and directing the lineup in the rain. Only after confirming that the aim was correct again and again did Fu Shiryao open her mouth in excitement. "Aim well. That's him," Fu Shiryao said with certainty. After aiming at the target, the aiming circle in Liu's eyes quickly narrowed again. Liu held his breath as the accuracy of his aiming circle increased dramatically once again. After his whole body stood still for 3 seconds, his finger gently pulled the trigger. Buzz. The black arrow was like a black lightning bolt, shooting out extremely. The arrows quickly rushed towards the resting Zhang Biao's team. Zhang Biao only heard the sharp cutting sound of air and only had time to shout. "Not good. Get down." He thought the archer had come back for revenge. The arrows came in a flash, and Zhang Biao was instantly fearful. So fast. He can't block it. This feeling suddenly burst out from the bottom of Zhang Biao's heart. Phew. With a subtle vibrating sound, the black arrow quickly flew past Zhang Biao's head. The black arrows directly leapt over Zhang Biao's team and sped towards the safe zone. Seeing this scene, Zhang Biao then let out a long sigh of relief, cold sweat pouring from his body. That savage divine archer had actually grown so fast, and if this arrow was aimed at him, then he would surely die. The black arrow was like a messenger of death, accompanied by the hissing sound of air friction, cutting through the rain. Aim straight for the XX chest. Can't you understand when I tell you to get in line? The executive officer's eyes widened in anger and he shouted angrily. He glared hard at the disobedient straggler with a face full of disgust. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis struck. A flicker of panic flashed in the executive's eyes, and he had realized the danger that was coming. He tried to escape, but it all happened too fast for him to react in any way. Drink! Under the threat of death, the executive officer defiantly exploded his entire body's energy. The powerful alien energy quickly wrapped around his entire body. Put! The black arrow instantly penetrated the executive's chest, bringing up a shower of blood. His powers didn't have time to work at all, and he was instantly shot through. The executive officer's body shook violently, and he slowly lowered his head, his eyes lost in thought as he looked at his chest and muttered. How is that possible? The executive officer already had a large bloody hole in his chest, and it didn't look like he was going to survive. But... The executive officer's body collapsed helplessly, his eyes wide open to the point of death, seemingly unable to believe that he had died so easily. A gasp erupted from the surrounding crowd. However, due to the fact that there had already been a stabbing situation just now, the crowd of onlookers instead did not fall into chaos. After all, this murderer was not targeting them. Everyone continues to gather around here to watch the fun. Protect the Holy Sun. The patrol leader shouted and quickly rushed out of the gate, and his men quickly protected the Holy Sun in the center. The sentries on the high walls of the shelter were tense, their eyes roving warily into the distance, trying to find out who might be the enemy. The patrol leader's pace was brisk, and without hesitation he went directly to the rear of the fallen executive officer. His eyes were sharp, eagerly searching around for something. Soon, the patrol leader found a black arrow, which by now was deeply embedded in the high wall. He pulled this arrow from the wall with force and scrutinized it, not sparing a single detail, from the material of the arrow to the craftsmanship. The patrol leader's brow furrowed as he looked back in the direction the arrows had been fired into and gave a quick order. "Quickly, search for the assassin." There was a hint of anger in the patrol leader's voice. It was a blatant provocation that the shelter had been attacked twice in a row in one day. "Follow me." The patrol leader moved with agility to mount the rain camel and galloped off without hesitation. Because time is running out, and any slowdown could result in the murderer escaping. The patrolman at the shelter moved immediately to follow the patrol leader. Several other patrols followed at the same time. Led by the patrol leader, a tight carpet search of the area from which the black arrows had come began. Looking at the crowd rushing out, the patrolman beside the Holy Sun half kneeled and whispered persuasively, "Lord Holy Sun, withdraw inside the high walls." At this time, the bodyguard and the captain were absent, so he couldn't afford to take on the responsibility of protecting the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun on the rain hump did not speak. His gaze was deep and calm, as if it had pierced through the layers of rain and fog, and he seemed to have seen something that the onlookers could not detect, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face instead. "It seems to have become even more interesting," the saint's son whispered, a hint of elusive playfulness in his voice. A few thousand meters away, Fu Shiryao suddenly opened her eyes, her face full of excitement. Dead. She had sensed that the executive officer in the rain had collapsed to the ground and his breath was fading. How accurate! Fu Shiryao couldn't help but marvel, knowing that this was the limit of her ability's distance. Liu was actually able to accurately shoot the target from such a distance. Upon hearing the news of a successful shot, Liu picked up his bow as soon as he could. Move! The two quickly rolled onto their horses and evacuated the area at breakneck speed, circling toward the eastern edge of the refuge. In the meantime, the patrol leader was leading several patrols that were rapidly charging this way on rain camels. Moreover, the heavy firepower in Zhang Biao's team had all been set up when the large force of stragglers passed by earlier. The camp of the fire defense line formed at this time, facing these patrol soldiers who rushed up. Even if they really fought, Zhang Biao did not feel the slightest fear. Master of the house, shall we fire? Chapter 55, All-Out War. Shall we fire? The guard on the side looked extremely nervous, his voice trembling as he inquired. His hand had tightened on his weapon, ready to fight. Wait first. Zhang Biao decisively reached out to stop it. Zhang Biao knew that once the gun went off, it would mean full-scale war between him and the refuge. He truly and from the bottom of his heart did not want to have any conflict with the refuge. But if the refuge is repeatedly and bitterly pressed, he will be forced to fight back. At the same time, Zhang Biao was also very clear that most of the weapons in his Zhang clan's team belonged to the mid-range type. If he let his opponent get too close, it would be too late for him to counterattack. By then, the powerful cannons will have lost their proper purpose. He had to make a decision before his opponent got close. Seeing that the patrol continued to approach, Zhang Biao intended to conduct a wave of warnings first. If the other party insisted on going to war with their safe zone, he would be forced to fire back. Archers in position. Zhang Biao stretched out his hand. Several guards with black bows stepped forward quickly. Zhang Biao didn't even ask his guards to warn him with their firearms. He was afraid that the sound of gunfire would cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Shoot the arrows in front of them and force them to stop for a warning. Zhang Biao quickly ordered, not letting the other side get any closer. The guards bent their bows and shot a wave of black arrows in unison with neat movements. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several sharp air-breaking sounds rang out. A volley of black arrows shot with unerring precision at the ground not far in front of the patrol. Phew! The patrol leader hastily raised his hand in a gesture, and all the patrolmen pulled the reins tight, bringing the rain camel to a halt. Undaunted by the warnings of the safety zone, the patrol leader instead gently jumped off the rain camel. He took a few steps forward and crouched on the ground, pulling out one of the black arrows and comparing it carefully with the one in his hand that had shot the exec. Whether it was from the material, the craftsmanship used to make the arrow, or even the markings secretly engraved on the end of the arrow, they were all exactly the same. And the direction of the shot matched perfectly. The black arrow that shot the execs was indeed shot from the direction of this safe zone. This evidence in hand is enough to show that it was someone from this safe zone who shot the executive officer of the shelter. The patrol leader's eyes were as cold as frost, his gaze sweeping towards the cannon beside Zhang Biao in the distance, as well as the guns clenched in the hands of their Zhang family guards. How many years? The patrol leader muttered. How many years has it been since anyone dared to attack a shelter? The patrol leader couldn't help but think back to the past. No one had dared mess with the sanctuary since he was a fledgling pawn. In all the years he had been a patrol leader, this was the first time he had encountered such a blatant and open provocation. The people in the safe zone were actually going to go to war with their sanctuary head-on. I really don't know who gave them the guts. One more step forward and we'll have to fire. From afar, Zhang Biao hissed a loud threat. Although it is a threat, it is also Zhang Biao showing weakness, and he does not want a fire in his heart. The patrol leader, however, was not the least bit afraid, but instead calmly returned to the rain hump and resolutely gave the order. Charge up! Catch the murderer! The patrol on rain camels behind them once again charged forward without hesitation. Zhang Biao's face instantly turned ice cold, and in his heart, he thought, you guys forced me to do this. Fire! At Zhang Biao's command, all the guards opened fire at the same time, and the cannon instantly fired a shell. Chug chug chug. Boom! Several patrolmen were blown up on the spot, a gruesome sight to behold. Reverse! The patrol leader was instantly enraged, not realizing that the other side really dared to open fire. He hastily pulled out his sidearm and unleashed his powers. The man and the rain camel increased their speed greatly and rushed at the first one. The patrol leader kept shooting towards the guards. For a while, all kinds of gunfire came and went. Liu and Fu Shiryao, who had just fled, both heard the violent noise behind them as well. Liu looked back, only to see dazzling flashes of fire constantly flickering in the direction of Zhang Biao's team. It looks like there's a fierce battle going on there. Xiao He, run! Liu hurriedly kept patting Xiao He's head. He didn't want to get dragged into this mess. Liu and Fu Shiryao were lying tightly on Xiao He's back. Behind them, the sound of gunfire grew more and more intense, and the blazing fire reflected half the sky. Blackie ran faster with the wind beneath his hooves. Although he couldn't see the specifics of the battle, Liu felt that the people at the shelter were definitely not dry. The patrol soldiers of the refuge were all powerful awakened, and most of them had passed the talent selection to be selected, and were by no means easy for the guards of the Black Mountain safety zone to deal with. Blackie quickly weaved through the rain and soon circled around to the high ground west of the shelter. Fu Shiryao sensed the surroundings and confirmed that no one was catching up. It seemed that no one had discovered them yet. Standing on the high ground in the west, Liu took a breather. He liked this place very much. It was high ground, and with a wide view and no cover around it, it was perfect for his psychic abilities. After building the simple canopy, Liu began to organize the arrows. After all, there were more and more arrows, and they were not good to carry. Thinking of this, Liu finally was remembering something. Hurriedly, he pulled out the pouch of arrows he had exchanged from Black Rat and tried to equip it to the empty one. Equipment success. Arrow pouch LV1, made from the finest beast leather with a special waterproof surface treatment. Capacity, 20 arrows. Special effects, none. Very good. Liu saw the relevant attributes and it looked like upgrading the arrow bag was feasible. It's still space that comes at a good price. At this rate of upgrades, it will definitely be able to carry more arrows. Liu took out that one light blue Fey Beast crystal core. After Liu's several absorptions, the light emitted from the crystal core was very dim at this point, and there was not much energy left inside. The remaining energy within the crystal core was also quickly absorbed and converted into experience value by urging the abdominal cyclone to keep rotating. Upgrade successful. Arrow pouch LV2, capacity 40, loading speed +2. As the experience value continued to be injected, Liu raised his arrow bag to level 5 in. That's a completely insufficient capacity, too. Liu looked at the two large bundles of arrows in the package beside him, which made 100 waiting to be put in. It seemed that he had to continue upgrading his arrow bag first, or else there would be too many arrows for him to hold. As the last bit of energy was absorbed by Liu, the crystal core completely lost its light. At this moment, the foreign beast crystal core in Liu's hand was now like an ordinary stone. He looked again at the remaining crystals in his pocket. There aren't many left. Chapter 56 Omens of Disaster. Excluding Fu Shiryao's and Xiao He's, after exchanging bows with the Black Rat, there were only 3 misty hidden leopards Fey Beast crystals left in the package. Liu took out another crystal core to continue absorbing energy, and he didn't know if Fu Shiyao's one had run out. Thinking of this, Liu raised his head and looked to the side of Fu Shiyao, who deliberately avoided his sight and also sneakily pretended to scout. Ka-la! Crisp sounds of crystal cores colliding rang out. It was the sound that Liu deliberately made when he threw the crystal core he had finished absorbing onto the ground with force. After hearing the ringing, without waiting for Liu to open his mouth and ask, Fu Shiyao had already guessed what Liu was going to say. Don't rush it, don't rush it, I'll catch up on the absorption. She lowered her head and stumbled. At that moment, the small black on the side suddenly shook his head and ran over cheerfully, then opened his horse's mouth. 2A. Xiaohei spat out a crystal core from his mouth and rolled it next to the one Liu had discarded, the very one Liu had fed it earlier. This fake crystal core was dull at this time, and the energy inside had obviously been absorbed by Xiaohei. Fu Shiyao saw the two crystal cores that had been absorbed, her head buried even lower. She was actually even inferior to Xiaohei. What she didn't know was that Xiaohei and Liu didn't have any trouble absorbing the fake crystals. In fact, Fu Shiyao really wasn't as fast as Xiaohei in absorbing it. Fu Shiyao's absorption of crystal core energy, on the other hand, required the flow of blood to assist, and the efficiency of absorption was not even in the same league. None of this was clear to Fu Shiyao. She just assumed that she hadn't absorbed it hard enough. Eat more meat and absorb more. Liu had an expression that was both serious and. The two of them then hurriedly hid behind Xiaohei to avoid the wind, causing Xiaohei to grunt, seemingly expressing his dissatisfaction. This weather, it really changes at the drop of a hat. Liu wiped the rainwater from his face. He thought to himself that it would be nice to have that portable house that the sanctuary son said they had. Even if the house is smaller, it's nothing, at least there's a place to hide from the wind and rain. Fu Shiyao was also cloaked by the gusts of wind and looked very wretched. Liu took out the jar and everyone shared a piece of the alien beast meat. The two men and their horses didn't feel the cold with the energy in their flesh. It was just the howling wind and torrential rain that prevented Liu from calming down. After making do in the storm for the night, Liu was completely awake. Fu Shiyao was also wearing dark circles under her eyes and hadn't slept well. Unlike the two men, Koro was refreshed after standing all night. Aero pouch LV6, capacity 70, loading speed +6, stability +25%. Upgrading, Liu continued to push the cyclone in his abdomen to transform the energy. He looked up at the sky, and although the wind had died down considerably, the rain had not abated at all. Looking at the high wall in the distance, Liu couldn't help but sigh. Although the people at the shelter were a bit phony, they did do a good job. Without the shelter of the refuge and the food provided, many of the stragglers would not have survived with this extreme weather. Let's go see what's going on. Liu brought Fu Shiyao and slowly approached the shelter from the east. Outside, the high walls of the refuge were at this time crowded with a dense mass of people. Many of the stragglers who hadn't intended to accept the shelter's handouts had gathered under the relentless ravages of the raging storm. And those who had previously fallen out of the hordes of stragglers were now arriving at the shelter with great difficulty in the midst of the torrential rain. The numbers outside the high walls increased again. Liu had just arrived and was recognized by some stragglers. After all, the unique combination of two people and a horse was too impressive. So much happened yesterday that the stragglers had no time to think about what was going on around them. After a full night, the stragglers were stabilized at this point. After eating their fill and being idle, the stragglers also discovered Liu and began to whisper to Liu Fu Shiyao. Soon, several silhouettes walked towards Liu in a hurried manner. Liu felt a trace of familiar energy and looked up. Ma Yuanbai? Ma Yuanbai had gathered a lot of transmigrators around him at this time, and his group had obviously expanded quite a bit. Quite a few people Liu had seen before, all of them were people who had once attacked the Black Mountain safe zone together. Come on, let's go somewhere less crowded and talk. Ma Yuanbai led Liu slightly away from the high walls to a place where there weren't many people. What's wrong? Liu inquired curiously when she saw him being so cautious. Ma Yuanbai confirmed the situation around him before he whispered to Liu. I heard someone shot an executive with bow and arrow precision yesterday. Although Liu wanted to deny it, but looking at Ma Yuanbai's certain expression, Liu did not refute it. Ma Yuanbai said with conviction, if I can guess that you killed him, I'm only afraid that other people can also guess that it was you. Is it that obvious? Liu said helplessly. Ma Yuanbai rolled his eyes, can it not be obvious? You can't find someone who shoots arrows so accurately within a few thousand awakened, right? Do you mean that the people in the shelter have already found out that the murderer is me? Li Yu softly inquired, also carefully looking around, momentarily planning to escape. By all rights, it should have been easy to realize it was you, but it wasn't. Ma Yuanbai was also puzzled. What do you mean? Li Yu was a bit confused. What do you mean you should have found out and didn't? Ma Yuanbai, on the other hand, pointed to the group of stragglers in the distance. Those stragglers from the Black Hills have seen how good you are with a bow and arrow, and they can surely guess it's you. Chapter 57 Ma Yuanbai's Invitation. So, I analyzed two possibilities. Ma Yuanbai held his chin and said with a serious and earnest expression. Li Yu also came over to listen carefully. The first is that the stragglers from the Black Hills are so grateful that no one has reported you. After Ma Yuanbai finished speaking, he himself looked at Li Yu with some disbelief. Not to mention that Ma Yuanbai didn't believe this, Li Yu was also filled with disbelief. Also, the stragglers were grateful to him, so they didn't report it. It's a pipe dream. It's never going to happen. You know, the stragglers will do anything to get a chance to survive when they are starving. Nowadays, as long as they can enter the refuge, they will not hesitate to agree to whatever conditions they are offered. At such a critical moment, where would the stragglers care who you are? Not even if you were a former lifesaver. The second is that the people at the shelter know that you did it, but they are deliberately pretending not to know. Ma Yuanbai's eyes kept looking Li Yu up and down, and in his heart, he couldn't help but wonder if Li Yu had already secretly made a connection with the refuge. But Li Yu's blank and confused expression clearly showed that he was completely unaware of this. No connections were made? Ma Yuanbai was slightly stunned. Nope, I don't know a single person from the shelter. Li Yu mumbled. Even Ma Yuanbai was a bit puzzled at this point. This wasn't even wanted by the refuge? He couldn't figure out the reason for this in any way. Could it be that the entire sanctuary staff has lost their minds? Otherwise, if it was such an obvious object of suspicion, with the strength of the shelter's prying eyes, there was no way it couldn't be discovered. Li Yu suddenly asked in a tentative whisper, is it possible for the murderer to be Zhang Biao? Ma Yuanbai's eyes instantly widened and he instantly retorted. How could it be? Even if Zhang Biao wanted to shoot arrows, he had to have the ability to do so. But in just a moment, Ma Yuanbai was like being hit on the head and figured everything out in an enlightened manner. I know. No wonder the Black Hills safe zone and sanctuary fought last night. Could it be? Ma Yuanbai's gaze went straight to Li Yu. It was you who framed the Black Mountain safety zone? Ma Yuanbai asked in extreme shock, his voice unconsciously rising a few points. It wasn't me, I didn't. Li Yu hurriedly shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to admit it. But it was clear that Ma Yuanbai only trusted his own judgment. Ma Yuanbai nodded his head uncontrollably with a look of realization. It makes sense that if it was the Black Hills safety zone that shot the execs yesterday, it would make sense for the shelter to rush out and have a fight. So how did the battle turn out? After hearing this news, Li Yu couldn't wait to ask. I heard the refuge lost a full patrol. Ma Yuanbai's face was serious as he slowly continued. The Black Mountain safety zone was even more deadly, and in the end, Zhang Biao was seriously injured and escaped with only half of his men. Actually ran away? Li Yu's eyes widened as he didn't expect Zhang Biao to have this kind of strength to escape from the shelter's men. Ma Yuanbai explained, the sanctuary only sent out patrols, not a real core combat department, so it's only normal to let Zhang Biao run away. Li Yu frowned, Zhang Biao actually survived. Zhang Biao, however, knew his psychic abilities very well. If Zhang Biao hooked up with the shelter, he would definitely tell everything about him straight away without hesitation. By then the sanctuary will know who killed the execs, too. It shouldn't be, the refuge would be so easy for you to use as a gun? Ma Yuanbai looked toward the high wall not far away. If the people at the refuge were really that stupid, they wouldn't have been able to grow so much. Perhaps, Ma Yuanbai gazed at Li Yu, you're the only one missing now. Looking at Li Yu's silent thinking, Ma Yuanbai hastily added. As long as I can climb to the top of the Zaijiang mountain, you will definitely not be spared from the foreign beast crystals at. But as long as Li Yu could come, he could accept any conditions. I want the portable house for the shelter, do you have any ideas? Li Yu's words were unexpected by Ma Yuanbai. He thought that Li Yu was going to make some amazing offer, but he didn't expect it to be related to the sanctuary. Was it the reward from that talent selection competition? Ma Yuanbai recalled. That's right. Li Yu nodded to confirm. No problem, as long as you can climb to the top of Zaijiang mountain, Come back and I'll find a way for everyone to help you get your reward. Ma Yuanbai agreed in a firm tone. This condition is absolutely nothing as long as you can get to the mountain. Deal. Li Yu also agreed painfully. The two men's hands were clasped together. Seeing this scene, the several awakened behind Ma Yuanbai also let out a sigh of relief at the same time. With Li Yu's help, the success rate of this mission had increased greatly. Then we're leaving now? Li Yu inquired. Since he had agreed to help, the sooner the better for sure. Of course. Ma Yuanbai was also filled with excitement. His team of awakened had actually been put together long ago on the way to the refuge. There had been no choice to depart, also because he wanted to invite Li Yu to go with him. Now that the team is together, it's time to say go. Ma Yuanbai turned around and went back to talk to a few awakened ones, leaving a few more ordinary people from his team behind to wait. After settling everything down, Ma Yuanbai walked over with a few awakened ones. Li Yu also spoke to Fu Shiyao, who had also met Ma Yuanbai and naturally had no opinion. Thinking that she could still help Li Yu, she decided to go along as well. After the people briefly introduced each other, Ma Yuanbai led his newly formed makeshift squad towards the north side of the refuge. All along the way Ma Yuanbai could not hide his excitement. It can be done. Ma Yuanbai said secretly in his heart. Not only was his plan going very well, but the awakened he had recruited in his ranks today were all much stronger than he had expected at the start. After a couple hours of rushing, the rainstorm tapered off. The crowd had also finally arrived at the foot of Mount Zaijiang. So this is the Zaijiang mountain. Li Yu was a little curious as he looked at the blackness of the mountains in the distance. Ma Yuanbai called the crowd together. It's almost time to go up the hill, so buck up. At this moment, Ma Yuanbai appeared extremely sophisticated, methodically arranging the tasks of the crowd. Sun Hao, pay attention to sensing danger. The new young man on the sidelines nodded. Zhao Xiong, you take care of the back break. Leave it to me. The short man nodded. Li Yu, you black horse? Ma Yuanbai looked somewhat worriedly at little black beside Li Yu. Don't worry, this horse will have no problem climbing the mountain. Li Yu assured. Ma Yuanbai nodded. Depart. All of them were awakened, and none of them were slow as they walked towards the mountain. The slopes of the Zaijiang mountains were not steep, and Blackie had no problem walking at all. Arrow pouch LV7, capacity 80, loading speed +7, stability +25%. Along the way, Li Yu did not forget to continue strengthening the arrow pouch. After another half hour of walking, the crowd suddenly made a new discovery. A black object stood in the distance amidst the rain and fog. What's that? Looks like a tree. The crowd quickly stepped forward, and sure enough, it was a tree. They hadn't seen trees in a long time, living in the Black Hills. Li Yu and Fu Shiyao were also full of surprise. They both thought that the tree had gone extinct, but they didn't expect one to still grow here. Upon closer inspection, the tree was covered in pine needles. The needles are densely blackened, so they look black from a distance. It's actually alive. What a miracle! It's unbelievable. Sun Hao, the young man in charge of perception, is even seeing a living tree for the first time. Even Li Yu had only seen a living tree once when he was a child. At this point, without Ma Yuanbai speaking, Li Yu was curious about what was on the mountaintop. It's amazing that there is such resilient life in a land that has been ruled by rain. Although the tree was extremely rare, the group did not stop there, but continued upward. Li Yu pulled on Xiaohei, but Xiaohei did not move. Fu Shiyao walked forward and gently stroked Xiaohei's mane in an attempt to gently soothe it. However, little black remained motionless, like a stubborn horse. Xiaohei at this time, as if iron-hearted, said nothing and refused to go forward, just obstinately stopped at the back of that tree. What's wrong? Ma Yuanbai noticed the situation over here and opened his mouth to inquire. Suddenly he stopped walking. This horse doesn't exhibit such behavior for no reason. Li Yu said to Ma Yuanbai, his eyes revealing seriousness and vigilance. There may be dangers ahead that we cannot anticipate. Ma Yuanbai nodded. He trusted Li Yu's judgment and knew that there were dangers on the Shirong mountain, but his purpose was to go up the mountain. Li Yu pondered for a while, then made a decision. Black Horse will stay here and we'll continue on foot. If things don't go well, use this as a retreat rally point. Ma Yuanbai agreed to the plan. Good, then let's move on. Li Yu patted Xiaohei's neck and said softly, wait for us here. Hoof Little Black seemed to have understood and stayed still. Fu Shiyao also patted Xiaohei, before turning around and following the crowd to continue. The crowd had just passed by the tree when a rustling sound came from the top of the hill. Wow! What's that sound? Ma Yuanbai had a wary look on his face and immediately stopped in his tracks. The sound of rain? Not like that, sounds like waves to me. You also listened sideways and realized that it did sound like. The rain also seemed to be getting heavier as they drew closer to the source of the sound. The crowd all stopped nervously, and Ma Yuanbai turned his head to look at Sun Hao. Sun Hao nodded, then pricked up his ears and crouched down to listen carefully, but the feedback he received made him freeze in place. What's wrong? Ma Yuanbai pursued anxiously. It's a tsunami, Sun Hao said incredulously. Chapter 59 Tsunami Shadow Beast. Although Sun Hao knew very well in his heart that this answer was obviously incorrect, he still said it with a stiff upper lip. Tsunami? Ma Yuanbai froze at once, and the others were filled with disbelief. This is Saijian Mountain, where did the tsunami come from? But Sun Hao did truly hear the sound that was like a tsunami. And the sound of that tsunami was especially clear, it felt like it was coming from not far ahead. Li Yu turned his head to look at Fu Shiyao. After Fu Shiyao sensed it for a while, she shook her head at Li Yu. She didn't find any abnormal changes in the rainwater. Sha sha. The sound was getting closer and closer and soon arrived in the neighborhood. It's an earthquake, watch out. As soon as Ma Yuanbai's words fell, the crowd only felt their feet begin to shake violently. It's not an earthquake. Li Yu suddenly realized something and warned loudly. There's something underground. The vibrations were getting stronger and the sound of the waves was getting closer. Obviously something unknown was rapidly approaching them. Boom! The ground suddenly violently broke open with a huge crack, as if the earth had been torn apart alive. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a lanky 3-meter-tall beast suddenly popped out of the ground. Zhao Xiong was unprepared, and was directly and viciously knocked out. His body traced an arc in the air and fell heavily into the distance. Look out! What a big beast! Everyone's face instantly changed drastically. They completely didn't expect the Fey beast to have silently touched in front of them. Pull back! Ma Yuanbai made an instant decision and quickly ordered. Li Yu pulled Fu Shiyao and turned to run without hesitation. He and Fu Shiyao didn't have any close combat abilities, and staying wouldn't help. Li Yu turned around and swept a glance. It turned out to be a foreign beast that could hide underground. No wonder even Fu Shiyao did not perceive it. The dark blue beast stood there silently, an ethereal blue light emanating from its eyes as if it was assessing these humans who had intruded into its territory. What kind of foreign beast is this? Ma Yuanbai's voice trembled as he looked at the beast, and the woman beside him hurriedly shielded him behind her. All of the other awakened also quickly dispersed, forming a semicircular defense formation, each of them staring intently at the suddenly appearing foreign beast. The scales of the alien beast were covered with patterns similar to ocean ripples covered on them, and these patterns would emit a faint fluorescence under the rain. Everyone be careful. Ma Yuanbai tried his best to remain calm and signaled with his hand for everyone to slowly back away. He didn't want to fight this unknown beast, and Ma Yuanbai was even willing to go around a little farther if the beast would allow them to retreat safely. Seeing the crowd retreating, the foreign beast suddenly took a step. Sha sha. The alien beast's wide paws were also covered with thick scales, causing it to make a rustling sound as it moved, similar to the creepy sound of a snake traveling. This is still strong? Li Yu looked at Zhao Xiong in surprise. He truly admired Zhao Xiong's defense, and he actually didn't die after carrying the sneak attack of the foreign beast hard. Sand. The Fey beast also seemed to notice that the prey from earlier actually didn't die, and walked towards Zhao Xiong, and the closest rock awakener was even worse. Feeling like he had been hit on the head, he directly fell to the ground in a daze. After the sonic attack, the ice on the ground was instantly cracked by the sonic waves and turned into countless fragments. The Fey were thus back on their feet and back in action. The ears of everyone in the room were perking up at this point. Sun Hao covered his ears with a pained expression, but realization dawned in his heart. No wonder we could hear the sound of a tsunami just now. It turned out to be the cries made by the foreign beasts. Li Yu concentrated his mental energy to resist the sound waves. Despite his extreme physical discomfort, Li Yu quickly picked up his bow, endured the ringing in his ears and the feeling of dizziness, and clenched his teeth to aim at the foreign beast. The Fey stomped towards the nearest rock awakener, who had fallen to the ground dazed and had no way to avoid the fatal blow. At the critical moment, Li Yu pulled the trigger. Buzz! With a sharp cracking sound, an arrow was accurately shot at the beast's forehead. At such a close distance, the arrow's penetration was extremely strong, and it shot off with a forceful momentum. Clank! Sparks flew in all directions, and the body of the alien beast swayed slightly under the violent fire of the arrows, but stopped hard in its place. Impossible! Li Yu was filled with shock. The arrow was actually bounced off by the hard scales of the alien beast, not causing a single damage. You know, this is a powerful crossbow with a lot of penetrating power. He was able to directly shoot through the awakened with this bow from a few thousand meters away, yet at this moment, he actually couldn't break through the powerful defense of this alien beast. The gaze of the foreign beast that was filled with rage instantly turned towards Li Yu, its eyes flashed with a chillingly angry light as it quickly and ferociously charged towards Li Yu. Li Yu quickly stepped back while moving skillfully to wind up the string again. He thought quickly in his mind. No, it must have a weakness, it can't be covered in indestructible scales. Chapter 60 Attacks on Weaknesses. A voice suddenly came. Freeze! It turned out to be the ice-awakened person who had also finally snapped out of his tinnitus and hurried to help. The beast's feet were once again covered in cold ice, this time the ice was even thicker and even attempted to firmly freeze its limbs together. The speed of the alien beast was greatly reduced as a result, and Li Yu took the opportunity to aim again. He already knew that the scales of the Fey beast had extremely high defense, so he aimed for the Fey beast's lantern-like eyes this time. Buzz! Li Yu shot an arrow again. The alien beast seemed to sense the great threat posed by this arrow as it opened its bloody mouth and let out another deafening roar. Wow roar! The tsunami-like sound waves collided violently with the speeding arrows in mid-air, triggering a violent energy exchange that managed to stop the arrows. Seeing that the Fey beast actually took the initiative to strike out in defense, Li Yu instantly understood that the Fey beast's eyes definitely did not have the same defensive power as its scales. Ma Yuanbai, who was on the side, also realized this immediately. It seemed that Li Yu's attack was a direct threat to the Fey beast, which was why the Fey beast counterattacked, and he had to buy Li Yu more time. All together! Ma Yuanbai shouted, and the others joined the fight at the same time, trying to distract the Fey beast and interfere with its judgment. Li Yu strung the string again, aiming another arrow at the eyes of the foreign beast. Ow! Before the arrows could arrive, they were bounced off the ground by the Fey's sonic attack. Even with people constantly jamming around it, the Fey is able to send out sound waves with extreme accuracy, blocking crossbow attacks. At this moment, a strong sense of crisis also welled up in the heart of the foreign beast, and it was impossible for it to keep defending itself against Li Yu's attacks. It exerted its body violently, instantly breaking free from the solid ice that bound its limbs, and like a mad beast charging towards Li Yu without any regard. Stop it! Ma Yuanbai's heart raced as he commanded loudly. The Rock Awakener had also awakened from his daze and immediately unleashed his powers without hesitation and charged without hesitation. Come help! Rock Awakener yelled. Zhao Xiong also clearly knew that the situation is very critical, strong endure the pain of injury again bravely rushed up. Look at me! Zhao Xiong also tried his best to unleash his entire body's energy and resolutely blocked in front of the foreign beast without any intention of retreating. Bang! The two of them instantly collided with the foreign beast viciously, making a dull crashing sound. And at that moment, Li Yu did not wind up again. Because he knew in his heart that continuing the attack wouldn't do much good. The two shots from the bow were too long apart for the Fey's sonic attack to be completely and easily defended against. Thinking of this, Li Yu decisively took out his black bow. Switching successful. Weapons of the same type. Glassbow LV-15, effective attack distance 6,400 meters. Hit rate 100%. Aiming time 1.1 seconds. Flush fire. Continuous fire. Li Yu quickly bent his bow, holding 3 rain crow arrows in his hand at the same time, aiming dead center at the lantern-like eyes of the alien beast. Hurry up, I can't hold out much longer. Zhao Xiong and the Rock Awakened were toppled back and staggered in their steps. Facing the fierce attack of the alien beasts, the two men's bodies had already been colored in many places, with blood and rainwater mixing together. Continuous fire. Li Yu shouted, and the arrow shot out instantly. Immediately after that, one after another, 4 arrows shot out in succession like shooting stars catching up with the moon. Wow roar! Sensing this strong threat, the Fey beast immediately let out a sonic attack of extreme anger in an attempt to block it. The first 2 arrows were instantly bounced off by the sound waves, while the 2 arrows in the back were shot with unparalleled precision towards the eyes of the alien beast. Put! With 2 slight pops, the Fey's eyes were shot out. The arrow pierced through the alien beast's eyes and dug deep into its skull. Ow! The alien beast let out a howl of excruciating pain. Black, thick blood spurted out from Really? A flash of admiration instantly flashed in Sun Hao's eyes. He most admired those who dared to do hard work with the safety zone. Although Liu was listening to be used, he still hurriedly waved his hand in a low tone, signaling a few people to stop talking. This blowing is a little over the top. Ma Yuanbai looked at the dead foreign beasts on the ground and was also secretly glad that he had brought Liu with him. Otherwise I'm afraid the team will be attenuated before they even get to the mountain. For this foreign beast with extremely high defense, it was natural that it should not be wasted at all. Ma Yuanbai stepped forward without hesitation and began to methodically and skillfully dissect it. The scales that had lost their energy supply were still quite hard, but they no longer had the same high defense as before. Soon Ma Yuanbai had removed a whole piece of the alien beast's scales intact. Liu also couldn't help but admire this exquisite craftsmanship of Ma Yuanbai, who was actually able to peel the skin so perfectly. Ma Yuanbai's movements were crisp and clean, and he quickly finished cutting the meat of the foreign beast in 3 strokes. Then after searching carefully among them, he finally found a foreign beast crystal core that emitted a deep blue light. Sun Hao curiously peeked over his head to check it out. Just one? Nothing? Nope. Ma Yuanbai took out this soul crystal core inside the foreign beast. How come such a large foreign beast only has 1 crystal core? Sun Hao couldn't help but ask in confusion. What do you know, Mile? This is what shows that the Fey beasts are strong. Zhao Xiong spoke from the side, his voice carrying a hint of reverence for life. Ma Yuanbai then seriously explained to Sun Hao. The more powerful the beast, the more concentrated the crystal core is and the more pure the energy it contains. Chapter 61, Renewed Invitation. Sun Hao understood this time and nodded thoughtfully. He eyed the crystal core as if pondering something, then said. Then the energy of this crystal core must be very powerful. Indeed. Ma Yuanbai took out the Fey Beast crystal core. With a flick of his hand, he threw it directly to the oncoming Liu. Liu caught the crystal core with a quick eye and looked at it carefully. That deep blue light flowed in his, pulsing as if it. The woman beside Ma Yuanbai's body had slightly reddened cheeks and stole a glance at Ma Yuanbai before she retorted in a low voice. Don't you talk nonsense. Although she actually wanted to sit on this identity in her heart, but after all, in her opinion, Ma Yuanbai was that outstanding, and she was not worthy of him at all. Ma Yuanbai didn't refute Sun Hao's words, anyway, no matter how he explained, in the eyes of others, Su Jing was his woman. Zhao Xiong rubbed his shoulder and grinned in pain. You call this hanging? I'm almost falling apart. He had just been viciously toppled out by a head of the foreign beast, so it was definitely his injuries that were more serious in comparison. How about? Better heal me first, I'm dying. The rock awakened next to him suddenly interjected, his voice weak to the core. His entire body was now completely paralyzed, unable to even sit up. And he was the one who was closest to the Fae, and was hit the hardest of all. Not to mention the fact that his ears were almost deafened, but he was also almost trampled to death by the Fae beast. After Su Jing's treatment, the crowd rested in place for a while, and the persistent tinnitus in their ears was only slightly alleviated. That was so close just now, I thought I was going deaf. Zhao Xiong let out a long breath, moving his shoulders that had recovered. His tone was tinged with a few emotions, and his entire spirit was much better. Deaf? I thought I was going to die. After the treatment, the rock awakener finally slowed down and slowly sat up. Ma Yuanbai, on the other hand, walked over to Liu and sat down next to him, taking advantage of the break to chat with Liu. I really envy you. Ma Yuanbai's expression was light as he slowly spoke. How? Liu was a bit puzzled. As you can see, both Su Jing and I were very fortunate to have awakened our supernormal abilities. Ma Yuanbai looked at Su Jing, who was resting on the side. Unfortunately, the ones we've awakened are all auxiliary psychic abilities. That can't be considered unfortunate. Liu felt that it would be good as long as he could awaken his powers. Ma Yuanbai, on the other hand, shook his head with a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. An awakened person with no combat power is also just someone's slave. Slaves? Liu instantly fell silent after hearing this, although this statement was a bit exaggerated, but when he thought about it carefully, Ma Yuanbai's words really did have a few points of truth. Ma Yuanbai continued with some mood loss. And that's just in the Xiangnu mountain area. I can clearly feel the lack of power of the auxiliary powers. Ma Yuanbai had always wanted to team up with him. Liu pondered for a moment, but in the end, he didn't agree. And not just because he's used to fewer people. More than anything, Liu understands what kind of responsibility he has to take on as a member of the team. Of course, refusing to form a team, this wasn't directed at Ma Yuan, but nowadays, he who was used to being free, didn't want to join. It's too terrifying, just the breath is so strong. The Rock Awakener's heart palpitated and his expression was tense. Wait! Without hesitation, Liu directly shouted at the crowd. The crowd immediately stopped and didn't move a muscle. They all believed in Liu's words, but at the same time, they were also afraid that because of their actions, they would startle some kind of foreign beast hiding in the shadows. It's not a foreign beast, Liu explained, and only then did the crowd move again. Ma Yuanbai inquired back. What's going on? Something's up. Liu looked towards Fu Shiyao, signaling with his eyes that she could tell what she found out. There are two groups of people in front of us, and among them is the Zhang clan safety zone. Fu Shiyao said. What? When Ma Yuanbai heard this, his heart couldn't help but be shocked. He had never expected that the people from the Zhang family's safety zone had escaped to the mountains. Moreover, they, the scavengers, had a long-standing grudge against the safe zone, and absolutely nothing good would happen if they met. Ma Yuanbai naturally believed Fu Shiyao's words. This was because he had guessed before that Fu Shiyao must have awakened her psychic ability, but he didn't expect that her psychic ability would actually be a perception type like Sun Hao's. Ma Yuanbai glanced at Sun Hao's shocked look on the side and thought in his heart that he was only afraid that Fu Shiyao's alien energy detection distance was even farther than Sun Hao's. When Sun Hao heard this, he immediately got down on the ground and listened carefully. Even at the furthest distance his powers could cover, he hadn't heard any movement. Sun Hao looked at Fu Shiyao with a surprised face, not realizing that this woman beside Liu's side, the range of her supernatural ability was even farther than his. Ma Yuanbai was silent for a moment and inquired with a grave expression. Can you tell who the other wave is? Fu Shiyao double-checked again before saying, from the looks of it, it's someone from the refuge. Ma Yuanbai's face changed abruptly. It's the Holy Sun? I don't know. Fu Shiyao couldn't confirm if it was a saint's son or not, because the rain dissipated before it landed on the man. Hearing this news, everyone's face changed slightly. They were all scavengers from Montenegro, and naturally had a grudge against the safe zone. I didn't realize that people from the Montenegro safety zone and people from the refuge had actually come here. What to do? Sun Hao asked towards Ma Yuanbai. Ma Yuanbai looked at the mountains in the distance. In front of him was the necessary place to go up to the top of the mountain, and it was also the fastest way to reach the top. If you choose another route up the mountain now, there is a long way to go around. By then, I'm afraid that the foreign beasts in the mountain will also reappear, and it will be more troublesome to go up the mountain. Thinking of this, Ma Yuanbai made a quick decision. Let's get closer and get around the best we can. If we can't get around, then we'll change routes. Ma Yuanbai's eyes grew serious. But I suspect that with the conflict between the two of them, they shouldn't be able to care about us either. The crowd nodded and unanimously agreed with Ma Yuanbai's idea. The group continued to follow their earlier route, slowly approaching the two groups. Far away, Zhang Biao's face was full of wretchedness. Wang Zhaotian. Don't push it too far, I told you, I didn't kill the man. The saint's son on the opposite side was filled with indifference, turning a deaf ear to his words, and only flicked his hand with extreme contempt. With this wave, the commander on the side instantly understood. You're also worthy to call the Holy Sun by his name? Suffer death. The commander roared angrily. After saying that, the commander was like a discharged cannonball, and with a speed so fast that one could barely see it, he directly stormed towards Zhang Biao. The commander's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had rushed to Zhang Biao's face. The commander's fist was wrapped in a dazzling layer of light, obviously some kind of powerful supernatural ability. Zhang Biao's heart was startled, but his reaction was also extremely fast, and he hurriedly raised his arms to block. Boom! Chapter 63 Strength Gap. Boom! The power of the two men collided fiercely in mid-air, as if two meteors were colliding, emitting a deafeningly loud sound. With just one strike against it, Zhang Biao flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. Impossible! Zhang Biao shouted in his mind. It was important to realize that his powers were strength-based, and this commander was clearly not, so how could he have lost in a power sparring match? This could only mean that the commander was definitely a high-level awakened. Although Zhang Biao's psychic ability was also quite powerful, Zhang Biao still appeared powerless to resist when facing the combat department of the sanctuary, especially this commander-level awakened person in front of him. Zhang Biao struggled to get up from the ground with great difficulty, and as soon as he got up, he violently coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Ahem! The blood that stained the ground in front of him was shocking. Family master! The guards on the side rushed forward to assist him when they saw this. The woman in the procession, who was dressed in a gorgeous costume, also burst into tears and rushed forward in spite of everything. Having already lost her son earlier, she was not willing to lose Zhang Biao again at this time no matter what. Surprisingly not dead. The commander frowned. He was obviously very dissatisfied with the effect of his attack just now. The energy within the commander's body once again surged out like a volcanic eruption, confidently pointing at Zhang Biao. With this strike, you will surely die. Zhang Biao's face was gloomy and his heart was filled with anger. Unexpectedly, no matter how hard he explained, the other party simply did not listen, and was bent on putting him to death. Zhang Biao completely failed to realize that he had also treated the stragglers in this way. Looking at the expressionless saint's son, a hint of determination flashed in Zhang Biao's eyes. It was clear to him that there was no way back for himself and the safe zone team behind him. The other side wouldn't even give him a chance to keep backing down either. Thinking of this, he no longer had the luxury of hoping for a peaceful solution. Fire! Zhang Biao shouted hoarsely. In an instant, all the guards pulled the triggers, and the intensive gunfire rang out like popping beans. Even the ordinary people in the Zhang clan's safe zone team did not hesitate to pick up the weapons in their hands at this moment, shooting wildly at the shelter team. Everyone in the safe zone knew in their hearts that if Zhang Biao fell, there was absolutely no chance of them surviving as well. Chug, chug, chug. Bullets fire snakes toward the commander. The commander directly blocked in front of the Holy Sun and shouted, "Up!" The rocks on the ground quickly gathered, and in the blink of an eye, they formed an impenetrable stone wall, blocking all the bullets. Though in terms of the strength of the commander's powers, he wouldn't be injured by an ordinary bullet. Still, he was pinned in place by the intense fire, unable to move for a while. Zhang Biao took advantage of this gap to give the woman in Chinese clothing a firm and meaningful look. He hasn't lost yet. It was because he still had his last card, and that was the key reason why he had delayed putting up a fight. The woman in fancy dress forced back her tears and nodded. She also knew that it was a matter of life and death. Even if she had always disliked unleashing her powers, she must not let the Zhang family's safe zone be destroyed here. Zhang Biao reared up and roared in the direction of the shelter squad. Come on! A bead of blood oozed out from his body. It was his powers overdrawing him. Immediately afterward, Zhang Biao's body suddenly erupted with an extremely strong energy fluctuation. Zhang Biao needed to buy some time for the woman in the Chinese dress, and for the sake of the remaining Zhang clan team, even if he overdrew some of his life, it would be worth it. This power was like a raging tsunami, and the surrounding air seemed to be violently distorted by this powerful force, forming ripples visible to the naked eye. Yes! The commander shouted excitedly at the sight. With such an aura, even he, who had always been proud and conceited, could not help but be impressed with Zhang Biao at this moment. The commander waved his hand, and the stone wall in front of him instantly flew towards Zhang Biao like a cannonball. Zhang Biao swung with a punch. Only a loud bang could be heard as countless cracks appeared in the stone wall, which then crumbled apart. It's actually still a rare power type ability. The commander smiled slightly. Immediately after that, his hands danced, and the rocks around him flew up, coalescing in front of him to form a huge stone ball, smashing it fiercely towards Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao didn't dodge and clenched his fists with both hands to meet the stone ball. Boom! With another loud bang, the stone ball shattered under Zhang Biao's double fists, turning into countless pieces of debris that splashed around. However, the commander took the opportunity to fly forward and kick Zhang Biao in the chest. Zhang Biao couldn't dodge and was hit solidly by the powerful kick. His whole body swayed. The commander did not give Zhang Biao a chance to catch his breath and attacked again. He clasped his hands together, and countless sharp stone pillars suddenly protruded from the ground, stabbing towards Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao clenched his teeth and kept dodging the attacks of the stone pillars. But his strength was gradually running out and his movements were becoming sluggish. Finally, a stone pillar pierced through Zhang Biao's shoulder. Zhang Biao roared in pain and dropped to one knee. Unfortunately, the speed is too slow. The commander looked at Zhang Biao and shook his head in disappointment. In the meantime, after hearing a series of gunshots coming from the front, Ma Yuanbai led the crowd to hastily slow down and carefully approach. Although the distance was still a bit far, the crowd recognized the two groups of people in front of them at once. Sure enough, it's the Zhang family safe zone and sanctuary. They actually fought. Is that the Holy Sun? It looks so young. Sun Hao looked at the holy sun with some surprise. He felt that the holy sun of this refuge was not even as old as him. Is it really strong to be so young? Sun Hao was a bit skeptical. Ma Yuanbai looked at the holy sun, a flash of envy in his eyes, and explained to Sun Hao. That's a born awakened, started absorbing energy when he was born, his strength is naturally unquestionable. Ma Yuanbai pointed ahead. Keep up, we'll go around this way. The few people behind him followed carefully, trying to avoid attracting the attention of the people on both sides. Another loud bang came from the distance, and Zhao Xiong couldn't help but raise his head to look, and was filled with shock. Zhang Biao was actually taken down by a single dick. One must know that Zhao Xiong had once seen Zhang Biao strike with his own eyes in the Black Mountain region. After Zhang Biao activated his powers, he was so powerful that no one was even a match for him. Upon hearing Zhao Xiong's words, the others also looked over and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw Zhang Biao's miserable state. The strength of the sanctuary is horrible. What level of battle is this? Although they had a grudge against the people in the safe zone, they all knew Zhang Biao's strength. That was the boss of the Black Mountain safe zone, but now he was easily defeated by a commander of the refuge. It was evident from the fact that the two were the difference in strength that the safe zone was no match at all before the sanctuary. The rock psychic in the team was even more wide-eyed. His rock psychic ability was nothing more than a child's game compared to that commander, not worth mentioning. It was the same rock system, but the difference between the two was as big as it could be. Zhang Biao. The woman in fancy dress in the distance suddenly shouted. Chapter 64 Wonders of the Zhejiang Mountains. Zhang Biao heard the shouts and already knew in his heart that the woman in Chinese clothes was ready. He looked up, and after another deep look at the people across the shelter, he turned and quickly ran back to the group. What, still want to run? The commander was full of disdain and said in a contemptuous tone. Zhang Biao had just run back when the woman in Chinese clothes quickly raised her hands high. Speed! A light blue light emanated from her, quickly enveloping Zhang Biao as well as the entire safe zone team. In an instant, everyone felt their bodies become incredibly light and their speed increased dramatically. Even the ordinary people in the group felt the wind beneath their feet. Run! Zhang Biao shouted at the group, and as soon as he grabbed the woman in Chinese clothing, he led the escape towards the east. The Zhang family members also clearly knew that this might be their last chance to survive, so they all ran as hard as they could. The safe zone crowd sped away from the side like a gust of wind, splashing numerous times wherever they went. Such a fast-moving speed was greatly unexpected by the commander. Go after them! The commander roared in anger. The people from the shelter beside them immediately chased after Zhang Biao in the direction they had fled. However, despite their all-out pursuit, they were never able to close the distance with Zhang Biao's team. So fast, it's a wind ability enhancement. The commander then realized that he had underestimated, but that's good, let's get out of here while we can. Ma Yuanbai quickly recognized the route and rushed towards the top of the mountain with his group. Without the threat, the crowd was fast. It wasn't long before everyone could see the top of the mountain in front of them. Take a quick look, it's the top of the mountain. Zhao Xiong couldn't hold back his excitement and was the first to rush up. It's terrace. Su Jing said in surprise. It's actually so vast. Ma Yuanbai was a little surprised as he looked at the large expanse of flat land on top of the mountain. Although this was his destination, it was also his first time here. Suddenly, Zhao Xiong, who had rushed onto the stage floor, was struck by lightning and his entire body was fixed in place. What? Looking at Zhao Xiong's motionlessness, the crowd also rushed up to check. Upon seeing the scene at the top of the mountain, everyone froze for a moment. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and they were so deeply shocked by the magnificent scenery in front of them that they were unable to speak. Like Zhao Xiong, they were also stunned as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization, and they were unable to come back to their senses for a long time. This is... Even Li Yu was too surprised to speak. What was presented before their eyes was a boundless expanse of green plants, a spectacular view of nature that they had never seen before in their lives. The rich green color spread to the end of the line of sight, as if a huge piece of green satin spread on the earth, which could be called a green ocean. The greenery fluttered lightly in the wind during the pounding rain that never stopped. This green sea of life looks particularly stunning and fully qualifies as a world wonder. It's so beautiful, it's like heaven. Su Jing's mouth opened slightly. I'm dropping God. Zhao Xiong finally came back to his senses. This. Is it a miracle? Fu Shiyao was also shocked beyond words. Li Yu took a deep breath, he also didn't realize that there was such a vibrant part of the world. The crowd quickly stepped forward and touched the rain-soaked plants, which convinced them that this was not an illusion. This is the prairie. We've come to the grassland. Sun Hao gasped and marveled. Not grass. Ma Yuanbai slowly squatted down and scrutinized the stems and leaves of the plant. It's Sayaka buying Matsutake. What's that? Sun Hao froze. It was a term he had never heard before. It's a nudibranch. Ma Yuanbai touched the leaf with his hand, and looking at the strange eyes of his teammates around him, Ma Yuanbai had to compromise and said in general, consider it grass. Li Yu, however, memorized the name of the plant, but at the same time, he had a strong curiosity about Ma Yuanbai rising again. It was important to realize that it was impossible for a scavenger to have such a wealth of knowledge as Ma Yuanbai. Thinking back to all the past events of his acquaintance with Ma Yuanbai, Li Yu even felt that those people from the high and mighty safety zone did not necessarily have to be as smart as Ma Yuanbai. How do you know so much? Li Yu softly inquired. Ma Yuanbai was about to speak. Ma Yuanbai, been waiting for you for a long time. Suddenly, a voice came and several people instantly stood up in the greenery in front of them. Everyone's faces were shocked. They should know that there were 2 perception-type adepts in their team, and they actually didn't notice these few people. These people seemed to have been hiding under the plants and not moving for a long time, so much so that even Fu Shiryao didn't notice anything unusual. It's you! When Ma Yuanbai saw the other party, his face did not show any surprise, as if he had already recognized this person. Li Yu and Fu Shiryao also felt that the person in front of them looked somewhat familiar. Soon Li Yu remembered that this was the strongest squad of awakened among the stragglers. And also had a hand in the melee with the Black Hills safe zone. I didn't expect to meet here, and by the looks of it, he was coming for Ma Yuanbai. The man at the head slowly walked over and looked at Ma Yuanbai. I've heard about your program, and it interests me. Chapter 65 Ma Yuanbai's Origin. Ma Yuanbai looked at the visitor with a somewhat complicated expression on his face, and muttered involuntarily under his breath. Black sand. Even though he had already dealt with black sand many times, Ma Yuanbai only knew the title of the other party, but not Black Sand's real name. True to form, he'd known Black Sand for a long time. Black Sand, clad in a black raincoat, walked slowly this way. Black Sand flicked his hand, and his teammates behind him stopped in unison. Looking at the teammates behind Black Sand, the few people around Ma Yuanbai felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. They had witnessed the strength of their Black Sand teammates, and each of them was not to be underestimated. Previously, in that fierce and brutal battle between the stragglers and the Zheng family safety zone. If it wasn't for Black Sand, the awakened squad, lending a helping hand in time, I'm afraid that the stragglers would have been completely wiped out by Zhang Biao's safety zone right then and there. Watching the Black Sand gradually approaching step by step, Li Yu always felt in his heart that this person was vaguely revealing an unspeakable wrongness. But what exactly it was impossible to say for a moment. The Black Sand took a few more steps forward, and it was only then that Li Yu finally realized what was unusual about it. There's no sound. Li Yu was surprised in his heart. Black Sand's raincoat fluttered wildly in the wind and rain, yet it was so bizarre that it didn't make even the slightest sound. You know, even if there's no sound of clothing rubbing against each other, there should be the crisp sound of raindrops hitting your raincoat. As long as there was a sound, Sun Hao, who possessed a keen hearing ability, would definitely be able to detect it. With Black Sand's strength, it was no wonder that Sun Hao and Fu Shiryao hadn't realized it before then. At this time, Black Sand had already stood across from Ma Yuanbai. Suddenly, without warning, Black Sand stretched out a hand. Li Yu quickly drew his bow and aimed the tip of the arrow at Black Sand. Don't be impulsive. Ma Yuanbai hurriedly reached out to stop Li Yu. Black Sand is not an enemy. There was a hint of certainty in Ma Yuanbai's tone. He knew well that although this person, Black Sand, was usually eccentric and maverick in his behavior, he was never the kind of master who would casually look for trouble for no reason. Black Sand looked at the black bow in Li Yu's hand, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He actually felt a strong threat from this bow. He thought it was because of the weapon, but he had seen the black bow in Li Yu's hand, and it was obvious that this type of bow and arrow did not have the ability to harm him. Black Sand re-examined Li Yu. In that case, it could only mean that it was Li Yu's own supernormal abilities that threatened him. I didn't expect that Ma Yuanbai would actually be able to successfully recruit an awakened with extraordinary strength like Li Yu. Hearing Ma Yuanbai's persuasion, Li Yu then slowly put down his bow and arrow, but still held it tightly. Black Sand turned his gaze to the rolling green waves around him and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't believe your words once, so I got here before you did. He spread his hands wide and felt with his heart the vigorous and exuberant life force around him. Shocking indeed. Black Sand had to admit that the strange sight at the top of this mountain made him feel deeply shocked as well. I already believe what you said. He once again turned his attention to Ma Yuanbai. So, now that you're here too, is this a good thing or a bad thing according to your plan? It's hope. Ma Yuanbai looked at the greenery around him and thought back to the tree in front of the mountain, took a deep breath and said slowly. It means the world is recovering and the plants are adapting. Black Sand was silent for a long while, his gaze once again slowly sweeping over the vast and infinite green ocean. Hope? Hope is a luxury on this devastated wasteland. But it's not impossible. Ma Yuanbai immediately retorted, you've come this far and seen it all with your own eyes, that's change. Black Sand slightly raised the corner of his mouth, a hint of meaning flashed in his eyes, and he swept over the people around Ma Yuanbai one by one. So, what are you going to do? Lead these people to become new planters? Build a new organization? No. Ma Yuanbai gently shook his head, we will continue to migrate westward. Continue migrating? Black Sand smiled at the words and deliberately raised his voice to remind him. Don't forget, you're not a scavenger, don't really think of yourself as an outcast. When the few people beside Ma Yuanbai heard this, they were shocked and all looked at Ma Yuanbai with faces full of surprise. What does Black Sand mean by that? Ma Yuanbai is not a scavenger? It was the first time they had heard about it. Su Jing, who was on the side, slightly lowered her head and looked as if she had already known about this secret. Ma Yuanbai stood there in silence and did not make any rebuttal. Only then did the crowd completely believe Black Sand's words. Li Yu suddenly realized that Ma Yuanbai was not. Oh? Why? Black Sand wondered. Ma Yuanbai raised his head and looked straight at Black Sand. With your strength, you'll definitely be selected when you go to the talent selection contest at Sanctuary 7207. You won't have to bother migrating then, you can just stay in the shelter and enjoy yourself. Ha ha ha. Black Sand threw back his head and laughed. His laughter echoed across the mountaintop, clearly amused by Ma Yuanbai's words. Living in a shelter? What's the difference between that and squatting in jail? Black Sand's eyes revealed unconcealed disdain for the sanctuary. I'm not like you, there's no way I, Black Sand, would lock myself up in a shelter even if I were eaten by a fae. Ma Yuanbai smiled slightly, he knew Black Sand's character, and just by testing it out, he already knew Black Sand's choice. Then do you still want to migrate? Ma Yuanbai asked deliberately. Black Sand put away his smile, his gaze became deep, and there was even an anger that was hard to suppress. Of course, I would also like to know what secrets are hidden behind this prophecy. He paused, pointed at Ma Yuanbai and continued, and you'd better move fast. Let's go. Black Sand beckoned, and the few people behind him immediately followed. After learning that Ma Yuanbai intended to continue his migration to the west, Black Sand didn't make much of a stop and led the group out of the area. Ma Yuanbai and the others stood still and watched as the figures of the Black Sand few disappeared into the rain. After the other party left, the few people beside him then all looked at Ma Yuanbai with a look of desire to speak. Ask whatever you want to ask. Ma Yuanbai looked at the tangled expressions of the several people and was really afraid that they would suffocate themselves. Chapter 66 The Fall of the Tree. Hearing Ma Yuanbai say this, the few people around him immediately couldn't hold back their inner curiosity and began to inquire. You're really not a scavenger? No. Ma Yuanbai directly admitted that he was not a scavenger. Could it be that you're from the safe zone? Sun Hao asked in surprise. Neither. Ma Yuanbai shook his head. Then you. Ma Yuanbai also no longer continued to hide, so he directly took the initiative to explain in detail. Actually, I'm from the 6899 shelter in the Flying Swallow Mountain area. The few people around them glanced at each other, even though they were prepared in their minds, they were all very surprised. It really came from the shelter. Incredible. It's not at all obvious. Ma Yuanbai felt both grateful and unfortunate as he said this. So ever since then, I've been on the ground investigating the true cause of the destruction of the Fian Mountain region. After everything was said and done, Ma Yuanbai's mood eased quite a bit. So it is. After hearing Ma Yuanbai's words, the crowd was silent. This incident was too shocking for ordinary scavengers like them. However, everyone did not alienate Ma Yuanbai because he came from a refuge, but instead trusted him more because of his words. Li Yu was also silently digesting everything Ma Yuanbai said in his mind, and at the same time, he was also very curious. What kind of power is it that can completely erase a sanctuary? No one noticed that Ma Yuanbai on the side was in deep reminiscence, and he hadn't actually told everything in full. After the destruction of the Fian mountain area, the rains also began to rise steadily, and rumors of disaster intensified. In order to survive, those who survived Fian mountain had to start migrating eastward as well. Ma Yuanbai also migrated together, which led him to the Black Mountain region and became one of the Black Mountain stragglers. Black Sand's purpose was actually the same as his. Both were to figure out the real reason for the destruction of Fei Yin Mountain. And Ma Yuanbai had come to the top of Zhejiang Mountain because of a piece of information he had read in the library of the 6899 shelter. There were all sorts of strange animals and plants drawn on the material, and even many advanced weapons that Ma Yuanbai had never seen before. One of these pages is a vivid drawing of that unique view from the top of Mount Soren. This was a major reason why Ma Yuanbai wanted to climb to the top of Mount Zhejiang. Looking at the large expanse of green plants in front of him, Ma Yuanbai was completely convinced of the authenticity of the information. Because the scene in the painting was actually exactly the same as the scene in front of him. That book of information is actually true. Thinking of the various powerful weapons that were also drawn in the information, Ma Yuanbai even suspected that the destruction of the Fei Yin district was most likely the work of other sanctuaries in secret. Because of this wariness in his heart, Ma Yuanbai later formed a new team of his own and personally felt the need to continue investigating the truth, no longer trusting other sanctuaries. The one that painted a view of the top of Mount Xiangnu, which he had also already seen with his own eyes. Ma Yuanbai had some sadness in his heart and spoke softly after turning around. Let's go down the mountain now before the foreign beasts come out. The group quickly returned as they had come, and without any safety concerns, the group's speed was much faster. Soon the crowd saw the lone tree from a distance. Almost there, I hope your horse is still there. Sun Hao felt that Li Yu hadn't tethered his horse at that time, and that horse must have run away by now. Definitely still there. Li Yu and Fu Shiryao looked at each other and smiled. No one else knew how smart Little Black was. As the crowd gradually approached, the scene in front of them stunned them once again. The level of shock was even close to catching up with the scene of seeing the grassland just now. Only to see that underneath the black trees, Blackie was gnawing on the bark of the trees with great gusto. As Blackie moved, there was also a constant cackling and tearing sound of wood. Everyone looked at Li Yu in unison. Li Yu was instantly filled with black lines. He had obviously fed Blackie before he left. The crowd quickly approached, only to see that the bark underneath the tree trunk had been completely gnawed away by Blackie. As the saying goes, a man lives by his face and a tree lives by its bark. Even if none of the group had ever seen a tree before, they knew it would surely die without its bark. I'm afraid it looks like this extremely rare tree won't survive. Seeing Li Yu and Fu Shiryao return, Little Black then stopped gnawing on the bark of the tree and ran over cheerfully. Walking to Li Yu's side, Xiao Hei also kept gesturing with its huge head, as if it still wanted to eat the bark on it, trying to get Li Yu to help. Li Yu and Fu Shiryao didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, this could potentially be the only tree left in the entire Zhejiang Mountain. Seeing this, Ma Yuanbai couldn't help but laugh in his heart. However, he still put on a sad face and said in a low voice to everyone, "It's a shame about the tree, cut it down and ship it back for a good price." Alright. Zhao Xiong seemed to have had this intention for a long time, and walked to the tree in a few steps. Bah! Zhao Xiong spat at his hands out of habit, then took out an axe from nowhere and chopped it hard on the tree. With Zhao Xiong's strength, he was able to cut down this extremely rare tree in 3 strokes. Dang! The sound! The only remaining black tree in this Zhejiang mountain fell heavily to the ground. Looking at what happened to the tree, Fu Shiryao's face reddened a bit, and she couldn't help but gently pat Xiao Hei. "You've gotten into trouble." Xiao Hei's thick skin didn't feel it at all, and thought Fu Shiryao was giving it a massage, shaking his head happily. Zhao Xiong and the rock alien came to the tree. 1, 2, 3, up. Chapter 67, The Rich Merchant. Zhao Xiong and the rock alien were both very powerful, and the two of them, one after the other, easily lifted the entire tree. Okay. Let's go. After Zhao Xiong finished speaking, he and the rock-type alien carried the tree trunk in big strides and headed down the mountain. Arrow pouch LV9, capacity 100, loading speed +9, stability +25%. Upgrade STH. But Liu didn't react. Instead, he froze and looked at Xiaohei, who was still baring his lips at the side. When Ma Yuanbai and the others saw Liu's appearance, they couldn't help but secretly snicker. Depart. Ma Yuanbai gave the order. Soon, the crowd followed the same path and came down from the Zaijiang mountain. This time they had a pretty good haul, and actually brought back an entire tree. The group escorted the last tree on Mount Soren towards the refuge. Some time later, the crowd had arrived at the outskirts of the refuge. Look, what's that? Someone not far away spotted Liu and the others. What are they holding up? It looks like a tree. It's a black tree. A few stragglers immediately put down the work in their hands and looked over with faces full of surprise. It can't be fake, I've never seen a tree in all my life. By the looks of them coming down from the Zaijian mountains filled with foreign beasts, it could be true. Along the way, there was a steady stream of people approaching slowly with their hands raised in the gesture that signals friendliness among scavengers. After receiving Ma Yuanbai's consent, they then couldn't wait to go up and take a closer look. It's really trees. The touch, it's marvelous. So that's what the leaves are, pointy. Yeah, and the leaves are still sticking. Many of the stragglers even walked forward and carefully touched the needles of the large tree before they dared to confirm that it was a real tree. How come half of them don't have bark? A straggler asked curiously. It's a pity, it looks like it must have been chewed up quite a bit by the foreign beasts. Gnawed by a foreign beast? I think it was gnawed by a dog. Another straggler retorted. Xiaohei was extremely dissatisfied after hearing this and grunted, wanting to rush up and kick the man to death with a hoof, but was held down by Liu's quick eyes and hands. Ma Yuanbai and the others held back their laughter after hearing this and continued to walk forward in large strides, not daring to look back at Liu and Xiaohei behind them at all, fearing that they would not be able to hold back their laughter. As the crowd got closer and closer to the shelter, many of the people in the nearby safe zone noticed the tree. What's that? Trees. It can't be, can it? It's really a tree, it's absolutely right, I just touched it myself. A person who had just finished touching the tree walked back with a face of excitement. Really? Everyone in the safe zone rushed out as well. Even if they were well informed, they all put down their usual stance and walked up to check it out up close. After all, it is possible that a person may never see a full tree in his or her lifetime. In the end, because there were just too many people surrounding the tree touching, Ma Yuanbai and his group had all been surrounded by the people around the shelter, and it was even difficult to move an inch. Ma Yuanbai had no choice but to step forward and open his arms to stop the overcrowded crowd. Attention! Attention! Ma Yuanbai shouted loudly while pointing to the tree carried on the shoulders of the two men behind him. This is a tree. Very rare, people can't touch it for nothing. From now on, those who want to touch the tree must pay a coin. Upon hearing this, the onlookers instantly took a step back. What? You need coins to touch a tree? It's unconscionable. Ma Yuanbai's move was really quite effective. Hearing that they wanted money, many people knew what to do and got out of the way. Ma Yuanbai was a bit smug and whispered to Liu. You see, if there are far fewer people asking for silver coins as soon as they say so. The people around them who wanted to come up and touch the tree for free were suddenly reduced by half, and the speed at which Liu's few people were moving was finally faster. Here. An eager voice came. Immediately after that, a coin quickly flew into Ma Yuanbai's hand. A young man couldn't wait to rush up, his hands kept caressing the tree, and from time to time he let out a ha-ha-he. It's a tree, it's actually really a tree. The young man couldn't help but kiss the trunk of the tree. Friend, it's just a tree, it's fine to touch it, don't break it. Ma Yuanbai kindly persuaded from the side. Got it, got it. The young man's hands continued to touch each other, and an expression of incomparable satisfaction appeared on his face. With such a strange scene, even the knowledgeable Ma Yuanbai was shocked and pondered in his heart. What kind of strange fetish is this? Ma Yuanbai's feet didn't move as he silently pulled away from this young man. The group just continued on, the number of onlookers increasing again along the way. But because of the added condition of needing coins, far fewer people came up to touch the tree, and most just followed along. I'll go, that's a rarity, I want to touch it too. A passerby yelled at the top of his voice, and walked forward in a hurry. That's right, the coin can be replaced, but this tree may never be touched again. Someone beside him deliberately chimed in. Only after the passerby actually handed over the coins to Ma Yuanbai did the onlookers smile and mutter in whispers. What a cutie! Still, there were quite a few people along the way who were willing to shell out a coin and go up and touch the tree up close. Almost there. Ma Yuanbai looked ahead. He didn't really like being surrounded by so many people either. Liu looked up and could already see the high walls of the shelter. Just then, a group of scantily clad men and horses suddenly appeared ahead, aggressively blocking the way. The men were dressed in brand new clothes, and the fabrics were extraordinary and exquisite at first glance. Ma Yuanbai looked closely. Several of the men's clothes were so well tailored and finely stitched that they were not even made by ordinary people. Even his previous refuge wasn't at this level. And they were actually wearing waterproof shoes under their feet, looking out of place with the shabby, mud-stained people around them. Liyu's intuition made him feel somewhat disgusted with a few people. Because their temperament reveals an innate sense of superiority, and they raised their hands and feet with an air of superiority. Fu Shiya was also attracted by their beautiful attire, her eyes staring unblinkingly at the one in the lead. The leader was dressed in a smooth silk robe of a bright color that still looked radiant in this dreary rainy day. The rain dripped down on the robe but slid off quietly without leaving a trace, and it looked extremely waterproof. The rich merchant is coming. It's someone from the Golden Dome safety zone, come on. Don't let them get to you. Let's stay away too. The onlookers were like frightened birds and beasts, instantly and quickly dispersing, their faces filled with fear. These guys are screwed. A few stragglers looked back at Liyu's few people with regret in their eyes. What bad luck for them. Forget it, help them out a little, get the patrol. Chapter 68 Golden Peak Safe Zone. Being fellow stragglers, they decided to help out anyway, and immediately a straggler went to the nearby shelter patrol. I hope it's not too late. As stragglers living around the refuge, they were well aware of the poor character of these people in the Golden Peak Safe Zone. The Golden Peak Safe Zone is part of the Saijin Mountains, and is located not far from the refuge, and is particularly well known due to the fact that the people in the safe zone are very wealthy. But they are more famous for their extremely bad behavior towards stragglers. This safe zone would often send their guards around the Saijin Mountains to hunt down stragglers who had fallen away from the sanctuary. There were even many stragglers kept as slaves in the Golden Dome safe zone just for their wanton pleasure. If the ordinary safe zones only viewed the stragglers as savages, then in the eyes of the people of the Golden Peak safe zone, the stragglers weren't even human. The stragglers are barely visible wherever the Golden Dome safety zone goes, because they are extremely recognizable by their clothing. Wherever the people from the Golden Dome safety zone went, the stragglers shunned them as if they had seen a ghost. Even when they were in the perimeter of the sanctuary, sheltered by the rules of the sanctuary, the stragglers still reacted in the same way, fleeing in a hurry like the plague, fearing any contact with them. In an instant, there was not a single straggler left beside Liyu's group, all of them had run away. It was raining. And the one the stragglers called the rich merchant walked unhurriedly from the safe zone squad. I don't believe it's a real tree unless I'm allowed to touch it too. The rich merchant said this while walking straight toward the tree, with a demeanor and tone that deliberately sought to pick a fight. Seeing this, Ma Yuanbai was not the least bit afraid and directly stepped forward to stop the other party. There is money to be paid for touching the tree, 1 coin. Ha ha ha. The rich merchant burst out laughing, his laughter harsh in the rain, as if he had heard incredible words. The rich merchant turned his head to look at the few people beside him with a teasing look in his eyes, and then pointed at Ma Yuanbai, stretching out a finger and purposely raising the volume of his voice. Did you guys hear that? He actually asked me for a coin. That tone was full of mockery. 1. Ha ha. The crowd in the Golden Dome safety zone followed suit and laughed continuously. The rich merchant glanced at Ma Yuanbai with contempt in his eyes, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he smiled. Sorry, I only carry gold coins when I go out, never coins. His words were full of arrogance, and gold coins were like a status symbol in his mouth, a sign that he had drawn a line with the stragglers. Then the rich merchant no longer paid any attention to Ma Yuanbai and surveyed the black tree to himself. How grand this tree would be if it could be placed at the entrance of our Golden Peak security zone. The rich merchant muttered. The few attendants on the side immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed, this tree is so rare that only our Golden Dome safety zone is worthy of such a unique tree. That's right, the tree goes there and immediately shows our status. I think this tree is practically tailor-made for our Golden Dome safety zone. Hearing the words of a few people, the rich merchant seemed to be even more satisfied with the tree and directly spoke in a commanding tone. I'll take this tree, make an offer. That tone was like commanding one's servant, with no intention of asking at all. Not for sale. Ma Yuanbai refused outright, answering crisply. The rich merchant's eyebrows raised, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He obviously didn't expect that there would be anyone here who dared to defy him. In his perception, the stragglers were supposed to be submissive and obedient in front of him. He let out a cold smile and extended his finger once again, pointing at Ma Yuanbai. The price I'm offering, you absolutely can't refuse. Unless. The rich merchant paused, as if looking at a group of comical clowns. Unless you don't know the value of gold coins. Not for sale. Ma Yuanbai met the rich merchant's gaze without fear and still refused. A hint of anger flashed across the merchant's face. He wasn't used to being contradicted like this, especially being decisively rejected by a straggler in front of his. There was an invisible aura about Liu that made the rich merchant sure that Liu was an awakened. But so what if the awakened, a few stragglers in the district actually dared to refute him, and then his expression became even more hideous. Me? I'm from the Golden Peak safe zone, a noble in the safe zone, a height that you lowly stragglers will never reach in your lifetime. The rich merchant, however, didn't seem to want to stop there as he continued to provoke. I say you don't deserve to make a move because you pariahs don't even deserve to lift our shoes. I tell you, I'll take this tree today, you'll have to sell it even if you don't. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. The rich merchant's tone became more and more vicious. Listening to the garbled nonsense coming out of the rich merchant's mouth, Liu frowned, unable to hide his disgust. It was one of the reasons he didn't like dealing with other people. Even if he never actively seeks out trouble, there are always these self-righteous people who come along and challenge his bottom line. Liu picked up his bow and arrow and stood directly in front of Ma Yuanbai, saying to the rich merchant in an icy tone. Roll. In this world where everyone treasured their lives, Liu had never seen someone so arrogant, so unafraid of death. This person was even more arrogant than the previous young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao at least knew how to run away. People like the rich merchant simply didn't know how to die. Liu. Ma Yuanbai could see that Liu wanted to make a move and hurried over. After being scolded, the rich merchant's face became ugly at this time. Seeing Liu holding a bow and arrow in his hand, several people behind the rich merchant also silently put their hands into their pockets, seemingly ready to pull out their weapons at any time. The atmosphere instantly became tense. The crowds of onlookers in the other safe zones also began to quietly back away at this time. Just then, a serious voice broke the ice. What for? Chapter 69 Master Zhao. Look in the direction from which the shout came. Only a short distance away, a patrol from the refuge arrived just in time. The man at the head rode his rain camel forward quickly, steadily blocking the middle of the two teams. Captain Zhao, why are you here in person? The rich merchant recognized this person at a glance, and a smile immediately appeared on his face as he warmly greeted him forward. That attitude was in stark contrast to the arrogance that he had shown to Ma Yuanbai and the others just now. Captain Zhao coldly glared at the rich merchant, his eyes full of warning. Don't you give me a hard time. He was aware of the rich merchant's details, these guys from the Golden Peak safe zone, who deliberately hunted stragglers outside the patrol range of the refuge. Under their hands, moreover, they never left a single one alive to return. But this was all happening outside of the shelter's patrol range, and with the other party's safe zone status, there was really nothing he could do to rein it in. Then Captain Zhao rolled over and jumped on the rain camel, a clean move. He took another look at Liu's several people's costumes and the conspicuously large tree, frowned slightly, and said in a cold voice. You may go. There's been a lot of chaos around the refuge lately, and a lot of patrol brothers have died. He obviously didn't want any conflict within his patrol area. Ma Yuanbai nodded, then turned around and left the place with his group. Liu suppressed the emotions in his heart and looked deeply at the rich merchant. Their backs drifted away in the rain, but everyone's heart was holding in anger. The rock alien in the back also nodded and agreed, yes, as long as Liu is around, it won't be a problem to kill them all. In his opinion, Liu was strong enough to kill all these people. Damn. The people of the safe zone, it's true that they're the same everywhere, they're always of this abhorrent demeanor in all places. Sun Hao said angrily, hating the people in the safe zone even more. Even though the other party appeared to have firearms hidden in their clothes, none of the few of them felt that they would lose. Because to them, Liu was the ace of the team. As long as they protected Liu, they could definitely take down these people in the safe zone with ease. There will be opportunities in the future. Ma Yuanbai spoke with a flat expression. He likewise did not have the slightest doubt about Liu's strength, it was just that the position the crowd was in at this moment was really a bit inappropriate. The group temporarily put aside their unhappiness in their hearts and continued to approach towards the towering high walls of the refuge. It wasn't long before the small group of people arrived under the high wall. The boss is back. The few teammates who were waiting here immediately greeted Manhwa excitedly upon seeing his figure. Boss, what's this? Several people looked at the large tree, their faces filled with astonishment. It's a tree, don't ask, follow it. Manhwa didn't stop for a second and continued to stride forward. Upon seeing the large tree, the crowd under the high wall gathered once again. Amidst the crowds around the high walls, the large tree was finally slowly carried to the trading plaza. Zhao Xiong and the rock alien carefully placed the tree smoothly on the ground. What should we do, just sell it here? Zhao Xiong asked as he moved his sore neck. Wait, let's see what happens first. Manhwa knew in his heart that this could not be rushed. The large tree instantly became the center of attention. Although there were a large number of onlookers in the trading square, only a few were willing to bid. After all, you can't buy the tree for food, so many people are in a wait-and-see mode. People mingled and talked, their eyes filled with curiosity about the tree. To the casual observer, the tree has no value. In the eyes of the awakened, although this complete tree was very rare, it didn't seem to be worth very much compared to the exotic beast crystallized core, it was a rarity at best. Just as everyone was talking about it. Boom! The huge iron door in the high wall of the refuge opened slowly. The crowd of onlookers immediately consciously made way in front of the gate. Even the people inside the shelter couldn't help but come out to see what was going on. A tall, upright man, dressed in a brand new executive officer's uniform, walked steadily out of the iron gate with several men. Seeing the curious gazes of the people around him, the executive officer opened his mouth and took the initiative to introduce himself. I'm the newly appointed executive officer, you can call me Wu Hongguang. His voice was loud and powerful, echoing continuously in the vast square. The crowd of onlookers began to whisper. See? There's been a change in executive officers. Nonsense, the one before that is gone. A straggler whispered. Hollow, you don't want to live? This new exec looks like he's got a lot going for him. Listening to the murmurs, Liu also looked over with full surprise. A new executive appears, replacing the one who was killed earlier. It looks like the refuge was completely unaffected by the previous assassination and everything is going on as usual. The new executive officer, Wu Hongguang, came to the front of the big tree in a few steps, and under the gaze of Liu's several people, he squatted himself down and carefully confirmed. It's actually really a tree. Only then did the executive officer wink at the patrolman behind him, who quickly ran back inside the high walls. Seeing the newly appointed executive standing around, seemingly interested in the large tree, many people had the good sense to walk away. Manhwa and the others stood silently, wondering what the executive wanted to do. Soon the patrolman arrived in a hurry with an elderly man, who was escorted by 2 strong bodyguards. This was accompanied by a constant stream of questioning from the old man's mouth. Is it a tree? Are you telling the truth? Don't lie to an old man like me. Dare not dare not dare. The patrol soldier leading the way in front waved his hands repeatedly. This old man's hair was already gray, but his eyes were unusually sharp and bright, and he followed the patrolman with quick steps. Someone in the surrounding crowd recognized the old man. It's the master builder of the refuge. It's that high wall designer, Master Zhao Kozeo. The people in the safe zone were all surprised when they saw the old man who came out. Normally, such a master would not appear in front of the crowd easily. I didn't realize that this rare item had actually attracted Master Zhao Kozeo to check it out in person. The patrolling soldiers maintained order around the area, keeping the onlookers at a safe distance from Master Zhao, while the bodyguards guarded Master Zhao at all times. Master Zhao, you've come to take a look. Wu Hongguang greeted him respectfully. Chapter 70 Portable Houses. Wu Hongguang, down slightly, inviting the master to come over and check. What do you need? Manhwa saw that there was something in it, and immediately walked up to discuss in detail with this master. After all, he still had a long way to go and would need no less than a handful of various supplies. It would be great to use the tree to make other deals with the master. The most important thing was that he had previously promised Liu that he would help him get the portable house. Now that the master himself who designed the portable house is right in front of him, Manhwa naturally won't let go of such a rare and good opportunity. Master, do you still have the portable house? Manhwa asked softly. There is. Master Zhao let out a light laugh. Thought you'd want to make some kind of excessive request. The portable house is just a gadget I practiced on earlier. Master Zhao pointed behind him again, inside the high wall. There's more than enough of that stuff in there, which is why they had to make a show of it, and deliberately took it out as a prize for some contest. If you ask me, I can't even hold that thing, I can't hold it. Master Zhao waved his hand modestly. Ma Yuanbai's eyes picked up slightly after hearing this. He could tell that this Master Zhao was very approachable and completely lacked the kind of condescending stance that the others inside the refuge had. This also made Ma Yuanbai feel a surge of joy in his heart and gain confidence in the next deal. But that portable house I designed can only accommodate 2 people, I'm just afraid. Speaking of this, Master Zhao's gaze looked towards the crowd behind Ma Yuanbai. So many people obviously couldn't be accommodated. No, 2 is just right for just 2 people. Ma Yuanbai hastily added. Li Yu and Fu Shiyao were exactly 2 people, perfectly suited. Well, that's good. Master Zhao nodded. He turned his head and signaled to the patrolman, who ran over at a quick pace. Master Zhao instructed him to fetch an item from the warehouse, and the patrolman quickly returned inside the high walls after receiving the order. The atmosphere of the scene fell silent, and Ma Yuanbai stepped forward and reminded in a small voice. Master Zhao, I'm afraid this tree is more valuable than a portable house, so is it still possible to exchange it for some salt and sugar? Master Zhao wasn't the least bit surprised when he heard this, instead he laughed. I knew you wanted to trade for more than just this one thing. With that said, Master Zhao led Ma Yuanbai to the tree and pointed to the underside of the trunk, deliberately inquiring. Where's the bark? Ma Yuanbai was stunned by the question. After hearing this, the few people on the side unanimously looked at Xiao Hei behind Liu and thought secretly in their hearts. Not off by a horse, of course. However, several people did not say anything, so Ma Yuanbai was not in a good position to explain the reason for this. Master Zhao continued in a calm tone. The tree is flawed, but I don't mind. After all, to most people, the tree may not be worth much, but it means a lot to me. His deep gaze fell on the trees. It's fine if you want to trade for more supplies, and it wasn't my intention to trade for much. Seeing this, Ma Yuanbai took the opportunity to propose. And is there anything else you need? I would like to barter with you for some resources. Bartering? Grandmaster Zhao's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he seemed to have gotten interested. It's been a long time since I've done business with anyone, too, and it wasn't easy to make the trip out. Just as well, let's talk to you about it, and show us anything rare. It is. Zhao Kuzeo hurried forward, and he recognized at a glance that this thing was extraordinary. The scales of the tsunami shadow beast. Zhao Kuzeo raised his head with a face full of surprise and looked carefully at the few people behind Ma Yuanbai once more. It's incredible that you guys managed to kill the tsunami shadow beast. Zhao Kuzeo took the scales in Ma Yuanbai's hand and examined them carefully, muttering continuously under his breath. The scales have oceanic ripples and emit dark blue fluorescence, there's absolutely no mistaking it. The tsunami shadow beast has a broad head, elongated ears, and stout limbs suited for walking and climbing in mountainous terrain, and is found only in deep mountains. Zhao Kuzeo seemed to be extremely knowledgeable about this exotic beast, and recounted it in an endless stream. It is said that the eyes of the tsunami shadow beast are like lanternfish in the deep sea, emitting an eerie blue light. The most precious part of the tsunami shadow beast's entire body is its eyes. Speaking here, Zhao Kuzeo hurriedly looked up at Ma Yuanbai. Looking at the expressions on Ma Yuanbai's and the Grandmaster's faces, both parties seemed to have gotten answers that satisfied them. At that moment, 2 patrolmen approached carrying a black box. The portable house you wanted has arrived. Zhao Kuzeo continued with a hint of pride in his voice when he saw the box. It's also one of my claims to fame, the portable cube dweller. Hearing that this box was the portable house, Li Yu and the others had curiously come over, wanting to see what a portable house actually looked like. Sun Hao curiously came closer to survey the box. Is this a portable house? It doesn't look big, can it really be turned into a house? Zhou Kozo laughed and pointed to the button on the box, look here. At the touch of a button, this box automatically unfolds into a full 2 by 2 meter house. Sun Hao asked in surprise, so amazing? That's thanks to the high-strength alloy structure I designed. Zhao Kuzhuo explained with a proud expression. This material ensures a lightweight and durable home. Even when the entire house is put away, it weighs about 40 kilograms, making it easy to carry even for one person. Chapter 71 Free Green Algae Stick, all the stragglers love it. At this point of the introduction, Zhao Kuzeo couldn't help but nod with great satisfaction. Alone? Easy carry? The few ordinary scavengers in my Yuanbai's team were a bit confused when they heard this. Something so heavy that it says one person can easily carry it. Obviously, the ordinary people in Grandmaster Zhao's eyes referred to ordinary awakened people, which was a completely different concept from them, the real, ordinary people with no supernatural abilities. As the crowd gathered around to watch, Zhao Kuzeo summoned another patrol soldier and pointed to several items in front of my Yuanbai. This, and these, including the tree, all moved to the warehouse. Then he handed a note to a patrolman on the side. Then get these together, load them up and send them over. Yes. The two patrolmen quickly picked up these items, shouldered the large tree, and quickly returned to the high walls. What was written on the note was exactly the supplies that my Yuanbai and Zhao Kuzo had negotiated. Sun Hao on the side curiously looked at the portable house and couldn't help but say, 2 times 2 is too small, or I'd want one. Zhao Kuzo skimmed his lips after hearing this and didn't say anything, secretly thinking in his heart, I have the big one too, I'm just afraid you can't move it at all. However, he didn't go into a stubborn argument with the young man, and just closed his eyes to recuperate. Soon, 2 patrolmen returned with 2 boxes of supplies. Only then did Zhao Kuzo open his eyes and said to my Yuanbai, Here's everything, order it. My Yuanbai opened the box of supplies and nodded in confirmation after just a cursory glance. No problem. Because the things he needs most are in there. With the transaction successfully completed, Ma Yuanbai nodded politely at Zhao Kuzhao, his tone revealing a hint of sincere gratitude. Thank you Master Zhao, these supplies are really important to us. Ma Yuanbai was able to clearly feel that this Master Zhao Kuzeo seemed to be intentionally helping him, deliberately facilitating this business, rather than truly needing those things he took out. Zhao Kuzo smiled faintly and suddenly said something that was baffling. It's nothing, because it's probably the last time I'll ever make a deal with someone. After saying that, Zhao Kuzeo turned around and left with his bodyguards and patrolmen. Ma Yuanbai froze in place, seemingly completely missing the deeper meaning of Master Zhao's words. When he came back to his senses again, Master Zhao had already returned within the high walls. Since he couldn't figure it out, Ma Yuanbai decided not to dwell on the issue. He walked over and opened the supply crate, removing an object from it before turning back towards the team behind him. Well, don't just stand there, move the supplies back. The team rushed forward and carried the boxes of supplies back. Ma Yuanbai walked towards Liu and the others with that thing in his hand. Looking at the portable house surrounded by the crowd, Ma Yuanbai also spoke his mind. Nice stuff, just a little small. You guys see, heroes see things the same way. Sun Hao hastily spread out his hands as his view seemed to have finally been recognized. Ma Yuanbai went up and lifted the portable house with force, and indeed felt the weight was not light. He handed the portable house to Liu and said, The portable house is for you, and my promise has been successfully completed. Liu nodded and easily took over the portable house. With his current physique, lifting the house was no problem at all. Although the portable house was small, Liu was still quite satisfied. After all, he just hoped to have a sheltered house on the line, so that he and Fu Shiyao would not have to sleep outside in the rain shelter to suffer from the wind and rain. At that moment, Ma Yuanbai suddenly threw something he had been holding in his hand to Liu. Take it. Liu stretched out his left hand and grabbed it, taking a closer look at what was in his hand, a long tube-shaped item. For me? Liu was a bit puzzled. It looked like it was made of plastic, and he'd never seen it before. This is a life straw. As if he knew that Liu was seeing it for the first time, Ma Yuanbai explained with a smile. What's a life straw? Zhao Xiong, who was on the side, asked curiously. Ma Yuanbai continued, This is a portable water filtration device that filters out bacteria, parasites, and other impurities from the water, allowing you to drink rainwater directly. Drinking rainwater? Sun Hao was incredulous. Zhao Xiong's eyes widened with surprise. How amazing is that? This thing really filters out all the dirt? Exactly. Ma Yuanbai nodded, confidently. The life straws are so effective at filtering water, whether it's river, lake or rainwater, that it becomes safe to drink through the straws. Hearing this, Liu hesitated slightly. Although he also has a device that can produce water, it can only produce a very small amount. He and Fu Shiyao were just barely enough, and they even had to rely on the awakens' powerful physique in order to reduce their need for water. This life straw was really convenient and useful for him and Fu Shiyao. Thinking of this, Liu still decided to take the straw. Thanks. Liu gave Ma Yuanbai a look and packed the life straw into his raincoat. Seeing Li Yu accepting the life straw he gave him, Ma Yuanbai smiled mysteriously. It looked like there would be no problem getting Li Yu to help out next time. After all, there weren't really many chances to get Li Yu to thank him. Li Yu didn't directly try to open the house here. After all, besides Ma Yuanbai and the others, there were still shelters and other people around. Since Ma Yuanbai's purpose of going to the top of Shirong Mountain had been achieved, and he himself had obtained a portable house, Li Yu knew that it was time to leave. Ma Yuanbai also saw Li Yu's thoughts and opened his mouth to inquire. Talent search is off the table? The prize I already have. Li Yu lifted the portable house in his hand with force. Now that he had gotten the portable house he wanted, there was no need for him to remain in the shelter, much less enter a contest to get a spot to stay. Thinking of this, Li Yu waved goodbye to Ma Yuanbai and the others. Bye, guys. Li Yu, take care. Ma Yuanbai and the others also waved their hands in response. Li Yu carried the portable house and turned around to leave the square with Fu Shiyao and Xiao He. At the same moment Li Yu left. The iron gates of the shelter slowly opened again, and patrolmen transported out a cart full of green algae rods and walked out. The new executive officer was seen standing in the plaza and shouting at the top of his lungs. Today's chlorella bars are starting to be distributed, come over and get in line if you need them. Tomorrow is the selection contest for the elite talents, how can we not eat enough? The long-awaited stragglers instantly let out an excited light in their eyes and hurriedly scrambled forward to line up to receive it. With daily distributions from the shelter, the stragglers no longer had to go hungry. The daily distribution of green algae sticks has also become an essential ration in the daily lives of the displaced people. Some stragglers even stayed nearby, counting on surviving by receiving green algae sticks. There was a line of people in front of the gate and a steady stream of stragglers coming forward to collect. Chapter 72 A sense of crisis in the heart. Soon there was little left of the cart full of green algae sticks. The executive officer nodded in satisfaction, and his voice once again resounded in the square. All of today's chlorella bars have been distributed, thank you for your cooperation. The stragglers took the green algae sticks they had just received and couldn't wait to nibble on them, with satisfied expressions on their faces. They finally don't have to keep migrating. There is no better place in the world to get free food from a shelter just by staying here. The executive officer turned to the patrolmen and gave them their orders. Well, withdraw the gate. The patrolman transported the empty cars back again. No one noticed that at that moment, on the sentry platform on the high wall stood a middle-aged man who was closely observing the stragglers' every move. Chief Wang, why have you come to such a high place? The captain of the sentries who had just gotten the news on the sidelines hurriedly ran all the way over. Chief Wang did not turn around, but looked at the stragglers below who were gulping down green algae sticks and slowly opened his mouth to ask. What kind of food is given to them? Back to Chief Wang, the food given to them was the experimental Type 3 green algae stick. The sentry captain replied respectfully. Number 3. Chief Steward Wang nodded gently and continued to ask. How did it work? What was the reaction? Awakened people have no effect after consuming it, and it has a slight fat-destroying effect on ordinary stragglers. The sentry captain said truthfully. How is the effect of the experimental Type 2 green algae stick given to them earlier? Chief Executive Wang asked again. With the small dose added inside the number 2 chlorella stick, the stragglers don't seem to have any negative changes, and it could be widely available in a short period of time. But test number 3 for a few more days and it should work better. The sentinel captain whispered. There's no time to test it, the pigs in the shelter are eating more and more of it. Speaking of this, Chief Wang pondered for a moment. Let's go with number 2, and tell them to go ahead and mass produce it quickly. Yes. The sentry captain immediately went forward to inform. Chief Wang observed the stragglers below for a while longer, and only after seeing that they had eaten all the green algae sticks did he walk down the sentry tower with peace of mind. Upgrade successful. Arrow pouch LV10, capacity 150, loading speed plus 10, stability plus 25%. Unlocked, arrow recovery. Arrow recovery, when an arrow is shot, replenish the missing number of arrows, arrow recovery speed plus 5%. Finally upgraded. Li Yu glanced at the current capacity of the arrow pouch. Capacity 150. Always enough? Saying that, Li Yu placed 2 large bundles of arrows into the arrow bag and the arrows disappeared into thin air. Now it only required Li Yu to take out the arrows equipped therein with a smooth touch from the arrow pouch, and the whole thing was a lot lighter. Arrow recovery, this new attribute looks good too, no more worrying about arrows being depleted. Liu nodded with satisfaction. This upgrade was really helpful. The two men and their horses kept going out a long way from the shelter. Until he had completely left the area around the shelter patrol, Liu turned his head to look at Fu Shiryao. There's no one nearby. Fu Shiryao replied extremely tacitly. Only then did Liu stop and looked up at the gradually darkening sky. The rain seems to be getting heavier, which doesn't bode well. Then, Liu placed the portable house on a piece of relatively flat ground and pressed the switch. Click! With a slight mechanical sound, the box began to slowly unfold. The process is like a flower slowly blooming, the various folded parts of the box slowly unfolding, gradually forming a three-dimensional spatial structure. Seeing this miraculous scene, Xiaohei's eyes were as wide as copper bells. Unfolded. It's really turning into a house. Fu Shiryao on the side also shouted in surprise, her small face filled with excitement. Looking at the portable house that had completely unfolded, Liu also had to admit that Sun Hao was right. The house, indeed, is not very big. The 2x2 portable house was indeed a bit smaller, and looking at the narrow interior space, it was just enough for him and Fu Shiryao to both barely lie flat. Still, it's a lot better than sleeping outside in a makeshift awning. Liu looked at the exterior of the house. Although there were some camouflage patterns, there really wasn't much concealment to speak of. Opening the door of the portable house, he and Fu Shiryao walked into the house, and the interior was actually still cozy and beige. This layer of flooring under his feet seemed to be wrapped in some special material, and it was soft to step on. Other than that, there's nothing in there. It does seem to be just a portable house simply made for temporary rest. Fu Shiryao couldn't wait to lie down and feel it. So quiet. Fu Shiryao closed her eyes in contentment. It was then that Liu noticed that the house was soundproofed well, and the sound of rainwater dripping was indeed much smaller. Knock, knock. There was a crash at the door. Liu opened the door to see that Xiaohei put his head together and banged against the door, seemingly very dissatisfied. Apparently, it couldn't get in though and didn't want to stand out in the rain. Looking at Xiaohei's appearance, Liu couldn't help but laugh. Remove the package from the equipment bar and take out the canopy you used earlier. Liu came outside and built the canopy high up against the house. Just after the canopy was set up, Blackie hurriedly got inside. No longer drenched in the rain this time, he grunted twice. Liu shook off the rainwater and returned to the house to deal with Xiaoyo. Why don't you rest? I'll watch. Alright, then I'll sleep first. Fu Shiryao seemed to be eager to rest in this new house, so she didn't push back anymore. With Liu by her side, she felt very relieved and soon entered dreamland. Liu listened to Fu Shiryao's steady breathing, came to the doorway and sat down, pulling out the dark blue alien beast crystal core from his bosom. Fingers gently rubbed the dark blue fey beast crystal core, and a wave of complex emotions welled up in his heart. He had planned to wait until he acquired the gun before upgrading it. But now it seemed obvious that the plan would not work out as he had hoped, and he would have to adjust his strategy, with the guns coming later. After the incident of helping Ma Yuan buy up the mountain, Liu began to reflect continuously in his mind. He seemed to have somewhat underestimated the Fae and other awakened along the way after awakening his powers. Liu closed his eyes as the figure of that tsunami shadow beast appeared in his mind. The beast easily blocked his arrows, and even the arrows that had managed to hit were bounced off the beast's scales, unable to cause damage. His bow and arrows were not at all as lethal as they should be, which caused the sense of crisis in his heart to rise sharply. Because apart from the bow and arrow in his hand, he wasn't any better than the other awakened. Liu frowned. He had to improve his strength as soon as possible. It's time to make a change. Chapter 73 Disaster Coming? His hand flicked over the bow and black bow at his side. The main weaponry bar was the bow type, which was undoubtedly his primary means of attack at the moment. Flexible switching between each other also enables effective response to a wide range of complex situations. As long as you consistently strengthen your weapons and continue to level them up, you will inevitably be able to become more powerful. Liu lowered his head and looked at the foreign beast crystal core in his hand. This dark blue crystal core should never be wasted. Looking at the several equipment columns, it was as if a group of small birds waiting to be fed, all eagerly waiting for Liu to give them experience. Liu hated being able to upgrade them all together. However, even with the chi in his abdomen spinning like the wind, he could not afford it all to drive the experience value needed for so many equipment bars. Liu sighed slightly. It seems like the only way to upgrade is to top off your main weapon with a bow and arrow first. Liu held the dark blue crystal core tightly in his hand and urged his chi cyclone with all his might to absorb the energy in the core. In an instant, a surge of majestic energy rushed violently into his body, quickly filling his entire body under the strong impetus of the cyclone. It was only after it flowed throughout the body that this energy began to be gradually transformed by the cyclone, though the speed of the cyclone's rotation was significantly slower. This crystal core. It's not right. Although the speed of the cyclone's rotation had slowed down, the conversion efficiency of the experience value had increased instead. Obviously, the concentration of energy contained in this foreign beast's crystal core was much higher, and it was by no means comparable to the previous ones. What Ma Yuanbai said was indeed correct: the more concentrated the exotic beast's crystal core is, the more pure the energy is. Li Yu felt the constant flow of energy. According to this conversion efficiency, the Bao upgrade was expected. The dark, cloudy sky was faintly brightened. After a whole night of non-stop prodding and transforming, coupled with the majestic and refined energy from the dark blue Fey Beast's crystal core, Li Yu's experience value had finally reached its full value. Glass Bao LV16, effective attack distance 12,800 meters. Hit rate 100%. Aiming time 1 second. Flush fire. Continuous fire. As Li Yu had expected, the upgraded attack distance had once again been doubled. It has reached a staggering 12,800 meters. While looking at this brand new range data, Li Yu frowned tightly. It shouldn't. In fact, for him, there was no difference at all between 6,400 meters and 12,800 meters. Without Fu Shiyao's help, there was no way for him to see the target. But it stands to reason that as the range of the Bao becomes longer, the speed and power of the arrow should increase as well. Li Yu was very sure that the upgrade of his supernatural ability could never be as simple as just boosting his range a bit. 12,800 meters, it should be extremely powerful. How could it not kill the foreign beasts? Li Yu closed his eyes and thought back carefully. But the beast did block the arrows he shot out with just its scales, and that was through a Bao. Arrows? Li Yu snapped his eyes open. Could it be the arrows? Thinking of this, Li Yu hurriedly picked up the strung arrow next to his Bao. Rain Crow Arrow LV5, flight speed plus 50, stability plus 50. It's normal. Is it because the arrow level is too low? At this time, Li Yu remembered the 2 bundles of arrows that he got from the Black Rat, and now there were the highest number of this kind of arrows in the arrow bag. Li Yu hurriedly took out an unobtrusive arrow with a grayish color from his arrow pouch. Same type of equipment found. Switching successful. Armor-breaking arrows, fiber body, alloy arrowheads, wind-breaking tails, extremely hard in penetrating. Armor-breaking arrow LV5, penetrating power plus 50, stability plus 50, flight speed plus 50, characteristics, none. Li Yu, I'm super % equals $#. Percent at. Quickly switching his experience target to armor breaker arrow, Li Yu began to frantically push his cyclone, itching to level up armor breaker arrow to full. Oh Black Rat, Black Rat. You are not saying a word about such a good arrow, just catching your bow and crossbow introducing it. Thinking that the Black Rat ended up giving away a bundle for nothing, Li Yu felt even more speechless. Because from the outside, those 2 large bundles of gray arrows were simply bland to the extreme. He thought it was some ordinary arrow, and didn't even think about it in that direction. Li Yu at this moment seemed to be greatly stimulated. He began to transform his experience while pulling out a few small items and tinkering with them non-stop, not stopping for a moment in his hands. Small equipment column. Equipment success. Life straws, capable of removing most bacteria and suspended particles from water, which can be filtered into basic drinking water. Li Yu changed another small item and equipped it on another small equipment bar. Equipment success. Plastic rope, waterproof and moisture-proof, easy to carry, able to withstand greater tension and weight. Taking out the small bottles and boxes in the package, Li Yu tried them all one by one. In the end, Li Yu even took out a small crystal core to experiment with. Switching successful. Alien beast crystals, not upgradable. After the small things try not yet, Li Yu straight to the multifunctional equipment bar on the package unloaded, casually thrown to the side, quickly step out of the house. He didn't care that Fu Shiya was still inside, and turned back to press his hand on the unfolded portable house. Equipment failure. Li Yu came back to Blackie by the house and pressed his hand on the horse's ass. Equipment failure. Blackie? Li Yu directly squatted down and cupped a handful of rainwater from the ground. Equipment failure. Li Yu seemed to be in a spell, wanting to try to equip everything he saw. Just as Li Yu kept conducting experiments, the rain suddenly started to weaken. It was an extremely rare good day for the stragglers. It's drizzling today? Even Li Yu was incredibly surprised by this. Just as Li Yu spread his hands and lamented that this kind of weather was extremely rare. Boom! Suddenly there was an explosion like thunder from the east, accompanied by a dazzling bright light. Again? Li Yu raised his head. What was different from before was that this time, the loud noise caused an extremely strong sense of threat to suddenly well up in Li Yu's heart. Immediately after that, the entire ground shook violently. Whoa! The rain suddenly intensified dramatically and became more violent. Li Yu looked towards the eastern sky and felt that this loud ringing sound was definitely related to the prophesied disaster. What's that noise? Fu Shiryao was also awakened by the violent vibration and loud noise, and hurriedly stood up, while she also deeply felt a strong sense of crisis. You can feel it too? Li Yu saw Fu Shiryao's panicked expression. Aha! Fu Shiryao covered her chest and nodded. Li Yu also noticed that the situation was not right at this time. Does this mean that the prophesied disaster is coming soon? Hiss! On the side, Little Black also jumped up and down non-stop. The loud noise was much stronger than the last time I heard it. Everything seems to be foreshadowing something. Get ready to go. Chapter 74, The Sirens of the Shelter. Li Yu felt that there was no longer any need to remain here. Fu Shiryao didn't ask much when she saw the packages that suddenly appeared in the house. Going up, he quickly packed the package and took down the awning outside the house to put it up again. Only then did Li Yu press the button on the house. Click. The portable house slowly began to fold, eventually returning to the size of a box. Sure is convenient. Li Yu walked forward and lifted the box as soon as he could, immediately attempting to equip it. Multifunctional equipment column. Equipment success. Portable house folded form, easy to unfold and fold, equipped with a rainwater kinetic energy recovery panel on the top and a built-in air filter. It worked. Li Yu's heart burst with joy. Not bad for a versatile equipment bar. It's always a lot easier to carry a package than a portable house. What's more, there was nothing particularly valuable in the package other than a tarp and a distillation unit. With life straws, there is no use for time-consuming distillation devices. Even if the package was lost now, Li Yu would not feel any heartache at all. After splitting a piece of alien beast meat, the two of them mounted Little Black. Li Yu recognized the direction and looked back at the high walls of the shelter, pointing to the opposite west. Departure. Blackie shook his head and quickly ran towards the west. Boom! The thunderous roar likewise awakened everyone around the shelter. Beneath the high walls of the shelter, everyone felt an inexplicable threat. What followed was a violent shaking of the ground. It's a disaster. Disaster is coming. The prophecy is true. Run, it's not too late. A panic instantly erupted among the crowd. Ma Yuanbai, who was camped and resting on the edge of the high wall, hurriedly looked up to confirm. Come on, we can't stay here. Now! Originally, Ma Yuanbai had planned to wait for the talent selection to end before following the people in the safe zone to leave. But now a strong premonition suddenly arose in Ma Yuanbai's heart that he absolutely could not continue to stay here. Not a moment to stop. Hurry! Ma Yuanbai also stepped forward to help. At Ma Yuanbai's urging, the team quickly packed up. All follow. Ma Yuanbai's group quickly left the shelter and led the group towards the west. Though the stragglers were startled by the thunderous noise. But soon everyone calmed down and sat around again. It's just thunder and earthquakes, no big deal. Yeah, earthquakes used to happen all the time in the Black Mountains, so don't worry about it. Looking at the people who hastily chose to leave, the stragglers didn't forget to flirt a bit. They, are also scared out of their wits. We have a sentry's eyes were dead set on the open door, and his hands couldn't help but tremble. Seeing the delay, another sentry whispered a reminder to the leader in front. Captain, this is our only chance. Yes, Captain, or it will be too late when the gate closes completely. The sentry in the back also urged. The sentry captain stared intently at the gate and finally made up his mind and ordered with a hard look in his eyes. Go! The sentry captain led a group of sentries quickly toward the gate. Just as they reached the gate, the executive noticed a few people and stopped them. The alarm is sounding and no one is allowed to go outside, don't you know that as sentinels? We have an important mission that we need to go out on. The sentry captain spoke in a deep voice. The executive officer's eyes were filled with skepticism. How could there be a need to go out on a mission in a time of crisis like this? The sentries behind them held their weapons tightly and seemed ready to strike back at any moment. Task list out. The executive officer asked with some skepticism. The sentinel captain took a step forward, and the sentinels behind him grew nervous. Where do they have a task list? It would be bad if they were found out. Just then, another patrol returned. Captain Cho? Captain Liu. The sentry captain visibly froze at the sight of the man who had returned, and the gun he had immediately pulled out in his hand was put back. Because he had a good relationship with this Captain Zhao of the patrol team and didn't want him to get hurt because of it. What are you doing down here if you're not on sentry duty up there? Captain Zhao jumped off the rain camel and curiously walked over to inquire. We have an urgent mission that we need to go out on. The sentry captain explained. The two men looked at each other, and the patrol leader looked again at the tense, slightly off sentry behind the other. Having been on the patrol for many years, he immediately understood everything. Instead of alerting the others, though, the patrol leader turned his head to the executive officer on the sidelines. Release it. The executive officer was a bit hesitant, but there's an order from above not to go out. Don't you know about emergency missions? Release. The patrol leader amplified his voice. After all, he had just been newly appointed and didn't want to offend both captains at the same time. The executive officer thought of this and had to step aside to make way for the gate, shouting at the top of his voice. Emergency mission, release. Chapter 75 Flooding, closing the gates. Upon hearing the words of the executive officer, the soldiers guarding the gate moved out of the way. The sentinel captain with his party finally managed to step through the gate. The two rubbed shoulders. The sentinel captain turned his head and cast a glance toward the other, a deep feeling of emotion welling up in his heart. He knew very well in his heart that without the help of the patrol leader today, he was afraid that they wouldn't be able to get out of this door at all. The patrol leader looked at him at the same moment. Both of them knew in their hearts that this might be the last time they would see each other in this life. Old Zhao, take care. The sentry captain held back the excitement of escaping to life and lowered his voice. Farewell, old Liu. The patrol leader, on the other hand, had a sad face and responded in similarly. It was reasonable to assume that after hearing the alarm, even those in the most distant patrol positions would be able to make it back within the allotted time. But now only a few teams have returned. Listening to the constant sirens from the shelter, the people in the Wangjiaqiu safety zone under the high wall on the other side all looked a bit flustered. Family master, what to do? Wang Lijian hurriedly walked up and asked. Wang Qinchuei glanced at the door of the refuge and then at the crowd in the safe zone. He knew very well in his heart that he was only afraid that they were not qualified to enter the refuge at all. Although the refuge had given him a place, he was unwilling to abandon the Wang family and enter the refuge alone to live. Plus the refuge hasn't had a chance to hold talent auditions yet. His plan to get some of the Wangs into shelters didn't work either. However, after these few days of rest and recuperation, their team had gradually recovered and exchanged a lot of supplies, so it was time to set off. Wang Qinchuei looked from afar, and from all the reactions at the shelter, it seemed that a crisis was imminent. When Wang Qinchuei thought of this, he immediately made a decision and shouted to the people around him. All Wang clan members, continue the migration with me. Yes. The crowd of the Wang family seemed to have prepared for the migration long ago. Wang Lijian hurriedly rushed to the front of the group to lead the way, and from time to time he turned his head to urge on. Pick up the pace. Even though he had lived in the safe zone for many years, he had never felt such a strong palpitation that made him want to run away from it. The group from the Wang family's safety zone left immediately after they were fully loaded. After skirting the high walls of the refuge, the migration continued towards the west. The sudden departure of this large group of people instantly caught the attention of all the stragglers. Looking at the Wang family, dressed in earth-colored raincoats and walking away, the stragglers under the high wall finally began to panic. What? The king's safety zone is gone too. What do we do? The stragglers looked at me, I looked at you, and looked at each other. It's closing? I heard that too. The stragglers outside the high wall instantly fell into extreme panic, no longer able to suppress their inner fear, and even all rushed up in a swarm. I'm a local. I've dedicated my life to the shelter, let me in. I know Captain Ma from the shelter. But no matter what the stragglers shouted, the execs were indifferent. Seeing that some people kept rushing inside the gate, the stragglers on the periphery also hurriedly gathered around. The patrollers with weapons at the door instantly turned their weapons on the onrushing stragglers. The executive officer also pulled out his pistol and yelled at the stragglers. "Be warned, one step closer and I'll shoot." A cry came out from the stragglers. "Let us in, please, my kids are young." "Let my kids in, I'm definitely not going in." Even as the stragglers around them cried and shouted, some even shouting for their children, the execs resolutely raised their weapons. At that moment, one of the awakened among the stragglers pushed aside the people in front of him and rushed out shouting, "I'm a contestant in the talent casting, and I have powers. I signed up too, I'm an awakened too." One person rushed up. "Let me in, I'll qualify." The executive officer was expressionless, and with a slight wave of his hand, the steel gate but closed a little smaller, leaving only a narrow gap. The executive officer was really afraid that someone would take advantage of the chaos and storm the gate. Just then, several shouts came from within the walls as well. "Don't close the door, let me out. Everything I have at the shelter is yours, let me out." The patrol leader inside instantly pulled out his weapon and stopped the few who tried to escape. The exec couldn't help but look back. The moment the exec turned his head, the stragglers outside the door rushed straight up. "Good chance, let's rush in." Chapter 76, The Siege. A group of stragglers rushed up quickly with their eyes rounded, their eyes only had that gate in them. Bang! Bang! With a few crisp gunshots in succession, several stragglers were killed on the spot by the patrolman and fell to the ground. Shot? Shelter killings? No way. Sanctuary are good people, they won't kill us. Won't. There was shock in the eyes of the stragglers, and even when the facts were right in front of them, they just couldn't believe it. The shelter that gave them free food every day actually shot at them. Looking at the several people dead on the ground, the other stragglers were horrified and stopped rushing up. "Let me out. There seems to be a fierce clash going on inside the gate." Bang! A gunshot came from inside the door. The patrol leader fired warning shots from inside the gate. After all, many of these people trying to escape were people he knew. But the gunfire still doesn't stop those trying to escape either. While the patrol leader hesitated, several figures had already managed to rush out from inside the gate. "Fire!" The executive officer barked. "Surge!" The patrolman at the door didn't hesitate to fire. After a burst of strafing, the few people who had just escaped from the gate were all killed in the doorway. They all kept struggling even before they died, trying to crawl away from the shelter. The patrol leader inside couldn't help but close his eyes at the sight. At the same time, a messenger came quickly to the gate and handed the executive officer the latest orders. "It's the latest order from the top." The executive officer took the order, scanned it quickly, and immediately waved his hand in order. "Close the door." The patrolman guarding the gate aside hurriedly ran inside the gate, stretching his voice to shout as he did so. "Shut the door." Boom! The loud bang. The huge steel doors closed completely. The stragglers outside rushed to the gate and kept slapping it, crying out, "Oh, open the door. Let me in, make me a cow or a horse." But all that responded to these stragglers was cold rain and closed doors. At that moment, there was another cacophony of noise from inside the gate. "This is the last chance. Charge out with me." Someone kept shouting through the gate. Chug chug chug. After a burst of gunfire, no more sound came from within the high walls, and there was dead silence. In the meantime, in the direction of the west side of the refuge, the group is heading west. In the center of the group, a young man rode a tall rain camel, loping along at a leisurely pace. The young man was followed by a group of strong combat soldiers. Seeing that the procession continued westward, an intelligence officer cautiously stepped forward and respectfully inquired of the young man. "Holy Sun Sama, this doesn't seem to be the direction back to the sanctuary." The Holy Sun looked at the intelligence officer and smiled as he replied, "Of course not." "Do you have any comments then?" The Holy Sun's eyes gazed at the intelligence officer. Don't dare, don't dare." The intelligence officer immediately knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing and apologizing. In the moment just now, the intelligence officer even felt that his life was in danger. Upon hearing the Saint's son's words, the commander and the others on the side also immediately realized what was going on, and all of them involuntarily lowered their heads slightly. Only to see a sudden flow of light on the Saint's son, his gaze was sharp as he scanned the surrounding battle sectors he had brought out. "From this day forward, do not call me a holy son, and I am no longer a holy son of the sanctuary. You just need to remember one thing." The saintly son raised his right hand and pointed to his chest. I am Wang Zhaotian, your captain. Remember? Wang Zhaotian asked loudly. Remember. The crowd replied in unison. Seeing this, Wang Zhaotian nodded in satisfaction. Only then did the light on his body dissipate, and his entire person resumed his unruly appearance from earlier. Wang Zhaotian glanced back in the direction of the shelter, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Old man, didn't expect that. And you want me to stay in there for 30 years? No way. His initiative to come out and chase after the Zhang clan's safe zone was just an excuse, and his real purpose was to leave the refuge. You can't bind me anymore. I'm finally out of this hole. There was a hint of debauchery and relaxation in Wang Zhaotian's voice. Following the rain and mist, Wang Zhaotian's eyes looked back to the west with anticipation in his eyes. New world, I, Wang Zhaotian, am here. West of the shelter. The Wang family's crowd was advancing rapidly. A figure ran back quickly from the front. Family master, it's a flood. The man in charge of scouting pointed to the foot of the hill and shouted. The flood will soon block the way to the west. Wang Qinshui immediately ordered. Pick up the pace. All the people in the Wangjiaqiu safety zone ran. They had to reach the high ground to the west before the flood stopped their way. Whoa! The rain is getting heavier and heavier, and this weather is definitely not normal. And that inexplicable sense of crisis. Not far behind the Wang family's safety zone, the stragglers also ran desperately to follow. I'm just afraid that if they run slow, they'll all be dead. Luckily, the stragglers had sort of eaten their fill for a few days in the safe zone, and were now able to keep up with the traveling speed of the Wang family's safe zone. At this time, the stragglers who stayed outside the high wall also realized that the situation was not good. It looks like the shelter is out of bounds. Let's go too. The people in the safe zone must not have gotten far. Well, let's go after them too. The stragglers who stayed here eventually had no choice but to hurry westward. Just a short distance out, the stragglers realized that the road ahead to the west had been cut off by the waters. Not good. There's no way out. Get back to the shelter. The group of stragglers had no way to escape but to return once again to the high walls of the refuge and try to take shelter from the waters in front of the steel gates. Swish! The sound of the flood was getting closer and closer, and these stragglers who chose to stay even heard the loud sound of the fast-moving floodwater. This is not going to work. Climb up! With no sentries to defend them, a few among the stragglers began to fight their way up and try to scale the high wall. Help! Go inside and open the door for you. The stragglers quickly built a human ladder and sent a scavenger who was a good climber up the high wall. When this scavenger exerted all his strength and finally climbed the high wall. Suddenly, his entire body froze on top of the high wall, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Get the door! The flood is coming soon. The stragglers below shouted. The scavenger looked at the floodwaters that were already raging not far away, and then at the scene inside the high wall, and lowered his head to shout in despair at the stragglers. There's nothing in the walls. There's no one left. The shelter is underground. At those words, the faces of the stragglers below the high wall changed drastically. Rumble. The roar of the flood came rushing in. It was like 1,000 armies galloping, and like a foreign beast roaring. The high walls looked vulnerable to the floodwaters. Clanging and clattering, the flood easily washed away the high walls, along with everything on the ground. The stragglers panicked, screams, cries, and cries for help mingled. But the voices were soon swallowed up in the roar of the flood. The flood swept through relentlessly and everything disappeared into the murky torrent. Chapter 77 The Fey Herd of the Zhejiang Mountains. Wow! In the midst of the rainstorm, the Wang family members struggled to move forward. Not far behind the Wang clan's safe zone, a large group of ragged stragglers had followed closely behind. Since they didn't intentionally drive them away, the stragglers followed them very closely. Quickly, speed up! Wang Lijian hissed and kept shouting in the ranks. The advance of the Wang clan's team accelerated once again. Wang Lijian wasn't worried about being caught up by the stragglers behind him. It was only because of that unnameable feeling of palpitations that I was eager to leave this place quickly. Seeing the safe zone in front of them speeding up once again, in order to be able to survive, the stragglers also all exerted their utmost efforts to desperately keep up. Crack! A strange sound came from the rear. What's that noise? Wang Lijian alertly turned back toward the direction from which the sound came. only to see that the blackness behind them was coming at an alarmingly fast pace. What is that thing? Wang Lijian was filled with shock. Wang Qingque also looked back, and instantly his face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but cry out in shock. It's the Fae. A large swath of Fae. How is this possible? Run! Wang Qingque shouted at the Wang family. Upon hearing the family head's order, the crowd in the Wang family's safety zone revved up again like clockwork. The stragglers behind them also sensed that something was wrong, and when they saw the blackened swath of alien beasts behind them, they were suddenly shocked and followed suit with a playful dash. The Fae are coming. Don't eat me. With the fear of death hanging over them, some stragglers even ran faster than those in the safe zone. But in this raging storm, how could a man outrun a foreign beast? Crackle! The sound was getting closer. The black press of alien beasts soon caught up with the stragglers who had fallen behind. The slow-running stragglers' eyes were filled with terror as they looked at the raging beasts in despair. Done. Dead. The alien beast charged violently. The stragglers, who were already prepared to stand and wait for death, were surprised to find that the foreign beasts, as if they hadn't seen them, rushed past like the wind. Aside from a few stragglers who couldn't dodge in time and were run over by the beast didn't even attack anyone. Could it be? The Fae are fleeing for their lives too. In the midst of this chaos, the stragglers were shocked to realize that the beasts were not rushing towards them, but were likewise fleeing for their lives in a hurry. The eyes of the beasts were equally filled with fear, as if they were fleeing from some even more terrifying existence. Looking at the foreign beasts that swept past him, Wang Qingque's heart tightened. What are they afraid of? He knew very well that what could make these normally ferocious and incomparable foreign beasts so frightened must be something even more dangerous and terrifying. Everyone, don't stop, keep running. Wang Qingque's voice once again resounded through the crowd. Despite the deep disbelief he felt, he knew that now was definitely not the time to stop and think. To make sure the safe zone wasn't the first to suffer misfortune, they had to run faster than the stragglers. After the chaos, the stragglers even mingled with the crowds in the Wang clan's safety zone, desperately running towards the west despite everything. The rainstorm was pouring down and their vision was blurred, but they didn't dare to stop for a second. Armor-breaking arrow LV6, penetrating power plus 60, stability plus 60, flight speed plus 60, characteristics, none. Under a downpour of rain. A sturdy black horse swept by quickly and disappeared into the blanket of rain in an instant. On the back of the black horse, Fu Shiyao tightly hugged Liu, fearing that he would be thrown off if he was not careful. Suddenly, she felt a noticeable change in the height of the torrential raindrops behind her. Fu Shiyao hurriedly concentrated her mental power so that she could also clearly feel the raindrops in the distance. That size, it's a Fae. She sensed that the beasts were getting closer, and there were more than one of them. Fu Shiyao's face changed and she hurriedly slapped Liu. It's a herd of Fae, so many. Fae, swarm? Liu had some doubts in his heart. Could it be a race of foreign beasts that came out in groups? Fu Shiyao closed her eyes to reconfirm. It's a swarm of foreign beasts, yes, there are about 30 of them. Fu Shiyao was already too late to count them in detail. What? Liu realized the seriousness of. Liu actually wanted to take the opportunity to attack the group of foreign beasts. If this extremely fast group of alien beasts suddenly turned back, I'm afraid they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Liu bent his bow and hitched 3 armor-breaking arrows to his bow. The tip of the arrow was directed towards the group of foreign beasts, slightly raised at an angle and aimed at the 3 foreign beasts running at the very back. The aiming circle in his eyes had long been minimized, but Liu did not strike immediately. Until the group of foreign beasts was about to disappear into the rain and fog, Liu instantly let go of his hand. Flush fire. Whoosh! The 3 arrows shot out violently, flying like meteors and disappearing into the rainstorm. Put! Before the fleeing beast could make a move, its large head had already been penetrated by an armor-breaking arrow. The alien beast's life was extinguished in an instant, and the electricity at its feet was annihilated with it. Under the effect of inertia, the alien beast's huge body rolled forward several times in the rain. Almost at the same time, the other 2 Fae beasts beside him also instantly planted themselves on the ground. Roar! Feeling the death of their partners, an angry roar was emitted from the group of Fae beasts. Chapter 78, Shieling Valley. The aliens in the center at the head of the group raised their heads angrily to look around. But they were running for their lives, and the Fae leader only had time for a quick glance in all directions. After not finding any enemies, it couldn't care less about its already dead companions, so it had to continue to bury its head and run desperately. It worked! Fu Shiryao, who was on the side, shouted excitedly. She could clearly feel 3 of the Fae falling into the rain, motionless. Get over there! Li Yu hurriedly rolled onto his horse and pulled Fu Shiryao up with him. The 2 of them rode Xiaohei to quickly chase towards the group of alien beasts that ran away. But everything has to be upgraded. Li Yu was a little anxious in his heart just thinking about it. Looking at the 2 remaining intact Fae corpses, Li Yu also had a helpless look on his face. There's too much Fae meat. I never thought I'd have a day when I had too much prey. It was also the first time he had encountered a situation where there was too much prey to take all of it. Li Yu tied a fat Fae leg securely to the horse's back, and had no intention of taking away the meat of the remaining 2 Fae beasts. Someone's coming, Fu Shiryao's voice suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Li Yu turned his head with a puzzled expression. It seems like a child. Fu Shiryao felt something familiar, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. A child? Li Yu's curiosity was piqued as he stood still for a moment. It wasn't long before a little girl darted this way. The little girl completely ignored the 2 men and rushed straight towards the corpse of the beast that Li Yu had just slaughtered and dissected. Under Li Yu and Fu Shiryao's surprised gazes, the little girl dove headfirst into the alien beast meat and wolfed it down. It's her. Seeing the little girl, Li Yu then remembered. It's that little girl who's been attacking Zhang Biao's team before. He also remembered that the little girl seemed to have some kind of special ability and was an awakened. Looking around, Li Yu realized that the little girl didn't seem to be surrounded by followers with glowing red eyes anymore. Li Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise in his heart. He didn't think that this little girl would be able to survive on her own. Looking at the little girl's pitiful appearance, Fu Shiryao fell silent. She knew in her heart that in this world, the laws of survival were cruel, and they couldn't help everyone they met. Still, an imperceptible hint of sympathy passed through her eyes. Li Yu put the jar away and filled the bottle again. When he finished packing, he looked at the little girl inside. Then he said to the little girl who was gulping down the meat. Eat slowly, don't be in a hurry, these few foreign beasts are all for you. After saying that, Li Yu and Fu Shiryao rolled onto their horses and continued to move towards the west. When the little girl heard the voice, she stopped wolfing down her food and looked up at the back of Li Yu's 2 leaving. Then, the little girl turned her head to look at the 2 intact Fae corpses on the side, and a red light flashed in her eyes. Just walked out some distance. Koro felt a real weight added to his back, and a Fae leg choking his ass. Blackie wasn't happy at all and ran extremely slowly. Little Black, go faster. Li Yu urged, clamping the horse's stomach hard. As it is now, this pace is no match for the migrating stragglers. Xiaohei remained indifferent, walking slowly and leisurely and paying no attention to Li Yu's orders. Li Yu had no choice but to pull out a leopard exotic beast's crystal core from his inside pocket. Look, what's this? Li Yu said seductively, then handed the crystal core to the front and shook it. Little Black's eyes immediately lit up as it quickly turned its head and swallowed the crystal core in one bite. With a fake crystal core in his stomach, Little Black let out a joyful hiss, his spirit visibly lifted, and his footsteps became lighter. This time there was no need for Li Yu's urging or reminder. Little Black took it upon himself to go faster, accelerating forward. Li Yu smiled helplessly. Xiaohei was simply like a child. Armor-breaking arrow LV7, penetrating power plus 70, stability plus 70, flight speed plus 70, characteristics, none. When Li Yu looked up from his on equipment upgrades, he immediately saw a shocking scene. The firelight kept flickering in the rain curtain, like a winding fire dragon that stretched on and on. These flames, originally rare, seemed so frequent at this moment that they no longer seem precious. This firelight. Li Yu muttered. At this point, he didn't even need to be reminded by Fu Shiryao. He also knew that there must be a lot of people guarding the front. Under the firelight, a narrow and treacherous canyon passage came into view. The cliffs on either side of the canyon are knife-sharp, and it looks like this is the way to the west. In this barren land, the Grand Canyon is like a deep scar carved into the earth. The firelight not only illuminated the entire canyon, but also stretched out along the canyon, so it seemed that someone had completely blocked off the place. Li Yu frowned slightly and asked Fu Shiryao behind him. Can we go around? Fu Shiryao closed her eyes and focused her mind to perceive the surrounding terrain. A moment later, she opened her eyes and shook her head helplessly. If we go around, we may have to go a long way, and there will be a delay of at least 2 days. Chapter 79 Slaves and Dogs. It seems we have no other choice, this is the way out of the Zhejiang Mountains. Liu gazed at the fire-lit canyon and frowned slightly. Get closer first. Liu rode Xiaohei slowly approaching the canyon. As they gradually approached, the canyon became clearer, and Liu finally got a good look at the situation on the canyon. Each fire was separated by about a few dozen meters and stretched into the distance. And beside each ball of firelight stood a number of people who looked alert, watching every move below the canyon. It's people from the safe zone. Liu saw the uniform clothing on these people. When he saw that these people were wearing waterproof shoes under their feet, Liu instantly thought of something. Could this be the Golden Dome safe zone that the rich merchant was talking about earlier? At this moment, some of the people from the safe zone below the canyon were shouting excitedly, and it looked as if they had a great harvest. Liu also vaguely saw what appeared to be alien beast corpses in front of him. It seemed that the group of fey beasts just now had successfully rushed through the canyon, and although the people in the safety zone didn't dare to go up to block them, they had taken the opportunity to kill one of the fey beasts. Some of the safe zone people were harvesting the bodies of the fey below. A sudden gust of wind blew down the canyon, bringing rainwater to slap Liu's face. A few strange noises followed. Snap, snap. Liu looked in the direction of the voice. It was then that he noticed that there were not only safe zone guards standing by the fire on the canyon, but many stragglers as well. Only, these stragglers were actually all lying on the ground. No wonder he hadn't noticed the stragglers just now. Without waiting for Liu to be curious, one of the guards raised his arm and swung his whip hard, hitting the stragglers sprawled on the ground hard. Bastard, how dare you be lazy in watching the gate and keeping watch? Snap, snap. A few lashes went down, and the body of the stragglers was instantly flooded with bright red blood marks, and wails of pain resounded all around. Don't fight it. I'll never dare again, I'll never fall asleep. The beaten straggler kept rolling on the ground, and the faces of the other stragglers were filled with deep fear. Liu's gaze was stern, they are treating the stragglers as slaves. Look, those stragglers are helping to look out. Fu Shiyao pointed above the canyon. The stragglers, who had been whipped, were at that moment being forced to lie down by the light of the fire. They kept nervously observing the movements around them, with endless despair in their eyes. Liu looked carefully, and only then did he realize that there were quite a few stragglers lying next to each ball of firelight. There were even more stray slaves on the canyon than there were people in the safe zone. There's a large group of people approaching from behind. Fu Shiyao reminded. Then let's wait a bit, don't get caught. Looking at the large canyon in front of him, Liu knew that he was definitely not the only one who wanted to go over there. Meanwhile, in a sheltered corner of the canyon, the rich merchant was sitting leisurely on top of a sprawling drifter, and the sleek silk robe the rich merchant was wearing stood out. Opposite him stood a familiar figure, Zhang Biao. The rich merchant's face was piled with smiles. Zhang family master, I've already collected your gold bars, you can rest assured that our Golden Peak safety zone will help you solve this problem. Zhang Biao was silent, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. The rich merchant confidently pointed to the continuous fires in the canyon. With us on guard here, no one can escape us. Zhang Biao nodded slightly, I hope so. As time passed, a group of fast-moving scavengers were the first to reach the mouth of the canyon. They stood in front of the canyon, looking at the continuous fire, with hesitant faces, and did not dare to advance. Soon, more and more people were arriving, and the front of the canyon mouth gradually became crowded. The Wangjiaqiao safety zone and the large force of stragglers followed suit and quickly converged on the area. In the crowd, Ma Yuanbai had returned to the group of stragglers unnoticed at some point. As the crowd at the mouth of the canyon grew denser, the atmosphere slowly became tense. No, we can't go any further. Seeing the fire in front of them, a straggler shouted in fear. The straggler instantly paled, and there was a palpable fear in his voice. The front is the territory of the Golden Dome safety zone, They're not human. What did you say? A straggler from the dark mountainous region asked eagerly, trying to learn more about the situation. Last time they killed a lot of passing stragglers and captured quite a few others, I saw it with my own eyes. The drifter's voice trembled, as if the horrible scene had come back to life. They are as cruel as hunting animals. Golden Peak safe zone? A burly man clenched his fists, anger burning in his eyes. Last time it was these dogs that robbed our Shaozhou safety zone of supplies and injured our people. Even people from other safe zones hated the Golden Peak safe zone. Don't you know? The voice of a woman with a rain-covered face was hoarse, and she had tears in her eyes. The people from the Golden Peak safe zone are deliberately hunting stragglers in the wild, they even take pleasure in it. Not only did these men come with a variety of weapons, but they also brought more slaves, which were quickly set up high in the canyon. Formation. Chapter 80, Former Teammates. After the rich merchant gave the order, the guards of the Golden Dome safe zone held the slaves in front of their weapons as a meat shield. Soon the whole crew was ready for battle. The rich merchant stood on the edge of the canyon, overlooking the crowd that had gathered below, not panicking at all. Instead, a smug smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. The rich merchant's flood of laughter carried across the mouth of the canyon. This is the territory of our Golden Peak safety zone, we can do whatever we want. The rich merchant shouted at Wang Lijian. Then the rich merchant's eyes went back to the crowd. Guys, it looks like you all want to get through this canyon. There was a hint of mockery in the rich merchant's tone, but this world is fair, if you want something, you have to pay for it. The rich merchant continued, if you want to pass through here, you'll have to leave something behind. For example, pay me a toll for the Golden Dome safety zone. The rich merchant held out his hand, palm up, and made a gesture of asking for money. You guys are robbing. An awakened shouted angrily, not wanting to pay any toll at all. The rich merchant sneered, robbery? No, this is a deal. You can either pay the toll or go around. However, I must warn you that a detour can take quite a bit of time. The rich merchant was emboldened. Wang Qinshui also stepped out from the crowd and inquired in a loud voice. What do you want? He seemed to have made some compromises, and as long as he could let the people from the Wang clan's safety zone pass through without any problems, handing over some of the tolls would be grudgingly acceptable. The rich merchant narrowed his eyes as his gaze swept through the crowd behind Wang Qinshui before answering slowly. It's simple, in exchange for gold bars from your safe zone. Those who hand over their gold bars will pass, and as for those who don't have them. The rich merchant paused deliberately to look at the stray dog lying on its side. Then stay as a slave, at least you'll have something to eat. The condition instantly triggered emotions in the crowd. What? Damn it! The crowd's faces were gloomy, not expecting the rich merchant's conditions to be so excessive. No one wants to pay the toll, but no one wants to be the first to go to war. After all, no one wants to be the first casualty. The scene was at an impasse for a moment. Seeing this scene from afar, Liu had to admire the rich merchant's guts. Fu Shiryao, who was on the side, also said angrily, this guy, he's really bold. He must have something prepared or he wouldn't be so emboldened. Liu whispered to Xiaoyo. Liu's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. He didn't know what kind of cards the rich merchant had, actually daring to offend so many people at the same time, regardless of their power or status. The front of the mouth of the canyon. There were constantly people from the safe zone trying to go up and negotiate terms, but they were all rejected by the rich merchant, who seemed to only want gold bars and nothing else. Armor-breaking arrow LV8, penetrating power plus 80, stability plus 80, flight speed plus 80, characteristics, none. With the upgrade completed, Liu moved the legs of the alien beast on the horses back to the ground. It's not easy to have a break, eat something first, don't waste it. Seeing that Xiao He didn't want to eat, Liu and Fu Shiryao ate. With so many people, it should be possible to beat the Golden Peak safe zone. Fu Shiryao ate her meat and looked at the crowd of excited people with some worry in her heart. Liu tore off a piece of meat and chewed hard, that depends on which side's awakened is powerful. The two had just taken a few bites when Fu Shiryao sensed someone patrolling high up in the canyon. But since there was a big difference in height and the other person wasn't likely to come down, she didn't give it a second thought. On the rocky walls of the canyon, the guards of the Golden Dome safe zone were patrolling at the moment, holding 3 slave stragglers. The 3 stragglers were like dogs, crawling on the ground, and had to keep observing the movements around them, learning to bark like dogs. As they looked down the canyon, the 3 stragglers crawling like dogs stopped at once. That? Could it be Liu? It's Liu and Fu Shiryao. There's absolutely no mistaking that it's them. The 3 stragglers lay on their backs at the edge staring dead down, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. They have a horse? No way. What a big piece of meat. They're actually eating meat. Because of the long-term corporal punishment and admonition, the 3 men's spirit is depressed, and the constant crawling has made their legs almost disabled. The body is even thinner from chronic starvation and abuse. The 3 were none other than Gao He, Kong Lu and Song Lantern, who had chosen to lead Liu's squad. The skinny monkey Gao He was even tortured to the point where he was only skin and bones. Although there was a huge difference in height, the three who had lived together still recognized Liu and Fu Shiyao below at once. How did they get by so well? High River whispered through his parched lips, his eyes filled with jealousy. Kangol gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger and regret. Why did we leave in the first place? If we still followed Liu, maybe we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. It's all you, Gao He, it's all because of you. Song Lantern's face was filled with pain and resentment. At the time, they chose to break away from the group, and when they left Liu's squad, they also intentionally took away the roots and food from the group. The three of them decided that Liu would definitely starve to death. Later on, they even turned back to look for Fu Shiyao who had fallen behind, only to realize that Liu and Fu Shiyao had already left long ago. As a result, after breaking away from the squad and without Liu's command, they surprisingly did not have any gains for several days in a row. Knowing of the impending disaster, the three of them have also been migrating westward. It was only by picking up food for everything along the way that he managed not to starve to death. They were about to arrive at the sanctuary and live a good life when they were by the sudden arrival of the Jinshan safe zone and became slaves of the. The two hurriedly lowered their heads and crawled forward through the pain, not daring to say even one more word. Due to being whipped again, the trio's hearts were even more filled with deep resentment towards Liu at this time. Liu, this is not over. Gao He gritted his teeth and endured the pain. As if the person who had just smacked them was Liu, hatred spread in their hearts. After a quick patrol around the area, the guards hurriedly led the trio and then returned to the mouth of the canyon to prepare for battle. Before the mouth of the canyon, the situation between the two sides is intensifying and is about to erupt into conflict. Charge over. With so many of us, we may not be afraid of them. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Yes, we can't let them go on with this lawlessness. Another straggler angrily chimed in. The anger in the crowd spread rapidly like ignited gunpowder. They started chanting, louder and louder. Punch it! Punch it! There were waves of cries from the crowd, and the stragglers began to slowly surge toward the canyon like a raging tide. Looking at the emotional crowd below, a cold smile appeared on the rich merchant's face. He waved his hand and the people behind him immediately began to move. A cannon was slowly pushed out, and the person standing next to the cannon was none other than Zhang Biao. Humph, don't know how to die. There was contempt in the eyes of the rich merchant, as if he were laughing at the lack of self-importance of the stragglers. He knew that the presence of the cannon was enough to make these stragglers think twice. That? Upon seeing the cannons, the stragglers instantly calmed down. They knew exactly what the presence of the cannon meant. This cannon. And those people are? It's the Black Hills safety zone. The eyes of the stragglers were filled with disbelief. They're actually mixing with the people from the Golden Dome safety zone. What a way to go. Someone sneered, his tone filled with anger. After taking out the cannons, the two sides were once again in the middle of a standoff, just as the stragglers were at a loss for words. A procession came slowly from the back of the crowd. Seeing that the front was jammed with crowds, this group showed no signs of detouring or turning. Their goal was clear, straight ahead in the direction of the mouth of the canyon. When the stragglers at the back saw the team clearly, they were all filled with shock and couldn't help but move out of the way. They didn't even dare to stand in the way of this. At this time, several teams suddenly ran out from the crowd and knelt down beside Wang Tianzhao's team with panicked faces. Patrol Team 3, Captain Zhao Gang, see the Holy Sun. Patrol 9, requesting to return. Patrol 5, rescue is late. A few heads were buried low, not daring to raise them. They didn't expect to meet the Holy Sun after taking the opportunity to escape the refuge. Thinking about the harsh rules and cruel methods of the safety zone, cold sweat ran down the faces of several captains. Several people waited for a few moments before Wang Tianzhao noticed that the rain camel had stopped. He glanced at the kneeling few with his afterglow, still pressing the box quickly in his hand, and just blandly spoke casually. Yes. Upon hearing this, the commander hurriedly came over to the several people and urged, "What are you still waiting for? Return to the line immediately." Yes. Only then did the crowd of the three patrols stand up warily, wiping the cold sweat and rainwater from their faces, and follow the rain camel. Upon returning to the group, the three captains finally let out a long breath, as if they had just escaped from the ghost gate. There were some other patrols that saw the scene as well. However, they didn't choose to return to the group, but silently backed away and hid themselves in the crowd. All get out of the way and move on. The commander shouted, and the crowd in front of him quickly stood on the left and right sides, making way. Wang Tianzhao and his group headed straight towards the mouth of the canyon. Looking at Wang Tianzhao, who was slowly approaching, the rich merchant was very surprised at first, but quickly calmed down. Judging from the shift in his expression, it seemed that he was no longer afraid of Wang Tianzhao now. Stop! The rich merchant suddenly spoke loudly. The commander and the others raised their heads and looked at them coldly. The Golden Peak safety zone was just an area below their refuge. How could they dare to stop Wang Tianzhao's team? Lord Saint Sun is here. The commander shouted. Lord Holy Sun? He. The rich merchant's tone at this moment was completely devoid of any respect, and instead carried obvious sarcasm. The rich merchant's eyes locked onto Wang Tianzhao. The sanctuary is a shrinking violet, and is now hiding back underground. What does a holy sun without a backer have to fear nowadays? The rich merchant's words were filled with provocation, pointing at Wang Tianzhao and shouting recklessly. The gazes of all the people present looked towards Saint Sun Wang Tianzhao. However, Wang Tianzhao seemed to be completely immersed in his own world. He kept his head down, tapping his fingers on the small box, completely oblivious to what the rich merchant was saying. The rich merchant felt that he was completely ignored, and his face became even more ugly as anger burned in his eyes. The rich merchant pointed at Wang Tianzhao and declared loudly. Today, there is absolutely no way you can pass through here. Just then, Wang Tianzhao finally raised his head. Oh? Wang Tianzhao didn't seem to expect the rich merchant to have the guts to talk to him like that. You say you can't cross here? Then I'm going to cross here. Chapter 82, Exposure of Identity. Wang Tianzhao's voice was not high, but it clearly spread throughout the canyon. As soon as his words fell, the guards of the Golden Dome safety zone on the canyon immediately tensed up and raised their weapons in fear. After all, they had been living under the rule of the sanctuary, and now that they really wanted to go to war with the Holy Sun, it made them not shrink a little from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing Wang Tianzhao's group continue to walk, the rich merchant actually did not know what to do for a moment. After all, he was only here to collect tolls and didn't want to start a war with the Holy Sun. Just as the rich merchant was riding the tiger, a low and majestic voice broke the deadlock. Jin Baifu, what are you doing? How dare you speak to Lord Saint Sun like this? A low figure came up from behind the rich merchant and feigned a reprimand at him. The visitor's pace was steady and strong, and his eyes revealed shrewdness and determination. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the heart of the wealthy merchant, Kim Baifu, instantly relaxed and turned around too. It was obviously too late to run now. Li Yu quickly raised his hand and drew his bow to aim at the guards who were ready to fire. Whoosh! Put! The guard who was about to fire his gun was pierced by an arrow, and his body fell limply to. Damn it! Li Yu's face changed drastically at his words. Looking up, Li Yu also instantly recognized Gao He and raised his hand to shoot an arrow. He's a scavenger. High River's voice was hoarse, trying to say more. Not waiting for High River to continue shouting. Put! The sound. A bloody hole instantly appeared in Gao He's chest, and his entire body was also pushed to the ground by inertia. His death was extremely tragic. On the side, Song Lantern and Conlu were lying dead on the ground, afraid of being shot by Li Yu. Master of the house. The people from the Black Mountain safety zone poured out from the back, crying and shouting into a frenzy next to Zhang Biao's body. Zhang Biao! Whoa! The woman in Chinese clothing's eyes were filled with hatred as she shouted with all her strength. Whoever catches Li Yu. Everything in the Zhang family belongs to him. The rich merchant on the side sniffed and his eyes lit up. The family head, Jin Shiji, also turned around and gave him a wink, and the rich merchant immediately understood and ordered loudly. Catch Li Yu and get a gold bounty bar. Become the Zhang family head. Hearing this, the Golden Dome safety zone boiled over as the guards' eyes glowed and they shouted in unison. Catch Li Yu and get a bounty bar. Be the head of the family. He's getting away, get him. A few figures of the Golden Dome guards were so anxious that they even jumped right off the cliff. Whoosh! Several people were pierced through the chest with an arrow before they even hit the ground. Snap! The sound. The person who jumped off went through a free fall and instantly fell to mush. So the name is Li Yu. The rich merchant narrowed his eyes. He recognizes Li Yu, the prick who was there when he bought the tree. The rich merchant immediately stretched out his arm, pointing in the direction Li Yu had fled and shouting. Go after them. A gold-domed guard with the power of flight jumped up with force and slowly floated in the air. The scene around them was clear to see. He pointed in the direction Liu had fled from and kept reporting the location to his teammates. There. To the left. Whoosh. Liu raised his hand and shot an arrow. The man could fly was simply a. After shooting the arrow, Liu immediately turned around and wrapped his arms around Fu Shiyao's waist in front of him. The two of them rode Little Black and sped off into the distance. It's actually High River and the others. There was a hint of surprise in Liu's voice. He didn't expect these three people to survive for so long. An angry look also appeared on Fu Shiyao's face. Damn it, Takakawa actually called out your name. Her memory instantly went back to the day the group broke up, when Gaoi, Kanglo, and Song Lantern not only betrayed them, but also brutally took away all the food. She and Liu almost starved to death. Next time, I will definitely make Kong Lu and Song Lantern pay as well. Before Shiyao could finish her words, her entire body suddenly froze. Far up the canyon. After seeing Liu and Fu Shiryao escape, Kong Lu and Song Lantern were lying on the ground looking at each other. Liu isn't awakened? Kong Li's face was full of disbelief. Gao He, you've victimized me. Song Lantern looked at Gao He's corpse not far away and had trouble accepting the result. Thinking of the horrifying scene where Liu shot Gao He, the two of them involuntarily winced. They knew Liu's character well, and now someone had to protect them for them to survive. Sir, we know the escape Liu, we are willing to say anything. Kong Lu hurriedly crawled over and said to the guard at the side. I also know Liu's secret. Song Lantern couldn't wait to take the initiative to speak as well. Quickly. The guard was filled with excitement, as if he saw gold bars beckoning him. Just then. Two flashes of cold light hit the sprawled Kong Lu and Song Lantern with precision. The two men didn't even have a chance to react before they were already killed by an arrow. Liu, who was far away, spoke softly. No need to wait for next time. Fu Shiryao also sensed the deaths of the duo of Kong Lu and Song Lantern at the same time. Looking at the frothing Fu Shiryao, Liu's arm unconsciously tightened, fearing that she would accidentally fall. It was only then that he noticed how slim and soft Fu Shiryao's waist was. Chants kept coming from the rear. Don't let Liu get away. The Zhang family members and quite a few awakened ones from the Golden Peak safety zone chased after them aggressively. The guards of the Golden Dome would rather take a risk for the gold bars. Seeing that the people from the Golden Dome were about to chase after him, Ma Yuanbai knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Good chance. Ma Yuanbai in the crowd suddenly shouted loudly at the top of his voice, attracting the attention of the surrounding stragglers. Let's charge through while we can. Yeah, punch. Charge. Zhao Xiong followed suit and shouted at the top of his lungs. Charge. The stragglers yelled after them. The strong emotions instantly drove the stragglers around them, and all of them wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to pass through the canyon. Ice wall. A solid wall of ice instantly rose up, stopping the crowd chasing Liu. Look at my punch. One person charged forward like a raging brute, instantly toppling the crowd that was stopped by the ice wall. Ma Yuanbai looked up and saw that the one who had hit the man was actually one of Black Sand's men. Eat my sneak attack, solidify. Another awakened rushed out. The pursuers only felt that they had suddenly fallen into a quagmire, and it was very difficult for them to move their feet. The awakened among the stragglers, after realizing that Liu was the divine archer, all of them also stepped forward and tried to help as much as they could. Quickly follow the awakened one, let's rush over together. Some of the stragglers raised their arms and shouted, their emotions stirring. The stragglers were a bit hesitant, after all, there were powerful cannons above the canyon. Rob them of their fires, rob them of their supplies. Another straggler shouted. Rob them of their gold bars. One of the stragglers was flushed with excitement. Rob them all. Grandma, I'll take the rain boots. What, there's a buzz up ahead? The stragglers behind them also swarmed the canyon. Wang Qinshui was leading the Wang family Mount team to stand aside at this moment, his face filled with surprise. It was incredible. I didn't realize that this one called Liu could actually unite the wild people. Wang Qinshui looked at the fire deployment of the Golden Dome guards on the canyon and no longer hesitated. He knew in his heart that if he didn't want to hand over the gold bars, he was only afraid that this was a rare opportunity to fight back. Prepare for battle, fire suppression on the left of Team 1-3, right of Team 4-6. Team 2 lead the charge. Yes. The guards of Wang Jiaqiu all picked up their weapons and advanced towards the canyon. As the order was given, Wang Qinxue had an unreal feeling in his heart. One day he actually fought side by side with the wildlings on a battlefront. Watching everyone flock to the canyon, the rich merchant was filled with astonishment and murmured in disbelief. Are none of them afraid of death? Jin Shiji glanced at the crowd below and knew that they had to strike immediately or they wouldn't be able to stop them. Kim Baifu, go fire the cannon. Jin Shiji shouted at the rich merchant. Hearing Jin Shiji's order, a hint of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the rich merchant as he looked into the crowd. He pushed aside the guards in front of the cannon and stepped forward to adjust the muzzle himself. The rich merchant narrowed his eyes and took aim at the frantic stragglers who rushed up against all odds. Not good, spread out. Come on. Boom. An explosive round exploded in the crowd. The surrounding stragglers were blown up into the sky, and those at the center of the explosion were instantly reduced to pieces. Fire. Jin Shiji gave a smooth command. Chug chug chug. The guards of the Golden Dome security zone opened fire in unison. Countless bullets followed, shooting into the midst of the dense crowd. A large number of stragglers who could not dodge were swept to their deaths. The rich merchant shouted excitedly, "Yes, kill them all, no one will pass." Load. The rich merchant urged eagerly, and the guards on the side hurriedly lifted another shell to fill the chamber. It's over. They're going to fire again. Keep spreading out. The power of the cannons was beyond imagination, the stragglers suffered heavy casualties, and fear struck the crowd again. Fire. Just then. Shoo. An extremely special air-breaking sound came from the air, and Jin Baifu felt a sense of misfortune in his heart as he quickly activated his supernatural ability. Gold Swallowing Shield. In an instant, a golden shield condensed in front of Jin Baifu. An armor-breaking arrow shot an arrow at the shield. Bang! The golden shield instantly exploded and crumbled into countless golden pieces. What? The rich merchant had a look of disbelief on his face, and the exotic gold swallowing shield actually failed to block it. The moment the shield shattered, the rich merchant had felt an aura of death. The gray arrow reflected in his fear-filled eyes. Bang! Chapter 84 Unexpected Undercard. This move seems to be useless. Along with the shield blew up the rich merchant's head. The family head Jin Shiji, who was on the side, was shocked when he saw the rich merchant's miserable condition. How can it be? One must know that the gold swallowing shield was the strongest defensive ability of their Golden Peak safety zone, so how could it be broken so easily? The man who fired the gun is dead. The stragglers shouted excitedly. It's the archer, he didn't leave. It's Li Yu coming back. Everyone saw hope again and once again surged up like a tidal wave. Charge! Day. Wang Qinshui's team also opened fire at the same time, suppressing the Golden Dome guards on the canyon with heavy firepower. For a moment, the crowd actually managed to rush to the mouth of the canyon. Savages, I'll fight you. The woman in Chinese clothes led the Zhang family to block the way. Formation. The Zhang family crowd seemed to be going to die with the stragglers. Knock. Knock, knock. The sound of heavy running came from behind and the crowd looked back. Only to see two beasts with blood-red eyes suddenly rushing out from behind the stragglers. The beasts seemed to be unable to see the stragglers around them and rushed straight towards the woman in Chinese dress. It's, you guys go fire the cannons, I'll personally protect you this time. Jin Shiji pointed at the guards on the side and continued to order. Yes, family master. As Li Yu took aim. Jin Shiji's slightly narrowed eyes instantly widened, he had acutely sensed the threat. Turning his head to look at the direction where Li Yu was, Jin Shiji stretched out his golden hands and snorted coldly. Humph, didn't think I had a final card, did you? Jin Shiji grabbed his hands in the direction where Li. So, the woman in the fancy dress resolutely raised a hand. Speed. Green energy instantly enveloped the Zhang family crowd. With that, the Zhang clan's feet picked up speed as the remaining Zhang clan members were preparing to flee the canyon. Run. The words of the woman in fancy dress had not yet been said in full. Suddenly, one of the guards who had been bitten by the beast rushed forward like a madman to pounce on her. The guard's eyes were red, and like a wild animal, he frantically bit on the arm of the woman in fancy dress. You! The woman in fancy dress was filled with disbelief, staring wide-eyed at the viciously tearing guards and the shocking wounds on her arms. At the same time, there were more guards around who also started to have red eyes and lost their minds as they bit around. With the wind ability, the guards with reddened eyes were faster than the others, and the Zhang family members didn't even have time to escape. It's over, it's all over. The woman in fancy dress looked at the wound on her arm with despair in her eyes. Due to the overuse of her powers, her entire body had gone limp and she couldn't even stand up, and she couldn't do anything to run even if she wanted to. The crazy behavior of the red-eyed guards caused the surrounding stragglers to feel horrified, and they unconsciously pulled away from the Zhang family. What's going on? Infighting? No, it seems to be rabies. Rabies? Upon hearing this word, the crowd that had surrounded the Zhang family became even more panicked and backed up even faster. I know about the disease, once bitten it's certain death, and it's contagious to others. Everyone stay away, they have rabies. It's contagious. The stragglers withdrew far away, but still, help but be curious. Help me. Ah. No. The stragglers were a little creeped out by the horrific scene. The original watching stragglers' feet also kept retreating, wanting to avoid these already morbid Zhang family members from afar. Canyon below. Liu and Fu Shiyao arrived on horseback. Get across the canyon, someone from the Golden Dome safety zone might have gone to call someone. Liu always felt that the Golden Peak safety zone dared to blockade the canyon, and things would definitely not be so simple. Even Liu suspected that the Jin Shiji that he had shot was not the Gold Top family head at all. Looking at the canyon that was no longer defended, Liu and Fu Shiyao rode Little Black and quickly rushed through the mouth of the canyon. He was about to leave the Zaijiang Mountains, and before he was about to rush out of the canyon, Liu glanced back at the stragglers in the distance. I'm sure these stragglers can safely pass through the canyon today. He's just a scavenger too. He's doing the best he can. Thinking of what those few stragglers had talked about regarding him earlier, Liu smiled sarcastically. I'm really not flattered. Perhaps it was because he had never been recognized like this before. Liu actually couldn't help but step in to help at that time. The fact that the stragglers trusted him in such a strange way made Liu feel pressured. As Liu's figure passed through the canyon, Wang Qinshui also immediately led the people of Wang Jiaqiu towards the canyon. Full speed ahead. He didn't want to miss the perfect opportunity to get through the canyon. Seeing that the King's Mound safety zone also passed through the canyon without incident, Ma Yuanbai, who had mixed into the stragglers, quickly stepped forward at this time to loudly command the stragglers. Don't watch the fun. Hurry through the canyon. To be honest, with this group of unorganized stragglers, Ma Yuanbai was already satisfied to be able to pass through the canyon so smoothly. Yeah, it's important to get out of the canyon. Get with the safe zone. It's a pity, it looks like we won't be able to get the Zhang clan's loot. A straggler said regretfully as he looked at the goodies beside the red-eyed guard. You can go up and get it if you're not afraid of being bitten. Do you speak human? After seeing the backs of the safe zones leaving, the stragglers quickly headed towards the canyon as well. After all, they believed in their heart of hearts that the only way to successfully survive was to follow the safe zone migration. Looking at the large group of stragglers passing through the canyon, an idea suddenly popped into Ma Yuanbai's mind. If he relied on him alone, even if he could find the murderer who had attacked the 6899 shelter, I was afraid that he would be too weak to fight against it. The stragglers in front of us were forced to migrate and were just trying to survive. It's a long journey ahead, and I'm afraid there will be many more stragglers to starve to death. If we can recruit these stragglers who are rarely gathered, we can at least be considered a not-so-small force. Thinking about this, Ma Yuanbai felt more and more that this idea was feasible. It's just people who are seeking food, avoiding disaster, and wanting to live. If he can feed them, does it also mean that he can lead so many of them as well? Perhaps this was the true use of his powers. The more Ma Yuanbai thought about it, the more excited he became. Because besides Su Jing, no one knew about his true psychic ability yet. With this in mind, Ma Yuanbai decided to take immediate action. Rumble. There was constant thunder and lightning in the sky, and the rain never stopped. After rushing through the canyon, Liu and the two of them rode Xiaohei to quickly run towards the west. Armor-breaking arrow LV-10, penetrating power plus 100, stability plus 100, flight speed plus 100. Unlocked feature, Sonic. Speed of sound, flying at a speed of 343 meters per second, the arrow is almost impossible to be captured by the naked eye after it is fired, and it will hit the target with a lightning-fast speed. Defense equipment column plus 1. The speed of sound. Liu was filled with surprise, but soon it was ecstasy. When the arrow reaches this speed, I'm sure no one can stop it. And hitting a target at the speed of sound is only a complete non-issue when it comes to penetration. Was marveling at the joy the upgrade brought. Instantly a wave of warmth fed back into his body, and the chi cyclone in Liu's abdomen once again expanded quite a bit. At this rate of upgrading, one will soon be able to reach the level of a third stage awakened person. Liu looked at the newly unlocked equipment column again. Defense equipment bar. Equipment found. Equipped or not. Equipment. Although he didn't know what equipment was found, Liu still made his choice immediately. Chapter 86, a 100% hit rate is a real honor. Equipment success. Tattered blouse LV1, a treasure left over from the ancient times, defense 0, absorb damage 0. Liu looked down at this tattered dress he was wearing. It seemed that this was a treasure from the ancient times. And this baby doesn't seem to have any defense, and there's absolutely no need to upgrade it. Liu thought carefully about it. Regarding the defense gear, he had only seen something similar on Ma Yuanbai. And looking at the skimpy look of Ma Yuanbai's defense equipment, there was also absolutely no defense. No way to get a plastic defense to wear first? Liu pondered in his mind. There's someone in front. Fu Shiyao reminded. It hadn't been long since he'd run out when a particular and familiar sound came. Bai Ubu. Liu looked up and saw that in the middle of the group, the holy son Wang Tianzhao was riding a tall rain camel, walking leisurely. However, the other party didn't seem to care about the situation around them, nor did they care about Liu who was catching up behind them. Still looking down, he fiddled with the box in his hand. Xiao He quickly swept past and overtook Wang Tianzhao's group. Even at such a close distance, Wang Tianzhao had no reaction to this. Instead, it was the commander and others beside Wang Tianzhao who revealed a threatening gaze to Liu. What a strange person. Liu had never seen someone like Wang Tianzhao. Seems indifferent to everything. It felt as if everything around him was not as good as the box in his hand. After moving away from the canyon, the terrain in front of us became open and very flat. Look, what's that? Fu Shiyao pointed in front of her with a face full of surprise. Liu looked in the direction she was pointing and was also shocked to the point that his eyes widened. Just a short distance away, two rusty metal bars lay on the ground. The metal bars had been eroded by age and rain, and some had even broken into several sections. The intermittent strip of metal, which had been stretching infinitely westward as if there were no end to it, eventually disappeared into the rain. It looks like these metals are a bit old. Liu's gaze slowly swept over the metal bars. What in the world is this? Fu Shiyao was also filled with curiosity. The two had been living in the Black Mountain region before and had not seen such metal bars. It's the railroad tracks. Someone behind him suddenly opened his mouth lazily and replied. Liu and Fu Shiyao were startled and turned back violently. At some point, Wang Tianzhao had actually arrived behind the two of them unknowingly. And those men of Wang Tianzhao all stood in unison at a distance without moving, as if waiting for his order. Wang Tianzhao looked calm and collected, as if he had already expected the two to be so surprised. His sharp gaze was the first to look at Fu Shiyao. Your psychic ability must be of the perception class. Wang Tianzhao's tone was certain. If I'm right, it might have something to do with the water, or else with perception-based psychic abilities. How could they not notice my approach? A flash of panic instantly flashed through Fu Shiyao's eyes. She really didn't notice the change in the rain just now, nor did she notice Wang Tianzhao's proximity. Wang Tianzhao was not wearing a raincoat. Immediately after that, Wang Tianzhao's gaze turned back to Liu. And you are the divine archer Liu that those people talk about. Wang Tianzhao's sight finally settled on the bow and arrow in Liu's hand. It seems that you killed the executive officer of Shelter 7207. Liu's hand tightly gripped his bow and arrow, his whole body tensed up, ready to counterattack at any time. Although the saint's son in front of him looked young, he was after all a born awakened, and his strength was definitely very strong. But what surprised Liu was that he couldn't feel any energy fluctuation from Wang Tianzhao's body. Don't be so nervous, speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Wang Tianzhao laughed. Liu looked at Wang Tianzhao's calm, mature and stable appearance, completely unlike a teenager. Wang Tianzhao took the initiative to walk up to Liu and inquire. You can shoot arrows? Or an archer? It should be considered. Liu replied uncertainly. Wang Tianzhao's sudden questioning had given Liu a bit of an entire lack of confidence. Hearing Liu's admission, a glimmer of light flashed in Wang Tianzhao's eyes as he asked again. Can you play games? Game? Li Yu looked confused. He wasn't sure what Wang Tianzhao was referring to. Games seemed like a distant and unfamiliar concept in the midst of. Li Yu only felt surprised that there was actually a clear picture in the box. There was actually such a magical thing in the world. Look, it's this level 100 steps through Yang, it's simply hard to burst. Wang Tianzhao explained while handing the box to Li Yu. There's an indication of strength, angle, and wind direction on the side. You just watch the timing and press the red button. Wang Tianzhao pointed to the icons on the screen and tried to teach Li Yu. Li Yu took the box and looked at the screen with the whistling gusts of wind, and all sorts of interfering things flying around, as well as fast-moving targets. Although Li Yu didn't know much about these details in the box, his intuition told him it. But it looked as if Li Yu had a good relationship with that saint's son. Go, follow the metal strip. Li Yu suddenly thought of Wang Tianzhao's words. Follow the railroad tracks. The two mounted Blackie and continued traveling west along the intermittent railroad tracks. Chapter 87, Increased Concealment. Canyon Mouth. As that frantic tearing infighting winds down, there was only one little girl left at the scene, standing alone in a. The red-eyed guards around them, though they had lost their former vigor, still mechanically picked up the weapons scattered on the ground. The empty-handed red-eyed guards carried up the supplies beside them. It was as if they were a bunch of soulless warriors, reduced to absolute obedience to the little girl. It must be. No, I have to catch up. With that, the red light in the little girl's eyes flashed and she unleashed her powers. The alien beast that was the first to charge up, its body was already broken and tattered, and it didn't react in the slightest. The other end slowly stood up in a weird and stiff posture after the little girl activated her powers. It was as if he had been forcibly pulled back from the abyss of death. Its body took on a hauntingly decayed and mutilated appearance, the muscles and skin having peeled away in certain parts, revealing the ghastly white bones. The rotting flesh of his body shook with every step the beast took. Nonetheless, the beast committed life under the control of the little girl's powers. She's going after it. The little girl jumped on top of the Fae, maneuvering the decaying bodies around her and escorting herself through the canyon. She didn't know exactly how much she could manipulate, only that she remembered the growing number of puppets around her. Shortly after the little girl left, several figures appeared on the canyon like ghosts. Go find out how Jin Shiji died. Looking at the miserable state of the canyon, the middle-aged man at the head of the group coldly grimaced and spoke in a low tone. Yes, Shadow Master. The two henchmen quickly found Jin Shiji and quickly walked to Jin Shiji's body. The Shadow Lord watched everything with cold eyes. He is what the Golden Dome safe zone has been waiting for, the true bottom of the barrel. But he didn't expect the Golden Peak safety zone to occupy the natural advantage of the canyon, and actually didn't even last until he arrived. It's from above. Exactly. After careful analysis and reasoning by the two men, it was finally determined that an attack from above had shot Jin Shiji. Immediately afterward they began to dig hard. Shortly after, a gray arrow was dug up. Found it, it's an arrow. The henchman handed over the arrow. The Shadow Lord received the armor-breaking arrow, his face full of incredulity, his brows furrowed. That's all it takes to kill someone? The Shadow Lord seemed to find it hard to believe that Jin Shiji had actually been killed by such a seemingly ordinary arrow. Not to mention breaking the gold-swallowing shield, it would be a pain in the ass to kill an awakened straggler with this kind of arrow. The Shadow Lord shook his head, completely disbelieving that this was the answer. Perhaps the weapon in this person's hand is crafted from a foreign object. The henchman at the side speculated, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. That's the only possibility. The Shadow Lord nodded expressionlessly, pondering. Foreign objects only existed in high-grade foreign beasts, and were treasures that could only eventually form on the body under the day-to-day refinement of the foreign beast's crystal core in the body. And after acquiring a foreign object, it requires special psychic abilities in order to build that foreign object into a weapon. The whole process can be quite difficult and tedious. That's why weapons forged from foreign objects are also exceedingly powerful. This kind of rare weapon, how did this person obtain it? The men on the side couldn't seem to figure it out. It was bound to be stolen. The Shadow Lord's eyes flashed with a cold light and his tone was icy. None of that matters, send someone immediately to retrieve the alien weapons we lost. The Shadow Lord sneered, only in my hands can a foreign weapon bring out its true strength. Yes, Shadow Master. A long walk along the railroad tracks. There was still nothing appearing in front of the railroad tracks even as the sky darkened. Li Yu then planned to stop and rest. Upgrade successful. Portable house LV1, rapid deployment, structural strength plus 10, wind and rain resistant. Concealment plus 10. Oh. Liu looked at the successfully upgraded unfolded portable house. I didn't realize that portable houses are upgradable when folded. It only improves strength and concealment, but it's still practical. At least it's sheltered from the wind and rain. Liu held the crystal core in his hand and urged his abdominal cyclone to rotate crazily, absorbing the energy in the core. Level 2, 3, 4, and in one fell swoop the portable home was upgraded to level 5. Portable house LV5, rapid deployment, structural strength plus 50, wind resistance, rain resistance. Concealment plus 50. Unlocked, self-healing ability. Small equipment bar plus 1. Click. Liu pressed the switch and the portable house slowly unfolded. From the outside of the house, it feels like it's basically unchanged in any significant way, except that it looks a little fuzzy. If only it could be a bit bigger. Liu looked at the houses helplessly, then came beside to help Blackie set up the canopy. After Liu entered the house, he found that Fu Shiyao, who had originally closed her eyes to rest her mind, suddenly opened her eyes with a strong strangeness on her face. There's no movement around at all, it's so abnormal. Even before, on the way to migration, some small animals around, small birds are still there. And it seemed surprisingly calm and quiet. When Fu Shiyao said that, Liu also noticed that the neighborhood was extremely quiet. His expression got serious, sensing something was wrong around him. Could it be that we've mistakenly entered the territory of the Fae? Chapter 88 Night Slugs. Before, it was only the strong sense of territory like those foreign beasts on the Zhejiang mountain that could make other animals not dare to step on it easily. Fu Shiyao carefully sensed again, but still found nothing. However, with Fu Shiyao around, Liu didn't worry about being sneak attacked, so he just laid down. Liu, when will it end if we keep migrating like this? Fu Shiyao suddenly asked, a hint of exhaustion and confusion in her voice. Liu froze. He had never thought about how long this life would actually last. Maybe, if we find a place where we can grow vegetables and raise pigs, everyone will stop. Liu replied indifferently. In the stories Liu had heard, most people expected to live such a peaceful life. I wish I could find it faster. Fu Shiyao said, burrowing her head towards Liu again, as if seeking a hint of comfort. Liu wrapped his arms around Fu Shiyao and gently closed his eyes. He too had fantasized about such a life, about waking up and the sky stopping raining, the clouds dissipating, Imagine the legendary sun reappearing to warm the earth. But every time he opened his eyes, he was greeted by continuous rain. It will be found. Liu softly comforted. The two of them had just laid down not long ago. Fu Shiyao suddenly sat up violently with an alert face, her face full of panic. What a big beast! Fu Shiyao was certain that this was the largest Fey beast she had ever perceived, and she had never seen a Fey beast of such a large size before. At first she felt like it wasn't an error in her psychic senses. But Fu Shiyao was a bit puzzled. What's wrong? Liu pursued. It seems to be a giant slug, moving very slowly. Fu Shiyao felt that with the movement speed of this giant slug, it would be a pain in the ass to chase the stragglers, not to mention chasing Xiaohei. What's a slug? Liu asked with some confusion. Suddenly, Fu Shiyao felt dizzy and collapsed on the ground. As soon as Liu held Fu Shiyao, he hurriedly checked her physical condition, his eyes filled with worry. Liu quickly saw that Fu Shiyao's was clearly a physical reaction to the overdraft of her powers. You've overused your supernormal ability and it's starting to overdraw your body. Liu gently put down Fu Shiyao and let her lie down. Fu Shiyao's face was filled with surprise after hearing the reason for the weakness, because she hadn't even used her powers at full strength. Liu, who was on the side, also suddenly felt that some of the energy in his body seemed to have been sucked away by some kind of force, but due to the cyclone in his abdomen, it was also rapidly absorbing energy. In contrast, the speed of this absorption from outside the body was not even as fast as the absorption and transformation of the cyclone. That slug is approaching. Fu Shiyao could only report the last perceived movement of the alien beast, her voice weak and feeble. Liu hurriedly looked outside the house. Wow! You can't see anything but brown in the pouring rain. No! Liu instantly reacted. Even if it rained heavily, the rain mist could not be brown. When he looked up, he saw a huge-sized alien beast crawling slowly like a snail. What is this thing? Liu immediately felt a great sense of oppression. It was the horror of the size difference, so much so that he was breathing heavily. As the behemoth continued to squirm, puddles of slime fell from time to time from the beast's body. Above the head of the alien beast, two long tentacles kept flexibly stretching, seemingly exploring the surroundings. It was really too big, and Liu raised his head before he could vaguely see the body of the foreign beast. What a slug! From the appearance, Liu had seen this kind of slug in the Black Mountain region, only that the slug in front of him was really very huge and beyond imagination. Could this be the slugs Fu Shiyao was talking about? That's too big. As puddles of mucus continued to drip from the alien beast, Liu bared his mouth, a disgusted expression on his face. That's too disgusting. Just then, the tentacles seemed to sense prey around them and slowly turned their heads and squirmed in the direction of. Liu hurriedly ran to the other side, trying to attract the attention of the foreign beast. At the same time, he bent his bow and shot an arrow at the huge brown alien beast in front of him. Whoosh! The slug seemed to sense the threat and the slime on its body instantly solidified in an attempt to defend itself. But compared to the armor-breaking arrows that had reached the speed of sound, the slug seemed to be moving in slow motion. Almost as soon as the sound was made, the armor-breaking arrow had easily penetrated the slug's body without any obstruction. Gulp! After a peculiar watery sound, the slug's huge body exploded into a large hole. The slug's massive body suddenly contracted violently and balled up. The slime on his body kept splashing, trying to interfere with Liu's attacks. In Liu's surprised gaze, the slug's body squirmed rapidly. When it unfolded again, the body that had been shot out of a large hole was actually intact. Its regeneration ability. Liu did not dare to be careless in the slightest. I didn't realize that such a large fey beast actually possessed such terrifying regenerative powers. Two more clumps of slime splashed out, but they landed in another direction far away from Liu. Only then did Liu notice a hint of something wrong. Could this fey be blind? He raised the bow and arrow in his hand, aiming it at the alien beast's ever-expanding tentacles. Pop! The slug's tentacles exploded instantly. Countless slime splattered from the body once again, falling aside. The slug's huge body continued to twist and began to slowly squirm in reverse direction. Liu! Looking at the huge slug that had almost no ability to fight back as it continued to struggle and squirm, Liu actually froze in place. This foreign beast doesn't look like it's going to be very good. Aside from its huge size, it has almost no effective means of attack. Watching the foreign beast trying to escape, Liu raised his bow and arrow once again. Pop! The slug's head instantly broke open into a large hole, the slime rapidly gathering around it as its body continued to squirm. The alien beast tried to escape while repairing its body. Whoosh! Liu added another arrow, and once again a hole appeared in the slug's body, but it still did not die. And the head that had been pierced by the armor-breaking arrow just now had been restored as good as new. Liu didn't believe it and attacked the fey's tail again. Whoosh! The slug's tail was pierced and the slime once again ran down the floor. The hole that had been in its body had been restored. What fast regeneration! Don't slugs have fey crystals? Liu held up his bow and arrow and aimed again. It wasn't until Liu came closer and heard the purring sound that he realized that Xiaohei was fine at all. Blackie seemed unaffected by the slugs and just huffed and puffed and slept in the awning. That's great, you can even fall asleep here. Pop! Liu slapped the horse's ass hard, and the sleeping Xiaohei was instantly awakened by this sudden blow, looking around in panic. Hiss! Xiaohei turned his head to see Liu's back as he walked into the house, and only then did it let out a disgruntled yelp. The horse's face pulled a long face, then turned back to his sleep. It wasn't that Xiaohei didn't react at all, but at this moment, it was as if his strength had been sucked dry, his spirit shriveled up, and he couldn't run even if he wanted to. Liu quickly walked into the house and gently helped up Fu Shiyao, who had almost fainted. It's all right, isn't it? The Fae have run away. Fu Shiyao barely opened her eyes and felt Liu's arm supporting her. She gently shook her head. It's fine, just a little dizzy, much better now. Despite her best efforts at composure, her weak voice still seemed feeble. Come on, use this. Liu quickly pulled out a foreign beast crystal core and placed it in Fu Shiyao's hand. Fu Shiyao knew that her body was very weak, and she didn't hesitate. She used her other hand to gently scratch her palm, then held the crystal core tightly. The energy in the crystal core began to slowly flow into her body, slowly replenishing the missing energy in her body. As this energy was injected, Fu Shiyao's face gradually regained its blood color, and her eyes became brighter. I'm better. With the external energy supplement, Fu Shiyao's mental state was obviously much better. However, the side effects of overdrafting energy on the body would take some time to fully dissipate. Watching Fu Shiyao gradually recover, Liu was finally relieved. Without realizing it, Liu had already placed Fu Shiyao in a crucial position. It can actually suck energy out of thin air, and there's such a powerful foreign beast. Fu Shiyao just recovered some of her spirit and said with awe. Awesome? Liu repeated Fu Shiyao's words with a trace of bewilderment on his face. He didn't see what was so powerful about this foreign beast other than its relatively large size. Fu Shiyao nodded vigorously with a serious expression. It must be awesome, and that ability is so weird. Liu thought about the slug's terrifying regeneration ability and the slime splattering everywhere. Weird indeed. After a night of energy replenishment, Fu Shiyao's body was no longer in any serious trouble. Fu Shiyao was also excited. It was the first time she had absorbed so much energy. It looked like she was better than Blackie after all. Bing! Blackie outside the house also spat out a crystal core that had lost its energy and kicked his legs to recover. The crystal core collided twice and fell in front of Fu Shiyao's eyes. Fu Shiyao! Looking at the crystal core spat out by Xiaohei, she felt speechless. Could she not even compare to a horse? Fu Shiyao kept absorbing the crystal core energy until the sky was slightly light, and her body had a sense of saturation. There wasn't much energy left in that crystal core in her hand either. Armor-breaking arrow LV11, penetrating power plus 110, stability plus 110, flight speed plus 110, speed of sound. After a night of energy transformation, Liu managed to level up the armor breaker arrow another level. Liu's expression was flat, without any excitement. Instead he sighed. Still need to keep upgrading, can't even shoot a slug right now. Unbeknownst to him, those who could drive away the giant beast night slug could not be found in the entire Shirong mountain. Liu, I'm already much better, are we leaving now? Fu Shiyao stood up again, her body looked like it had recovered quite a bit. No, not until then. Liu, however, shook his head. He just went out for a spin. Looking west along the railroad tracks, it was still dark and misty ahead, making it difficult to see. Moreover, Liu also found some strange beast footprints nearby, and those footprints all looked huge. You know, it's not easy to leave footprints on the ground with the constant rain. Thinking about yesterday's slugs, Liu couldn't help but feel suspicious. He wondered if the beasts in this region were not a bit too big in size. Although it was true that the slug moved slowly, as Fu Shiyao had said, it couldn't help but be large in size. In case there is another beast of the same size that is faster than Xiaohei, can the two? It's broken, but it's really railroad tracks without a doubt. When Wang Qinchuwei heard this, his heart was violently happy, as if he had suddenly seen the dawn in the darkness. He took 3 steps across to the front of the line. Until Wang Qinchuwei saw the railroad tracks and personally stepped on the already rusted and uneven tracks. It was then that his eyes finally lit up as he saw for the first time the hope of a successful migration. Wang Qinchuwei suppressed his excitement and said in a deep voice. Great, that means we're moving in the right direction. Chapter 90, New Forces. Wang Qinchuwei calmed down and looked at the railroad tracks stretching to the far end. Quickly, all hands, follow the railroad tracks and continue westward. Don't stop for a moment. Yes, family head. The Wang family responded in unison. The Wang family members began to pick up their pace one after another, and someone whispered, it's right to follow the family head. Just then, an old man said worriedly, I don't know how long this railroad track has been deserted, and whether it still exists where it passes by. Just as Liu had predicted, Wang Qinchuwei did not hesitate to lead his team along the railroad tracks after discovering them. They all looked forward to finding new hope on this railroad track of the unknown. The stragglers immediately following the safe zone followed naturally. However, the pace that the stragglers followed began to become heavier and heavier, and that intense hunger came in waves like a tidal wave. They hadn't eaten anything since leaving the shelter and going through the canyon. So hungry. Some of the stragglers' stomachs had already begun to rumble. If I had known, I should have ventured over to Rabbit to grab some food. You don't want to die? One bite and you're dead. Complaining twice, the stragglers fought back their hunger and continued on, expecting to come across animal remains or something on the way. Without the free food provided by the shelters, they basically returned to the miserable life of starving stragglers of the past. The group of stragglers who had originally walked together and had managed to unite with great difficulty also began to gradually disperse at this time. Something began to change in the way the stragglers looked at the people around them. After all, unity can't be a meal, and spiritual power doesn't fill the stomach. Just then, Ma Yuanbai among the stragglers had also noticed the reaction of the hungry stragglers around him. Looking at the line of stragglers that was gradually slowing down because of hunger. The corners of Ma Yuanbai's mouth rose slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and there was even an imperceptible glint of essence in his eyes. Looks like it's about time. With a sharp movement, Ma Yuanbai took out a large, slightly aged jar and gently took out a few more green algae sticks from it. A small nod was given towards his teammates around him. A few of the teammates around him nodded knowingly and rushed forward to take the green algae stick. A few people took the green algae sticks and quickly spread out, and like ghosts began to move through. Sun Hao frowned as he took the green algae stick and said as he took a bite. That's true, but it's not going to be easy. Sun Hao's eyes lit up. There really was no difference between this green algae stick and the shelters. Looking at the green algae stick that Ma Yuanbai handed them, Zhao Xiong took it and took a direct bite, and also chimed in. That's right, if we don't get it right, we'll be working for nothing. Zhao Xiong finished the green algae bar in 2 bites, and it really tasted exactly the same as the ones distributed at the previous shelter. Only then did the 2 men completely believe Ma Yuanbai's words. From now on, I can provide green algae sticks as food to be distributed to the stragglers on a daily basis. Ma Yuanbai clasped his hands to his chest and spoke with a bland expression. As for the conditions for receiving it, naturally, it's to be my subordinate. Ma Yuanbai swept his gaze sharply over the surrounding stragglers. Zhao Xiong, Sun Hao, and a few others looked at each other with inexplicable glints in their eyes. After a short silence, Zhao Xiong took the lead and said, this method might hit. I think it works. Sun Hao also felt that this move was feasible. Then starting today, you will act as my deputies and help me manage the recruits. I will give you extra green algae sticks and meat, how about that? Ma Yuanbai knew very well in his heart that being a bachelor commander was definitely not an option. A few helpers had to be chosen first, from among the trusted ones, so that rules and order could be enforced quickly. After hearing Ma Yuanbai's plan, several people immediately agreed. Okay, let's do it. Sun Hao immediately agreed. I'll go recruit people now. As soon as Zhao Xiong's words fell, he couldn't wait to head towards the hungry stragglers. Not a moment later, Zhao Xiong yelled loudly at the top of his voice. Listen up all, anyone who joins my Yuanbai's team will get to eat a green algae stick. Sun Hao also went further afield to spread the word. Soon, the news that if you join my Yuanbai's team, you would be able to eat green algae sticks spread rapidly among the stragglers. Although they need to follow my Yuanbai's orders and also receive regular study and education. But how is it better than going to the Golden Dome safe zone and being a slave dog? Chapter 91, Howling Wolf. As one by one the hungry stragglers came forward to receive the green algae sticks, Ma Yuanbai also pulled out the green algae sticks one by one. No matter how much Ma Yuanbai kept on pulling out, the green algae stick seemed to have a continuous flow and could not be pulled out. It was as if his seemingly ordinary jar hit a mysterious and endless space with endless rods of green algae. What is this new captain all about? How come there are so many green algae rods from the sanctuary? A gaunt-faced drifter in the queue couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. It must be an awakened person. Only awakened people have such amazing abilities. A slightly younger straggler next to him took up the conversation smoothly, his tone assured. Sure, as long as I can get food, I don't care if he's an awakened or not. The other straggler said somewhat indifferently. Ma Yuanbai was still taking out the green algae stick without stopping, and this magical scene made the joining stragglers even more convinced. This new captain, Ma Yuanbai, was definitely an awakened person, otherwise it would be impossible to have so many resources. It was only until no more stragglers came forward to join the group that Ma Yuanbai finished handing out the green algae sticks and slowly stood up. He looked at the group of stragglers who surrounded him with a somewhat complicated expression, and deliberately raised his voice and shouted. From today, as long as everyone follows me, Ma Yuanbai, you will never go hungry again. When the stragglers heard this, their originally dead faces instantly glowed with extreme excitement. Originally, I thought it was just a temporary solicitation. I didn't realize that this new captain was going to feed them for a long time. Thank you, Captain Ma, I'll rely on you from now on. A drifter with a mellow voice said shakily. Long live Captain Ma. A young straggler excitedly waved his fist and shouted. The drifter's weathered face hardened and squeezed out a smile as he kept praising. Ma Yuanbai nodded slightly as he listened to the cries rising and falling around him. Although he knew in his heart that these stragglers were currently only choosing to join for the sake of food, a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. After all, today is just the beginning, and there's a long road of migration ahead. Perhaps he could lead these stragglers and break into a new world on this migration path as well. Not far away, there were still many stragglers who did not come forward to receive the green algae stick, and they were skeptical of Ma Yuanbai's move. Some of the awakened among the stragglers had only come over to watch out of curiosity, and they had no intention of joining Ma Yuanbai's group. After all, the difficulty of obtaining food was relatively easier for the awakened. Except for Black Sand, who saw Ma Yuanbai's deeper meaning at a glance. The others just watched quietly from a distance, wondering what Ma Yuanbai was up to. Seeing that the back of the Wang family's safety zone had gradually disappeared from sight along the railroad tracks, Ma Yuanbai hurriedly stood up and raised his arm high to the stragglers, giving his first simple order since becoming the new captain. Depart! The stragglers immediately responded, and they lined up in as many columns as they could under the arrangement of Zhao Xiong's few people. Although the group was still a bit disorganized, it looked like it had some semblance of organization compared to its previous unordered state. Still, in order to eat the next meal distributed by Ma Yuanbai, the stragglers grudgingly accepted to advance in this queue. Back in the rain and fog, an enormous beast shrugged its nose, its icy blue eyes looking coldly in the direction of the railroad tracks. Then the Fae tilted its head. Ow! A long howl came lazily from the distance. It's a wolf howl. Ma Yuanbai's face suddenly changed, and a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. The surrounding stragglers, who were still happy that they had just filled their stomachs, also instantly quieted down when they heard this creepy howl, and everyone's complexion became extremely tense. You know that sound is not a good sign. If it was just an ordinary wolf pack, it might have been lucky. If it was a powerful pack of Fey beasts. Thinking of this, Ma Yuanbai didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly continued to shout at the surrounding stragglers. Come on, catch up to the safe zone ahead. At the same time he himself quickened his pace, silently hoping in his mind that the terrible shriek was not directed at them. At this point, the stragglers couldn't care less about the formation, they all spread their legs and ran desperately. Some fast stragglers even ran out of sight in the twinkling of an eye. What captain or not, in this moment of life and death, it had long been left behind them. After all, if the captain is gone, he can be replaced again. The big deal is to recapture someone who can bring them food next time. Ta-da! Da-day! Sounds similar to horse hooves hitting the ground kept coming, and they were getting clearer and closer. The heartbeats of the stragglers were like drums, and they knew what the sound meant. In this barren land, the howling of wolves is a harbinger of death, especially when their target is a pack of stragglers. Don't look back, don't stop. Keep running. Ma Yuanbai kept shouting, trying to keep these stragglers who had just joined his team alive. The stragglers knew that the safe zone team was just ahead, and that they could survive if they went after them. At that thought, the stragglers made a mad dash down the railroad tracks in defiance. When it comes to the ability to escape, the stragglers are no match for anyone. Some of the stragglers ran, and that speed was surprisingly no less than that of an awakened. In their legs, which were so skinny that it seemed as if they would break at the slightest blow of the wind, it seemed as if they were harboring endless strength at the moment. Woo! The creepy hissing sounds came closer and closer, and the stragglers could even clearly hear their heavy, rapid breathing. There were even stragglers who ran fast and had already surpassed the safe zone team and continued to run wildly forward. In the meantime, Liu, who had been waiting in place for a long time, finally saw someone catching up in his direction. One of the men running at the front looked hurried and shouted something to him in panic. The man seemed to be talking to him. Liu was a little curious as to what he was shouting and was about to go up and strike up a conversation. A fearful wolf howl suddenly came from the distance. Without even needing Liu's voice to remind him, Fu Shiyao had already sensed the threat and quickly packed up her things, rushing out of the house in a flurry of wind. Click! Liu quickly pressed the button and the house slowly folded up. As soon as they stowed the canopy and lifted the folded portable house, Liu and Fu Shiyao had already jumped onto Xiaohei with agile movements. Xiaohei had only just opened his eyes from sleep, sleepy and hazy, still completely unable to understand what situation had happened. Liu clipped the horse's stomach with force, and Little Black began to run like a reflex. What a big wolf back there! It was then that Fu Shiyao had the time to raise her voice in warning. Many fast stragglers had already rushed up, and Liu finally heard what the man was shouting just now. Run! The wolf is coming! In the process of desperately escaping, there were others who recognized Liu on his horse. It's Divine Archer Liu. Yes, that's him. A few fast-running stragglers in front of them kindly shouted out a reminder. Run, Liu! Before the words fell, a wolf howl once again came from the rear. Ow! Looking at the huge wolf pack in hot pursuit behind him, Wang Qinshui's face was filled with surprise. How is this possible? It's actually a frost wolf. He looked back once again, only to see that these frost wolves were extremely large in size and their fur was like cold glaciers, interspersed with streaks of pure white, as if carved out by the wind and snow. A frost wolf with a huge figure was approaching quickly with wind speed, seemingly wanting to rush to the front of the crowd. Looking at the stragglers fleeing frantically behind them, the speed of the Wang clan's safety zone also accelerated once again. What's with the frost wolves here? It shouldn't be. Wang Qinshui murmured with a puzzled expression. As far as he knew, frost wolves were only found in the snowy regions of the plateau, so how could they somehow appear here? And judging from their size, these frost wolves were obviously much larger than the common ones. To say it was a pack of frost giant wolves would not be an exaggeration. The eyes of the frost giant wolves flashed with a cold light, and their teeth were as sharp as ice picks, instantly pouncing on several stragglers who had fallen behind and tearing them to death. Facing the frost giant wolves that were right behind him, Wang Qinshui was alert to the fact that there were several other frost wolves that were quietly approaching from both sides in an attempt to outflank them. Side, fire. Wang Qinshui pointed at the giant wolf on the side. Several rockets struck towards the frost giant wolf, exploding on the huge body. The giant wolf rolled around twice and actually stood up again, seemingly only injured. It's amazing that such a strong explosion didn't even kill a single giant wolf. There are so many of them, fight and run, absolutely no stopping. Wang Qinshui quickly ordered. He knew that this was definitely not going to work. If they were stopped in their tracks by such a large wolf pack, even if they had thermal weapons, they were bound to be in a bad way. What a big wolf! There's a bunch more on the left. The stragglers running in front also kept cursing angrily. What? Giant wolves? Hearing the shouts of the stragglers, Liu didn't even dare to think about how powerful the two words combined together were for the beasts. Liu slapped his thigh hard and regretted a little. I should have known not to wait for them. Blackie didn't seem to have fully recovered and wasn't running very fast. At this time, many more fast-running stragglers noticed Liu on horseback. It's Divine Archer Liu. We are saved. Don't worry everyone, Liu is here. If I had known Liu was here, I wouldn't have had to run. Liu? In the blink of an eye, Liu saw several wolves quickly catching up from the side, trying to cut off the crowd from. The strong feeling of vomiting caused the group of giant frost wolves to instantly lose the desire to continue attacking, only wanting to escape from this horrible sound as soon as possible. With a low, resigned growl from the head wolf, all the frost wolves turned and ran hastily towards the distance. Looking at the departing giant wolf, the stragglers were all astonished. With just that ear-piercing sound, those huge wolves actually did withdraw. This piercing sound didn't stop until the wolves had completely disappeared into the distance. Only then did everyone feel relieved and slowed down a little, but despite this, everyone's head still felt as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer, as if it was swollen and painful. However, the appearance of this sound, although it brought them a brief moment of pain, did save their lives at a critical moment. Look, those wolves are really gone. The Wang clan guards pointed in the direction where the wolves had left, a hint of incredulity in their voices. They seemed to be afraid of that sound. Chapter 93 The Iron Horse. Wang Qinshui took a few steps to the front of the group, his gaze fixed on the direction the wolves had left. Although his heart was slightly relieved by the retreat of the wolves, it was also filled with doubts. He knew very well in his heart that this kind of piercing sound that could easily disperse a huge wolf pack must be extraordinary. After the giant wolf left, the stunned stragglers behind it quickly caught up with them panting. Ma Yuanbai, who was in the crowd of stragglers, looked deeply at Wang Qinshui, the head of the Wang family. When encountering such a large number of giant wolves chasing after him, Wang Qinshui surprisingly did not order the stragglers who were chasing after him to be killed to stall for time. Nor did they threaten fast-running stragglers with guns to stop and wait for death. Instead, he decisively had the guards take the initiative to open fire and shoot towards the ferocious giant wolf. This reaction from the Wang clan's safety zone really surprised Ma Yuanbai to no end. This was the first time Ma Yuanbai had changed his mind about the people in the safety zone, and it also made him look at the Wang Jiaqiu safety zone's family head in a new light. The stragglers who had originally run apart slowly gathered together again at this time. Fear was written all over their faces, fear that the wolves that had left would suddenly return again. Just as Liu was also curious as to where this piercing sound was coming from. There was a chugging sound from the front of the tracks. How strange, there are 5 people who seem to be riding over on iron horses. Fu Shiryao lowered her voice and whispered to Liu behind her. Iron horse? Hearing Fu Shiryao say that, Liu became even more curious about the visitor. An iron horse can run? Could it be driven by a supernatural ability related to iron? The sound of chugging was getting closer and closer. Soon, a heavily armed squad riding several blackened, oddly shaped iron fellows slowly appeared in the hazy rainy mist. It eventually stopped in front of the railroad tracks, stopping the crowd in their tracks. It's actually a real iron horse. Liu looked over with a face full of surprise, only to hear the iron horse under the other party's buttocks keep emitting muttering cries. A motorcycle? The people in the safe zone were all shocked after taking a good look. They had read books in the safe zone and naturally recognized this mode of transportation that had existed long ago. How come there are so many motorcycles? Ma Yuanbai also couldn't help but move closer, his eyes filled with doubt. You know, even in the shelter where he used to be, there was only one motorcycle, which was also used as a valuable exhibit for tours and exhibits. As the heavily armed squad approached, shock was similarly written on their faces as they looked at such a large crowd in front of them. A soldier nimbly flipped off his motorcycle and slowly approached with his weapon. At a distance of a dozen meters or so, the soldier stopped and shouted to the crowd that had curiously gathered around him. This is the Sea of Sand. The soldier's loud voice echoed through the rain, clearly audible to everyone. Alien forces, state your names and intentions. At this moment, Wang Lijian, who was in front of the Wang family's team, took the initiative to walk forward and said in a respectful manner. We're from the King's Mound Safety Zone in the Zhejiang Mountains. Wang Lijian looked at the iron guys that these people across the street were riding, his eyes filled with longing, and he secretly thought in his heart. This must be the motorcycle mentioned in the book, I can actually see it with my own eyes, I really want to ride it to see what it feels like. Hearing Wang Lijian's words, the soldier looked back with some confusion and exchanged a look with his teammate, while the others behind him shook their heads at him. Wang Jiaqiu? Never heard of it. The soldier's tone was flat, then added. I do know about the Xiangnu Mountains. Although the soldier didn't know about the Wangjiaqiu safety zone, he had heard about the large, sprawling area of Zhejiang Mountain next door. Wang Qinshui seemed to have expected the other party's reaction, after all, the size of their safe zone was indeed too small. Moreover, the Wangjiaqiu safety zone was in a remote location in the Zhejiang Mountains, so it really couldn't be ranked. The soldier looked again at the group of stragglers not far away. These people were dressed in rags and didn't even have complete raincoats on them, very different from the people of Wangjiaqiu. His booming voice rang out again. You are all refugees from the Zhejiang Mountains? Refugees? Yes, we are refugees. A straggler hurriedly replied. For them, both refugees and exiles meant flight and suffering, and fundamentally it was no different. Really refugees? The soldier seemed a bit hesitant, a difficult look on his face. The soldier turned and walked back to the group, lowering his voice to ask the remaining few. There are also too many people fleeing to come, what should we do? With so many people, we definitely can't let them enter Linshui town. The soldier's teammate was a bit worried. Yeah, there's too many people too. Another soldier chimed in. The heavily armed few came together for a while to discuss the situation, but still could not make a final decision. How about informing Castle? No good, no good. Xinjiang recently failed in its crusade against the nightmare beast and is angry. A few more people looked at the large number of people in front of them. There were just too many refugees coming this time. Even if he brought the person to Xinjiang, he would only be a big trouble. In all these years, it was the first time they had seen someone come from that treacherous canyon, and so many people had come at once. We can't let these people come to Watertown, so we might as well let them continue on. Follow the railroad, and sooner or later they will reach Castle. Yeah, when the time comes, Xinjiang won't be able to blame us. We already saved them once just now anyway, there's no need to risk taking them in. A soldier whispered, and his words were echoed by the remaining few. Well, it will have to do. The lead soldier looked at the huge crowd and said helplessly. The soldier resumed his walk after his discussion and pointed to the railroad tracks and said to the crowd. Refugees, listen up, continue along this railroad and you will eventually reach Castle. There may be the ability to resettle you there. Just as the crowd was staring at each other, the soldier had started his motorcycle and turned around with his team and left the area. As the roar of the soldiers' motorcycles faded away, Wang Lijian turned back to inquire. Should we continue down the railroad tracks, housemaster? We have no choice, let's go. Wang Qinxue looked towards the end of the railroad tracks. He only hoped that the Qingcheng that these soldiers were talking about would be as much of a refuge as it was a place to bring some life. Seeing the safe zone begin to advance, the stragglers hurriedly followed. Compared to the Black Mountain safe zone, which killed stragglers when they saw them, the stragglers were practically on the verge of seeing the Wang clan safe zone as one of their own. The king's safe zone has even become a lifesaver and reliance in the eyes of the displaced people. Recently, the deep hatred between them and the safe zone has also ceased to be constantly mentioned in the mouths of the stragglers. Everyone stay in formation, don't fall out. Ma Yuanbai kept reminding in the crowd. The stragglers watched the orderly marching of the safe zone in front of them, and also began to learn in style under Ma Yuanbai's command. Chapter 94 Unusual Scent. The group of stragglers, gradually forming a rough formation as well, followed behind the safe zone. Ha! Wang Qinxue also noticed the change in the stragglers behind him. An organizer seems to have been born among these stragglers. He was also a little surprised that anyone could gather so many disobedient stragglers and get them to do what they were told. Look, it's divine archer Liu. Liu is back from hunting. A straggler with sharp eyes noticed Liu, who was riding slowly in front of him, and immediately shouted in surprise. Hearing Liu's name, Wang Qinxue also couldn't help but turn his head to look, and he couldn't help but let out an exclamation when he saw the powerful bow and arrow in Liu's hand. It was incredible. Not only did this group of stragglers have an organizer amongst them, they actually managed to give birth to an awakened like Liu, who had an extremely powerful attack. In the past, Wang Qinxue would never have believed it. Liu and Fu Shiyao rode their horses and deliberately slowed down their advance, walking slowly between the safe zone and the stragglers. At this moment, the safe zone and the stragglers actually formed a large migratory procession, traveling together down the railroad tracks to the west. As two rival forces, the two teams had almost been right next to each other at this point. It also creates a rare and peculiar scene in this barren land. Portable house LV7, rapid deployment, structural strength plus 70, wind, rain resistance. Concealment plus 70, self-repairing ability. After the all-out transformation along the way, Liu had already upgraded his portable house by 2 levels, but the Qingcheng that the soldier had said had still not appeared in front of the railroad tracks. Liu looked at the boosted attributes, and he felt that there seemed to be something about this concealment. Running his hand gently through Blackie's mane. It's a shame that Blackie is too big to get in, or the concealment of the portable house would be perfect. Thinking of this, Liu's eyes kept flicking over Xiaohei. Xiaohei only felt a burst of eeriness behind him and couldn't help but turn his head to look in fear. Liu on his back was seen constantly surveying its body, and his hands seemed to be gesturing something. Can't we really get in? I think it's about the same, squeeze it a little and it might work. Liu mumbled as he looked at Xiaohei. The little black horse's face darkened and his eyes widened in horror, his tail couldn't help but shrink, and his skin shivered involuntarily along with it. The big head couldn't help but recall the horrifying scene of Liu dissecting the foreign beast. If Fu Shiyao hadn't noticed Xiaohei's change and was gently calming him down, he might have already thrown down Liu and ran away. It's too far to walk. Still not there yet? It's been traveling all day. The average person in the safe zone is exhausted at this point. At this moment, even Wang Lijian, who was playing in the front of the group, couldn't help but spit it out. There doesn't seem to be anything in front of us, it can't be a lie to us. It should be just ahead, set up camp. Wang Qinxue knew that he couldn't rush now. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and the Qingcheng in front of them was still far away, the safe zone team had to stop and rest. Liu looked ahead, there was still only the worn-out railroad tracks snaking forward in the distant rain and fog. Liu remembered that the soldier did only say that he could get to Qingcheng by following the railroad tracks before, and did not say how long it would take to get there. Looking at this situation, I'm only afraid that Qingcheng is still very far away from them. Deception doesn't really count, except to say that the soldier must have had ulterior motives. Rest in place. Seeing that the safe zone had stopped, Ma Yuanbai in the back also ordered a break. The stragglers have also stopped, gathering in groups under the tattered tarpaulin. The stragglers were still willing to get together with each other to talk when they could get enough to eat. When you're hungry, it's a different story. Liu also found an open space on the side and was about to take out his portable house when he saw Xiaohei cowering on the side. Isn't it that the crystal core is finished eating again? Liu opened his mouth somewhat helplessly. This little black was also too able to eat. Not only do you eat the meat of the beasts, but you also eat the crystal cores. This was an exotic beast crystal core that was difficult for ordinary people to obtain. You can't build it like that even if you're rich. Although he thought so in his heart, Liu still pulled out a Fey Beast crystal core and shook it at Xiaohei. Come here. When Xiaohei saw the crystal core, his eyes instantly glowed and he ran over with a joyful jump. The fear that he had just felt towards Liu had long been thrown out of the sky. Here, take these two. Liu handed Fu Shiyao, who was beside him, 2 more crystal cores. At the rate that Fu Shiyao kept absorbing at such a slow pace, when would her special ability be upgraded? Can you learn it more? This absorption speed of yours is not working at all? Liu looked at the lively Xiaohei on the side and couldn't help but open his mouth. Fu Shiyao lowered her head, blushing slightly, and silently accepted the crystal core Liu handed over. She has really tried hard. At that moment, there was a sudden commotion in the ranks of the stragglers. Do you smell that? What a great smell. It's a roast, someone's roasting. How is this possible? How could someone be roasting meat here? A straggler muttered to himself in confusion, incredulity written all over his face as he kept looking around. Is it really a roast? I don't care what it is, I just want to eat it. Another straggler shouted, with nothing but a craving for roasted meat in his eyes. I smell it too. I smell boar. A few more stragglers suddenly stood up, their eyes filled with confusion and longing. Attracted by the sudden aroma, these stragglers, their mouths drooling, as if pulled by invisible threads, involuntarily walked towards the dimly lit downpour. At this moment, even the people in the safe zone suddenly sniffed hard and stood up violently. It's the smell of lamb. It's just like the ones I ate on New Year's Eve in the safe zone. A middle-aged man exclaimed, a nostalgic look on his face. And the flavor of beef. Steak. It's bread, I'm sure of it. It's freshly baked bread, still warm. The cook from the safe zone stood up as well, his nose in the air as if to catch the scent. No, I smell like the aroma of a woman's body. A guard revealed an evil smile and couldn't help but reach forward with his hands. The woman on the sidelines immediately retorted. What woman? It's clearly perfume. The crowd seemed to smell something completely different, but without exception, the men had moved uncontrollably toward the dimly lit downpour beside them. Just then, a voice also sounded beside Liu. Mom, is that you? There was a hint of tremor in Fu Shiyao's voice. Her eyes lost focus and became hollow, and she seemed to smell the warmth of her mother's embrace. Fu Shiyao's footsteps couldn't help but move towards the dimly lit area, completely ignoring the chaos around her. Chapter 95, Hallucinations. Why? Fu Shiyao asked shakily. Yao, from today onwards, Mom can't protect you anymore, you must learn to survive on your own. Her mother's voice was as weak as a candle flame that was about to be extinguished, and seemed to carry a deep apology as she used her last strength to look at Fu Shiyao. No, Mom. Don't go. Fu Shiyao cried out with a torn heart, tears coming out of her eyes. Mother finished, dragging the frail body, stumbling into the pouring rain, the figure gradually blurred, until disappeared in the vast darkness. Don't leave me behind. Fu Shiyao tried to catch up, but with every step she took, it was as if she was walking towards endless darkness. The sky in the entire area suddenly became darker and darker. It was as if it was all covered by an immense black curtain with no boundaries, plunging into a creepy dead silence. Without a light source, the area had been plunged into almost complete darkness, making it difficult to see anything. Inside the town of Linshui, a few soldiers hurriedly looked up and their faces instantly turned white, their hearts feeling bad. It's getting darker, that's what the nightmare beasts are capable of. The atmosphere was suddenly tense. Put out the lights. The captain ordered urgently. He was well aware that any hint of a light source could attract the attention of that terrifying beast, thus bringing about extinction. As the order was given, the lights in Linshui town quickly went out. I heard that even the commander sent by Qingcheng is no match for the nightmare beast. A soldier lowered his voice and said carefully. Castle's commander may have underestimated it. The last time the sky darkened, it was rumored that Qingcheng's crusade team suffered a big loss. Another soldier also whispered. From my point of view, the reason for the blackout this time may be that the nightmare beasts have discovered the group of refugees. The captain calmly analyzed. Then they're screwed. Shoo, all quiet. The whole town fell into darkness and became unusually quiet. Trackside. Soldiers and stragglers began to exhibit more unusual behavior. Many people stood up uncontrollably as if they had lost their sense of autonomy. Like a puppet manipulated by invisible strings, he walked slowly toward the depths of the darkness with stumbling and staggering steps. Poison in the air? Wang Qinxue instantly sensed the strangeness of the people around him, and without hesitation, he closed his breath and tried to resist the poisonous gas as a way to delay the poisoning. Suddenly, Wang Qinxue's eyes went wide with incredulity. He was obviously holding his breath, but he still smelled the tantalizing scent in his nose. It's an illusion, actually able to affect the senses. This was the last glimmer of lucid realization in Wang Qinxue's mind. Family Master Wang, welcome to the shelter, your room is ready. A voice rang out leisurely, and Wang Qinxue slowly opened his eyes, and the luxurious and incomparable room within the shelter unexpectedly appeared in front of him. Wang Qinxue's entire body suddenly felt incomparably tired, recalling the soft and cozy quilt in the shelter. He only wanted to immediately go over and have a good sleep at the moment. His body began to go out of control, as if being pulled by some force, and he slowly walked towards the darkness. On the other side, Ma Yuanbai's consciousness had also gradually blurred and his body was completely controlled. Shelter 6899 is fixed, welcome back, Ma Yuanbai, everyone is waiting for you. I'm back? Ma Yuanbai took a step towards his family at the shelter. Black Sand, who was not far away, stood there motionless, his body trembling as the mushroom cloud that rose up in the air appeared in his eyes. The moment the shockwave hit, Black Sand's brother on the side rushed over violently and slapped on Black Sand yelling, "Shift!" Black Sand disappeared into the airwaves with a flash of blackness before his eyes. When he looked back, he saw his brother's back appear not far ahead. Wait for me. Black Sand quickly rushed over, too many questions in his mind. The scent was everywhere, permeating the downpour. No good, it's an illusion. There were a few awakened individuals with mental-type psychic abilities who resisted the paralysis of the scent with their mental power. It was only at this point that they then realized that the scent wasn't really a means of attack at all. Several people attempted to pull away and quickly retreated towards the rear. They ran off as hard as a runaway wildebeest, yet upon turning back, they were horrified to realize that they were instead getting closer and closer to the darkness. No good, hit. Several people looked terrified, and no matter how desperately they tried to escape, the darkness still swallowed them one by one. Not far from the clearing, a scent instantly drilled into Liu's nose. Before he could smell exactly what it was, the cyclone in his abdomen spun like a wind and fire wheel. Looks like it needs to absorb energy again. Liu glanced at the remaining crystal cores and sighed helplessly. After all, both of them needed the energy in the cores. At this rate, the consumption of fey crystalline nuclei is really big. Liu couldn't help but spit out the words, not noticing the changes that were quietly happening around him. Liu raised his head, but saw a glowing object. As his eyes swept ahead, Liu's heartbeat accelerated dramatically once again, and he could hardly believe his eyes. And the two crystal cores in his hands were still emitting a faint glow, while the one in front of him was even more dazzling, as if it contained an incomparably powerful energy. The third one. Looking at this bigger and more dazzling fey crystal core in front of him, Liu had already drifted a bit, as if he was in a dream. Quickly stepping forward and picking up this big and bright fey beast crystal core, Liu could not hide the extreme excitement on his face. Today was simply his lucky day. Chapter 96, Where's My Fey Crystals? He had actually picked up 3 fey crystalline cores in a row, and each one was bigger than the previous one. In the future, he must make this day his birthday and remember it forever. At this point, Liu had completely lost the ability to think, completely immersed in joy, and walked forward on his own. As expected, in front of him, a 4th fey beast crystal core appeared. There's actually more up ahead. One after another, Liu kept picking up the crystal cores that appeared in front of him, as if he had entered an endless land of treasures. Without realizing it, his hands could no longer hold so many alien beast crystal cores. Liu pulled out a sack from somewhere, and his movements to pick up the crystal cores became more eager. He continued to move forward, constantly picking up those scattered alien beast crystal cores in front of him. At the same time, Liu also walked slowly into the darkness without realizing it. The depths of darkness, where everyone eventually gathers. Like walking corpses that had lost their souls, they stood close together, immersed in the illusion together. I'm finally eating barbecue. Accompanied by a faint sound of extreme satisfaction, a straggler's body instantly lost all its strength and collapsed softly to the ground, gradually being mercilessly dissolved by the energy of the darkness. I made it, I've finally entered the refuge. Another straggler had a face of contentment as his body instantly went limp, the breath of life quickly dissipating. Even the awakened could not resist this powerful illusion, and the energy in their bodies was absorbed in a steady stream. Everyone had been completely unable to distinguish between reality and illusion, as if they were caught in a dream from which they could never wake up. In the darkness above, invisible eyes seemed to be silently watching this. At this time, Liu rushed over with an excited face, eagerness and greed written all over his face. The endless foreign beast crystal cores that he picked up along the way made him a little impatient, and he ran much more anxiously than the others. When Liu raised his head and saw the piles of foreign beast crystal cores in front of him, he was already so excited that his hands were trembling. So many crystal cores. It's done, I'm going to be invincible this time. Liu's excitement was unparalleled, quickly picked up the sack and instantly used his full power to catalyze the chi cyclone in his abdomen, preparing to crazily absorb the energy of the crystal cores in the sack. Swish! A sack full of crystal cores instantly disappeared in front of his eyes, as if they had never existed. Absorbed that fast? Liu's mouth opened slightly, his face full of astonishment. However, his cyclone did not harvest any energy, and his experience value did not respond in any way. Never mind, there are still so many crystal cores. Looking at the mountain of foreign beast crystal cores piled up in front of him, Liu did not hesitate to make a flying leap and dive in headfirst, and began to push the chi cyclone with all his might. Absorbing so many crystal cores at once, I'm only afraid that it will take quite a bit of time. As soon as the words fell, the crystal cores piled up like a huge mountain instantly disappeared without a trace, as if they had been instantly wiped away by a large invisible hand. The cyclone in his abdomen still hadn't absorbed any energy. My crystals, my fey crystals are gone. Liu looked at the empty place in front of him and trembled with anger, his face reddening. Grandma! Liu growled angrily as he pulled out his bow and arrow, his eyes rounded. Who took my crystal core? Get out of here if you can. As Liu continued to roar loudly, the people around him who were caught in the hallucination all had their brows furrowed and a pained look on their faces. Apparently, in their fictionalized world, extremely irrational voices emerge. The darkness above seemed to notice Liu's strong reaction and immediately focused on him. There was suddenly one more person in front of Liu's eyes. A figure quickly coalesced in front of Liu at an incredible speed, giving off an elusive feeling. This person's figure was stout and tall, looking to be in his 40s or 50s, with a few deep wrinkles on his rigid face. The aura of his body exuded a lofty, inviolable majesty. He wore a long green robe with sparkling gold trim around the edges, and he raised his hands and feet to show off his honorable status. His appearance made the air around him seem to freeze, his powerful aura was oppressive, and he looked to be of unfathomable strength. You're the one who stole the crystal core? Liu immediately questioned without fear. Only the green-robed middle-aged man flung his sleeves and said in a cold voice. I am the lord of Qingcheng City, everyone listen to my orders. Without waiting for the city lord to finish, Liu suddenly interjected with great dissatisfaction and interrupted the other party. What are you gibbering about? I asked you where my fey crystals are. Liu pointed to the place where he had just put the sacks and was furious. That's a sack of fey crystal cores, and you ate them all? Liu pointed to the open space in front of him again and questioned angrily. And that mountain of crystal cores, where did you get me? If you don't come up with a solution today, it's not over. Qingcheng City Lord shouted angrily, daring. Then a powerful and incomparable pressure came towards Liu like a sky and earth. Liu raised his bow and arrow with a furious face against the pressure and aimed at the other party. You stole my fey beast crystals, and you're actually so justified. Not giving it back, huh? After aiming, Liu similarly shouted angrily. Little thief, suffer death. As Liu roared again, some of the people around him had begun to struggle desperately in an attempt to get rid of the illusion. Whoosh! An arrow shot into the darkness like a meteor. Pa! With a sound, the Qingcheng City Lord's silhouette instantly exploded into countless pieces. Hand over the crystal cores. Under Liu's roar and attack, some people tenaciously resisted with their strong consciousness and finally took the opportunity to come to their senses. Wang Qinshui also waited for this opportunity and instantly broke away from the illusion's control. In the moment of regaining consciousness, the surroundings were pitch black. He quickly drew the pistol he carried and raised his hand to fire a flare. Bang! A loud bang cut through the night sky. The flare trailed a long tail as it slowly rose into the air, an intense column of light tearing through the darkness of the night. That's... Wang Qinshui tilted her head, her eyes filled with incredulity. A black hole? No, that's an eye. His voice held a tremor in shock. He had never seen such a terrifying beast before, and it was a terror that he felt from a physical standpoint. The sound of gunshots and the sudden glare of light intensely stimulated the senses of the others, and one by one those around them gradually snapped out of their hallucinations. What's wrong with me? I seem to have slept for a long time. I finally escaped the tiger, it scared the hell out of me. Luckily it was an illusion. Some people are glad to wake up from their dreams. Under the strong stimulation of external forces, the crowd kept waking up and looking around as if they were waking up from a dream. It's a lie. Everything that just happened was a lie. Oh, everything's gone. Others cried sadly because they had awakened from their wonderful illusion and returned to the harsh reality. Manhwa, who came to his senses, his head groggy and still with a lingering look on his face, muttered under his breath. In the dream, there are 6 interests, and in the realization, there is nothing. Chapter 97 The Nightmare Beast. Manhwa had all originally been living happily with his family, and the scene was so real. Unexpectedly, it was just a big dream in the end. But soon, Manhwa, who had calmed down, sat down on his butt on the ground, a wave of fear in his heart, and cold sweat wetting his back. It's a hallucination. The sanctuary is gone. Manhwa's voice trembled. The illusion was also too real, and almost he sank into it completely, never to wake up again. Along with the noises and bright lights around them, Fu Shiryao slowly opened her eyes at this time. Her eyes glittered with a little bit of tears as her eyes searched through the crowd and soon saw Liu not far away. Mom, I'm not alone anymore. She murmured softly. Through the strong light of the flare, these people who had just come to their senses from the hallucination were finally able to see the creepy and horrifying situation above them. What kind of foreign beast is that? Why is it floating in the air? It seems to be alive. It's looking at me. The drifter's voice was laced with undisguised fear, and his body couldn't stop trembling. The crowd looked up, only to see an immense and incomparable eye suspended in the air, indifferently looking down on the tiny crowd below. This eye is like a bottomless black hole, wherever it gazes, everything seems to sink into the endless darkness of the abyss again. Monstrous and huge eyes that emanated a creepy, terrifying aura all the time. It didn't seem to be worried about the awakening of these humans below. Any further struggle by the tiny prey would be futile. At this moment, the only thing the huge eyes looked at was Liu below, and its eyes seemed to be filled with humanized doubt. Its ability was not even resisted by a fifth-order alien, and the illusory Lord of Qingcheng had even managed to be a fake, so how could it be used on this human but fail to work? And it's amazing how cranky this person can get in the middle of what should be a cozy illusion. Bang! Another flare shot up into the sky. Liu also finally came to his senses completely. Looking at his empty hands, his heart actually had some small loss. So many foreign beast crystal cores, and they're actually fake. Suddenly, a stuffy blockage came from his chest, and Liu hurriedly kept patting his chest. Ahem, why do I feel so angry? Seeing this, Fu Shiryao hurriedly ran over and reached out her hand to gently pat Liu's back. Better? Fu Shiryao's concerned eyes made Liu flinch and nodded at her with a smile. Much better. At that moment, the huge black eyes in the sky once again unleashed their ability, and a black curtain as thick as ink slowly fell, as if it was going to devour everyone. Wang Qingchui immediately realized that it was not good. If he fell into that real to scary illusion again, he might not really wake up. Prepare for battle. At Wang Qingchui's command, all of the Wang family guards immediately picked up their weapons and summoned up the courage to aim their guns at the terrifying giant eye. The surrounding Wang clan members also turned on their lighting equipment, trying to provide the guard with a hint of help in. Is it also fake now? Some of the guards had trouble understanding the bizarre situation. Huge eyes slowly rose up, seemingly completely unimpressed by the attacks of these humans. This is because it needs no defense at all, and can make it impossible for human attacks to pose any threat to it just by the effects of its own abilities. The black curtain was getting closer and darker around them, and darkness was about to envelop the crowd once again. Ta-da-day. After another round of attacks, a sense of powerlessness couldn't help but rise in the hearts of the Wang family guards. It's incredible. Bullets that clearly could have hit Big Eyes all inexplicably grazed off to the side and into the darkness. At that moment, Liu finally came back from the blow of losing his crystal core, and his voice cut through the silence. Since you're the one who lied to me, take your crystal cores. Liu quickly bent his bow and arrow, aiming at the huge, terrifying eyes in the sky. In his eyes, although this foreign beast looked strange, its entire body was a weakness. The huge eyes turned quickly and looked at Liu. Under that momentary stare, Liyu's spirit seemed to instantly enter another strange space, and his body suddenly turned to the other side uncontrollably. It's not the right direction. The Fae are over here. The awakened next to him warned anxiously. Wrong direction. Not good, Liu is also affected. The Wang clan guard shouted out, he knew about this strange feeling. Liu seemed to be affected by some kind of powerful spiritual power, and actually unconsciously changed the direction of the bow and arrow shot. He suddenly shot an arrow towards the rear overhead. The moment the arrow was shot, Liu then came back to his senses. He also realized that he had just been affected by the giant eye, but the targeting circle in Liu's eye had already shrunk to a minimum when he shot the armor-breaking arrow. Whoosh! The arrow actually drew an oval arc in the air, reversing its direction with an extremely bizarre trajectory, and shot towards the giant eye at speed. The giant eye had already sensed the danger, and its eyeballs rotated rapidly at an astonishing speed, trying to capture the sudden strike in a flash. With a mere glance at the arrow, it was instantly transferred behind the giant eye and flew towards the distance. A scene that even giant eye didn't expect happened. The armor-breaking arrow did not lose speed after being diverted by it, and surprisingly reversed its direction once again. Returning with an even more bizarre and incredible trajectory, it shot straight towards the core of the giant eye's eye. For the first time, the giant eye showed a look of fear. It had clearly changed the direction of the arrow. But the speed of the arrow was too fast, and as the huge eye was about to turn again and try to shift. Boom! The crystal core of the alien beast inside the eyeball was instantly shot out of the sky. A young straggler was thrilled, his eyes looking towards Liu with a glint of excitement. I've heard that he can shoot a flying bird in the eye from 10,000 meters away, and now it seems that the rumors aren't exaggerated at all. Another straggler also exclaimed. With a divine archer like Liu around, what foreign beasts are we afraid of? A tall straggler waved his fists in an emotional manner and shouted at his companion beside him. What did I say before? With Liu around, we can rest assured. Now believe it. After saying that, the tall straggler even tilted his head proudly. It looked as if he was the one who shot giant eyes just now. The straggler companion on the side nodded helplessly, but his eyes also showed his admiration for Liu. Unlike the excited looks of the surrounding stragglers, Liu stood frozen in place, muttering under his breath. My Fey Beast crystals. He looked at the crystal cores that exploded open in the air with a very complicated expression on his face, and he couldn't smile at all. With just one arrow, he accurately hit the giant eye's alien beast's crystal core, and Liu had to sigh that he was really accurate. Looking at the exploding beasts, Liu didn't know whether he should be happy or lost. Wow! The black blood from the giant-eyed alien beast exploding along with the rain dripped down on everyone. With the explosion of the Fey Beast's crystal core, a majestic and huge energy also spread around. Seeing this, Liu hurriedly urged his chi cyclone and absorbed the surrounding energy quickly with full concentration. At this moment, everyone noticed the black alien beast blood mixed in with the rainwater. It's Fey Beast blood. Someone shouted excitedly, constantly licking the black blood that fell on his body. I've heard that you can live a long life by drinking the blood of the Fey. Drink up. Except for the awakened, all the stragglers all opened their mouths as wide as they could and kept drinking the black blood mixed with the rainwater. The stragglers couldn't care less now about the sour taste and potential toxins contained in the rainwater. After all, this is a rare opportunity for them that can change their lives. Seeing this, Wang Qinxue also hurriedly ordered the ordinary people in the Wang clan's team to also tilt their heads to drink the black blood in the rain. Soon the downpour returned to normal. It is? A straggler suddenly grows quite a bit taller, and the shape of his body seems to change freely at will. I seem to have awakened psychic powers. I've become an awakened. I have powers. A voice of surprise came out. Under the environment of extremely abundant energy around them, some of the stragglers who drank a small amount of alien beast blood actually did successfully awaken their alien abilities. Family master, look, my nearsightedness has actually gotten better. A young Wang family member took off his glasses and said excitedly. Now I can see the hills in the distance. I have powers too, look, house master. The other Wang clan awakened said, and excitedly displayed it in front of the crowd. Only flames instantly rose from his body, and fire burned briefly through him. But soon, the flames on his body were mercilessly doused by the heavy rain pouring down from the sky. After the flames were extinguished, this awakened who had just gained his powers also fainted instantly. Quickly save the people. Someone shouted urgently. By now, there were also several people in the Wang family's safe zone who had successfully awakened their supernormal abilities. Look around. All the stragglers were shouting in excitement, and some of them, even if they hadn't awakened their supernatural abilities, their weakened bodies had been significantly improved by drinking the blood of the foreign beasts. Upgrade successful. Portable House LV8. Portable House LV9. Portable House LV10, Rapid Deployment, Structural Strength plus 100, Wind Resistance, Rain Resistance. Concealment plus 100, Self-Repairing Ability. Unlocked, 3x3 Space Optimization. Space Optimization, you can adjust the division of space by yourself to make better use of space. Large Equipment Bar plus 1. As the last trace of energy in the surroundings was absorbed, Liu slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp glint instantly flashed in his eyes. This energy from the giant Ifei beast was truly extraordinary. It was able to make him rise 3 levels in a row. He could feel a sea change within him, as if every cell was cheering. This power. Liu felt that the cyclone in his abdomen had not only expanded by a circle, but the speed of rotation had also obviously accelerated again, like a powerful storm spinning inside him, absorbing energy. A warm current once again surged out from the chakra in his abdomen, quickly flowing throughout his body. Wherever this warmth went, his muscles, bones, and even the tiniest cells seemed to be reshaped, becoming tougher and more vibrant. Crunch! Under the nourishment of this warm current, Liu's bones continuously emitted a crisp ringing sound. Like a butterfly breaking out of a cocoon, he grew slightly taller again, and his entire body appeared more upright. It's not just the enhancement of the chakra, my body. Liu clenched his fists. He could feel his skin becoming harder, his muscles more defined, and every inch of his skin was filled with explosive power. Lifting his shirt, the firm 8-pack abs of his abdomen were clearly visible. Liu put down his clothes and took a deep breath. The air seemed more oxygenated, and his lungs felt like they had been reforged, each breath like he was absorbing the energy left over from the downpour. Is this what it feels like to become a third order awakened? Liu whispered softly to himself. He could clearly feel that his body strength had gained a higher level of amazing metamorphosis. After everyone calmed down from the joy of becoming stronger, the excitement gradually subsided. The gazes of all the stragglers all coincidentally looked towards Liu, who had shot up the giant-eyed alien beast. They knew very well in their hearts that all this change and awakening was attributed to Liu's powerful arrow. Liu! One of the ruffians broke the silence by shouting. The name spread quickly, the crowd like a. It looks a lot better than even the patrols at the refuge. A middle-aged man, who looked weathered and battle-hardened, was sitting steadily in a corner of the camp, idly playing with a somewhat worn military medal in his hand. He was none other than the commander from Qingchun, Lu Ling. And beside the middle-aged man, a sturdy iron cage stood silently. The bars of the cage were beaded with water, obviously having been left here in the rain for some time. In the cage, a large monkey with white fur huddled quietly in the corner, his eyes filled with despair. Commander Lu, the black curtain has disappeared. A soldier ran to the middle-aged man in a hurry, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Upon hearing this, the few people around them all subconsciously looked upwards. Sure enough, the ink-like black curtain had disappeared without a trace. Hearing the soldier's report, Lu Ling couldn't help but look up as well. That fast? A glint of obvious surprise flashed across Lu Ling's eyes. He really didn't expect that someone would actually be able to get rid of the illusion so quickly and successfully kill the nightmare beast. Besides Commander Lu, there's actually someone else who can kill the nightmare beast? Several soldiers exchanged words, their faces filled with surprise. Lu Ling smiled slightly upon hearing this, revealing a trace of depth in his eyes as he calmly said. Killing the nightmare beast isn't difficult. What's difficult is the curse of the nightmare beast after its death, which not everyone dares to bear. The rumored dream of revenge? A soldier asked cautiously. He had heard of such bizarre things. It was said that nightmare beasts would travel to their dreams to take revenge after their deaths, and looking at Commander Lu Ling, he was only afraid that the rumor was true. Lu Ling nodded solemnly, his expression becoming unusually serious. I had read details about the nightmare beast in the library, and those who slay it will be cursed by the evil of that eye's death. It's an innate ability, and perhaps that's one of the reasons why nightmare beasts are the most terrifying. Someone must strike to kill it. Wouldn't that necessarily mean that someone would be cursed? The soldier's eyes widened. As he spoke, a sudden realization dawned on him. So that's why we brought a couple of draggy outsiders with us before we came. And what happens when you find an ordinary person to kill? The soldier inquired curiously. Lu Ling took a deep breath. Let's not talk about whether an ordinary person can succeed or not. If the target of the curse is an ordinary person, then he will be plunged into horrific nightmares night after night, suffer endless mental torture without being able to wake up, and eventually die of a mental breakdown. Ordinary people can't wake up. Then what happens when an awakened person kills a nightmare beast? Another soldier eagerly followed up, his eyes filled with tension. If it's an awakened. Lu Ling paused, then said slowly. Then his powers are considered completely useless. When the soldiers heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air, knowing that for the awakened, their powers were their lives. If one lost their powers after becoming an awakened, it would only be worse than dying. After killing the nightmare beast, as long as this awakened person uses his or her powers again, he or she will be mentally disturbed by the nightmare beast, thus creating hallucinations. I can't believe it's so serious. Several soldiers then realized why the commander had to order the evacuation when their squad had clearly surrounded the nightmare beast earlier. Thinking of the previous failed roundup, Lu Ling shook his head helplessly. In order to successfully crusade against the nightmare beast this time, he had also brought out a few scapegoats. He also didn't expect the scapegoats to actually die in the first wave of giant eyes hallucinations. Looking at the huge eyes overhead at the time, Lu Ling didn't want his soldiers to get involved with this weird and dangerous thing, which was why he didn't order the nightmare beast to be killed. He led his team straight away and chose to withdraw, not a failed crusade as rumored. Now, since someone had helped him kill the nightmare beast, it was considered a good thing. Thinking of this, a small smile appeared on Lu Ling's face, and his gaze slowly looked towards the large white monkey in the cage. Luckily, this time he had something extra. Commander Lu, is this big monkey really that valuable? A young soldier walked over with the canned food and asked with some confusion when he saw Lu Ling's unblinking eyes. Lu Ling took the can and laughed contemptuously, his eyes towards the monkey revealing a hint of disdain. What's a monkey worth? Don't say it's white, it's just a monkey even if it's gold-colored. What's worth it is the monkey's ability. Lu Ling's voice was low, then he thought of something and immediately gave the soldiers new orders. Inform them that the mission has been completed and they will return to Qingqing tomorrow. Yes, Commander. At this moment, Lu Ling looked up at the sky that had returned to normal and muttered. I don't know which unlucky person killed the nightmare beast. The other side. Liu took Fu Shiryao with him to take the lead in leaving the location where the crowd had gathered, and flew back to the railroad tracks. I saw Xiao He lying unimaginatively in the pouring rain, his eyes tightly closed, and his forehooves kept stomping hard. The look was as if he was running around in the vast meadow to his heart's content. Is this a dream? Seeing this scene, Liu felt a black line all over his head and shook his head helplessly. Sleep, 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 sleep. Your master was just about gone, and you're still sleeping here. And at this time, Xiao He, in his mind, had already once again engaged in a thrilling speed contest with that majestic sweaty blood horse. This was its 38th matchup and it still lost. Looking at the black horse lying on the ground, Liu directly walked over from Xiao He. Chapter 100 Words on the Ruins. Hey! Fu Shiryao looked at Liu's childishly willful appearance and revealed a hint of a smile. She had to walk over and try to wake up Kuro, who was lying on the ground in a frenzy. Liu, on the other hand, found a relatively empty area and skillfully pressed the switch to unfold the portable house. From the outside, the excellent concealment of the Class 10 portable house has almost blended perfectly with the surrounding environment, and even when dense raindrops fall on it, you can hardly see any difference. The space sure is bigger. Liu planned it out and partitioned out half of the space for Blackie, which was a decent little stable. This time there's no need to fool yourself. Otherwise, even if the house was hidden, but a horse standing alone in the clearing, even a slow-reacting beast would be able to notice that something was wrong, not to mention a well-thought-out person. I'm afraid that any random straggler could easily recognize that it was Liu's horse and thus be convinced that Liu was nearby. Looking at Xiao He lying on the ground and running hard, Fu Shiryao couldn't help but laugh lightly and shake her head. She bent down and reached out her white hand to gently pat Blackie's neck in an attempt to wake him up. Blackie, wake up, don't dream. Fu Shiryao's voice was soft with a hint of a smile. Hearing the familiar gentle voice, little Black's ears twitched slightly, and its eyes slowly opened, a hint of confusion showing in its eyes. Seeing Fu Shiryao's face, Xiao He immediately rolled over and stood up, only then realizing that it was still in the pouring rain, and there was no majestic sweat-blooded horse beside it at all. It shook its head vigorously, as if trying to shake off the effects of the hallucinatory dream it had just had. Well, let it in. Liu pointed to the newly partitioned small stables and deliberately looked at the black horse that would only sleep with a stern face. Xiaohei seemed to understand Liu's meaning. Shaking his head and stepping away, he walked into the space separated by the portable house. Liu moved closer and carefully observed. The space that was partitioned out really wasn't that big, little black could only barely fit inside. Squeeze it a little, it's better than being out there. Liu said as he pushed Xiaohei forward again before closing the door of the stable. As night fell, the sound of the rain outside grew muffled. With the portable house that was made to resemble the real thing, Liu also relaxed a lot and directly fell into a deep sleep with Fu Shiyao in the portable house. Early the next morning, when the migrating army had already gone farther down the track, Liu then slowly out of. I see, I said I didn't see him last night. The straggler on the side nodded slowly. I knew it, Liu has never let me down. Liu. As Liu listened to these words, he couldn't help but admire from the bottom of his heart how these stragglers' brain circuits had grown. Did the IQ follow after becoming an awakened person? Everyone was saying that there were no cuties that could survive this brutal environment, but Liu didn't think so. Even in an environment where survival is so difficult, there are still many people who struggle to reach a normal level of intelligence. As the hordes continued to move west along the railroad tracks, a huge silhouette suddenly appeared in the rain and fog ahead. Look there. A straggler pointed ahead, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. That's up ahead. Hill? Not like that, it looks square. As the distance gradually drew closer, the originally indistinct outline became clearer and clearer. The crowd finally got a good look at what exactly appeared in front of them. Only next to the railroad tracks, there were ruins everywhere, a desolate and dilapidated scene. All that remains of the original building is now a mottled frame, like a skeleton torn by a giant beast, exposed to the relentless wind and rain. The gazes of the stragglers were all deeply attracted by the ruins, and Liu and Fu Shiyao couldn't help the novelty as they kept surveying the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, there was alarming cracking and peeling everywhere. Instead, the people in the safe zone who were walking in front of them all had complex and grave emotions on their faces. Obviously, they all knew in their hearts that this ruin was the once bustling city, the wonderful world that existed before that terrible typhoon wreaked havoc. Under the constant ravages of the natural disaster, even these ruins had become less complete and appeared even more desolate and dilapidated. The crowd could vaguely tell how prosperous this place had once been just from the immense size and scope of the ruins. During the walk through the ruins, a wall that was only halfway down caught the attention of the safe zone. The plastic door plates remaining on the walls still stubbornly reveal their former glory under the constant wash of rain. There seems to be writing on it. A guard from the safe zone pointed at the wall with a hint of surprise in his voice. That's right, it's words made out of plastic blocks. Let me take a look. Wang Lijin, who was in front of the group, couldn't wait to. Even though he had already reached the strength of fifth-order psychic ability, he had only heard this voice from afar, and at this point, he was already in a state of panic. It's possible that the sound was made by the Beast King. Wang Qinshui couldn't believe that in this seemingly normal area there were more than just all sorts of huge-sized foreign beasts, there was actually such a powerful Beast King hidden. If he was unlucky enough to come across it, not to mention that it would be difficult for him to escape, none of the people around him would be able to survive. In front of this absolutely powerful Beast King, the number of people was simply meaningless. The crowd didn't dare to linger for a moment, and hurriedly and quickly traversed the ruins. Armor-breaking arrow LV-12, plus 120 penetration, plus 120 stability, plus 120 flight speed, speed of sound. Just the sound of roaring is so terrifying, I really dare not think about how powerful this foreign beast is. Liu held the crystal core tightly in his hand and kept absorbing the energy in it without stopping for a moment. After becoming a third-order awakened, not only did the abdominal cyclone become much larger in size, the speed of absorption also increased dramatically once again. In this area with huge foreign beasts, he had to raise his strength as soon as possible. The stragglers who were originally walking behind were following especially close at this point. After hearing that horrible roar, no one dared to stop and rest too much along the way either. Sparing the crowd another half-day of non-stop hoofing, the front of the tracks remained gray and dull, without any noticeable change. Well, those big-headed soldiers can't be crooks. Wang Lijin, who was leading the way in front of the team in the safe zone, could no longer hold back and cursed angrily. Wang Qinshui recalled that chilling roar, his heart was still not quite at ease, and he hurriedly persuaded. Let's walk again and rest when it gets dark. Fine. Hearing the words of the family head, Wang Lijin continued on with a helpless face. After a little more walking, the surrounding area flattened out and the view opened up in front of us. Wang Qinshui stood beside the railroad tracks, his eyes looking into the rain and fog in the distance, and still nothing appeared in front of him. His brows were tightly locked, and there was some doubt in his mind at this time. Could it be that what those few soldiers had said before were all lies? Looking up at the sky, which was already darkening, the prepare to rest? Just as Wang Qinshui was about to open his mouth, his entire body seemed to be immobilized, and his voice came to an abrupt end. His eyes were wide open and filled with shock as he looked ahead. In the thick rain and fog in front of them, there seemed to be bright lights constantly flickering across the sky, as bright and dim as ghosts. Stars? Wang Qinshui muttered. No, it can't be. As the raindrops continued to fall on his body, Wang Qinshui immediately overturned this conclusion. The sky was dark and cloudy, and that could never be the light from the stars. Could it be a lighthouse? Another thought flashed through his mind, but then he pushed it back on himself. How could there be a lighthouse on this large flat expanse of land? The people in the safe zone were all ready to camp and rest, only to realize that when the family head gave the order, he suddenly lost his voice in the middle of his sentence. It was only when he looked up that he realized the head of the family was staring blankly into the distance. Following Wang Qinshui's gaze, several awakened with good eyesight also saw the bright light flickering in the sudden commotion in the safe zone also caught the attention of the stragglers. The stragglers thought there was danger in the neighborhood and hurried to follow. The distance was getting closer and closer, and many of the stragglers also saw the flickering bright light high in the sky in the distance. Do you think that was a foreign beast on that day? Zhao Xiong hurriedly touched Sun Hao's arm, eager to get an answer from him. After all, Sun Hao was an awakened of the perception type, so maybe he already knew what it was in advance. Fei? Looks more like a trap to me. Although Sun Hao couldn't hear the movement over there, he was always very wary of unknown things glowing in the darkness. Li Yu couldn't clearly see what was glowing in the rain and fog either, so he had to turn his head to ask Fu Shiyao. What's up ahead? Fu Shiyao concentrated on activating her supernatural ability, and the range of her perception of the raindrops slowly expanded outward, just as Li Yu hesitated to approach. Bang! The loud bang. A large group of stragglers instinctively lowered their stature, as if their muscle memory was activated. Everyone unanimously made the movement of crawling to avoid, and their faces were even more filled with panic. Gunshots? There's a shot fired up ahead. It's not going to be an ambush for us. The stragglers looked around nervously, seemingly always ready to escape. No, look! One of the stragglers suddenly pointed to the sky with a hint of trembling in his voice. Bang, bang, bang. One loud noise after another came from the front. Everyone looked up, only to see dozens of fireworks rising into the air at the same time, exploding into a brilliant array of colors in the rainy night, illuminating the entire dark night sky. These people, who were struggling to survive the downpour, had never seen anything so spectacularly beautiful. All of them stared with unblinking eyes, fearing that they would miss this rare spectacle. This is fireworks? The people in the Wangjiakia safety zone had also only seen the fireworks blooming in pictures, and at this moment they were also deeply attracted by this sudden beauty. The colorful sky shone like a rainbow into everyone's eyes. Many people were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, their hearts shaken. I've never seen. The straggler stammered, unable to speak. Chapter 102. When was the alliance formed? How come I don't know? So beautiful. Fu Shiyao was also deeply shocked by the fantastic scene in front of her. Her eyes glittered with surprise and intoxication. Could this thing even scare off the Fae? Li Yu, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity as he looked towards the sky above, his heart filled with doubts. He really didn't see what practical purpose there was in launching these colorful things into the sky. With excitement in their hearts, the crowd darted in the direction where the fireworks had exploded. The surrounding buildings loomed under the brilliant light of the fireworks. What is that, higher than the high walls of the shelter? It's the building. I've seen it in books. Even the Wang family members from the safe zone were like bumpkins at this time, excitedly pointing and shouting loudly in front of them. Wang Qinshui looked up, and it turned out that what was glowing just now was also just a signal light on top of the tallest building. He couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotion, not realizing that one day they would actually be able to see the scenes depicted in the book with their own eyes. The fireworks illuminated the buildings below between flashes, and Li Yu finally saw the outlines of the tall buildings in. The other stragglers around them also looked towards Ma Yuanbai. After all, they had already joined Ma Yuanbai's team, so Ma Yuanbai was naturally considered their boss. It is also certainly not their turn to speak in the face of inquiry. Moreover, Ma Yuanbai had clearly told them before that they should not call themselves stragglers and refugees in the future. Under the flurry of gazes from the stragglers, Ma Yuanbai calmly walked out from the group. Arriving in front of the group leader, Ma Yuanbai was about to open his mouth when the rest of his eyes saw Liu beside the group. There was a sudden flash of light in his head, and the words changed instantly as they came out of his mouth. "We are the Vagabond Alliance from the Zhejiang Mountains, and I'm Vice Alliance Leader Ma Yuanbai." Ma Yuanbai's voice was calm, but his eyes revealed a hint of cunning. "That's our ally, Liu," said Ma Yuanbai, pointing to Liu who was riding on a horse not far away. The leader of the group raised his eyebrows slightly. These people were afraid that they were starving to death, and they actually dared to call themselves an alliance. After quickly recording it, he turned his head to look in the direction Ma Yuanbai was pointing to, seemingly searching for the alliance leader's figure. Liu was riding on a horse, and his stance was naturally a great deal taller than the surrounding stragglers. He was currently wearing a raincoat, holding a bow and arrow in his hand, and had Fu Shiyao in his arms. Coupled with the unique energy and aura of an awakened person, Liu's entire body stood out among the stragglers, and the group leader saw him at a glance. Looking at Liu, who was clearly tougher than the stragglers, the leader of the group nodded silently and thought secretly in his heart. As expected of an ally, holding a woman and still riding a horse, not caring in the slightest about the deaths of the people below. It's a tough one. Thinking of this, the team leader lowered his head and added a few more strokes to Allied Master Liu's record. "It's already registered, so you guys just wait here for now." After saying that, the group leader directly turned around and left. Hearing Ma Yuanbai say that Liu is the ally, the surrounding stragglers all stared wide-eyed, their mouths slightly open, their faces filled with astonishment. Even so shocked, no one dared to speak. Liu was also stunned when he heard this. How did he somehow become an ally? Could it be that Ma Yuanbai wanted to use him? But he didn't even know the name of the alliance that Ma Yuanbai had established. Liu turned his head towards Ma Yuanbai with a hint of doubt in his eyes, as if he wanted to see Ma Yuanbai give him a reasonable explanation. Ma Yuanbai also noticed Liu's questioning eyes. He did not open his mouth to respond. Instead, he bowed slightly to Liu with a smile on his face, his attitude extremely humble. That look looked as if he had been doing his best to help Liu. The scene of Ma Yuanbai bowing was all seen by the stragglers. All the stragglers forced themselves to hold back their inner excitement. Liu, the powerful ally, and Ma Yuanbai, the vice ally in charge of logistics. This new alliance they had joined was going to have strength and food. It was as if the stragglers had seen hope for the future, and this was the first time that they had taken the word Rangers Union deeply to heart. It wasn't until the leader of that group returned to the gates that the stragglers instantly began to whisper. No one would have thought that the real boss of the new team they had joined Ma Yuanbai with was actually Liu. All the displaced people have been kept in the dark. Liu is the ally. Now that's transportation. I can't believe we went so long without realizing it. What a shame to be an ally. The gazes of the stragglers hovered between Liu and Ma Yuanbai, their whispered discussions gradually turning into open admiration. That team leader went back to the gate and reported back inside through the comms device. Inside the tall building in castle, the correspondent, looking hurried, raised his hand and knocked gently on the office door. "Enter." A middle-aged man spoke in a light tone. Dressed in a green-colored robe, he stood in front of the window with a straight posture, his gaze deep and deep as he looked at the splendidly blooming fireworks outside. "City Lord, the power is about to be completely paralyzed, it won't last a few days." As soon as he entered, the communications soldier reported up with an anxious look on his face. "Got it." The city lord merely responded calmly, not the slightest ripple visible on his face. The communications soldier continued to report, "A few thousand people claiming to be from the Zhejiang Mountains have just arrived outside the city, and after initial speculation, they may be refugees." Good timing, so many people actually came at a critical time. The city lord of Qingqing suddenly let out a laugh, and that laugh seemed to deeply contain some kind of unknown deep meaning. What a godsend! Chapter 103 Civilization and Order. Watching the city lord's rare big smile, the communication soldier eagerly continued to report the content, knowing what the following news meant to the city lord. Latest news, the nightmare beast that approached Xincheng was successfully killed. Commander Lu Ling also captured the juvenile white monkey and has now safely transported it to the lab. Good news follows. Good. The city lord's body leaned forward slightly, his eyes like a torch, and he said 3 good words in a row. Bang! The city lord's fist slammed down on the table, suppressing the excitement in his heart. A glint flashed in his eyes, like lightning in the dark night, fleeting. Congratulations to the city lord. The communication soldier hurriedly lowered his head in fear, his tone filled with respect, knowing what the city lord's praise represented. So, these foreign refugees? The correspondent asked cautiously and tentatively, with a hint of caution in his eyes. Let them stay out for the night, then let them in tomorrow. The city lord clasped his hands in front, because of the flag. What flag? Wang Lijian listened with a bewildered face, full of doubts. He was about to ask a follow-up question, but Wang Qinxue had already lowered her head and shut her mouth to stop talking about the topic. Only Wang Qinxue's eyes looked at the gate from time to time, where a green flag was printed. If it wasn't for the fact that he saw this green flag printed on the chests of everyone in Qingcheng, even the doorways had such eye-catching green flags printed everywhere. Even if Wang Qinxue was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to put the lives of the Wang family into the hands of others, much less risk leading the crowd into this unknown city. Only he, as the head of the Safe Zone family, had learned from the shelter's hidden information that this green flag represented none other than civilization and order. Civilization. Wang Qinxue whispered softly as he looked at the flag. After a long night of waiting, the gates finally opened slowly again. The crowd outside all looked inside in unison, everything in front of them was incomparably new to them, and everyone longed from the bottom of their hearts to see more unknown sights. As the gate was completely pulled up, a group of soldiers came out from inside, their pace was neat, their eyes alert, and the weapons in their hands were emitting a cold light. The same team leader from yesterday walked out again, but this time he had a kind smile on his face. Outsiders, you have been allowed to enter Castle Green. But when you go in, you must follow my command, and you must not break away from the group privately, or you will be severely punished according to the law. As soon as the group leader's words fell, a cheer erupted among the stragglers, who couldn't wait to get inside and see the bustling city. Liu, are we going in as well? Although Fu Shiyao's eyes also contained anticipation, she still inquired to Liu. Wait first. Liu was a little hesitant. Watching the people in the safe zone take the lead without hesitation, he really didn't understand how the Wang clan team could be so relieved. In the end, Liu turned his attention to Ma Yuanbai among the stragglers. Ma Yuanbai seemed to have been watching Liu for a long time, and when he saw Liu looking at him, he pointed his finger at the gate and nodded at him again. Ma Yuanbai seemed to have been secretly observing Liu for a long time, and when he saw Liu looking over, he immediately pointed his finger at Qingcheng and nodded to Liu again. Good, then let's go in and take a look as well. Only then did Liu slowly walk into the gate on Little Black. Only just walking through the gates and seeing some of the sights on the outskirts of the city, the crowd was already stunned once again. Liu, look, the house is really high and so flat. Fu Shiyao raised her head and looked from below, it was even more spectacular than from a distance. How many people have to live in here, look. Aha! Liu casually hummed, he didn't care about these tall houses, after all, he already had a house. His gaze, on the other hand, kept surveying the surroundings, observing the distribution of weapons and numbers of soldiers around him. Looking at the reaction of these soldiers, Liu's expression was grave. Even if nothing out of the ordinary happened, those soldiers still stood there motionless and upright, looking completely different from the rest of them. With the leader of the group leading the way, the group continued toward the city. At that moment, someone was suddenly surprised to notice something different. The ground is dry. Really? The people around them sniffed and raised their hands, and indeed not a single drop of rain fell. Has the rain stopped? No way, the rain will never stop. Then why is there no rain in town? Listening to the exclamations of the people around him, Liu also stretched out his hand to feel it, and sure enough, no raindrops fell. Liu tilted his head to see that there was no cover overhead. He was also curious as to how this was done to keep the streets free of rain. Fu Shiyao, on the other hand, tried to activate her powers again, but there was still no effect. It was as if she had been restrained by some mysterious power here, and she was completely confused as to why her powers were ineffective here. But the novelty of what was in front of her quickly caught her attention. Liu, look, there are so many plants over there and a big lawn. Fu Shiyao marveled, her voice filled with surprise. Without waiting for Liu to react, Xiao He instantly turned his head to look. When it saw the remote that carefully greenery, its feet couldn't help but walk even more slowly in the direction of. What stood out most, however, was not just the clean streets and stores, but the steel behemoth's tanks parked not far in front of the crowd. It's a tank. Wang Qinxue's voice carried a hint of suppressed trembling. He knew that it was a war machine of the old world, but never expected to see it in reality with his own eyes. Wang Qinshui was in a state of shock at this time. Even if he became an awakened, he was not strong enough to ignore the tank. Wang Lijian, who was on the side, also stared at the tank dead on, being too surprised to speak. The tank is actually this big. A young man from the safe zone stammered. Only from the book, he thought it was just a little bigger than a car, but he didn't expect it to be so huge. It's an old world war machine after all. The older man on the sidelines replied slowly. The people in the safe zone were more than a little in awe when they saw the tanks from the books in front of them. The stragglers behind them, however, continued to look unconcerned when they saw the tanks. Even if they knew the name of the tank, they were still more curious. The stragglers didn't think there was anything impressive about this iron guy called Tank. After seeing the tanks, Ma Yuanbai, full of surprise, detached himself from the stragglers and walked over to the tank to scrutinize it at close range. He even tried to go up and touch it, but was stopped by the soldiers in front of the tank. The tank is real. It's actually not a pose. Ma Yuanbai couldn't help but shout madly in his heart, but on the surface, he looked calm. Not bad for a city with a flag. Ma Yuanbai muttered to himself as he looked at the green flag printed on the tank. He had grown up in a shelter and naturally knew the meaning of this green flag. Now it seemed that this Qingchun was far more powerful than he thought. At least it was stronger than the few shelters he had seen. Li Yu looked at the tank while tightly pulling on Xiao Hei's reins. As soon as he slacked off a bit, the big, greedy guy would deliberately go crooked and run towards those green plants again. Tank! Listening to the constant chatter of the people around him, Li Yu's gaze also fell on the steel beast, which seemed to have a cannon mounted in front of it. This thing. It does look scary. And Fu Shiyao's gaze had already been deeply attracted by the flower store next to her. Although it was decorated with fake flowers, she had never seen anything so beautiful and exquisite. Just as the crowd was all shocked by the tank, the team leader standing next to the tank suddenly put away his smile and said to the crowd with a serious face. This tank is for castle's protection, not for use against you. But if anyone dares to violate the decree, don't blame us. The group leader's words were obviously meant for the awakened in the crowd as well. After all, there was absolutely no need for a tank to be involved in dealing with ordinary people as well. Although the awakened are powerful, they are not invulnerable. Even with the most powerful powers, there will always be a time when they run out of energy. With the threat of tanks, I'm sure the awakened will settle down a bit. Jingle bells. A clear, pleasant voice rang out from the street in front of them. Look, it's a bicycle, I told you I'd seen it at the shelter. One of the stragglers shouted as he pointed excitedly. On the road in front of them, there were constantly Qingqing residents driving various means of transportation passing through the streets. Amidst the constant exclamations and shouts of the people around him, Li Yu also finally realized the difference between a bicycle, a motorcycle, and a car. Li Yu listened to the muttering sounds coming from the road and recalled the people who had helped them drive away the giant wolf packs before. The iron horses those people were riding should be motorcycles. The leader of the group sent someone to stop the road and lead the group onward. Li Yu kept observing the soldiers around them. Although they said they were escorting them, it looked more like they were under close surveillance. Looking back in the direction from which he had come, he realized that there were soldiers. After hearing the man's shouts, Li Yu also roughly understood the situation. He was helping people upgrade their powers for free. This was indeed a chance of a lifetime, and they did not expect it to be met by them. Many of the awakened in the group of stragglers were brightening up with a look of eagerness to try. Chapter 105 The Meaning of Stagecoach. The few awakened among the stragglers did not move and glanced at the soldiers next to them. If it wasn't for the soldiers closely escorting them from the side, they couldn't wait to run over to that person to upgrade their powers for free. But what made Li Yu feel strange was that no matter how hard the man yelled, none of the locals around were actually willing to go over and try. Sensing some change in the atmosphere, the team leader had to divert the attention of the group, reaching out and pointing to the huge boarding house in the distance in front of them. We're almost there. Not far ahead is the big house that our Qingcheng has prepared for all of you. Everyone is definitely going to be much more comfortable in the future than they were in the wilderness. Hearing that there was actually a place for them to stay, the eyes of the stragglers were suddenly filled with anticipation. It wasn't until the leader of the group led the crowd and stopped in front of a beautiful villa that the crowd stared. Is this where we're staying? Isn't it a little small? Small, yes, but I've never. The stragglers knew what an outhouse meant, even though they often settled casually in the wilderness. They don't even have a full raincoat, let alone a house, but their toilets are already so well built. They all looked at the building in front of them with faces full of surprise. their eyes revealing incredulity and deep confusion. Thinking of the two-word stagecoach inside that ruin from before, the crowd in the safe zone came to a realization. Wrong, the previous guess was all wrong. The stagecoach turned out to be an outhouse. After the family head Wang Qinshui knew that the stagecoach was the toilet, he came to a deep realization that there was a gap between the Wang Jiaqiu safety zone and Qingcheng that was as huge as a rift valley. Li Yu's expression was equally complicated. He had previously thought that the post station was a place for the ancients to rest their feet, but he did not expect it to be just a toilet. You see, that flat-roofed building in the distance is where you'll be staying. The leader of the group pointed to the boarding house not far away. After bringing the crowd closer, the boarding house looked really big, but it also looked a lot more simple and crude compared to the other buildings in the neighborhood. Coming to the door of the large paneled room, the leader of the group raised his hand and began to introduce himself again. This is the Qingqing Square cabin, which can accommodate 5,000 people at the same time, and has enough space for everyone to rest and use inside. 5,000 people? The crowd couldn't help but marvel out. The inside of this building was actually able to hold everyone they came with at the same time. Looking at the huge building, Li Yu always felt something was not right in his heart. How come it seemed as if Qingcheng had already prepared this place in advance before they arrived? Does Castle have the ability to see things before they happen, or is it foresight? Led by the leader of the group, the crowd slowly entered the square cabin. Upon entering, they were struck by the spaciousness of the interior and the soaring roof. Wow, it's so big here. A straggler couldn't help but exclaim, his voice echoing in the empty space. Li Yu directly rode Little Black and walked in. The leader of the group was slightly stunned, but once he thought that Li Yu was the leader of this group of stragglers, he did not open his mouth to stop him. If so many stragglers were to be stabilized, not only was the threat of force from the soldiers needed, but the presence of this ally in front of him was also necessary. When Li Yu entered, he found that the interior of this building was extremely spacious, and the roof was even higher. But it was as if the place had been emptied of everything. Only a row of lights overhead provided weak illumination. Although it was extremely simple, it was already a very desirable and good place for the stragglers to be sheltered from the wind and rain, and there was still no danger. Everyone can rest on their own for now, don't run around. The warning voice of the group leader echoed continuously in the square cabin. With that said, the leader of the group stood in the doorway of the square cabin, seemingly waiting for something. Li Yu glanced at the many soldiers gathered outside the door and had some hidden worries in his heart. Although Qingqing's soldiers hadn't unloaded the weapons and equipment of the safe zone's crowd, it wasn't completely impossible to encircle the Wang family's safe zone, including them. What reason? Li Yu did feel very confused about this. There is little difference between them making this choice and throwing themselves on the mercy of the enemy and giving up resistance. Because Qingcheng belongs to a power that existed before the Typhoon disaster struck. Ma Yuanbai's voice was low and serious. Chapter 106, Underground Experiments. Before the typhoon descended? Li Yu was obviously a bit shocked. Didn't the typhoon destroy everything? How could they have survived until now? Speaking of which, Li Yu's mind suddenly thought of shelters. Could it be that these people, they were passed down from generation to generation in the refuge until now? Ma Yuanbai beside him nodded. Li Yu's heart was filled with amazement. These people had actually been hiding in the refuge, constantly passing down knowledge from generation to generation. It was not until after the catastrophe that their descendants returned to the surface and, with great effort, rebuilt a new city. How big of a sanctuary does this have to be? Li Yu muttered, his face full of incredulity. Ma Yuanbai couldn't help but stare at how his focus as an alliance leader was always so strange. Seeing Li Yu return to his senses, Ma Yuanbai pointed again to the green flag flying outside the door. Signs of this civilization can be seen almost everywhere throughout Castle. As Li Yu looked along, the green flag fluttered gently and seemed to symbolize some sort of belief. Pre-catastrophe civilizations don't actively kill people. As if realizing that what he said was a bit absolute, Ma Yuanbai added. At least not explicitly. Are you that certain? Li Yu asked back incredulously. Because there are decrees and morals. Ma Yuanbai's expression was firm. Li Yu. Ma Yuanbai. What do you mean? Li Yu was confused. Ma Yuanbai was instantly silenced by Li Yu's question, and after thinking for half a day, he could not hold back a sentence. His expression slowly became extremely complicated. It was difficult for him to explain the meaning of these ancient words to Li Yu, nor could he make Li Yu understand what systems and guidelines were, yet these illusory things did influence the behavior of the Qingqing people. All you need to know is that in pre-catastrophe civilization, people had a bottom line. There was a hint of envy in my Yuan Bai's words. I don't know if he was envying the pre-disaster civilization or the Liu in front of him. Inside Castle's underground laboratory, a researcher was standing nervously at the elevator entrance, waiting. As the elevator slowly descended, the researcher's body began to tremble slightly. And behind the researcher, Commander Lu Ling was inching forward to protect his safety. The lights came on and the elevator doors slowly opened. City Lord Lu Qinglin's figure appeared inside, and he was followed by two awakened people with extraordinary auras. From the powerful aura they emitted, their strength was not at all inferior to Commander Lu Ling. Seeing that the researcher had personally come to greet him, City Lord Lu Qinglin wore a smile on his face and spoke cordially. Dr. Zhou Su, how can I bother you to come out personally? Isn't this delaying the progress of the research? No impact, no impact. Zhou Su looked at Lu Qinglin's seemingly intimate smile, but his heart went straight to panic. He knew in his heart that under Lu Qinglin's seemingly kind smile, he was hiding sharp fangs that were like wolves and tigers that ate meat without spitting bones. In the eyes of Zhou Su's group of underground workers, Lu Qinglin was simply a frightening demon. As far as he knew, 20 years ago, Lu Qinglin had actually directly sent Qingcheng troops to arrest Lu Yun simply because he suspected that his son Lu Yun wanted to rebel and that he wanted to seize his power, and to this day, no one knew what happened to Lu Yun. It was said that when surrounded by the troops, Lu Yun, who was already a high-level awakened at the time, actually did not resist. 10 years ago, Lu Qinglin again suspected that his grandson Lu Fan wanted to avenge his father Lu Yun, spying on his position as the city's master, and simply put Lu Fan in the dungeon as well. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Fan was a born awakened and still had important research value to Qingcheng, I'm afraid that Lu Fan would have been buried alive long ago as well. It wasn't until a year ago that the top sent the tortured Lu Fan into the lab that Zhou Su was in charge of. Such a person who was so ruthless and emotionless towards his family made Zhou Su feel creeped out. Lu Qinglin treated loved ones with no compassion, and this coldness of his was even. Lu Qinglin's gaze followed Zhou Su's back closely, his heart filled with anticipation. This white monkey might be the key to his mastery of greater power. A psychic ability more powerful than a natural awakened person. Lu Qinglin turned his head to look at Lu Ling, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. Lu Ling, you personally supervise the experiment, and I won't tolerate any failed results. Yes. Lu Ling responded with an expressionless face. Lu Qinglin looked at the busy Zhou Su inside and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. Remember to remind Dr. Zhou that his family is doing well in Qingcheng and no longer has to work hard. Lu Ling nodded, there was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes, as if he had already gotten used to Lu Qinglin's ruthlessness and cruelty. In the midst of this new world, psychic powers are everything. Lu Qinglin, on the other hand, is the crazy person who researches psychic abilities by any means necessary. Inside the glass room of the lab, Zhou Su's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. The two assistants also came over with scared faces to help wipe the sweat. Zhou Su knew that what he had in front of him was not just a white monkey, it was a bet on his fate and that of all the lab workers. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself as he began to draw blood from the white monkey. And behind him was Lu Qinglin's shadow-like gaze with a hint of expectation. Chapter 107 Qingcheng Born Awakened, Lu Fan. Lu Qinglin looked at the white monkey that was having its blood drawn and was satisfied in his heart. The Fae needed for the experiment are finally all together. There must be something different about that huge white monkey that survived for so long. If the white monkey's psychic ability could be extracted and applied to Lu Fan's body. Once the experiment was successful, it meant that as a person of the same bloodline as Lu Fan, he could also succeed. Continuing in this direction, perhaps the psychic abilities in people could eventually be successfully extracted. At that time, he would be able to obtain both his grandson Lu Fan's natural awakened human psychic ability and the powerful ability of the white monkey. As long as he could keep unlocking the secrets of the mutation of the Fae, he could not only further consolidate the power in his hands. It may even take this rare opportunity to take control of the entire world's landscape. Eternal life, I'm afraid, is only a matter of time. In the laboratory, Zhou Su was continuously extracting blood from the white monkey's body. Feeling the pain, the white monkey kept struggling and twisting its body, a miserable cry escaping from its mouth. But Zhou Su didn't stop his hands until he had pumped a full 5 tubes of blood. Zhou Su knew very well in his heart that the white monkey possessed an exceptionally tenacious vitality, and this level of blood consumption would not cause any substantial impact on it at all. But if he didn't do what Lu Qinglin asked him to do, causing Lu Qinglin outside the glass to feel dissatisfied, I'm only afraid that the one who would die first wouldn't be the white monkey, but himself. Zhou Su handed 4 vials full of blood to an assistant. Take it to the lab. The assistant, listening to the white monkey's screams, hurriedly took the blood with trepidation and stepped hastily into a side laboratory. Zhou Su himself came to the workbench and took out the potion that had been carefully paired before, mixing it with the blood in a certain ratio. Then, Zhou Su took the new potion that he had just mixed and went to the iron door in the lab. The heavy iron door was firmly locked by 3 huge and sturdy locks, giving an oppressive feeling that could not be broken through. Zhou Su pressed his palm onto it, and the green light swept through as the identity verification passed. The iron door slowly opened, and there was actually another iron door inside. There were also 2 serious-looking awakened standing guard in the middle of the 2 iron gates, their eyes looking over warily to reconfirm their identities. After the first door was re-locked, the second door then slowly opened. Such a strict security situation was enough to show how much Lu Qinglin valued the people inside. Zhou Su knew that the one locked inside the iron door was none other than Lu Qinglin's grandson Lu Fan. Stepping through the heavy iron door, a chill came over him, and the sight before him was chilling. Only Lu Fan was seen firmly bound to the cold test bench. His limbs were locked tightly in place with thick metal chains that were embedded deep into his skin, leaving shocking, bloody strangulation marks. Each chain seemed to be specially crafted, and no matter how desperately Lu Fan struggled, he was unable to shake it in the slightest. Lu Fan's wrists and ankles had been strangled to the point where he could see the bones, but he still kept struggling. Blood slowly oozed out, staining the surrounding floor. Lu Fan's chest was pressed by a huge metal plate, which was also covered with complex mechanical devices. With the low sound of electricity, the metal plates kept retracting and dropping, relentlessly squeezing the life out of his flesh. Lu Fan's entire body took on a twisted posture under these confinements. Even though his muscles were tense and his veins were rippling, he was never able to break free from this nightmare-like bondage. Lu Fan's head was also rigidly fixed by a 4-square box, revealing only a pair of eyes full of anger. There was only endless hatred in those eyes. Zhou Su came in and saw this cruel scene at a glance. After all, he was Lu Qinglin's own grandson, and thinking that he was going to experiment on Lu Fan, Zhou Su still hesitated and subconsciously looked at the camera above him. Lu Qinglin looked at the surveillance screen and quickly picked up the microphone next to him, a hint of fervor flashed in his eyes. Conduct the first experiment immediately, I want to see the results now. Zhou Su was filled with helplessness, he knew that it was absolutely impossible for this kind of experiment to succeed at once. Leaving aside the inevitable rejection reactions that would occur in practice, the potion he had previously concocted alone would not have any effect on this fusion at all. However, at this moment, he didn't have any way back, so he had no choice but to walk towards Lu Fan with the potion he had just fused. When Lu Qinglin saw Lu Fan, who had been powerfully squeezed by the experiment failed. Instead, Zhou Su secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. As the blood fusion failed and the awakening ability failed, Lu Fan's body suddenly surged uncontrollably, as if something was about to rush out. No good, it's a rejection mutation. Get out of the room. Zhou Su shouted and rushed into the iron gate with his assistant, pressing the switch with his hands. The 2 awakened also quickly grabbed their weapons and prepared for the unexpected. However, under the strong squeeze of the metal plate, Lu Fan's body quickly calmed down again. Just as the iron door was about to close, one of the awakened suddenly seemed to be pulled by a huge invisible force and flew uncontrollably towards Lu Fan. The awakened one instantly realized that something bad had happened, and turned around violently, trying as hard as he could to rush out of the room, but the iron door had already closed. No! Chapter 108 Cruel Alien Powers. Lu Qinglin looked at the surveillance screen with a cold expression. Almost as soon as the iron door closed, he had pressed the red switch in his hand. Phew! In an instant, a blazing fire erupted from the room, and the blazing heat instantly burned to death Lu Fan, whose body had mutated, and the awakened who hadn't had time to escape. After the violent burning, the iron door reopened. A few soldiers went in to clean up the wreckage with expressionless faces, and Zhou Su couldn't bear to look at the miserable scene and helplessly cocked his head. Lu Qinglin acted as if he had just burned 2 insignificant ants, without a ripple in his heart. After the soldiers in the room had cleaned up and evacuated the bodies of the awakened, Lu Fan, who was clearly dead, had his body suddenly and miraculously regain its breathing and heartbeat. Under the repair of the supernatural energy, Lu Fan's charred body quickly recovered as before. Lu Qinglin watched the experiment fail with no surprise in his heart. He also knew very well that the extraction and fusion of supernormal abilities was definitely not that easy, much less successful in one go. Lu Qinglin looked at Lu Fan in the surveillance and picked up the microphone and said to Zhou Su. Keep trying, this punk can't die. After saying that, Lu Qinglin directly and mercilessly turned around and left the lab without the slightest bit of lingering. After seeing Lu Qinglin leave, Commander Lu Ling sat down in front of the monitor and continued to watch Zhou Su's every move. Lu Qinglin had just left when the door to the nearby laboratory was suddenly pushed open. A researcher in a protective suit hurried out, tension written all over his face. Dr. Zhou, we found some anomalous data. There's some coding in the white monkey sequence that we've never seen before. Zhou Su's heartbeat instantly accelerated as he quickly walked over to the data terminal, and the data on the screen made his pupils clench. These genetic codes appear to be a self-protective mechanism. They would be activated when the white monkeys were threatened, releasing a powerful wave of energy, even as this energy continued to spread in all directions. However, Zhou Su did not make a sound. Instead, he suppressed his inner excitement and spoke in a calm manner. It's just normal, keep watching. Yes. The researcher turned and hurried back to the lab. Then Zhou Su spoke to the soldiers on the side, locked the experimental subjects back into isolation room number 2. Several soldiers worked together to push the device controlling the white monkey into the second iron gate. After quieting down, Zhou Su looked at the screen on the side of the workbench, where the screen in Lu Fan's room was displayed in real time. Think back to a year ago. When Lu Fan was brought in tied up, Zhou Su was already shocked just by taking a look at his state. When he heard the rumors about Lu Fan, his heart was even more incomparably surprised. Being subjected to such inhuman torture day and night, Lu Fan's spirit actually hadn't collapsed yet. Not to mention that the person who ordered his torture was his own grandfather. Relying on that wave of hatred that was so strong to the extreme, the power of revenge actually drove Lu Fan to unleash. If they didn't have the energy replenishment from the Fey crystalline cores, they were only afraid that they would only be First Order awakened for the rest of their lives. Just don't worry, it's free, but we'll be sure to come back and thank you after our powers are upgraded. Come back? Lu Yufa stood on the sidelines, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked into a meaningful smile. Zhou Su, on the other hand, quietly handed Lu Yufa a small bottle filled with transparent liquid. Lu Yufa took the bottle, the excitement on his face was hard to hide, and he carefully packed it up, which was the real reason why he sent the person here. Zhou Su pointed to one of the iron doors in front of the lab and turned his head to the several stragglers. You'll need to be under observation for a while after the injection, so I'd like to ask a few of you to go to that room up front and wait for now. His voice was calm, but there was a flash of complexity in his eyes as he looked at the stragglers. Chapter 109, Is this civilized? Is this the room? One of the stragglers asked with a hint of uncertainty in his tone, pointing to the heavy iron door room at the end of the corridor. Right. Zhou Su nodded slightly at the stragglers. The people here are so strange, the houses are made of iron. The other straggler muttered, new to everything in the lab. While a few stragglers walked into the room, the iron door behind them was shut mercilessly by the soldiers. The room was small, with only a few beds and some rudimentary medical equipment, and the smell of disinfectant filled the air. What's going on? One of the stragglers was the first to sense something was wrong, and he rapped hard on the iron door. The palm of his hand clashed with the iron door, making a thumping sound, trying to get the attention of the people outside. Open the door. Let us out. Another straggler began to yell as well, panic in his voice. But no matter how desperately they shouted, not the slightest response came from outside. The soldiers stood guard at the door with an expressionless face, unable to hear anything inside. Armor-breaking arrow LV-13, plus 130 penetration, plus 130 stability, plus 130 flight speed, speed of sound. Liu inside the square cabin kept transforming his energy. Nowadays, the upgrading speed was obviously much faster, and the experience value kept increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Liu looked at the experience bar. At this rate, he would soon be able to level up Armor Breaker Arrow to level 15. Roar! A huge roar once again boomed in the sky, and even those within Xingcheng could hear it unusually clearly and deafeningly. And this time, the roar was significantly louder than before, and it seemed to be much closer to Xingcheng. You said this voice, it won't be coming at us. Liu suddenly spoke. Don't you talk nonsense. Liu's casual remark nearly scared Ma Yuanbai out of a cold sweat. The voices outside had just calmed down when Liu said to Ma Yuanbai again. A couple stragglers just slipped out. I know. Ma Yuanbai was naturally aware that the stragglers were missing a few people. I guess they can't come back. Liu was thoughtful. Ma Yuanbai was silent. He also knew that the disappearance of these few stragglers was only by Qingqing's default. Although he believed in Castle, there was a good chance that these few people would indeed not be able to return. Li Yu took the opportunity to ask a rhetorical question. I thought you said this place was civilized? No one can stop someone who wants to seek their own death. Ma Yuanbai did his best to explain. If there really was a good thing about free upgrades to powers, would it be the turn of the stragglers? So it was that person who did it. Li Yu was a bit surprised. I didn't realize that Ma Yuanbai had already guessed the reason why the stragglers had left. Li Yu couldn't help but sigh. What that person said about the upgrading of alien ability was indeed quite tempting. I didn't expect that there were really stragglers who couldn't resist the temptation to sneak off. These fools actually didn't even leave a backhand. It's too normal that they can't come back. Ma Yuanbai was completely speechless. Before these few stragglers went out, they actually didn't even inform him, the vice ally, and now he had no reason to go to Qingqing to ask for people for the sake of a few idiots. At that moment, there was a sudden rush of footsteps from outside the square cabin, and a large number of soldiers quickly ran past. Li Yu and Ma Yuanbai came to the door. One could only see countless Qingqing soldiers appearing on the streets. Their pace was neat and tidy as they quickly ran in one direction. Other soldiers erected barricades, blocking various intersections and completely blocking the roads. The surrounding locals seemed to train regularly and all quickly returned to their respective houses. Behind them ran another neat special team, running quickly toward the gates. Seeing this scene, everyone in the square cabin couldn't help but panic. Are you sure this place is safe? Li Yu couldn't help but turn his head once again and inquired with a skeptical face. By all rights, it should be very safe. Ma Yuanbai also noticed that something was wrong at this moment. The clamor outside grew, as if something big was about to happen in Qingqing. Why do I feel cheated by you? Li Yu looked at Ma Yuanbai with a questioning face. It could be that we came at a bad time. Ma Yuanbai also noticed that the atmosphere outside was unusually tense. Quick! Hurry! The soldiers outside kept shouting past. The situation is getting out of hand. The stragglers in the square cabin began to stir and they exchanged words. It seems like something big is happening. It's not going to be a war. Some of the stragglers who knew they couldn't integrate into Qingqing, and now that they saw the crisis that had arisen in Qingqing, instantly gave up the idea of living here in their hearts. They also knew that stragglers were stragglers wherever they went, and perhaps living in the city this could only be a dream for them, and it was still too difficult to realize. Seeing that the security situation of Qingqing has changed, it is even more difficult for the stragglers to leave Qingqing now. If I had known I wouldn't have followed in, now I can't leave even if I wanted to. Looking at the soldiers with guns outside, some among the stragglers began to sputter with regret. No, it looks like we have to leave Qingqing. The awakened beside him suddenly spoke. But can we get out by just a few of us? Are we going to have to wait here forever? The drifter asked to the awakened one, a hint of unknown fear in his voice. Of course we can't stay here, but now we need to find a backer. The eyes of the awakened among the stragglers rolled around and looked around for a while before finally fixing their gaze on Li Yu. Join them. The awakened one pointed at Li Yu and Ma Yuanbai. The gazes of the stragglers who had yet to join Ma Yuanbai's team all looked at the two as well. It's Divine Archer Li Yu. Follow him and we might actually get out. Thinking of this, some of the rangers awakened who originally didn't want to join the team, all of them walked over at this time without any hesitation, and said that they wanted to join the Rangers Alliance. Realizing that this was a rare opportunity, Ma Yuanbai quickly stood up and said loudly. We, the Vagabond Alliance, welcome you all to join us. Let's leave Qingqing together and find a new place to live. Li Yu looked at Ma Yuanbai who was shouting slogans with shock in his eyes. That's clearly not what Ma Yuanbai said before. After entering Qingqing, Ma Yuanbai still said that he had great trust in Qingqing, but now he was like a changed person, and hated to lead the way out. The stragglers all came together, and joining the Rangers Union seemed to be their only way out. Even the Black Sand Squad, which had always acted alone, walked towards Ma Yuanbai at this moment. Black Sand, are you sure? Ma Yuanbai asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Black Sand nodded to Ma Yuanbai and said in a hoarse voice, it's a rare opportunity, so let's act together this time. Knowing the strength of Black Sand, Ma Yuanbai directly agreed on behalf of Li Yu without even asking the alliance leader what he meant, and of course he hadn't asked before. At this moment, all the stragglers had actually joined the Rangers Alliance. One reason was because the stragglers were well aware of Li Yu's great strength. Secondly, they didn't really want to be involved in the castle's outburst. Running away from danger is pretty much common sense for hooligans to survive. Only, whether or not they could successfully leave Qingqing this time would depend on their ally, Li Yu. Chapter 110, The Iron Wall. After successfully absorbing all the stragglers, Ma Yuanbai was still slightly excited in his heart. I didn't expect the entire team to expand so quickly after he said that Li Yu was the alliance leader. The eyes of the newly joined stragglers flashed with hope as they looked at Li Yu and whispered. Li Yu stood on the sidelines, completely at a loss as to what to say. Just then, the team leader outside rushed in with a nervous face. Qingqing is about to be attacked by a foreign beast, all of you go to support it immediately. Attacks from foreign beasts? Li Yu and Ma Yuanbai looked at each other. What kind of alien beast attack required so many people, and with the number of tanks and soldiers in Qingqing, did it really need the help of them, the stragglers? The city lord ordered that all outsiders within the Green City must join the battle immediately. Those who disobey the order will be killed without pardon. After the group leader finished speaking, a group of loaded soldiers quickly rushed in and surrounded the Wang family's safety zone and the stragglers. You guys? The Wang family guards were about to resist when Wang Qinchue raised his hand to stop them. Wang Qinchue looked at the hordes of soldiers outside and the weapons in the soldiers' hands, and finally agreed. If there was a clash with Qingqing soldiers at this moment, I was afraid that none of their group would be able to break out of the square cabin. It seems that we have really caught up with big trouble. Li Yu spoke softly. Saying that, Li Yu turned his head to look at Ma Yuanbai, his eyes filled with speechlessness. Is this what you call civilization? Ma Yuanbai knew that he was at a disadvantage, so he could only turn his head away, not daring to meet Li Yu's eyes. Ma Yuanbai also didn't expect something like this to happen under that green flag. The Qingqing city lord actually ordered them to go and fight the alien beasts. According to the education Ma Yuanbai had received, this was something that could never happen under the green banner. But it just happened. Wang Qinchue, the head of the Wang family's team, actually had the exact same expression as Ma Yuanbai at this moment. The eyes were equally filled with disbelief. Soon the crowd resting in the square hatch was held at gunpoint by soldiers and walked out. The streets outside were filled with Qingqing soldiers constantly running. Even the imposing tanks were driven outside the city for defense. The group was escorted by 2 teams of soldiers and arrived outside of Qingqing once again with the flow of people. Rows and rows of soldiers had gathered here long ago, with various heavy fire weapons placed next to them. These strangely shaped huge weapons were not even seen by Li Yu. It seems that Qingqing is not unprepared. Ma Yuanbai looked at the various powerful weapons with an undisguised surprise in his voice. After saying that, Ma Yuanbai looked around at the formation and the group of soldiers supervising the battle behind him. We may still have a chance. Li Yu led his horse around, he didn't see where their chances were. With so many people and guns, I'm only afraid that he and Fu Shiyao couldn't run out even if they rode Little Black. Behind them, all the stragglers looked at the two with eager eyes, seemingly waiting for Li Yu and Ma Yuanbai's orders. At this moment, the fate of this group of stragglers was firmly bound together. If they don't find a way to get out, then they will be the first cannon fodder in this battle. After all the combatants arrived at their designated positions, Lu Qinglin appeared in front of the crowd. Open the walls. At Lu Qinglin's command, the ground began to shake violently. An impenetrable steel wall actually slowly rose from the ground, tightly protecting Qingqing. The safe zone and the stragglers were all jaw-dropped with shock. Li Yu was also so surprised that he couldn't speak for a long time. They had never seen a wall like this before. The defending soldiers all mounted the steel walls and took up their positions. The stragglers and those in the safe zone then realized why the walls were behind them. This was clearly meant for them to act as bait to attract the foreign beasts. But the soldiers on the walls swept through the crowd with their weapons, and the soldiers would not hesitate to open fire if they tried to escape. In the heavy rain, Qingqing's army stood at attention, and nothing else could be heard but the crackling of the rain. There was silence. Roar! A roar of a foreign beast came again, and the sound was already very close to Qingqing, as if it was close at hand. It's coming, it's getting closer. The awakened one immediately reported the location to Lu Qinglin. Hold the line. We can't let the foreign beasts get close to the city. Lu Qinglin shouted. Accompanied by some monkeys chittering, everyone could see a behemoth slowly approaching in the distance. Looking up from afar, he saw an immense and incomparable white monkey leading its horde in a vast and ever-expanding manner as it continued to approach Qingqing. The white monkey's stride was powerful, making the earth tremble with every step. The rain ran down its white fur, not getting wet in. The giant white monkey seemed to keenly sense the great threat from the human, and it let out a deafening roar as its entire body began to emit energy fluctuations. The machine guns also kept sweeping the white monkeys as well as the densely packed alien beasts below. After Lu Qinglin gave the order, he turned his head to the officer beside him. Prepare the anti-aircraft guns. Yes. When Lu Qinglin turned his head back, he saw that after receiving 3 rounds of attacks, the huge white monkey actually stood up once again, and the shocking wounds on its body once again rapidly grew new flesh. Lu Qinglin's ice-cold eyes suddenly lit up, instantly flashing with a hint of surprise and uncontrollable excitement. If you can recover from an injury, wouldn't you be able to recover from a cut? Lu Qinglin quickly calculated this possibility in his mind, and this discovery was undoubtedly a huge surprise to him. If they, Qingchun, were able to successfully control this gigantic white monkey and keep recovering after constantly cutting the meat, wouldn't they have an almost unlimited amount of exotic beast meat? The thoughts in Lu Qinglin's mind grew stronger and stronger, almost unable to hold back his excitement. If he could successfully solve the food problem, wouldn't the 5 cities to the west of the Sanxi region also have to be under his control? Lu Qinglin's eyes were filled with greed and fervor when he looked at the huge white monkey, as if he had seen an inexhaustible and endless treasure. The value of this huge foreign beast had far exceeded his initial imagination. Prepare to effect capture. Lu Qinglin gave the order without hesitation, a hint of urgency in his voice. The soldiers and awakened people around them immediately acted quickly. With tranquilizer guns in hand, they came to the wall where traps had been set up and tried to wait for the best time to capture the huge white monkey. The anti-aircraft guns kept adjusting their altitude, eventually aiming at the white monkeys rushing over on the flat ground. Just in the nick of time when the anti-aircraft guns were about to fire, the white monkey suddenly let out a low roar. Roar! Extremely strong tremors came from the rain and fog on both sides. Everyone looked up, only to see 2 equally large-sized alien beasts suddenly charge out from the side. The beasts actually have reinforcements? This sudden turn of events caught the soldiers on the walls off guard. Even Liu and the others were stunned by this unexpected situation. The foreign beasts would actually cooperate with each other. Not good, everyone scatter. Ma Yuanbai shouted at the stragglers. He immediately realized that after these 3 gigantic foreign beasts rushed over together, it would only be difficult for them standing outside the city walls to save their lives. The soldiers on the wall watched with a tense face as the 2 beasts rushed towards them. Don't panic, stay calm and keep attacking. Lu Qinglin ordered loudly, not a hint of retreat in his eyes. With Qingqing's firepower network, even if it was a 3-headed alien beast, they could still block it. The artillery fire from the walls was even more intense, but the 3 fey beasts worked very well together. The white monkeys were in the front, attracting most of the firepower, while the other 2 fey beasts were on the sides to assist in the attack. They were closing in on the walls at an alarming rate. Seeing the 3 foreign beasts rushing at the same time in a furious manner, Lu Qinglin's brows furrowed tightly as he quickly adjusted his tactics. Concentrate fire, target the white monkeys. Anti-aircraft guns, fire. With Lu Qinglin's command, the muzzle of the anti-aircraft gun fiercely fired out powerful high-explosive shells. Although the anti-aircraft gun looked a bit old, it still kept pouring fire at a rate of 1 shot a second into the giant white monkey. The figure of the huge white monkey appeared even larger in the light of the cannon fire. Each high-explosive shell carried a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air, striking directly at its massive body. Boom! 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 High explosive shells fired from the anti-aircraft guns hit their targets one after another, and the chest and limbs of the giant white monkeys were covered in explosion after explosion. Its fur flopped violently in the rolling heat of the explosion. The explosion was accompanied by splashes of earth and rocks and smoke, and the huge shockwave of the explosion shook even the soldiers on the city walls. Each high-explosive round contained a huge amount of energy, and they exploded violently on the body of the huge white monkey, crazily tearing its flesh and blood, and even penetrating its body. Even though the giant white monkey's body was incredibly tough when it entered its berserk state. But under such intense artillery fire, huge wounds began to hollow out in its body as well. After a series of shelling, even the white monkey's amazingly powerful recovery ability couldn't repair such devastatingly heavy damage in a short period of time. The impact from the high-explosive bomb caused the white monkey to involuntarily backpedal, eventually collapsing on the ground. Its roar was laced with pain, but more than that, it was defiant and angry. Keep firing. Don't stop. Lu Qinglin's voice echoed from the steel city walls as he looked at the white monkey, who had been heavily injured to the end, with great satisfaction. Originally, it was a weapon prepared to be used to defend against flying birds and beasts, but at this time, it was just the right time to take it out and try out its power. By this time, the beast on the left side of the wall had already taken the opportunity to finish converging its energy and break it. An adjutant on the city wall pointed at the beast and shouted, "It's too late." Chapter 112 Actors. Buzz. A powerful shockwave quickly came towards Ching. The height of the shockwave easily crossed over the city walls and rushed straight towards the tall buildings of Ching. "It's over. Look at the tall building coming under attack." Bang! The alien beast's energy attack was suddenly and instantly bounced off, the shockwave dissipating into the air. But above Ching, a transparent protective shield was also instantly shattered, losing its defense capability. As Ching's protective shield ruptured at the same time, Fu Shiyao's perception immediately recovered, and she once again re-sensed the situation in the nearby heavy rain. The raindrops also fell back onto the streets of Ching, quickly wetting the otherwise dry ground. For Fu Shiyao at this moment, everything on the surface of Ching was all visible. Looking at the ruptured shield over Ching, Lu Qinglin's eyes grew colder and colder. He didn't expect the attack of the alien beast on the side to be so far away. "Tank units, go to the flank defense. The rest of you, continue with the capture program." "Yes." At Lu Qinglin's command, the tank units slowly started up, advancing towards the alien beasts on the side. In the meantime, near the railroad tracks outside castle, Wang Tianzhao, who originally only intended to pass by, suddenly stopped the game in his hands and looked up in the direction of Ching. This feels. He was not a perception type ability, yet he felt an extremely familiar energy fluctuation in the direction of Ching. A golden light flowed through his body, and Wang Zhaotian felt the impulse in his heart and immediately turned the direction of the rain camel to quickly rush towards Ching. Castle underground. Inside the laboratory, Zhou Su still kept on experimenting, constantly mixing new potions. Lu Ling casually swept over the monitor without realizing it, and suddenly his eyes widened with disbelief. There was actually a person standing in the room controlling Lu Fan. Wang Tianzhao, who had just been outside the city, had appeared in the room where Lu Fan was being held without knowing when. Lu Ling in front of the monitor was shocked, knowing that the aisle to the iron gate was right in front of his eyes. He actually didn't see how the other party got in. Lu Ling confirmed it once again with a million shocks, then pressed the alarm button without hesitation. Da da da. An ear-piercing alarm sounded instantly, and a team of soldiers immediately rushed over as if they were on the verge of an enemy, closely following Lu Ling as he walked quickly into the lab. At Lu Ling's request, Zhou Su hurriedly opened the iron door through verification. Lu Ling's face changed slightly. The soldiers in the middle of the two iron gates were obviously still standing at their original positions. How on earth did that person get in? After the second iron gate opened, Lu Ling rushed in with a few soldiers in a hurry and surrounded Wang Tianzhao. "What kind of person dare to enter my Ching experimental base?" Lu Ling chided loudly. "Don't move, surrender at once." Several soldiers also hurriedly raised their weapons and aimed them at Wang Tianzhao with a nervous expression. Wang Tianzhao ignored the several people who had intruded behind him and instead stood next to him as if no one else was there, speaking slowly to Lu Fan, who was unable to move at all. "Don't pretend, you can't be controlled at this level." Lu Ling and the soldiers who rushed here instantly changed their faces when they heard this, and Zhou Su had even silently retreated from the iron door. "What do you mean?" Lu Ling's gaze snapped to Lu Fan, who was being pressed under the metal plate, and he couldn't help but wonder if Lu Fan was pretending. "Impossible, there must be a trick. This person wants to rescue Lu Fan." Thinking of this, Lu Ling's right hand quickly transformed into a sharp blade and stabbed straight at Wang Tianzhao's back. In a flash of lightning, Wang Tianzhao moved. His figure appeared in front of Lu Ling like a ghost, and one hand steadily grabbed the incoming sharp blade. Wang Tianzhao said with a relaxed face, "Your courage is commendable, but your strength is far from enough." "What pure energy!" Lu Ling couldn't help but exclaim in shock as she looked at the golden light flowing from Wang Tianzhao's hands. He could clearly feel the amazing energy fluctuations emanating from Wang Tianzhao's body, and that powerful force made him feel a palpitation. Lu Ling knew that he was by no means an opponent and immediately shouted, "Everyone, attack with all your might." When Wang Tianzhao heard this, he only smiled contemptuously as his body's golden light violently appeared. An aura so powerful that it was suffocating erupted from within him, suppressing the surrounding Ching soldiers to death in place. Wang Tianzhao's voice was like the cold wind in winter, cold and piercing. "It looks to me like you guys are living to tell the tale. His hands gently pushed, and a golden wave of energy erupted with him at the center. Lu Ling and the soldier barely had time to react in any way before they were slapped hard against the wall by the powerful wave. Just then, a strong current penetrated Lu Fan's body through the metal plate. Lu Fan's body lurched, and then even the electric current was all absorbed by him. Bah! Lu Fan spat out the steel braces in his mouth, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes. Only 97 species have been collected, which is ultimately poor. Lu Fan craned his neck and moved his body again, feeling the surging and raging power in his body. There were also some electric lights that kept surfacing faintly on his skin. Only then did Lu Fan look at Wang Tianzhao beside him, and the same light flashed in his eyes. Born awakened? Apparently it was also the first time Lu Fan had encountered someone of the same type as him, and even Wang Tianzhao looked much younger than him. Wang Tianzhao, on the other hand, was extremely puzzled by Lu Fan's actions. They were all born awakened, possessing strength and abilities beyond the ordinary. How could they be controlled by these simple chains and devices? Why are you intentionally locked up here? There was a hint of curiosity in Wang Tianzhao's voice. His eyes kept sweeping over Lu Fan's body. Was it some kind of special fetish? Lu Fan was unclothed at this time, his face calmly and lightly opened his mouth to reply. I'm actually an actor. Chapter 113 Leaving the Laboratory. Wang Tianzhao. Looking at his expression, it was obvious that he didn't believe it at all. A fight. Wang Tianzhao directly opened his mouth and stated his purpose of coming here. He had also come to Qingcheng simply to fight another born awakened. As a natural born awakened person, Wang Tianzhao had already broken through the limit at the age of 15, and advanced to the supernormal ability. He had never met an opponent in the entire Zhejiang mountain region so far. Therefore, Wang Tianzhao was extremely eager to know exactly where his upper limit was. He also wanted to know how strong the other born awakened were. Lu Fan didn't answer, instead he walked over to. As soon as he ripped the soldier off the wall, he quickly took off the soldier's clothes and put them on himself. Then he came to the iron door. A force in front of the solid iron door issued a loud bang. After the violent deformation, the thick iron door was unexpectedly pushed open by him, and the two seemingly impenetrable iron doors were as fragile as if they were made of papier-mâché at the moment. Lu Fan walked out of the room in large strides. His eyes quickly surveyed the surroundings and turned back to Wang Tianzhao behind him to inquire. What to call it? Wang Tianzhao. Wang Tianzhao, I really don't have the time, I have something urgent. Lu Fan continued to explain with Wang Tianzhao as he walked. My name is Lu Fan, next time you come looking for me, I will definitely say yes. After saying that, Lu Fan did not hesitate to walk towards the iron gate number 2 on the side. At this moment, Lu Fan's brows were locked tightly, as if he was enduring some sort of great pain. Regarding Wang Tianzhao's sudden arrival, although it had disrupted his plans, Lu Fan seemed to be mentally prepared. Because just last night, he was on the verge of reaching his limit of patience. Even if Wang Tianzhao didn't come today, he planned to make a decisive move to escape this lab today. Hearing Lu Fan's refusal, Wang Tianzhao didn't have much of a reaction, and his face wasn't the least bit displeased. He wasn't in a hurry anyway. Wang Tianzhao followed Lu Fan unhurriedly. He wanted to see why Lu Fan was deliberately controlled here and what exactly he was up to. Do. The alarms in the lab were blaring. Looking at the red alarm that kept flashing above, Lu Fan knew very well in his heart that the news from here would soon reach that old thing, and he had to hurry up. In these few years, in order to be able to consistently obtain the abilities of Morphe, he had been silently enduring all the inhuman tortures, just to keep fusing the genes of various Fae. And the lab was indeed as he expected, constantly grabbing all sorts of strange and weird alien beasts from outside to conduct crazy fusion experiments on his body. Nowadays, counting the white monkey's ability, he had fused the supernatural abilities of almost all the exotic beasts around Qingcheng. Lu Fan frowned tightly as he took a few steps and arrived in front of the iron gate number 2. Bang! With another loud bang, the iron door number 2 was easily opened under Lu Fan's powerful strength, unbeatable. Lu Fan frowned tightly and walked in with big strides, as if he couldn't wait a moment longer. Wang Tianzhao curiously probed and saw a white monkey locked inside the iron door number 2. Shut up! Lu Fan rushed in and immediately shouted. The 2-meter-tall little white monkey inside the room was instantly startled. The energy that was constantly spreading from its body also subconsciously stopped. It was only at this point that Lu Fan's tightly locked brows finally slowly stretched out. The little white monkey could not help but feel a sense of kinship as it sensed the aura of its own kind from Lu Fan. Don't you beg for help, can't I save you? After Lu Fan had successfully fused the white monkey genes, he had been able to feel this energy fluctuation that constantly begged for help. The energy was like someone had been vocally screaming for help in his brain, making it difficult and torturous to sleep. It's literally worse than physical torture. Wang Tianzhao. Looking at Lu Fan, who was talking to the monkey, the entire Wang Tianzhao outside the door was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. This Lu Fan, as a born awakened, not only had a special fetish for being imprisoned, but also had to run next door to talk to the monkey, and didn't seem to be mentally normal. It's no wonder he's been locked up here but not escaped. So it's a mental problem. Wang Tianzhao secretly nodded, so everything made sense. Lu Fan, going? Seeing that the little white monkey nodded, he also stopped emitting energy fluctuations. Lu Fan grabbed the little white monkey, which was taller than a human, and turned around to quickly walk out of the room towards the elevator. The little white monkey actually didn't struggle against it at all, but instead his body shrunk up and cooperated extremely well. Apparently it had taken Lu Fan as a kindred spirit that it could trust. You can't just leave. The soldier guarding the elevator reacted then, a hint of panic in his voice as he reached out to try and stop Lu Fan. Lu Fan simply ignored him, and without the slightest pause in his steps, he continued to walk forward. Instead, Wang Tianzhao beside him simply waved his hand lightly, and an invisible golden force pushed the soldier into the wall. Looking at the lousy appearance of the soldier trapped in the wall and unable to move, Wang Tianzhao seemed to be very satisfied, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. It wasn't until Lu Fan and Wang Tianzhao took the elevator and left the underground laboratory that the shocked Josu carefully drilled out of the box under the workbench. A few soldiers who had been lying motionless on the ground and chose to surrender also stood up trembling at this moment. Obviously, Lu Fan and Wang Tianzhao didn't put them in their eyes at all. Josu hurriedly picked up the phone with a hint of fear in his voice. Hey, go inform the city lord. Lu Fan has escaped. On the city wall, a communication soldier instantly turned pale after receiving the call and rushed to report. City Master. Red alert. The communications officer said in a lowered voice as he approached. Lu Fan escaped the lab. What? Lu Qinglin was first shocked in his heart, but he managed to calm down quickly. Since this punk had succeeded in escaping, he would surely come back to seek revenge on him, and it wouldn't be too late to catch him then. Lu Fan, who possessed the ability to not die, had nothing to fear from him at all. The main target now was still the huge white monkey. Just run away. Lu Qinglin spoke indifferently and turned his head about to continue commanding the battlefield. Swish. A silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Lu Qinglin like a ghost. Lu Qinglin's pupils contracted slightly. Lu Fan, looking at his grandson, who had been imprisoned and tortured by him for 10 years, suddenly save some time, you're all in this together. Lu Fan's voice was calm and cold. There was not a single ripple in his eyes, as if the awakened in front of him were as insignificant as ants. Go! The awakened ones roared and rushed in, using their respective powerful psychic abilities to combine their efforts against Lu Fan. The moment these awakened ones rushed towards Lu Chou, Lu Fan's figure quickly cut through the battlefield like a black lightning bolt. His right hand manifested a black sword with electric light flickering incessantly on it. Lu Fan's movements were so dazzlingly fast that it was impossible to see them. All the swings of the sword carried a thunderous momentum, and with a single stroke, he pierced through one of the awakened who had rushed up. Quick fire. Left. No, it's the right side. The awakened with firearms kept turning their guns around, but they couldn't see where Lu Fan was at all. Too slow, too slow. Lu Fan muttered. His figure weaved through the battlefield like a ghost, and all of the awakened's various attacks fell short. Lu Fan dodged through, the black sword in his hand easily tore through the awakened's formation, killing them with a single stroke. No, this can't be. An awakened let out a desperate growl before dying, unable to believe that someone could defeat him in such a short period of time. Break! A few awakened ones set up a formation and rushed in together to try and counterattack, but their attacks looked so powerless in front of Lu Fan's speed. Lu Fan's sword was elegant and deadly, taking away a life with every swing. One by one, the corpses of the awakened fell down the walls, becoming victims of the battle. The soldiers on the city walls witnessed this scene, and their eyes were filled with extreme shock. Is this the wasteful grandson Lu Fan that the city lord has been scolding for 10 years? What the is this crap? So what are they, trash? They had never seen such powerful powers before, so fast that they couldn't even see with their eyes. The dead awakened continued to fall from the walls, and even the stragglers below. Liu catalyzed his cyclone and quickly absorbed the remaining energy. The cyclone instantly turned so fast that these scattered energies were absorbed with almost no hindrance, and the speed of experience transformation was extremely amazing. Looking at the rapidly increasing experience value, Liu could not help but sigh in his heart. This speed is much faster than absorbing the crystal cores of foreign beasts. Liu could already be certain at this point that absorbing the energy of the recently deceased awakened was the true use of his cyclone. Although Fu Shiya was curious in her heart and didn't know what Liu was doing, she still sat obediently and didn't say anything. Liu's gaze swept over these dead awakened. After half a day of sight searching, these few awakened actually didn't even wear a single piece of protective equipment on their bodies, not even as good as those ordinary soldiers on the city walls. Thinking of the defense equipment column that was still empty, Liu was filled with disappointment and indignantly swept over the awakened in front of him, lamenting in his heart. No wonder you guys died so quickly. Won't you even wear a bulletproof vest? Even if it gets dirty, I can still use it if I wash it. However, Liu quickly noticed the gazes of the stragglers under the city walls. He couldn't expose the secret that he could absorb residual energy in front of so many people. Liu immediately raised his head and deliberately pretended to observe the situation on the city wall as he continued to push the chi cyclone absorption in his mind. In the gaze of the stragglers, Liu rode Xiaohei slowly running along the city wall, seemingly carefully observing the enemy situation. But Liu's attention was actually completely focused on those awakened who had just died. Where's the ally scout? Well, the ally has a fine heart. Yeah, I would have run away a long time ago. The stragglers stood in place talking and discussing, patiently waiting in place for Liu. Armor-breaking arrow LV14, plus 140 penetration, plus 140 stability, plus 140 flight speed, speed of sound. Upgraded, so fast. Liu was secretly happy in his heart and continued to patrol under the city walls as if nothing had happened. Knock. There were a few more muffled sounds as several awakened who had been instantly killed by Lu Fan crashed down from the city wall, their bodies smashing heavily on the ground. These people seemed to be very strong, and the energy that was dispersed was even denser than before. It must be accelerated. Looking at the energy that had already begun to dissipate, Liu was anxious in his heart and used all his strength to push the chi cyclone, frantically absorbing the energy. His heart raced as the excess energy seeped out of his chakra to surge through his body. The speed of the energy transformation shocked Liu himself. He had just upgraded and now his experience value was quickly full again. This surge of energy indicated that these awakened were by no means generalized. Armor-breaking arrow LV15, plus 150 penetration, plus 150 stability, plus 150 flight speed, speed of sound. Unlocked, deadly strike. Chapter 115 Liquidation. Fatal blow, through the heart, headshot. Bludgeoning damage plus 150%, increasing the probability of arrow bludgeoning, inflicting additional lethal damage to enemies. Pierce the heart. When an armor-breaking arrow successfully strikes the target's heart, it triggers the pierce the heart effect, dealing additional lethal damage and a very high probability of a one-hit kill, ignoring the target's defense. Headshot. When an armor-breaking arrow successfully hits the target's head, it triggers a headshot effect, dealing devastating brain damage. And there is a very high probability that the target's head will immediately explode. Headgear bar plus 1. It's... Liu's eyes were glowing, and it was hard to suppress the surprise in his heart. It's amazing that a level 15 armor breaker arrow has such an amazing boost. It's simply a qualitative leap. Liu couldn't help but marvel repeatedly in his heart. Liu carefully looked at the newly unlocked characteristics of the armor breaking arrow. Pierce the heart, one hit also ignores defense. Exploding head, the head of the foreign beast exploded when an arrow passed by. That scene was explosive enough just by imagining it. Looking at the greatly enhanced killing power, Liu thought in his heart. This time I don't believe the Fae can still carry it. Liu was full of confidence at this time, and the feeling of powerlessness that he had previously felt when he faced a foreign beast with extremely high defense instantly vanished. After absorbing the remaining energy, Liu waited a little longer under the city wall. Only when he was sure that no more awakened ones would fall from above did he slowly return on Little Black with a face full of reluctance. The city walls. Lu Qinglin no longer had the protection of the awakened by his side. Because of this, he had completely seen Lu Fan's bottom card. It's just faster. Lu Qinglin sneered and slowly pulled out a sharp dagger from his waist. Can it be as fast as me? Suddenly, his body instantly transformed into a blurred shadow, and his speed was even better than Lu Fan's. Lu Fan's body similarly erupted with a staggeringly astonishing speed, intersecting and colliding with Lu Qinglin's figure. The two competed in speed, like two streaks of lightning intertwining over the city walls, violent metallic clashes erupting with every contact. You think you can fight me with that little speed of yours? There was a hint of mockery in Lu Qinglin's voice as his figure suddenly disappeared in place, and in the next moment had appeared behind Lu Fan. However, it was as if Lu Fan had anticipated this, as his body shifted sideways in the nick of time, avoiding Lu Qinglin's fatal blow. Kind of. Seeing Lu Fan react so quickly, Lu Qinglin sneered. Then let's show you what true speed is. Before the words fell, Lu Qinglin's figure disappeared once again. Ha! Lu Qinglin roared as his body suddenly erupted with even more powerful energy. The air around him seemed to be distorted by his movements, and his speed was once again astonishingly increased. His speed almost reached a level that was hard to catch with the naked eye. Lu Qinglin was like a swift wind, pouncing straight at Lu Fan, the dagger in his hand pointing straight at Lu Fan's vitals. Good timing. There wasn't a trace of fear in Lu Fan's eyes as his body left a residual shadow in place while his real body had appeared several meters away. Every move he made was just enough to avoid Lu Qinglin's attacks, as if he was able to predict Lu Qinglin's intentions. Lu Qinglin's attacks fell short one after another, and a hint of surprise finally flashed in his eyes. No way! How could he not expect Lu Fan to not only be incredibly fast, but even his reactions and anticipation were so outstanding? This was a far cry from the worthless, mixed-up loser he remembered. Now, it's my turn. Lu Fan's voice suddenly rang in Lu Qinglin's ears, and the latter's face instantly changed drastically. Lu Qinglin's feet snapped, but he realized that he hadn't moved a muscle. Looking down, he saw that two hard and unimaginable iron hands had somehow reached out from the steel walls and firmly grasped his legs. No good! Lu Qinglin shouted, but was no longer able to make any response. Put! Lu Fan's sword pierced through Lu Qinglin's chest. Your speed is nothing more than that. Lu Fan coldly whispered in Lu Qinglin's ear, then drew his sword with force. A jet of blood followed, and the corners of Lu Qinglin's mouth slowly overflowed with blood. However, he didn't fall down as expected, instead he looked at Lu Fan with a wry smile. You are worthy to be my Lu Qinglin's grandson. Lu Fan couldn't help but be flooded with a wave of nausea upon hearing this. Cough, cough. Lu Qinglin coughed out a mouthful of blood and continued. Worthy of being a born awakened, able to bring even a waist to such heights. Lu Qinglin's voice was tinged with madness, and his eyes were even thick with envy. But you remember. Without my torture and experiments, you'll always be trash. Lu Qinglin seemed to have already won as his body erupted with inexplicable energy, and electricity flashed on the roof of the Qingcheng high-rise in the distance. He shouted at Lu Fan at the top of his lungs. You can become strong. It's all because of me. With Lu Qinglin's finger, a current on the roof of the building emitted an ear-piercing bursting sound, like a furious thunder dragon, and directly attacked Lu Fan. Boom! The thunderbolt fell instantly, and Lu Fan didn't even have time to activate his supernatural ability before his body was struck by the powerful electric current. The clothes on his body shattered and burned in an instant, leaving a scorched black trail. After shouting excitedly, Lu Qing gradually calmed down and looked down at the charred and blackened Lu Fan. I know I can't kill you, but you'll need time to recover after all. But I can keep electrifying until you're convinced. Out of Lu Qinglin's expectation, Lu Fan quickly staggered up from the ground. The electricity around Lu Fan's body flashed non-stop, as if he had absorbed a powerful electric current. Truly worthy of being an indestructible body. Lu Qinglin was about to trigger the electric current of the tall building again, but thinking about how little power was left in Qingcheng, he decided to give Lu Fan a chance to surrender. His gaze landed on Lu Fan, and his tone commanded in a condescending manner. Lu Fan, kneel down and kowtow. Say thank you, Grandpa, and I'll forgive you. His voice trailed off. Just like your father. As soon as these words came out, the hostility that Lu Fan had been suppressing at the bottom of his heart was no longer under control and instantly erupted like a volcano. Lu Fan's body was suddenly haunted by a thick black aura, and he looked at Lu Qinglin with hatred as the black sword in his hand emitted a low buzzing sound. Seeing Lu Fan looking so angry, contempt flashed in Lu Qinglin's eyes as he continued. Or die like your mother. Lu Fan's face changed abruptly. Swish. With a flash of cold light from the black sword, Lu Qinglin's head flew away from his body in shock. Chapter 116 Super Alien Power. The speed was so fast that even the soldiers on the walls didn't see it. Lu Qinglin didn't even blink for an instant before Lu Fan's attack ended, and he was completely unable to react. How dare you! Lu Qinglin's head rolled down to the ground, his eyes jealous. Despite the separation of his body, Lu Qinglin's strong vitality as a high-level awakened person allowed him to remain conscious in his last moments, supporting Lu Qinglin to speak his last words. Lu Qinglin's headless body slowly fell to the ground, and at this moment, he finally felt the coming of death. Everything happened so fast that Lu Qinglin couldn't believe it. Under such a powerful current, this punk was actually able to remain unharmed, and his body didn't even have a hint of paralysis. That's a high-voltage current that concentrates the entire Qingcheng power. Even the most massive and ferocious foreign beasts would die instantly, so how could Lu Fan be fine? He was the one who had underestimated this loser. Lu Qinglin's eyes were filled with unwillingness and regret, and his eyes gradually became lax. The crowd on the surrounding walls fell into a deathly silence, unable to believe the shocking scene in front of them. Lu Qinglin, the powerful man who had controlled the entire Qingcheng for decades, was actually decapitated by his own grandson in a split second by killing him back. Lu Fan lifted Lu Qinglin's head up as he did so, not a trace of pity showing on his face. His eyes were cold as frost, as if he was looking at something that should have died a long time ago. Lu Fan brought his head closer to himself, his tone gloomy and cold, every word like a curse from the depths of hell. You think I'm going to let you die so easily? Speaking of this, the corner of Lu Fan's mouth hooked up into an evil smile. Ha, you're dead wrong, old thing. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling blue light erupted from Lu Fan's hand. Soul imprisonment. The white light flashed again, and the image of the white monkey began to distort as its muscles swelled and its bones made popping sounds. Lu Fan's figure became huge, his fur became coarse and hard, and his sharp claws and fangs were revealed. In an instant, he transformed into a mighty foreign tiger beast again. In this series of changes, Lu Fan felt an unprecedented freedom. His body seemed to be completely at his will, able to shift between different forms at will. In the end, Lu Fan once again changed back to his own appearance. An even more bizarre change took place. Lu Fan's body began to gradually become transparent, and underneath his skin, electric currents began to flow. Blue electricity pulsed through his veins as his body was gradually replaced by electricity. The entire person was completely transformed into a humanoid creature made of electricity. Lu Fan raised his arm and watched as the electricity jumped around his transparent fingertips. This feeling. He could sense every ounce of electricity in his surroundings, the whispers of thunderclouds in the sky, the currents in the tall buildings. Lu Fan just lightly waved his hand, and the electric currents on the roof of the building began to dance wildly as if they were following his orders. Everyone present was all shocked by Lu Fan's special form. This completely broke through their understanding and knowledge of awakened ones. In front of this kind of power, what were the three foreign beasts outside? Not far below the city wall, the figures of a man and a monkey stood out. Wang Tianjia was helping Lu Fan to keep an eye on the monkey, and at this moment, he also saw the change in Lu Fan. Super alien energy. Wang Tianjia murmured in a low voice. The little white monkey beside him stared wide-eyed, seemingly also shocked by Lu Fan's change. To be able to advance to super alien like this, the opponent I chose is truly extraordinary. The corners of Wang Tianjiao's mouth hooked up into a smile, and his eyes once again flashed with the desire to fight. The city walls. With Lu Qinglin's death, Qingcheng's power structure instantly collapsed. The awakened and soldiers who survived, even those adjutants who were loyal to Lu Qinglin, all clearly realized Lu Fan's power at this moment. It was a terrifying oppressive force that made people feel desperate. Young Master Lu Fan, please continue to command the battle. An adjutant took the lead and shouted loudly. Without the city lord, the remaining awakened in Qingcheng also immediately took the lead and knelt down towards Lu Fan. Lord Lu Fan, please take over the position of city lord. We are at your disposal. The other adjutants and soldiers responded, all kneeling down to show their submission to Lu Fan in unison. On command. Standing on the city wall, Lu Fan resumed his original form, and the current slowly faded into his body. His gaze swept over these kneeling crowds, and a complex emotion welled up in his heart. Me as the lord of the city? Lu Fan pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. But this is good. The corner of Lu Fan's mouth hooked into a cold smile, none of those who were involved before will escape. Get up. Lu Fan's voice echoed over the city walls, his words representing a new authority. Yes. The people on the city walls stood up. From this moment on, Lu Fan was the new leader of Qingcheng. For them, it didn't matter who the city lord was, as long as they could survive in Qingcheng. But those high-ranking officials hiding in Qingcheng are only going to suffer. Under Lu Fan's incomparably powerful aura, the two massive foreign beasts that had been attacking the city wall could not help but stop in their tracks. A hesitant look appeared in their eyes, and at a loss for words, they looked back at the huge white monkey. These huge alien beasts possessed some intelligence, and just now they had also seen Lu Fan, who had transformed into his current form on the city wall. Feeling Lu Fan's powerful foreign energy and aura, the two foreign beasts couldn't help but feel some fear in their hearts. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great to be on the same level. The power displayed by this human was horrifying, so powerful that it made them tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 117. Move to determine the winner. After no longer being attacked by the fire set, the huge white monkey was then able to stand up again. Seeing the sudden cessation of the originally fierce and incomparable firepower on the city wall, the white monkey took the opportunity to continue charging fiercely towards the city wall at an extremely fast speed, and it was obvious that it didn't intend to give up on this attack. Roar! The huge white monkey let out an earth-shattering roar, with a complex emotion in its voice. It then gently embraced the little white monkey in its arms with those massive paws. Then he picked up Lu Qinglin's corpse and led the clan as well as the two giant beasts to slowly withdraw from this battlefield. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Lu Fan single-handedly made the huge foreign beasts and clans that were besieging Qingcheng withdraw. Lu Fan, no, how did the city lord do it? An adjutant couldn't help but say. I advise you to change your words quickly, the next time you say the wrong thing it could kill you. The veteran soldier at the side advised with cold eyes, a hint of warning in his voice. The adjutant hastily nodded repeatedly, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. In Qingcheng, murder was a serious violation of the ordinance, and the murderer would be executed immediately, let alone killing a character like Lu Qinglin. But now everyone in Qingcheng acted as if they didn't see it, and no one dared to mention the existence of the Qingcheng decree. He even strongly pushed the murderer Lu Fan to take the position of city lord. As the alien beast's figure disappeared into the hazy rain and mist in the distance, the stragglers under the city wall and the Wang family finally breathed a sigh of relief as if they were relieved. After all, if the foreign beasts really managed to rush over, none of them would be able to run away. But at the same time, the crowd was shocked by the scene that had just happened for a long time. Not only had they witnessed Lu Fan's amazing super alien form, they had even seen Lu Fan seize power on the spot and Qingcheng change hands. As the crowd froze, Lu Fan had already returned to the city wall and gave a decisive order to the Qingcheng soldiers. Lower the walls and withdraw all personnel to Qingcheng. But the adjutant kept focusing on the movements of the foreign beasts, a worried look on his face. He still seemed a bit uneasy. What if the face suddenly returned after lowering the walls? Lu Fan didn't repeat his order and just gave him a calm look. Yes, sir. The adjutant instantly broke out into a cold sweat and hurriedly turned around and ran down to execute the order. Lu Fan didn't care if these people were sincerely defecting to him or had other ideas. With his powerful strength today, there was absolutely no need to pay attention to these people. Anyone who disobeys his orders can get a new guy. Ryu. After a loud rumbling, the solid steel walls were slowly lowered. The field of vision was no longer obstructed in any way, and the surroundings became empty once again, and the crowd that had originally stood outside the city walls became particularly conspicuous at this moment. The stragglers and the Wang family looked at each other, all at a loss as to what to do next. Wang Qingxue also hesitated in his mind. Qingcheng didn't seem to be safe, and it was also completely different from the green flag in the information. Lu Fan just swept a glance at the crowd in the distance and ignored it. He turned and was about to leave when a sudden form blocked his way. Wang Tianzhao's figure appeared in front of him once again, a playful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Lu Fan, are you done with your work? Wang Tianzhao cocked his head, his eyes filled with excitement. Can we have a fight now? Wang Tianzhao had already waited long enough for this encounter, his body leaning forward slightly, as if he would attack at any time without hesitation as long as Lu Fan refused. Lu Fan felt the super exotic energy in his body and looked at the golden light that occasionally flowed from Wang Tianzhao's body, and that was exactly what he had in mind. One move. Lu Fan spoke indifferently. He still had a lot of things to do nowadays, and wanted to see what Qingcheng was hiding from him, and didn't really want to waste too much time with Wang Tianzhao here all the time. Seeing Lu Fan open his mouth to agree, Wang Tianzhao's eyes instantly lit up. He was waiting for this opportunity. Okay, one move is one move. Wang Tianzhao hurriedly agreed. Looking at the two dazzling energy bodies in front of him, Liu could not help but sigh. Is this still human? Chapter 118 Full Activation. It's super alien. Ma Yuanbai looked at the two people in the distance, his expression equally filled with shock. Hearing this, Li Yu hurriedly pursued, you know? What the hell is going on here? He desperately wanted to understand just how this mind-blowing psychic ability had been acquired. Li Yu's gaze quickly swept over the awakened in the group of stragglers. The supernormal abilities they possessed were not at all at the same level compared to these two. Could it be that this is also innate? Li Yu couldn't help but ask again. No. Ma Yuanbai shook his head and explained. Superpowers are higher-level powerful abilities that are unlocked by an awakened person in the of advancement through some. Li Yu listened intently as he gradually realized that becoming a super alien might be the true path of evolution for the awakened. Fu Shiyao's eyes blinked and blinked, also listening carefully. How do I advance my super alien ability? Li Yu eagerly inquired. Ma Yuanbai smiled and replied, then you're high on me, I don't know how to advance either. But there is a mention in the information that all awakened have the chance to advance to become super altered. As the two men spoke. As Lu Fan finished building up his power, a tiny current ran around him in all directions. A huge static electric field had formed around Lu Fan, even making the hair of the stragglers stand up. This was the terrifying strength of the super alien. Looking at the golden light of Wang Tianzhao in the sky above, and then at the electricity jumping from Lu Fan's body, Li Yu suddenly froze and turned his head to ask Ma Yuanbai. The lightning ones can manipulate electricity, and the light ones can manipulate light. So what could I manipulate if I became a super alien? Ma Yuanbai did not expect Li Yu to ask such a question and was also stunned by the question. When he thought of Li Yu's unique bow and arrow ability, he had never really seen it before, and so much information in the refuge didn't have any records in this regard. Thinking about it, Ma Yuanbai suddenly had a flash of insight. I'm guessing that after you become a super alien, you might be able to shoot arrows from your ass and make people defenseless. When Li Yu heard Ma Yuanbai's reply, the expression on his face shifted from anticipation to dismay, and finally settled on speechlessness. Ma Yuanbai couldn't help but laugh as well. Just kidding, to be honest, your supernatural ability is really special. I've never really seen anyone who can manipulate a bow and arrow like you can. Li Yu shrugged his shoulders and lifted his head with a helpless expression, his gaze returning to the duel that the two were about to embark on. Wang Tianzhao and Lu Fan also happened to have finished storing their power. It was only until then that Lu Fan's current-like body slowly rose into the air, and it was obvious that he wasn't quite familiar with the control of his super alien ability. In the middle of the sky above, one side was dazzling with golden light. On the other side, electricity flashed and flickered. They were like two giant volcanoes that were about to erupt furiously, and had already built up enough terrifying power to destroy the heavens and the earth. For the sake of this stone-cold move, the two of them had poured out almost all of their own energy, and the energy aura around them became more and more surging. Both parties looked at each other with a heartfelt understanding. The moment those eyes met, it was as if countless sparks erupted, and this shocking battle was about to start. It seems that you are ready. Wang Tianzhao's voice pierced through the golden light with a full of excitement and anticipation. Come on, show me your true strength. Lu Fan's voice echoed in the crackle of electricity. Just at this moment, two people above the head of the rolling clouds, the sound of thunder is like a million horses galloping, deafening, between the clouds as the frequent flashes of electricity, intertwined as a net. Lu Fan's body became even brighter and more radiant, as if it was a shining star. Heaven's blessing! Lu Fan's eyes lit up, this was undoubtedly God helping him. When it was too late, Lu Fan fiercely struck out, pointing his finger straight at Wang Tianzhao with a loud shout. Thunder Judgment! The incomparably powerful electric current instantly converged into a beam of devastating and destructive electricity. Its shape transformed into a ferocious foreign tiger beast, opening its bloody mouth and emitting a thunderous roar that shook the earth and sky, charging swiftly towards Wang Tianzhao with a mountainous momentum. The current of the alien tiger beast simultaneously triggered the lightning in the sky. A huge lightning bolt was like a wild dragon descending from the sky, accompanying the alien tiger beast, and splitting furiously towards Wang Tianzhao together. In the meantime, Wang Tianzhao did not show any weakness. He raised his right hand, only to see that the dense dark clouds above his head even slowly dissipated. The originally dark cloudy sky seemed to have been torn open by a huge and boundless mouth. In the midst of that huge crack, a beam of bright and dazzling sunlight instantly pierced through the dark clouds and shone straight onto Wang Tianzhao's body. The golden light blended perfectly with the sunlight, and Wang Tianzhao was like a heavenly god descending to earth at this moment. Wang Tianzhao snapped his finger forward and bellowed. Golden verdict. Along with Wang Tianzhao's golden light attack, the beam of radiant sunlight coalesced with the golden light to form an indestructible giant sword of light. The lightsaber held a destructive might and slashed fiercely towards Lu Fan, and wherever it passed, space seemed to be cut apart. Boom! The thunderbolt Fey Tiger and the giant sword of light collided with each other in mid-air. The powerful and incomparable energy instantly exploded, as if a nuclear bomb had erupted, releasing a deafening roar. The entire battlefield was instantly and completely covered by intense to extreme light and surging shockwaves. The brilliance of the light was so great that it was impossible to look directly at it. All the people watching the battle couldn't help but close their eyes. "Is this your power?" Li Yu's voice trembled slightly. His eyes were locked on the two men above him, though the intense light stung him so much that he could barely keep them open. Li Yu did not feel the slightest bit of fear for such a terrifying collision of alien energies. Instead, his heart was filled with excitement and desire. This is a duel of super aliens. Chapter 119 Hope. In the core area of the explosion, the figures of Lu Fan and Wang Tianjiao were almost completely engulfed by the overwhelming light. The air around them trembled crazily, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The ground below instantly cracked open with crisscrossing gaps under this immense and incomparable energy explosion, spreading out as if it were a spider web. In the aftermath of the explosion, Lu Fan's figure fell sharply from the sky like a kite with broken strings. Bang! Lu Fan fell heavily to the ground, splashing a large amount of rainwater. Yes! Wang Tianjiao slowly fell peacefully from the air, and the bright and dazzling golden light on his body gradually dissipated. In the sky, the opening that had been torn open by Wang Tianjiao was once again refilled by tumbling dark clouds, and the briefly appearing sunlight was completely obscured. Soon, Lu Fan, who was lying on his back in the rainwater, stood up again. "Good man, you sure are good." There was a hint of undisguised admiration in Wang Tianjiao's voice. "You're the first one who can catch my full force strike. It's me who lost." Lu Fan spoke blandly. One move to determine the winner. Lu Fan knew very well in his heart that he had undoubtedly lost the sparring match with that move just now. Moreover, he unleashed his own immortality ability, which enabled him to stand up again and talk to Wang Tianjiao. However, Lu Fan was not frustrated by the loss of this duel. If he really wanted to engage in a fight that would not end in death, he was fully confident that he would slowly wear Wang Tianjiao down. The aftermath dispersed and the battlefield was silent, with only the sound of rain falling to the ground and the murmurs of the crowd. "What was that?" One of the stragglers stammered out a question, his gaze still fixed on the crack in the sky that had just disappeared. "Is that the sun?" "So that's sunshine. Too powerful." They had never seen such a dazzle. Shocking light. At the same time they witnessed the great power of the super alien. Li Yu and Fu Shiyao looked at the sunlight that had been recovered and stared wide-eyed. They also saw sunlight for the first time in their lives, and it was so bright. Turns out the sun was there all along. They, a group of people struggling to survive in the pouring rain, saw for the first time in this moment the true light of hope. Perhaps one day in the future, the layers of dark clouds in the sky will completely dissipate and everything on the earth will return to its former normalcy. Just as everyone was still looking up at the sky, Lu Fan moved his muscles. His body had completely recovered as before, as if the thrilling battle just now had never happened. Just as everyone looked up, Lu Fan moved his muscles and bones, and his body, which had just been seriously injured, had recovered as good as new. "The battle is over, we will meet again." Lu Fan calmly left these words, then turned around and walked towards Qingcheng. He still had a lot of things to do, and now that the duel was over, he had finally accomplished what Wang Tianjiao had come to him for. Wang Tianjiao was also happy for this painful encounter, and at this moment, he was in a comfortable mood and no longer blocked it. Thinking of the commander who was still waiting for him to return, Wang Tianjiao was also about to turn around and leave. Wang Tianjiao's afterimage swept and suddenly saw Li Yu, who was riding a high horse in the crowd in the distance, like a crane in a flock of chickens. It was just too conspicuous. Divine archer Li Yu. As soon as he saw Li Yu, Wang Tianjiao was instantly energized. Because after the last time we parted ways, his game got stuck again. He was very impressed with Li Yu, who was a game god. Wang Tianjiao hurriedly pulled out another game console of a different color from his body and couldn't wait to walk towards Li Yu. Archer of God? Lu Fan, who had just taken a few steps out, had his ears slightly twitched, stopped, and looked back. Only to see Wang Tianjiao smiling and walking towards a straggler, Lu Fan felt incredulous at once. With Wang Tianjiao's strength, how could he have crossed paths with a straggler? Lu Fan looked at the appearance of the straggler, clearly the leader of the group. But even if he is the king of the stragglers, it's no big deal, right? He's still a straggler after all. Liu, you came just in time. Wang Tianzhao walked over with a smile, his voice filled with joy. Hearing Wang Tianzhao call him and seeing Wang Tianzhao pull out a square box of other colors, Liu could probably guess why. After all, the gap in strength and status between the two was too great, and there was basically nothing else of particular importance. It must still be that thing called a game. Seeing the Holy Sun, who had just descended like a heavenly god, coming this way, some of the stragglers had already knelt on the ground in fear, just as they had done before in the refuge, filled with awe. Some of the other stragglers also involuntarily retreated backward, as if they had seen their natural enemies, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Wang Tianzhao was getting closer and closer, and the crowd was all on guard. Liu, quick help, the game is stuck. Wang Tianzhao shouted Liu's name. The stragglers were instantly filled with shock when they heard Wang Tianzhao shout, each with wide eyes and open mouths. Wang Tianzhao was actually here to find Liu, and from his tone and demeanor, the two seemed to be familiar with each other. The stragglers exchanged incredibly surprised looks at each other, not daring to speak at all, and the entire scene was depressingly quiet. Just as he approached, Wang Tianzhao couldn't wait to open the game console in his hand. It was a pretty good day. Not only did I have a good fight, but I was able to work out my jamming woes. Sure enough, it's a game. As soon as he heard the familiar words, Liu knew that he had guessed correctly. But at the same time, he was also a bit perplexed, and really didn't understand why Wang Tianzhao, who possessed such heaven-defying strength, would go to such great lengths to play with this small box. Could it also be a unique self-challenge for him? Wang Tianzhao quickly pressed the buttons to restore the progress of the game, and then handed the game console to Liu. Just this level. Liu also rolled over and dismounted, lightly picking it up. Wang Tianzhao hurriedly came closer to watch with a face full of anticipation, not blinking an eye. The stragglers saw that Wang Tianzhao and Liu's actually came so close together and seemed to have a very good relationship. They could no longer hide the extreme shock in their eyes, and they all whispered, "See, the sacred sun actually knows our alliance master." I don't think it's just that they know each other, maybe the two are still friends, or else could the Holy Sun be so happy? It seems that our ally is not simple. How many other secrets behind him do we not know? An older drifter stroked his chin thoughtfully. The stragglers no longer dared to call Liu by his name at this point. Liu looked carefully at the line at the top of the screen. He didn't know many words, and only vaguely understood a few. Big John. Client? Liu froze. How could there be such a straightforward game name? On the screen, a cowboy in a leather jacket and a wide-brimmed hat is holding a pistol, surrounded by dust as 5 enemies slowly approach from different directions. Chapter 120, Try and Die. Although the characters and weapons on the screen were different from the ones Liu had played before, the operation was roughly the same, and Liu quickly understood the game's objectives and rules. As the aiming circle quickly crossed, Liu saw the right moment and instantly pressed the buttons consecutively. Baiyu, Baiyu. A flame flashed across the screen. In just 1 second, 5 shots were fired in quick succession, all hitting the target. Then 3 yellow stars popped out cheerfully. Awesome! Perfectly over the top. Wang Tianzhao, who had been coming over to watch, couldn't help but stare in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Liu was so fast and accurate, and even passed easily after only playing once. You should know that the timing of the judgment of this level is extremely harsh. Want to reach a perfect 3 stars, but also must be all the headshot kill, otherwise he would not be stuck here for so long. Seeing Wang Tianzhao's happy expression, Wang Qinxue immediately walked out quickly from the Wang family team. Shirong Mountain Wang Family Mount Safety Zone, Family Head Wang Qinxue See Lord Saint Sun. Hearing that it was the same old greeting process from before at the shelter, Wang Tianzhao looked over with some confusion. It's you! When he saw Wang Qinxue's face, he seemed to remember something and had some impression of Wang Qinxue. I've seen you when I was a child, if I remember correctly. It seems like I have to call you third uncle. The corner of Wang Tianzhao's mouth hooked up into a playful smile, with a hint of flirtation in his eyes. Don't dare to be worthy, don't dare to be worthy. Just call me Wang Qinxue. Tiny beads of sweat oozed out from Wang Qinxue's forehead as he hurriedly bowed his head and saluted. Before, it was because of the refuge that he needed to salute the Holy Sun Wang Tianzhao, but at this moment, he was saluting solely because of Wang Tianzhao's amazing strength. However, it was true that they, the Wang family mound, were distant relatives of the Wang family of the Zhejiang Mountain Refuge, but after all, they had already been separated for almost 100 years, and had become completely estranged from each other. Previously, it was only when the safe zone gave the shelter an annual supply that Wang Qinxue would mention a word about his relationship with the shelter's Wang family. Not only is this a quick turnaround, but you can also get some great deals on prices. This was also the reason why Wang Qingshui's desire to enter the refuge would be immediately agreed to, except that he ultimately chose to migrate away with the Wang family. Wang Tianzhao clearly wasn't interested in these people from the Wang family safety zone, nor did he have the slightest affection for them. He turned his attention back to the game. At this point, Li Yu had completely passed this level of the shootout and handed the game console back. Truly divine. Wang Tianzhao dully received the game console and looked at the perfect passing record on the screen. A god archer? How divine. Lu Fan's voice suddenly rang in the ears of the two, and his inquiry seemed to carry some sort of purpose. Lu Fan actually didn't leave, but instead appeared beside the two. Li Yu was a little surprised that he didn't even notice a single movement in response to Lu Fan's approach. God is in the arrow. Wang Tianzhao was familiar with himself, pointing at Li Yu and introducing him to Lu Fan with a big grin. Li Yu, the divine archer, is awesome. Wang Tianzhao pointed at Lu Fan again and introduced Li Yu. This is Lu Fan. Hearing Wang Tianzhao keep repeating the title of divine archer, although Lu Fan's expression appeared unmoving, he actually didn't believe it at all in his heart. What, don't believe me? Wang Tianzhao seemed to have seen Lu Fan's inner thoughts from his expression. Instead, his eyes turned and he had an idea in his mind. The corners of his mouth smiled slightly and deliberately arched his fire. Try it if you don't believe me. Wang Tianzhao's eyes narrowed slightly as if he wanted to dig a hole for Lu Fan. Just try it. How could Lu Fan stand this? He had experienced all kinds of inhumane torture in the underground laboratory, not to mention 1 arrow, 10,000 arrows pierced through the heart he had seen as usual. Even his body was cut into pieces, and he would be afraid of that? Even if it was Wang Tianzhao's agitation, he did not hesitate to agree directly. Really want to try? Wang Tianzhao deliberately said with certainty. Come on. Lu Fan tilted his head, not fearing in the slightest. Good. Li Yu, you shoot an arrow at him and show him the ropes. Wang Tianzhao hooked up the corners of his mouth and stood aside as a referee. It's such an interesting world out there, I'm glad I didn't stay at the shelter. I'm just afraid that's not good. Li Yu was a bit hesitant, a difficult look on his face. After all, he had just upgraded the armor-breaking arrow, and the killing power had increased dramatically, so it really wasn't good if he really hurt Lu Fan. What's good or not, just shoot and be done with it, it's fine, he can carry it. Wang Tianzhao kept urging from the side. Lu Fan also looked like he didn't care at all and nodded to Li Yu. Come on, I'll try. He really didn't believe that a straggler could do anything to him. Could this Li Yu be stronger than Wang Tianzhao? He knew that just now when Wang Tianzhao's full force hit his body, he was not fine as usual. Li Yu really didn't want to try, but couldn't resist the two men who insisted on letting him shoot an arrow. Seeing that Li Yu was still hesitant, Lu Fan suddenly thought of something and added. Are you afraid of hurting me? Don't worry, I can't die. Yes, I've seen it, Gaga electricity can't even kill it. Wang Tianzhao also nodded on the side, only the words he used gave Lu Fan a bit of a headache. Seeing that the other party had repeatedly asked for it and also said that he couldn't die, Li Yu no longer refused and decided to give it a try. He also wanted to see if his weapons had any effect on these super aliens. Li Yu said in his heart, this is what you asked for, don't blame me if you really die. If he did accidentally kill Lu Fan, he still wanted to try to see if he could absorb the energy of a super alien. Li Yu looked at the ranks of soldiers in the distance that had basically withdrawn into Qingcheng. Then he quietly gave Fu Shiyao a wink. Fu Shiyao understood and rode Little Black to stand behind Li Yu, ready to act at any time. It was a method of communication that the two had worked out in depth at night. Li Yu touched Xiao He behind him and judged the distance to Qingcheng again. If he really had to shoot Lu Fan to death, not only would he be able to absorb the energy of a super alien, but he could also just turn around and ride off afterward. Those Qingcheng soldiers had already gone back, and it must be too late to come out again. There's only a chance of 1 arrow. Thinking of this, Li Yu didn't choose to take a bow and arrow, instead, he took out a crossbow. Switching successful. Li Yu had just taken the bow out when a sudden burst of energy erupted from above the bow. Cursed. Curse of the nightmare beast's death, parasite of the visionary pupil. Pupil of illusion, the person being gazed upon will enter a brief hallucination. A black eye suddenly opened on the bow, the very source of the energy burst that had just occurred. Li Yu was instantly startled by the sudden opening of his eyes and almost threw his bow. The eyes seemed to possess intelligence and looked around in shock, which made them realize where they were now. This can't be, why am I on the weapon? Eyes rapidly turning, he looked incredulously at Liu at the back. Could it be him? Seeing the eyes that suddenly opened above Liu's bow, Wang Tianzhao and Lu Fan all looked surprised, with expressions on their faces as if they had seen a ghost. You killed the big-eyed monster? Wang Tianzhao was surprised.